Chapter 52, Luochen Betrayal. Chapter 52, Luochen Betrayal. Meanwhile, beneath the Luochen clan mansion was a sprawling, underground necropolis. In one part of the necropolis was a lake of simmering blood, filled with countless floating skeletons. The glitter of a spell formation could be seen surrounding the entire thing, and countless members of the Luochen clan were prostrating themselves around the lake. There were men and women, youngsters and old-timers, all of whom knelt at key nexuses within the spell formation. It was with utter solemnity that one by one, they would slice open their right hands and squeeze blood down onto the nexuses, which carried the blood into the central lake. In the very middle of that lake of blood, an old man sat cross-legged. His hair was long and white, and he seemed threatening without being angry. With every breath he took, the lake of blood bubbled. Suddenly, the man's eyes opened, and they gleamed with a blood-colored glow. "What's going on?" he demanded, his cold voice echoing throughout the necropolis. One of the clan members closest to him was a young man, who looked exactly like the young man from up in the courtyard who had tried to kill Xiaochun and the others. He leaned over and whispered, "Patriarch, 3 disciples from the Spirit Stream sect showed up. It happened so quickly that I was caught unprepared. I was worried that it would influence the larger task at hand, so my puppet body on the outside, along with the spell formation and the other puppets, tried to kill them. Unfortunately, I'm so useless, Senior. I only managed to kill one. The other 2 escaped, and they took the other disciple we caught last time with them." The young man was feeling quite discouraged. Normally speaking, if a disciple of the Spirit Stream sect went missing, it would take at least half a year before the sect officially declared them as missing. Only then would other disciples be sent to investigate. Considering that, by the time such disciples arrived in the Fallen Star Mountains, at least 9 months should have passed. However, only 4 months had gone by, and yet disciples from the Spirit Stream sect had already arrived. It wasn't just this young man who was taken aback. No one in the entire Luochen clan could have guessed that the disappearance of a mere outer sect disciple was anything to worry about. Logically speaking, no one should have been sent to investigate so quickly. Furthermore, if Hou Yunfei hadn't managed to uncover the secrets of the Luochen clan, they would never have taken captive. According to their original plan, they needed half a year to be completely prepared, then rise up and free themselves from the control of the Spirit Stream sect. However, that meant they still need a month of time. 2 outer sect disciples. Humph. The defensive spell formation has already been activated. Seal the area and send people to track them down and kill them. We only need 1 more month, and then nothing will be able to stop us. The old man didn't seem to be worried at all about what had happened, and closed his eyes to continue meditating. The young man sighed, bowing his head in compliance. It didn't take long before 7 figures emerged from within the Luochen clan. The one in the lead position was the same young man, whose cultivation base was in the 8th level of Qi condensation. Of the other 6, the weakest were in the 6th level of Qi condensation, with 2 being in the 7th. They won't be able to get far. Let's go. The 7 cultivators shot into the jungle, eyes shining with killing intent. Out in the jungle, Xiaochun and Du Lingfei were moving along as fast as possible while simultaneously propping up Hou Yunfei. They tried to use their wind skiff, but apparently the same interference from the spell formation that made transmission jade slips inoperable had the same effect on the ship. The expressions on the faces of Xiaochun and Du Lingfei grew even darker. Xiaochun's face was pale, and the sensation of imminent crisis within him couldn't be greater. Every inch of flesh and blood within him was screaming out at him to flee as fast as he could. If he went any slower, he would surely die. The sensation of danger was far greater than what he had felt from Fengyan. After all, even though Fengyan had tried to kill him, he had been nervous about it and tried to do it secretly. Xiaochun had known all along that as long as he was careful, he would most likely be able to avoid whatever move Fengyan made against him, and could probably even strike back at him. But now, the instant he thought about the information in their possession, he trembled, and sweat began to pour down his face. Considering that they knew about the Luochen clan's betrayal, it was obvious that they wouldn't hesitate to kill all of them. They would no doubt go to any and all lengths to ensure their silence. Furthermore, they wouldn't strike out in secret, they would attack like a lightning bolt. Nor would they allow much time for them to get very far away. In fact, there were almost certainly members of the Luochen clan chasing after them already. Damn you, Hall of Justice. This mission is not the type that outer sect disciples can handle. Then Xiaochun remembered that the Luochen clan had a foundation establishment patriarch, and he began to shake even harder. Foundation establishment. The difference between Qi condensation and foundation establishment is like the difference between being mortal and being in Qi condensation. Xiaochun was so nervous that his eyes were bloodshot. I practice cultivation, to live forever. Xiaochun wanted to cry, but no tears would come. He looked over at Hou Yunfei, and knew that he would never be able to abandon him just to gain some speed. That was something he could never bring himself to do. Du Lingfei's face was pale, her cultivation base was the weakest of them all, and her internal spiritual energy was recovering very slowly. The more time passed, the worse she felt about the situation. She knew that they were facing almost certain death. Perhaps someone in the 7th level of Qi condensation might be able to fight back against a Foundation establishment patriarch. But now, Feng Yan was dead, and she was only in the 5th level of Qi condensation, with no hope of being able to break through to the next level anytime soon. As for Bai Xiaochun, considering how scared he was of dying, Du Lingfei would never place any hope in him. I never imagined I would die on my first mission outside of the sect, she thought, laughing bitterly. However, things weren't over yet, and it wasn't the time to give up, so she gritted her teeth and produced a medicinal pill from within her bag of holding and popped it into her mouth. Then she looked over at Bai Xiaochun, who was pale-faced and shivering, and she sighed. At the moment, she no longer felt any scorn for him. Producing a medicinal pill bottle, she tossed it over to him. Junior brother Bai, make sure to keep your internal spiritual energy up. Bai Xiaochun stared in shock at the medicinal pill bottle, then opened it and consumed one of the pills. It was at this point that he suddenly remembered something, and produced 2 medicinal pill bottles from Feng Yan's bag of holding. Elder brother Feng had some medicinal pills, he said, handing one of the bottles to Du Lingfei. She accepted it silently, and the two of them proceeded along as fast as possible. Before long, they were back in the location where they had discovered Hou Yunfei's jade slip. When Du Lingfei saw that tree, she sighed inwardly. By now, it was useless to have regrets, so without another word, they continued to speed along. Gradually, Du Lingfei began to slow down, which made Bai Xiaochun even more nervous. Finally, he then grabbed her by the arm and pulled her along, carrying Hou Yunfei at the same time. Du Lingfei had long since noticed that Bai Xiaochun was much faster than her. When he grabbed her arm, she almost pulled away, but when she saw the look of terror on his face, she sighed and allowed him to pull her along. It was at this point that Hou Yunfei shivered, and his eyes slowly opened. He looked exhausted. After assessing his current position, he laughed bitterly and said, "Junior brother Bai, I never thought that, after all these years, we would meet again like this." Seeing that Hou Yunfei was awake, Du Lingfei quickly offered him a medicinal pill. Bai Xiaochun looked at Hou Yunfei and sighed. "Elder brother Hou. There's still hope for us," Hou Yunfei said. For their own personal benefit, the Luochen clan slaughtered people from the mortal world, extracting their blood and bones for use in a spell formation. Their Foundation establishment patriarch is currently presiding over the inverse blood grand magic, so he can't personally come after us. Furthermore, the entire Luochen clan is maintaining the spell formation. Therefore, they won't be able to send very many people after us. Hou Yunfei smiled, took the medicinal pill from Du Lingfei, and swallowed it. Then, his eyes began to shine as he said, "Although we can't get a message to the sect from this location, if we get far enough away, we'll definitely be able to. Something big like this, an entire cultivator clan rebelling, will definitely provoke a huge reaction from the sect." Thanks to the medicinal pill, he no longer needed help from Bai Xiaochun, and began to speed along on his own power. Because of that, they managed to pick up speed. Soon, the borders of the Fallen Star Mountains became visible, and eventually, they shot out into the open, whereupon Du Lingfei pulled out a jade slip and tried to make contact with the sect. Moments later, her face drained of blood, and she shook her head. "Still not working," muttered Bai Xiaochun, his heart pounding. Hou Yunfei merely stood there silently. None of them spoke any further as they continued on dejectedly. It was at this point that, all of a sudden, a whistling sound could be heard from behind them. Their faces fell as 7 figures burst out of the trees not too far away. In the lead was the young man in the 8th level of Qi condensation, who looked at Bai Xiaochun and the others, eyes flickering with killing intent. "Like I said, you can't get away. Never forget that the person who killed you is named Shenyu. Kill them." The Luochen clan members immediately pulled out magical devices, and cold light appeared in their eyes as they closed in. The faces of Bai Xiaochun, Du Lingfei, and Hou Yunfei flickered, and they gritted their teeth as they tried to pick up speed. Shenyu was laughing coldly as he flicked his sleeve, causing a violet skull to appear. As it sped through the air, it cackled madly, and within the blink of an eye, it was almost directly upon Bai Xiaochun and the others. At that point, Shenyu waved his finger, and the skull exploded. The resulting shockwave sent the 3 spirit stream sect disciples spinning apart. Du Lingfei and Hou Yunfei suddenly lost their momentum, and were almost instantly surrounded by the Luochen clan members. Bai Xiaochun, however, kept speeding along. Before, he had been somewhat held back by the other two, but now that he was on his own, he burst out with incredible speed, breaking free of the Luochen clan members. It only took a moment for him to put dozens of meters between them, and from the look of it, he was only starting to pick up speed. Even Shenyu, the only member of the Luochen clan in the 8th level of qi condensation, could do nothing but stare in shock. "He's fast," Shenyu said coolly. "First kill these two, then we'll go after him." Waving his sleeve, he turned to Du Lingfei and Ho Yunfei, killing intent boiling. Du Lingfei coughed up a mouthful of blood. Her body was already spattered in blood, she was surrounded and certain that she was going to die. As she looked at Bai Xiaochun fleeing off into the distance, she began to laugh bitterly. She was well aware that Bai Xiaochun feared death, so although she wasn't very surprised, she couldn't help but feel bitter and hopeless. "Junior brother Bai, I hope you managed to get away," she thought. At the same time, she performed an incantation gesture, sending a flying sword out with the power of lightness and heaviness. Coughing up more blood, she continued to try to defend herself. Ho Yunfei was also laughing bitterly, but his eyes shone with a cold light. He let out a roar, and although his spiritual energy was mostly depleted, he wasn't ready to just give in. Gritting his teeth, he prepared to take some of the enemy with him as he died, if only to buy some more time for Bai Xiaochun. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 53, Bravery. Chapter 53, Bravery. Bai Xiaochun's face was pale and his heart was pounding. The sensation of danger left him so alarmed that he felt like he might die at any moment, leaving him shaking uncontrollably. He had never been this frightened before in his entire life. Not when he had left his village to light the incense and brave the lightning, not when Li Qingho had taken him to 10,000 Snakes Valley, not even when he had seen all those fantastic and powerful creatures while traveling. In all those situations, he had been nervous, but he had also been confident that he wouldn't die. But today, he had the distinct sensation that he was really going to die. As he flew along, he suddenly realized that he was alone. Then he looked back in shock to see that the 7 members of the Luochen clan had surrounded Du Lingfei and Ho Yunfei, several hundred meters back. He also saw that Du Lingfei was coughing up blood. Anyone in this situation would be able to tell that she and Ho Yunfei wouldn't be able to hold on for very long before they were cut down. A tremor ran through Bai Xiaochun as he stood there watching. He began to shake even harder, and his eyes were completely shot with blood. He could feel his very soul screaming at him to run away as quickly as possible. In fact, Bai Xiaochun was quite sure that, considering the speed he could maintain, and given that Du Lingfei and Ho Yunfei were preventing the enemy from giving chase, there was actually a good chance that he could get away. If he did, he could keep on living, he could continue to practice cultivation, and he could pursue what he really wanted, eternal life with no death. Not only would the sect not punish him if he survived, they would even reward him. However, if he simply ran away, leaving Du Lingfei and Ho Yunfei to their deaths, he would feel guilty for the rest of his life. He felt as if his entire body had been split in half, with one half telling him to flee at top speed, otherwise he would die. The other half was telling him that if he left his fellow sect members to die, that he would never be able to rest at ease for the rest of his life. Panting, he let out a frustrated cry of anger. Blue veins popped out on his forehead, and he was shaking as hard as a tumbling die. At the moment, he wasn't thinking much about the specifics of the situation, or the potential consequences. His hands clenched into fists as a single thought ran through his head. I, Bai Xiaochun, might be afraid of dying, but I'm not gonna just run away. He suddenly began to beat at his chest with his fists. His eyes were completely bloodshot, and he let out a thunderous roar as he suddenly shot back toward Du Lingfei and Ho Yunfei. He moved so quickly that whistling sounds echoed out in all directions. Ho Yunfei trembled at the sight of Bai Xiaochun's sudden reversal in course, and his expression was hard to read. He looked astonished, thankful, and all of a sudden, he started laughing. Then, determination glimmered in his eyes, and without even thinking about defense, he charged toward the Luochen clan members with everything he had. Simultaneously, Du Lingfei, whose body was splattered with blood from where a flying sword had slashed across her, looked up to see Bai Xiaochun, eyes bloodshot, roaring as he charged in their direction. She felt as if she had been struck by lightning, and her jaw dropped. Tears began to roll down her cheeks as numerous emotions flooded through her. She was touched, excited, and shaken. She knew how much Bai Xiaochun was afraid of dying, so when she saw him flying toward them, physically trembling, eyes crimson, she could only imagine how much bravery he had summoned to stop running away, turn around, and then come back for them. Get out of here, you idiot! Run! Don't get yourself killed! Tears streamed down her face. As Bai Xiaochun ran toward them bellowing at the top of his lungs, she didn't notice that one of the Luochen clan disciples in the 6th level of qi condensation was unleashing a palm strike toward her back. A boom rang out, and blood sprayed out of her mouth. Her vision swam as she tumbled to the ground. Then, one of the Luochen clan cultivators' flying swords began to speed through the air toward her head. When Bai Xiaochun saw what was happening, he let out an even more violent roar, and pushed forward with another burst of speed, reaching his very limit. He streaked through the air, turning into a beam of light that shot toward Du Lingfei. Even as the flying sword bore down on her, Bai Xiaochun landed at her side, scooped her up with one arm, then clenched his right hand into a fist and punched out toward the flying sword. A boom echoed out as the flying sword was sent spinning away by the force of Bai Xiaochun's blow. The Luochun clan members were all greatly shocked. Chen Yu's eyes flickered with surprise, but then quickly began to radiate icy killing intent. Nice. An expert in disguise. I should have noticed you back when you were in the Shadow Hell formation. Listen up everyone, ignore the other two and kill this guy. As soon as the words left his mouth, murderous looks appeared in the eyes of the other Luochun clan members, and they began to close in on Bai Xiaochun. Du Lingfei was in a bit of a daze as Bai Xiaochun held her in his arms. Before she could do anything, he put her down off to the side and then shot toward the incoming Luochun clan cultivators. His eyes were bright red, and it almost seemed that as of this moment, he wasn't thinking about dying at all. In fact, he wasn't thinking about anything except, save Hou Yunfei. Save Du Lingfei. And kill all the enemies. The nearest of those opponents was in the 6th level of Qi condensation, and as he closed in, his hands flickered in an incantation gesture. In response, a glowing awl suddenly appeared, which shot viciously toward Bai Xiaochun. Screw off! Bai Xiaochun roared, unleashing a ferocious palm strike. The little awl began to wobble, and when Bai Xiaochun's palm slammed into it, the glowing light shattered, and the awl was sent spinning away. The cultivator who had summoned the awl gasped, and an expression of shock flickered across his face. Just when he was about to fall back in retreat, Bai Xiaochun performed an incantation gesture and pointed out. His wooden sword appeared and shot out like lightning. It didn't matter that his opponent was in the 6th level of Qi condensation, he was incapable of evading, and in fact, didn't even have time to react before the sword stabbed into his forehead. A miserable shriek echoed out as the wooden sword stabbed all the way through him, coming out the other side in a spray of blood. Then, it circled through the air and headed toward the next enemy. At the same time, one of the Luochun clan members in the 7th level of Qi condensation performed an incantation gesture, causing mist to roil up around him, making him look like an enormous mist giant. Even as he closed in, Bai Xiaochun's hand suddenly shot out, and his thumb and index fingers connected. Black light flickered, and the defenses provided by the mist could do nothing to stop the black light. Throat-crushing grasp. Cracking sounds rang out as the mist dissipated. The cultivator's eyes went wide at the sight of the arm grabbing his neck. Then, his throat was completely crushed. Everything happened with incredible speed. Only a few breaths of time had passed since Bai Xiaochun had begun his charge, and already, 2 members of the Luochun clan had been killed. Hou Yunfei, who had already fallen back to stand at Du Lingfei's side, gasped, and his eyes went wide with shock. Du Lingfei was completely and utterly taken aback. The Bai Xiaochun she was seeing right now was completely different from the one she remembered, causing her to pant in disbelief. Was this really the same Bai Xiaochun who was so afraid of dying? At this point, the remaining shocked members of the Luochun clan finally unleashed their killing moves. These were their most powerful trump cards, one being a flying sword, another a pearl, and the last, a little cauldron, all of which shot toward Bai Xiaochun. Astonishingly, the 3 of them were joining forces to attack simultaneously. Of that group of 3, 2 were in the 6th level of Qi condensation, and 1 was in the 7th. Their combined attack was completely vicious as they went all out with everything they had to try to strike down Bai Xiaochun when he couldn't dodge. Bai Xiaochun's eyes were glowing red as the 3 closed in on him. Even as their magical devices bore down on him, he curled his arms and legs up until he looked like a ball. Previously, Du Lingfei had mocked the big black wok he wore on his back, but now, it covered him up completely. The little cauldron which had been unleashed by the cultivator in the 7th level of Qi condensation slammed into the black wok, causing a boom to echo out that could shake heaven and earth. Cracks spread out across the wok, but it held strong against the cauldron. Next was the pearl. Rumbling sounds echoed out as it slammed into the wok. The wok couldn't hold up any longer, and exploded, transforming into countless black fragments that showered out in all directions. Bai Xiaochun shot out from the wreckage, flying toward the Qi condensation 7th level cultivator. When the man saw Bai Xiaochun flying toward him, his face fell. He immediately fell back, but couldn't move fast enough. None of the magical protective items the man had could do anything to stop Bai Xiaochun, who slammed into him, causing the cracking sounds of breaking bones to ring out. Instantly, Bai Xiaochun went in for another attack, butting him with his head. Boom! No! Screamed the man. Blood sprayed out of his mouth, and a look of despair filled his eyes, but he couldn't break free from Bai Xiaochun. Off to the side, his fellow clan members in the 6th level of Qi condensation were nearly scared out of their minds. Trembling, one of them sent a flying sword toward Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun completely ignored it as he once again lunged toward the middle-aged man. The flying sword slammed into Bai Xiaochun, and in a completely shocking twist, it didn't stab into him, but rather, bounced off and was sent spinning away. Bai Xiaochun let out a roar, striking the middle-aged man once more. A blood-curdling scream echoed out as the man died. To the other two clan members in the 6th level of Qi condensation, Bai Xiaochun, with his bloodshot eyes and disheveled hair, looked like a wild beast. Their scalps began to tingle as he slowly turned to look at them. Without the slightest hesitation, they turned and fled. Off in the distance, Chen Yu was completely shaken by what had just occurred, and he could scarcely even believe what he had just witnessed. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 54, Principles. Chapter 54, Principles. Seeing that the two cultivators in the 6th level of Qi condensation were fleeing, Bai Xiaochun performed an incantation gesture, then waved his finger. His little wooden sword instantly flew through the air, slashing across the neck of one of the cultivators. His companion's eyes instantly shone with an unprecedented level of astonishment and terror. They were the ones who were supposed to be doing the chasing and killing, but now, the tables had turned, and they were being cut down. What? In a few short moments, Bai Xiaochun had already killed 4 people. The remaining cultivator in the 6th level of Qi condensation had an ashen face as he went all out to try to escape. His heart was pounding, and he was trembling all over. How could he ever have imagined that the slender, pure and fair spirit stream sect disciple could be so utterly terrifying? Bai Xiaochun's eyes shone with a savage gleam, and he was just about to give chase when, all of a sudden, a sensation of danger welled up in his heart. At the same time, Du Lingfei cried out urgently, "Watch out!" Bai Xiaochun immediately leaped backward. In almost the exact same instant, a 3-meter-tall violet skull shot into the area where he had just been standing, then exploded. A boom rang out as the power of explosion blasted out, slamming into Bai Xiaochun. For the first time, his undying iron skin felt pain, and blood even oozed out of his mouth as he flew backward. The person to attack him had been none other than Chen Yu, who was in the 8th level of Qi condensation. His expression was unsightly, and a very serious look could be seen in his eyes. After saving his fellow clan member from danger, he flashed through the air toward Bai Xiaochun. Behind him were 2 other cultivators, who were in the 6th level of Qi condensation. They gritted their teeth and followed along. 3 people were now charging toward Bai Xiaochun. Ho Yunfei wanted to help, but was simply too weak. The attack he had made earlier drained him of the last scrap of spiritual energy he had, and blood was currently seeping out of the corners of his mouth. Unfortunately, he was in no state to fight. Du Lingfei had been seriously injured, and as she anxiously watched Bai Xiaochun fighting, she realized that all of the previous hostility and prejudice she had felt toward him were long gone. Bai Xiaochun's face was ashen as more blood oozed out of his mouth. He appeared to be on the verge of collapsing, and had seemingly lost much of the speed he had been capable of earlier. Seeing that, Chen Yu and his companions closed in for the kill. However, as they closed in, a brutal gleam appeared in Bai Xiaochun's eyes. While it was true that his undying iron skin couldn't completely block Chen Yu's attack moments ago, the truth was that it had absorbed the majority of the force of the attack. His current weak state, and even the blood oozing out of his mouth, were all an act. In the blink of an eye, he redoubled his speed. Furthermore, instead of retreating, he switched directions, passing Chen Yu toward his true target, the 2 Luochun clan members in the 6th level of Qi condensation. Chen Yu's face flickered, and even as he made to block Bai Xiaochun's path, Bai Xiaochun's wooden sword shot toward him. Chen Yu performed an incantation gesture and pointed out, summoning the same skull from earlier. Rumbling sounds echoed out, but Chen Yu was incapable of stopping Bai Xiaochun. A fierce gleam appeared in Chen Yu's eyes, and he waved his sleeve, causing a lantern to materialize, which expanded out in a fireball that sped toward Bai Xiaochun. At the same time, the 2 weaker cultivators were crying out in shock and falling back in retreat. However, Bai Xiaochun moved as fast as lightning, and was almost instantly upon one of them, whereupon he reached out with his thumb and index finger, causing a flickering black glow to appear as he pinched his fingers together. Throat-crushing grasp. The nearest Luochun clan cultivator screamed, and then a cracking sound echoed out as his neck was crushed. At the same time, the blisteringly hot fireball was closing in on Bai Xiaochun from behind, and there was clearly no time for him to jump out of the way. Instantly, it slammed into him. A sea of flames exploded out, surrounding Bai Xiaochun, and causing both Du Lingfei and Ho Yunfei to shout out in alarm, "Bai Xiaochun!" Further off, the surviving cultivator among the duo seemed delighted at the sight of Bai Xiaochun being consumed by the fire, and even started laughing. But then something barreled out from within the sea of flames to appear directly in front of that laughing cultivator. His eyes went wide, and before he could even retreat, Bai Xiaochun kicked down viciously, crushing the man's head into his torso. He didn't even have a chance to scream before he was completely dead. By this point, Bai Xiaochun was panting, and his eyes were even more shot with blood than before. Wounds riddled his body, and blood was oozing out of his mouth as he slowly looked up to glare at the last member of the Luochen clan. Chen Yu. Being stared at in such a way caused Chen Yu's heart to prickle. His cultivation base was in the 8th level of qi condensation, and he could be considered one of the chosen in his clan. Although he didn't quite have the status of crown prince, he had the approval of the patriarch and had experienced numerous deadly battles with beasts in the Fallen Star Mountains. Such deadly tempering had given him extraordinary battle prowess. As such, he completely looked down upon disciples of the Spirit Stream sect. Although they far exceed him in terms of status, to him, cultivators from the big sects were like flowers in a flower pot. Although they had extraordinary divine abilities, when it came to battles of life and death, they couldn't possibly match up to him. And yet now, Bai Xiaochun caused terror to well up inside of him. In fact, the moment that Bai Xiaochun's eyes locked onto him, he felt more frightened than any time he had encountered a wild beast in the Fallen Star Mountains. That gaze contained a ferocity that seemed to wish to consume him alive, and caused coldness to spread out in Chen Yu's heart. When he thought about the fact that this person had slaughtered 6 of his fellow clan members in quick succession, he was completely and utterly shaken. In fact, what was most unbelievable of all was that this person's cultivation base was merely in the great circle of the 6th level of qi condensation. He's way too powerful and fast. He obviously cultivates some sort of body refinement magic, and has cultivated it to the level that he can kill people in one blow. Furthermore, his defenses are terrifying. He doesn't have any magical techniques, but his control over his flying sword is incredible. The sword not only moves with unimaginable speed, it's backed with astonishing power. And that wooden sword is definitely no ordinary item. It's obviously something so incredible it can kill someone in the 6th level of qi condensation, but this guy must be a famous chosen from the Spirit Stream sect. How come I've never heard his name before? Bai Xiaochun. In his shock, Chen Yu felt a desire to fight burning within him. He waved his hand, causing 3 fist-sized jade skulls to fly out. His expression was very serious as he looked over at Bai Xiaochun. I underestimated you, but that's not going to happen again. Let's see which is more powerful, the magical techniques of your Spirit Stream sect, or the killer ghouls of my Luochen clan. Even as his words continued to echo out, Chen Yu performed an incantation gesture, causing the 3 skulls to suddenly begin to scream in very lifelike fashion. They also rapidly grew larger, until each one was fully 3 meters tall. Then, they all shot toward Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun's breath came in ragged pants. His mind was a blank, devoid of any thinking. He had forgotten about the possibility of dying, and the only thing he had was the impulse to cut down his opponent. As the skulls closed in on him, he quickly performed an incantation gesture with his right hand, then waved his finger, sending his little wooden sword screaming out, to be joined by 2 other ordinary flying swords. Instantly, massive amounts of sword light filled the area as Bai Xiaochun began his charge. There was also a little shield which appeared and began to fly around him, radiating magical light. A moment later, Bai Xiaochun and his flying sword slammed into the skulls, causing massive rumbling sounds to echo out. Instantly, fierce fighting broke out between Bai Xiaochun and Chen Yu. Chen Yu was in the 8th level of qi condensation, with a cultivation base much more profound than Bai Xiaochun's. However, in terms of power and defense, as the two fought, it became obvious that they were about even. Waves of shock battered Du Lingfei's heart. She was so nervous that her hands were clenched into fists, and her fingernails dug painfully into her palms. The annoying Bai Xiaochun she remembered from the competition was nowhere to be seen. He had been replaced by someone with veins of steel, someone who was able to fight with Chen Yu of the Luochen clan. I misjudged him. This is the real Bai Xiaochun. He really is afraid of dying, but to come back and fight to the death like he has done takes far more courage than that possessed by most ordinary people. As she looked at Bai Xiaochun, Du Lingfei's eyes glowed with increased vigor. Even though he fears death, his heart is strong, and he has principles. Even if he is afraid of getting killed, he won't give up on his companions. Ear-splitting booms rang out constantly. Before long, Bai Xiaochun's 2 ordinary flying swords were destroyed. Only his wooden sword remained. However, the 3 skulls were much dimmer than before, and were clearly significantly damaged as they flew back to Chen Yu. Bai Xiaochun took advantage of the opportunity that provided to launch another attack. Blood sprayed out of Chen Yu's mouth as Bai Xiaochun's throat-crushing grasp latched onto his arm. Cracking sounds rang out as the bones were shattered. However, Chen Yu still managed to spit a tiny sword out of his mouth, which shot toward Bai Xiaochun and stabbed a full inch into his shoulder. Not even the undying iron skin could stop it, and blood immediately began to flow. Chen Yu instantly shot backward, but before he could get very far, Bai Xiaochun, eyes bloodshot and completely disregarding his own injuries, gave chase at top speed. Chen Yu's face looked extremely unsightly as he clenched his jaw in the face of the deadly situation that was developing. He quickly performed an incantation gesture and then tapped his forehead, causing his entire body to tremble. Even as all of the qi and blood in his body began to surge violently, he slapped his hand down onto the crown of his head. By Xiaochun, someone is going to die today, and it will be either me or you. On any other occasion, Chen Yu would have already ceased fighting. But this was a critical moment for his clan, and he knew that he had to kill Bai Xiaochun. He quickly spit out some of his life blood, which was voraciously consumed by the three skulls. Ghoul bloodbath. He howled as he unleashed his secret magic. The three skulls' eyes began to glow with mysterious light as they shot toward Chen Yu and began to madly chew away at his flesh and blood as they tried to burrow into his body. The bizarre sight caused Du Lingfei and Ho Yunfei to gasp. Simultaneously, Chen Yu let out a miserable howl. His entire body was shaking, and his expression was completely vicious as a black fog roiled out from inside of him, transforming him into a 3-meter-tall ghoul. Die! He roared, shoving his hand out as he shot toward Bai Xiaochun. You'll be the one to die. Bai Xiaochun howled. His hands flashed in a double-handed incantation gesture, and then he pointed up into the air. Spiritual energy roiled madly out of him, shooting up into the air to form the shocking image of a cauldron. This was none other than Violet Chi Cauldron Summoning. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 55, Crown Prince Chen Heng. Chapter 55, Crown Prince Chen Heng. Violet Chi Cauldron Summoning. Ho Yunfei and Du Lingfei were both shocked, and expressions of intense astonishment appeared on their faces. That was especially true of Du Lingfei. Having mastered the art of lightness and heaviness, she knew how difficult Violet Chi Cauldron summoning was, and that on all of the South Bank, only a few people could do it. Rumbling echoed out as the huge cauldron slammed into the ghoul. The ground quaked as it screamed and collapsed into numerous strands of black fog that roiled out in all directions, revealing Chen Yu. Blood sprayed out of his mouth as he slammed down onto the ground. Looking up bitterly at the huge cauldron, he murmured, Violet Chi Cauldron Summoning. With that, he struggled to turn his head to look one more time at Bai Xiaochun before passing away into death. The secret magic he had unleashed inflicted serious damage on his internal organs. That, coupled with a blow from the Violet Chi Cauldron summoning that destroyed even the ghoul, ensured that he had no hope of surviving. Even as he died, his eyes were still staring at Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun looked at the dead Chen Yu, and then suddenly sagged in place. His internal spiritual energy had been vastly depleted, leaving him dizzy and as weak as a deflated balloon. He stood there, shivering, swaying back and forth, his face pale. He almost didn't dare to believe that he had actually killed all these people. As he thought back to the events which had just played out, he suddenly noticed a sweet taste, which was the blood oozing out of his mouth. I'm bleeding, he thought. I almost got killed. Everywhere hurt, especially his shoulder. There were also numerous burns all over his body, which pulsed with pain. As Bai Xiaochun thought back to the fight, fear welled up within him, and he trembled. Why did I come back? That was so dangerous. I might have lost my little life. I, Bai Xiaochun, am always careful in everything I do. How could I have been so impulsive? Just as post-traumatic stress was about to hurl him into regret, something extremely soft and yet simultaneously firm leapt into his arms. He could feel curves, and could smell a delicate fragrance. It was none other than Du Lingfei. At first, he was surprised, but his expression quickly turned serious. Holding Du Lingfei tight, he calmly said, Elder Sister Du, fear not. With Bai Xiaochun here, no one will be able to harm a hair on your head. Even as he spoke, his hand suddenly found itself resting on a soft, curved surface. Thank you, she gushed emotionally, tears streaming down her face. It took her a moment to realize that somehow she was in Bai Xiaochun's arms. And then she realized what his hands were doing behind her, and her face reddened. She quickly backed up and looked at him angrily. Bai Xiaochun cleared his throat, savoring the sensation he had just experienced, and mused that Du Lingfei definitely deserved to be known as one of the top beauties on the South Bank. A strange expression could be seen on Ho Yunfei's face. Clearing his throat, he smiled at Bai Xiaochun. Junior brother Bai, will have time later to think about everything that has happened here. The Luochen clan is definitely going to send more people to kill us, and this time it will most likely be the most powerful experts they have under the level of Foundation establishment. We need to get out of here as quickly as possible. Bai Xiaochun shivered. He had just used every trick he had at his disposal to beat these people. The mere thought of anyone showing up who was more powerful than Chen Yu caused Bai Xiaochun's face to grow pale. Looking at the chaos around him, he instantly nodded. Yeah. Yeah, you're right, let's get out of here, as quickly as possible. With that, he instantly began to run away. He cut a very different image than the vicious fighter with veins of steel. However, this time, Du Lingfei didn't find it annoying, but actually rather charming. As she followed along, she thought back to the vicious fight he had gone through to rescue her, and the glow in her eyes grew stronger. Ho Yunfei shook his head. Quickly gathering up the Luochen clan members' bags of holding, he caught up with Bai Xiaochun and handed them over. Junior brother Bai, these are your spoils of war. Bai Xiaochun threw them into his robe without even looking at them. As of this point, he couldn't stop shaking, and could only think of one thing: fleeing. A short time ago. Back in the Fallen Star Mountains, in the Luochen clan's necropolis, the Lake of Blood was surrounded by the various nodes that formed the spell formation. When the first Luochen clan member fell to Bai Xiaochun's hand, one of those nodes collapsed, and the blood inside dried up. This scene caused the Luochen clan members to stare in shock. However, before any of them could react, the same thing happened to a second node, then a third, a fourth, and a fifth. Rumbling sounds echoed out continuously. The Luochen clan was completely in shock, and one face after another fell. Then, the patriarch in the middle of the Lake of Blood slowly opened his eyes. In that exact moment, a boom rang out from the node which Chenyu had recently occupied. I can't believe that Chenyu was just killed. They're all dead. All 7 people who were sent out have been killed. How is this even possible? Weren't they going after 2 lowly outer sect disciples? Could it be that the Spirit Stream sect knows about us and sent a Foundation establishment cultivator? The Luochen clan members couldn't suppress their shock, and a huge commotion instantly broke out, along with looks of fear and terror. Pipe down, said an icy voice, which cut through all of the clamor. It was none other than the Foundation establishment patriarch. His voice echoed out like a thunderclap, causing the rest of the clan members to tremble and look nervously over at him. The heaven-defying chance to change our destiny, to expel the seal from within our blood, is a chance we will only come across once in 1,000 years, he said slowly. Since the decision has been made, there is no need to let our imaginations run wild. If a Foundation establishment cultivator had set foot into the security spell formation I have set up, I would have detected it. As of this moment, no Foundation establishment cultivator has come, nor have any words been sent back. What are you people getting flustered for? An unsightly expression could be seen on his face. Were it not for the fact that he had to maintain the spell formation, he would have personally gone out to wipe out Bai Xiaochun and the others. However, if he left, the inverse blood spell formation, which was the only way their clan could break free from the Spirit Stream sect, would unleash a powerful backlash. Although he might be able to survive, the rest of the clan would find their blood flowing in reverse, and would die. It wouldn't necessarily take a Foundation establishment cultivator to kill Chenyu and his group. Those 2 outer sect disciples were either concealing the level of their cultivation bases, or have some sort of rare magical items. Even if they were concealing their cultivation bases, at the most, they might be at the 8th level of Qi condensation. As for magical items, the more powerful they are, the harder they will be for Qi condensation cultivators to use. Honger! The old man's eyes glittered brightly as he slapped his hand down onto the surface of the Lake of Blood. Immediately, the blood began to ripple as a young man rose up from within, clad in a blood-red robe. He was exceedingly handsome, with chiseled features, and as soon as he opened his eyes, they glowed with the color of blood. Even as his energy surged up, 9 blood-colored ghouls appeared around him, which emitted soundless howls. When the surrounding members of the Luochen clan saw the young man, excited expressions could be seen on their faces, and they clasped hands and bowed their heads. When the patriarch looked at the young man, his eyes gleamed with kindness and praise. His voice was soft as he said, "Hanger, you are the crown prince of the Luochen clan, and with a cultivation base of the 9th level of Qi condensation, you are our most powerful expert next to me. You are well qualified to handle this task. Take 9 people with you, and kill all of the outer sect disciples of the Spirit Stream sect." The young man nodded, then coldly responded, "I won't return until they're dead." He leapt up, and the 9 blood-colored ghouls transformed into a blood mist that lifted him up into the air. One by one, he nodded at 9 other clan members, after which the 10 of them left. Soon, 10 figures were speeding out of the Luochen clan mansion. The young man named Chen Hung then waved his hand, causing blood mists to appear beneath all of their feet, after which they flew off at top speed. They moved with incredible speed as they used a clan blood tracking technique to head toward the area where Chenyu and the others had been killed. Chen Hong was in the 9th level of Qi condensation. As for the rest of the group, 5 were in the same level as Chenyu had been, the 8th level of Qi condensation. The rest were in the 7th level. A squad like this was the most powerful force that the Luochen clan could afford to send out at the moment. After enough time had passed for an incense stick to burn, Chen Hong and his group burst out of the jungle of the Fallen Star Mountains to appear in the location where Chen Yu and his group of 7 had died. The shocking sight of all the corpses caused the faces of the other 9 clan members to flicker. However, Chen Hong looked coldly at the corpses, and especially at those whose necks had been crushed, and his eyes began to shine with a mysterious light. A body refinement cultivator. He suddenly flickered through the air to appear next to Chen Yu's corpse. After studying it thoughtfully for a few breaths of time, he reached down, pushed his hand onto the ground and closed his eyes. After a moment, his eyes opened. Interesting. I can sense the lingering fluctuations of violet chi cauldron summoning. That means he simultaneously cultivates both magic and his body. With such shocking fleshly body power, and an impressive magical technique, it's no wonder he cut down Shen Yu and the others. He must be one of the chosen of the Spirit Stream sect. Shangwan Tian Yu perhaps? Or is he Lu Tianlei? A brutal gleam rose up in Chen Heng's eyes, within which flickered a deep desire to do battle. All of you pick a different direction to search in, he said, his voice as cold as ice. Once you track them down, send me a message immediately. With that, the others nodded in affirmation and then scattered in different directions. With a cold snort, Chen Hong picked a direction to begin searching, and flew off. The security spell formation is vast. You won't be able to leave it for the next half-month. You people are dead. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 56, Sticking Together for Survival. Chapter 56, Sticking Together for Survival. At dusk on the following day, Xiaochun and the others were still speeding along. Occasionally, they would make attempts to use their transmission jade slips, but never succeeded in making contact with the sect. Thankfully, they had plenty of medicinal pills. The 7 Luochun clan cultivators Xiaochun had killed had all had bags of holding. Although the resources inside weren't at quite the same level as what was available in the Spirit Stream sect, at a time like this, it was more than sufficient. With medicinal pills to bolster them, Du Lingfei and Ho Yunfei were in high spirits. With their injuries under control, they managed to continue on through the entire night. Xiaochun trembled in fear the entire time. The slightest breeze or rustling leaf would cause sweat to break out on his forehead. His heart felt tight, and his eyes were completely bloodshot. He was also still sore from the fighting, which often left him gritting his teeth from the pain. It wasn't that the pain was unendurable. Actually, it didn't measure up at all to the pain he had felt while cultivating the undying live forever technique. What bothered him was the actual sight of the blood and wounds, and the fear that they might worsen and eventually become life-threatening. He couldn't help but grimace in anxiety at the thought of it. Back before all of this had started, Du Lingfei would definitely have mocked him for that, and thought less of him than before. But now, everything was different, and a warm look could be seen in her eyes as she continuously comforted him. It's okay. Don't be scared, junior brother. Bye. This wound looks bad, but it's not life-threatening. Don't move, I'll put some more medicinal ointment on it. Seeing Xiaochun wince in pain despite the critical danger they were in caused Du Lingfei to secretly smile. Within that smile were numerous undefinable emotions. She knew how much Xiaochun feared death, and it was that knowledge that left her so moved and shaken that he had returned. In fact, she even felt as if there were a superlative bravery lurking somewhere inside of him. That bravery could give birth to a figure with veins of steel, which was something she would never be able to forget. With Du Lingfei constantly comforting him, Xiaochun started to feel more and more pleased with himself, and was starting to get the feeling that taking such a deadly risk had definitely been the right thing to do. After all, it had resulted in the beautiful Du Lingfei treating him so warmly all of a sudden. When Ho Yunfei saw what was happening, he looked on with smiling eyes. Considering that they were all fleeing for their lives together, it was only natural that warm feelings would develop between all of them, and that they would become closer. Junior brother by junior sister do, he said, his tone serious, if we can make it back to the sect alive, then I'll remember this kindness you've shown me, for the rest of my life. If we can make it back. A look of longing appeared in Du Lingfei's eyes, but she quickly sighed and looked over at Xiaochun. Pain rose up in her heart as she realized that the chances of the 3 of them getting back alive were minuscule. Xiaochun sank further into silence. Time passed. 2 days went by, during which the 3 of them continued along with almost no rest. Repeated attempts to use their jade slips all ended in failure. Ho Yunfei's injuries were becoming more serious, as were Du Lingfei's, whose face was becoming more and more ashen. Gradually, even their mental faculties were degrading. Ho Yunfei sighed, turned to Xiaochun and Du Lingfei and said, "It's too bad we can't just hide somewhere and weather the storm, but we really need to get word back to the sect. Of course, if my calculations are correct, the Luochun clan ceremony will be ending soon, and once that happens, their foundation establishment expert will be coming after us. No matter how we try to hide from him, we would be killed beyond the shadow of a doubt. But it was at this point that Bai Xiaochun's face suddenly flickered. Grabbing Du Lingfei and Hou Yunfei, he leaped into a nearby ditch and squatted down. Du Lingfei and Hou Yunfei both had very serious expressions on their faces, and they immediately ceased any chatter. Before much time had passed, a beam of light appeared in the air up above, which was actually a blood mist. Within the mist was a Luochun clan member in the 8th level of qi condensation, who was looking around carefully in all directions. However, because Bai Xiaochun had led the group into hiding, they weren't noticed, and the Luochun clan member proceeded along into the distance. Bai Xiaochun's heart was pounding as he watched the cultivator disappearing. His eyes were completely bloodshot, and he almost wanted to jump out and attack the man. However, he couldn't do that unless he was certain that he could kill him. Otherwise, other members of the Luochun clan might show up. "They've caught up," said Du Lingfei, sighing. She looked over at Bai Xiaochun and hesitated, as if there were something she wanted to say to him. However, before she could, he grabbed her hand and started running again. The three of them said nothing as they proceeded along. They felt as if everything were weighing down on them, crushing down onto their hearts. The shadow of death loomed over them larger than ever, threatening to consume them completely. "There's still hope," Hou Yunfei suddenly said. "Although the patriarch of the Luochun clan is a foundation establishment cultivator, far beyond us in terms of cultivation, his spell formation has to have limits. The patriarch of my Hou clan is also a foundation establishment cultivator, and I was once lucky enough to see a security spell formation that he set up. It could cover a distance of 5,000 kilometers, and required sealing certain spell nodes ahead of time." Du Lingfei's eyes gleamed as she responded, "Elder brother Hou, do you mean that even though the spell formation was set up ahead of time by the Luochun clan patriarch, even if it exceeds 5,000 kilometers, it won't be by much?" "Exactly," Hou Yunfei declared. "Therefore, the further away we get from the Luochun clan, the greater the chances that our jade slips will work. If we can just get word back to the sect, they'll definitely send someone to save us." 5,000 kilometers, Bai Xiaochun muttered, gritting his teeth. "At our current speed, that will take 8 or 9 more days to reach the border." As they proceeded along, they were forced to hide on numerous occasions when Luochun clan members neared. However, each time, Bai Xiaochun's uncanny ability to sense danger kept them safe. Considering how on guard he was, and the fact that he was pulling Du Lingfei and Hou Yunfei along with him as they fled, Bai Xiaochun was getting more and more exhausted, his face more and more ashen. Hou Yunfei and Du Lingfei's injuries continued to worsen, and as a result, their speed suffered. It eventually reached the point where Bai Xiaochun was virtually carrying both of them. Bai Xiaochun was more cautious than ever as he led them along for 3 days straight. 3 days of running and hiding left Bai Xiaochun more and more drained. His face was gaunt as he led the group into a valley. However, after taking only a few steps inside, his face flickered, and he pulled Du Lingfei and Hou Yunfei off to the side, where they hid behind a boulder. Unfortunately, they were a bit too slow, and moments later they could hear the sound of someone whistling through the air toward them. A beam of white light descended from midair, slamming down into the rock they were hiding behind, completely shattering it. Hou Yunfei coughed up a mouthful of blood, and Du Lingfei couldn't prevent blood from oozing out of the corners of her mouth. A cold snort rang out through the air. "So, here's where you've been hiding." A Luochun clan cultivator appeared, standing on a blood mist. He was in the 7th level of qi condensation, and held a mirror in his left hand. As soon as he saw them, he slapped his bag of holding and produced a jade slip. Just when he was about to transmit some information, Hou Yunfei cried out, "Don't let him make contact." The ashen-faced Du Lingfei was just about to unleash a flying sword when Bai Xiaochun, who had been slowly backing up, gritted his teeth and stopped in place. Eyes bloodshot, knees quivering, he focused his qi in blood, and then the ground beneath his feet shattered as he launched himself into the air, turning into a beam of light. Even as the Luochun clan cultivator was about to transmit the information, Bai Xiaochun burst toward him with incredible speed. The cultivator's face fell, and he fell back, unable to successfully make contact. Performing an incantation gesture, he swung the mirror with his left hand, causing a beam of light to shoot toward Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun's eyes glittered with a ferocious light. Instead of dodging, he allowed the white light to slam into him. His charge carried him forward toward the shocked Luochun clan cultivator, whereupon he reached out with his right hand, touching his thumb and index finger together. A black light shot out and latched onto the cultivator's throat. Throat-crushing grasp. A cracking sound rang out, and the cultivator's eyes went wide. Blood oozed out of his mouth, and he toppled over dead, the message to his fellow clan members unsent. Blood was also oozing out of Bai Xiaochun's mouth as he collected up the enemy's bag of holding, then walked back over to Du Lingfei. There, he trembled and almost fell to the ground, but gritted his teeth and managed to stay on his feet. "Let's go," he said, pulling Du Lingfei and Hou Yunfei along. "Let go of me," Hou Yunfei said. "You two go. Without me, you'll be a bit faster." His gaze was one of determination as he looked at Bai Xiaochun and Du Lingfei. Du Lingfei looked deeply at Bai Xiaochun and suddenly said something she had been contemplating saying for the past few days. "Junior brother Bai, why don't you go alone?" "Shut up!" Bai Xiaochun yelled. "I'm scared of dying, but I'm risking my life. There's no way you two are going to make that sacrifice mean nothing. Come, let's go. Together." Not giving them any chance to speak further, he pulled the two of them along. Hou Yunfei and Du Lingfei didn't say anything further, but they were more moved than ever. Bai Xiaochun was extremely cautious as he led them forward, constantly changing directions, and being careful to avoid the Luochen clan cultivators when they got close. 3 more days passed. It was evening, and the occasional bolt of lightning danced across the sky. Black clouds were forming, and rain began to fall, great bead-sized drops that caused splashing sounds to fill the air. It started to get very cold, causing Du Lingfei and Hou Yunfei to shiver. Their faces were only getting more ashen. Nervousness clutched at Bai Xiaochun's heart. Knowing that the other two wouldn't be able to survive in such bitter cold, he found a cave in a mountain, where he started a fire. After sealing the entrance of the cave to make sure the light of the fire didn't seep out, he sat down cross-legged across from Du Lingfei and Hou Yunfei. The fire hissed and popped, and let off enough heat to gradually dispel the cold. A bit of color gradually returned to the faces of Du Lingfei and Hou Yunfei, although they still looked very pale. The three of them sat silently in the cave, watching the fire, and stewing in anxiety. Finally, Bai Xiaochun chuckled and broke the silence. "In 3 more days, we should be able to pass that 5,000-kilometer mark. Ha ha ha. Just wait until we get back to the sect. This is definitely going to count as a big meritorious service. I wonder what reward we'll get." Du Lingfei looked at him, her gaze soft. Hou Yunfei was about to laugh, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he coughed up some blood, and his face paled as he swayed on the verge of collapse. After all the days of running, they had long since run out of medicinal pills. Bai Xiaochun rose to his feet and was just about to go over and examine Hou Yunfei, when suddenly his face flickered. He waved his sleeve out to protect his two friends as the stone he had rolled into place to block the firelight suddenly exploded. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 57, You Have to Stay Alive. Chapter 57, You Have to Stay Alive. A huge boom echoed out as the rock shattered. As Bai Xiaochun waved the shrapnel aside, cold air came rushing in. The fire danced, its flickering light revealing a tall, sturdily built man standing outside. He was muscular, with icy eyes, and a long spear in hand. He was in the 8th level of qi condensation, and seemed to be even stronger than Shen Yu had been. "The crown prince was dead on," he said. "With rain like this and injuries like yours, you couldn't handle the cold, and were forced to find a place like this to hide. I had to search over 100 mountains before I found you, but here you are, Dot." Even as the words were still leaving the man's mouth, Bai Xiaochun's eyes blazed with ferocity as he leaped into action. Although the burly man seemed like the impulsive type, he was actually quite cautious. Instead of charging into the cave to fight, he actually fell back. In the blink of an eye, Bai Xiaochun was out of the cave and in the pouring rain. Clearly, the burly man didn't intend to actually fight, and was focused completely on defense. That caused Bai Xiaochun's heart to begin to thump. He was getting a very bad feeling, and yet he gritted his teeth and ignored any possibility of injury as he charged forward in a mad attack. A gust of frigid wind blew into the cave, extinguishing the fire. Hou Yunfei tried to struggle to his feet, but then coughed up another mouthful of blood. Du Lingfei gritted her teeth and hobbled to the mouth of the cave, where she performed an incantation gesture and pointed out, sending a flying sword shooting toward the burly man. A moment later, a blood-curdling scream echoed out into the stormy night. The burly man had been stabbed through the chest by a wooden sword, and yet, in the moment before dying, he hurled his spear out, which partially stabbed into Bai Xiaochun's right thigh. The burly man glared at Bai Xiaochun. Groaning, he said, "You won't get away. The crown prince will be here soon." Then he coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his head slumped over in death. Bai Xiaochun's face was pale, and he was trembling. In order to kill the man as quickly as possible, he had drawn upon so much energy that his injuries had worsened. Pain radiated up his right leg, and when he looked down, he saw the spear still embedded into his flesh. He was also soaked with rainwater, which intermixed with the blood to flow down onto the ground. He felt half frozen to death. Du Lingfei staggered over, and when she saw his leg, she began to weep. She reached out, grabbed hold of the spear, and gingerly pulled it out of his leg. To Bai Xiaochun, it felt as if his flesh and bones were being ripped apart. He trembled, but held back from shouting out. The dying words of his opponent, plus the fact that the man had obviously been trying to buy time, caused his heart to sink even lower than before. He could even sense fluctuations in the wind that told him it wouldn't be very long before more pursuing members of the Luochun clan showed up. Du Lingfei threw his arm over her shoulder, and the two of them managed to get back into the cave. Bai Xiaochun kept the spear. Back in the cave, Bai Xiaochun began to pant. His right leg hurt, but thankfully the spear hadn't stabbed into the bone. After binding the wound, he could still feel it, but considering the mortal danger they were in, it wasn't a major issue. We need to go. The Luochun clan could show up at any moment. Taking a deep breath, Bai Xiaochun slowly rose to his feet. He looked down at Ho Yunfei, and saw him laying there, struggling for breath. Their days of flight had been like a torment, and he was losing his ability to keep his injuries under control. Du Lingfei was sallow and wan. Her chi passageways had been severely injured, and some had even been severed. It had been an incredible struggle for her to emerge and help Bai Xiaochun in the fight earlier, and now all she could do was look up at him. In the darkness of the stormy night, her eyes seemed especially beautiful. "Junior brother Bai," she said softly. "Forget about us. You're much faster on your own. Go!" Off to the side, Ho Yunfei struggled into a sitting position. Looking exhaustedly at Bai Xiaochun, he nodded in agreement. Bai Xiaochun's eyes were bloodshot as he said, "We can get out of the 5,000-kilometer area in only 3 days, guys, shut your M." Before he could finish his sentence, Ho Yunfei cut him off. "Junior brother Bai, you escaping and getting word to the sect is the best chance junior sister Du and I have." Bai Xiaochun laughed bitterly. He was no 3-year-old child to believe a lie like that. He knew that even if he did escape and get word to the sect, by the time anyone arrived to help, Ho Yunfei and Du Lingfei would already be dead. Seeing that Bai Xiaochun seemed determined to stay, Ho Yunfei started laughing. "Fine. If I die, then you'll leave, right?" A tremor ran through Bai Xiaochun as he realized that Ho Yunfei was stirring his last bit of spiritual energy as if to destroy his own chi passageways. Ho Yunfei looked at him calmly and continued, "Junior brother Bai, are you going to go, or not?" Bai Xiaochun was miserable and heartbroken. He took a few steps backward, mixed emotions on his face as he stared at Ho Yunfei and Du Lingfei. A gust of wind blew a strand of Du Lingfei's hair across her face. She tucked it behind her ear and looked at Bai Xiaochun. Although her face was ashen, somehow, she looked even more beautiful than ever. Her voice soft, she murmured, "I hope, if there's another life after this one, that I'll have the chance to meet you again. Junior brother Bai, you have to stay alive." The instant Bai Xiaochun heard the word "stay alive," a violent tremor ran through him, and he felt as if he had been struck in the chest by a hammer. Taking another long look at Du Lingfei and Ho Yunfei, he finally turned and walked out of the cave, unsure of what exactly he was feeling inside. A moment later, he was speeding through the stormy night. Seeing that Bai Xiaochun had finally chosen to leave, Ho Yunfei let out a soft sigh. Du Lingfei watched him leave, wishing him the best in her heart. She truly wished that she could make time flow in reverse, that she could return back to the time when she had first met Bai Xiaochun. Everything was quiet for a moment, but then Ho Yunfei and Du Lingfei suddenly looked out in Bai Xiaochun's direction, and their faces flickered. His cultivation base was erupting with power, his internal spiritual energy surging outward, even causing the rainwater to distort. He was like a brightly burning torch on a dark night that not even the coldness brought by the rain could dispel. Even someone very far away would be able to sense it. Lightning snaked across the sky as Luochun clan cultivators from several different directions suddenly sensed Bai Xiaochun. Chen Hang's eyes glittered as he looked in the direction of the upsurge of power. Bai Xiaochun flickered into motion, flying up the mountainside past the cave. As he flew by, Du Lingfei and Ho Yunfei could hear him whispering something to them. "I'll get their attention. You two find a way to escape. Come on, go." Tears began to stream down Du Lingfei's face as her heart was battered by incredible waves of emotion. Ho Yunfei was likewise shaken. At the same time, Bai Xiaochun burst out with incredible speed as he picked a different direction to flee in. Bai Xiaochun sped along, cackling madly and crying out at the top of his lungs, "Dead! They're dead! Luochun clan, I can't wipe all of you out, but the Spirit Stream sect will definitely come and kill you all." He appeared to be heading in a direction which would quickly lead out of the 5,000-kilometer area. Furthermore, from the way he was yelling, it seemed obvious that his two compatriots were dead, and that he was hysterical. Even if he might die in the attempt, he would break out and pass word to the sect, to make sure that revenge was had. Chen Heng instantly realized what was happening, and his face flickered. Although he couldn't be sure whether or not Bai Xiaochun was putting on an act, he could tell that, based on his current speed, he could succeed. Chen Hong definitely didn't dare to gamble with the fate of his sect by ignoring the threat. He immediately transmitted a message to the other Luochun clan cultivators. Everyone kill him. Even if his friends aren't dead, they're definitely seriously injured. We can track them down after we kill this one. All of the Luochun clan cultivators shot through the rain at top speed toward Xiaochun. Lightning crashed and rain fell. Back in the darkness of the cave in the mountain, Du Lingfei gritted her teeth and wiped the tears off of her cheeks. Then, her eyes began to glow with determination. She knew that the only way to save Xiaochun was to escape the 5,000-kilometer area and get word back to the sect. She looked over at Hou Yunfei, whose eyes flickered with the same determination as hers. Don't worry about me, he said. Let's split up. Whichever of us gets out first can bring help from the sect to save junior brother Bai. Hou Yunfei was determined to use his last bit of energy to try to break out and get help for Xiaochun, even if he died in the process. The two of them took deep breaths and then ran out into the rain, splitting up and heading in two different directions, calling upon all the strength they could manage. They were already on the verge of collapsing, but by sheer force of willpower, they managed to exceed the limits of their bodies. Thunder boomed and lightning fell. Xiaochun was speeding along as fast as he could. He had already lost sensation in his right leg, and his eyes were crimson. A sensation of deadly crisis thrummed in every inch of his body. He was scared, terrified of dying, certain that death was right on his heels, on the very brink of swallowing him up. He wasn't sure if his actions just now had been impulsive or not, or whether or not he might regret his decision. After all, the purpose of immortal cultivation was to live forever. In fact, there was still a voice in his head telling him to run away on his own. However, he couldn't forget the feeling of what it was like to be struggling with his two friends to survive. That feeling of facing the danger as a teen was something he couldn't get rid of. He couldn't forget how Hou Yunfei had threatened to kill himself to get Xiaochun to leave, nor the beautiful smile on Du Lingfei's ashen face. If he could only pick fear of death, or loyalty to friends, he would pick the latter. Elder sister Du, elder brother Hou, you have to stay alive. Gritting his teeth, he flew onward with reckless abandon. You want to wipe us out, Luochun clan? Alright, bring it on. Xiaochun's eyes glowed with savage fury, like a caged animal ready to fight for its life. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 58, The Cornered Beast Fights. Chapter 58, The Cornered Beast Fights. Rain fell in sheets, thunder crashed, and lightning danced across the sky. The world was a mix of darkness and light, filled with rumbling booms and the sound of raindrops smacking onto the ground. From a distance, everything seemed to be a haze of rain, completely somber and desolate. Xiaochun trembled as he sped forward with all the speed he could muster. He flew along, feet pounding the ground, occasionally leaping into the air over some obstacle. He was like an arrow loosed from the bowstring, whistling through the air. Have to stay alive, he muttered. You guys, have to stay alive. That was what he kept repeating to himself as the images of Du Lingfei and Hou Yunfei continued to flash in his mind. The shadow of death loomed, fusing with the rain, making everything around him seem even colder than usual. By this point, roughly 9 figures were speeding toward him from various directions. The furthest person away from him was Chen Hong, but he was also the fastest. He was like a beam of light stabbing through the sheets of rain, moving faster and faster, causing rumbling sounds to echo out. You can't escape. Nobody can escape from our patriarch's spell formation. Killing intent flickered in Chen Heng's eyes. He had never imagined that 3 outer sect disciples of the Spirit Stream sect would manage to evade him for so many days, and in fact, even get close to the border of the spell formation set up by his patriarch. As for the disciple they were currently closing in on, he had a profound cultivation base, sufficient to not only strike down Shenyu, but numerous other members of the Luochun clan. He was now more convinced than ever that this person was one of the famous chosen from the south bank of the Spirit Stream sect, either Shangwan Tianyu or Lu Tianlei. After all, when it came to the affairs of the south bank, the north bank usually wouldn't interfere. Spirit Stream sect chosen. Chen Hong thought, eyes glittering with killing intent, and even a spark of amusement. Rumbling thunder filled the air as Xiaochun sped along with gritted teeth. He was panting, and his internal spiritual energy was fading quickly. Because of the rain, it was hard to see anything, and he almost felt as if some primordial ancient beast had swallowed up heaven and earth. Suddenly, Xiaochun looked up with bloodshot eyes, looking fiercely at certain fluctuations in the rainwater a few dozen meters up ahead. Popping sounds rang out as countless raindrops then exploded and shot toward Xiaochun. Behind that sheet of rain was the first Luochun clan member who had arrived to intercept Xiaochun. He was a middle-aged man, and the ugly scar which ran down his face made him look extremely ferocious. On top of that, he had a cultivation base in the great circle of the 7th level of Qi condensation. He shot toward Bai Xiaochun, hefting a gigantic battle axe in his right hand. As he closed in, he gripped the haft of the axe with both hands, lifted it high into the air, and swung it down viciously toward Bai Xiaochun. "You're not going one step further!" the man barked, his voice booming like thunder. Bai Xiaochun didn't hesitate for even a moment. As the axe descended, he shot forward, shooting his left hand out toward the axe itself. The middle-aged man laughed coldly, pouring more cultivation base power into his hands, causing the axe to scream madly through the air toward Bai Xiaochun. In the instant that Bai Xiaochun extended his left hand, a black flicker of light could be seen as his undying iron skin was unleashed. Even as his left hand made contact with the axe head, it turned completely pitch black. A boom rang out as Bai Xiaochun's left hand clamped onto the axe with such incredible force that the surrounding rainwater began to vibrate, and then exploded into a haze. Pain exploded out within him, and blood flowed, and yet the power of his undying iron skin kept his hand safe, albeit injured. The middle-aged man frowned, then tried to jerk his axe away. However, Bai Xiaochun's grip was like an iron vice that kept the giant axe completely locked down. No matter how the middle-aged man struggled, he couldn't move it even a teeny bit. The man's face flickered, and then he looked up and realized that Bai Xiaochun's eyes were blazing with flames of madness. It was a madness that this man had only ever seen within the eyes of various wild beasts in the Fallen Star Mountains. The man's heart instantly began to pound, and in the blink of an eye, the glow of defensive shields sprang up around him. Without any hesitation, he let go of the axe and fell back. He was fast, but Bai Xiaochun was faster. Even as his left hand maintained its grip on the axe, his right hand flared with black light, and simultaneously shot out toward the middle-aged man. His hand pierced through the man's defensive shields, causing cracking sounds to ring out as one layer after another was destroyed. Bai Xiaochun cut through them like a razor-sharp blade through bamboo. At the same time, because of the current state Bai Xiaochun was in, his throat-crushing grasp suddenly did something it had never done before. Unexpectedly, a gravitational force appeared, causing the middle-aged man to lurch to a stop. Before he could even react, his entire world was completely superseded by Bai Xiaochun's pitch-black hand. A boom rang out as Bai Xiaochun's hand clamped onto the man's throat and then clenched down hard. Crack! A flicker of disbelief passed through the man's eyes, and then blood oozed out of his mouth. There was no time for him to scream as the bones in his neck were crushed. Then, his head sagged to the side. He was dead. Disbelief could still be seen in his eyes. Although he had been aware that the person they were chasing was powerful, and had even been prepared going into the fight, the blow he had unleashed moments ago had not been a lethal one. He had only been trying to stop Bai Xiaochun and buy some time. How could he ever have imagined that this skinny outer sect disciple of the Spirit Stream sect would be so utterly powerful? In the moment that the man died, two more figures appeared off in the distance. Shockingly, one of them had a cultivation base in the 8th level of Qi condensation. Seeing their dead comrade in Bai Xiaochun's hand, they let out roars of rage. "Chen Zhong! You people are forcing me to do this!" Bai Xiaochun growled. He tossed the corpse aside, then quickly changed directions and shot off at top speed. He was shaking, panting, and yet, his eyes gleamed with an even more intensely brutal light than before. He knew that he couldn't afford to stop for even a moment. After all, the whole crux of his plan was to get the Luochun clan members to follow him. As he changed directions, he could see a sprawling mountain range off in the distance. Because that particular mountain range wasn't a specific border region, it didn't have a name. It was a separate mountain range than the Fallen Star Mountains, but was comparable in size, and in fact, perhaps even a bit larger. The rain there fell at a steep angle, and the entire area was crashing with lightning. In fact, when Bai Xiaochun looked over, the lightning seemed to mass into a sphere which then exploded out into the rain. Bai Xiaochun sped in the direction of the mountain range, the two Luochun clan members hot on his trail. At the same time, more cultivators were closing in. There was even a bright beam of light which was none other than Chen Hong, who was getting closer by the moment. As the Luochun clan cultivators closed the distance to Bai Xiaochun, he got closer and closer to the tree-covered mountains. He was now several dozen meters away, completely soaked as he ran along. As of this moment, he was on the verge of making it into the jungle itself. "Stop him," Chen Hong said grimly. The cultivator closest to Bai Xiaochun was in the 8th level of Qi condensation. He let out a roar, then reached out and grabbed the Qi condensation 7th level clan member next to him. They exchanged a glance, and were instantly thinking the same thing. The Qi condensation 7th level clan member curled up into a ball, and then the other clan member hurled him forward as hard as possible. Rumbling sounds filled the air as he called upon all the power of his cultivation base to propel his companion through the air. The second cultivator shot through the rain with explosive speed, and in the blink of an eye, was right upon Bai Xiaochun. As he closed in, he unleashed his cultivation base, causing thunderous rumbling sounds to echo out. Bai Xiaochun lurched to a stop, spun, and performed an incantation gesture. The wave of a finger sent his wooden sword flying out, and yet the Luochun clan cultivator actually allowed it to stab into him. Even as he passed away into death, a bizarre smile appeared on his face. Suddenly, he exploded into a cloud of blood and gore that then transformed into a rope of blood that began to entangle Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun's face fell, and he turned to flee. However, in that moment of distracted retreat, a screaming sound rose up from behind him, which was an arrow. That arrow had been shot from none other than the cultivator in the 8th level of qi condensation, who currently held a quivering bow in his hand. The sacrifice of the other cultivator led to a critical moment in which Bai Xiaochun was incapable of dodging. Bai Xiaochun's eyes flickered. Stopping in place, he suddenly shot directly toward the speeding arrow. A boom rang out as the arrow stabbed into Bai Xiaochun, causing an explosion of pain that left him pale-faced. The arrow pierced the bone in his shoulder, shattering it. The arrow itself was made from extraordinary materials, and backed by the power of the 8th level of qi condensation, making it incredibly strong. After snapping the bone, it actually sent the skinny Bai Xiaochun flying through the air past the blood rope. Thump! The arrow slammed into a nearby tree, simultaneously impaling Bai Xiaochun. Delight flickered in the eyes of the cultivator in the 8th level of qi condensation. He then flickered into motion, shooting forward and preparing to unleash a second arrow to cut down Bai Xiaochun, but the other Luochun clan cultivators had brutal grins on their faces as they closed in. However, it was in this moment that Chen Hang's expression suddenly flickered. Watch out! If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 59, You Die, I Live. Chapter 59, You Die, I Live. In almost the same moment that Chen Hang's voice echoed out, Bai Xiaochun, who was still pinned to the tree, looked up. A valiant gleam appeared in his eyes as he reached up, grabbed the arrow which was protruding from his shoulder, then viciously pulled it out, ignoring the stabbing pain that resulted. Blood spurted out, and the arrow itself dragged out chunks of flesh. The pain itself was so intense that Bai Xiaochun trembled. And yet, without the slightest hesitation, he unleashed the violet qi cauldron control art. Using heaviness and lightness, he flung the arrow back at the Luochun clan cultivator. A piercing scream echoed through the air as the arrow accelerated rapidly. Because of the use of heaviness and lightness, the force of the arrow was like a towering mountain. At the same time, Bai Xiaochun's hands flashed in an incantation gesture, sending his wooden sword flying out in a second deadly attack. A somber, bleak aura raged. His successive deadly encounters with the members of the Luochun clan had provided Bai Xiaochun with incredible hands-on experience in battle. Furthermore, it showed that he seemed to have incredible talent as a fighter hidden deep in his bones, something he rarely revealed to the world. It was only on display now because of the numerous life and death situations he had faced. The Luochun clan cultivator who had been just about to fire a second arrow was taken aback. He had never imagined that Bai Xiaochun could be so vicious. In fact, now he realized that Bai Xiaochun might very well have intentionally let himself be struck with the arrow, all with the purpose of being able to make this almost instant counterattack. The man fell back instantly. He was in the great circle of the 8th level of qi condensation, and as someone who frequently fought various dangerous beasts in the Fallen Star Mountains, was very experienced. He knew that he had lost the initiative in the fighting, but even as he retreated, he chose not to activate any defenses. Instead, he took advantage of the brief moment he had to finish drawing the bow. Are you gonna block this one? He roared, a vicious gleam in his eyes as he launched a second arrow. In his estimation, Bai Xiaochun would definitely use his wooden sword to block the arrow, which would eliminate one of the two deadly threats which were heading his way, and would give him back the initiative. However, it was in this very moment that Bai Xiaochun's eyes turned bright red. He knew that he couldn't give his opponent even the slightest opportunity to make a move. If he did, then he would most likely be killed. Gritting his teeth, he decided not to use the wooden sword in defense, and instead allowed the arrow to close in and stab into his abdomen. At the same time, the arrow he had thrown rocketed forward and pierced into the man's chest. Blood sprayed everywhere as the man screamed, his eyes shining with surprise as the force of the blow shoved him backward even faster. That was when Bai Xiaochun's wooden sword bore down on the man as though it demanded to end his life. With a swift slashing motion, it completely severed the man's head, which toppled down to the ground. Having accomplished these things, Bai Xiaochun coughed up a mouthful of blood, and yet didn't hesitate for a moment to race into the cover of the trees, whereupon he vanished. After a few dozen breaths of time passed, numerous other Luochun clan cultivators arrived on the scene. As they looked around, expressions of shock appeared on their faces as they realized that Bai Xiaochun was so vicious that he would even injure himself to slay his opponent. A moment later, a flash of light could be seen as Crown Prince Chen Hang appeared. He looked at the severed head of his fellow clan member, and then at the other traces of blood in the area. His expression turned grim, and fierce killing intent radiated out from him. Also in the area were 5 other clan members, 3 of whom were in the 8th level of Qi condensation, and 2 being in the 7th. Chen Feng, Chen Gu, the 2 of you go search for the others. We can't let ourselves be drawn out of our territory. The rest of you, you're coming with me. We're bringing back this guy's head. With that, Chen Hong flicked his sleeve and headed into the trees. The 2 who were in the 7th level of Qi condensation complied with Chen Hang's orders and resumed their searching. The other 3 followed Chen Hong into the trees, eyes flickering with the desire to kill. Within the jungle that covered the nameless mountain range, Xiaochun proceeded along, dizzy and vision blurred. His shoulder, his abdomen, and his right leg were all seriously injured. Because of the cold brought by the rain, he was shivering even more violently than he would have normally been. Am I gonna die? He thought, chuckling bitterly. The sight of all his injuries, and the bone-stabbing pain that came along with them, caused tears to well up in his eyes. He suddenly recalled an image of his parents, lying sick on their deathbeds. Then he remembered how he had watched their bodies slowly growing colder in death. Perhaps that was when he had started to especially fear the idea of dying. I want to live, he thought. He wiped the tears off of his face with his left arm, then gritted his achingly cold teeth as he sped along through the jungle. He had no idea where exactly he was, nor did he have a plan about what to do. There was only one thought in his head. I have to stay alive. It was actually his fear of death which seemed to give him unending power, and kept him going as he sped along through the stormy night. Gradually, he came to realize that after all the fighting, his cultivation base was stirring, and he was actually not very far away from breaking through to the 7th level of Qi condensation. Eventually, the sun became visible off in the distance, and as the rays of light pierced through the leaves, they reflected off of the falling raindrops, creating a beautiful scene. Chen Hong and the other 3 Luochun clan cultivators were following him at top speed. Chen Hang's face was growing increasingly unsightly as he realized that their quarry, despite being so seriously wounded, was moving so quickly through the jungle that they weren't making any headway in catching up. After following him for an entire night, they still had no idea exactly where he was. Furthermore, the rain ensured that the evidence of his passage was quickly washed away. Despite the fact that they were from a cultivator clan in the Fallen Star Mountains, who frequently hunted beasts in the jungle, they were still unable to track him. Alright, let's split up, Chen Hong said through gritted teeth. He's wounded, so he won't be able to run for long. The 3 of you, stay about 300 meters apart. When you find him, don't engage. Send me a message immediately. With that, the other 3 clan members nodded and headed off in different directions. Time passed. The next day, Xiaochun was completely worn out, and was reaching his limit. If it weren't for the fact that he was running for his life, he would have long since collapsed. His lips were parched and cracked, his face haggard, his pace slowing. After proceeding for the time it takes an incense stick to burn, his face suddenly flickered as he saw a blur of motion to the right. However, no one attacked him. Instead, the figure fell back immediately. It was a long-faced young man, one of the 3 Luochun clan members who had fanned out to search for him. Even as the young man fell back, he pulled out a jade slip which he pressed down onto to send a message. Xiaochun's face sank, and he pushed onward into the jungle even faster than before. The long-faced young man watched him go. Xiaochun frightened him, and even as he debated whether or not to give chase immediately, he saw 2 figures speeding toward him from off in the distance, and his expression brightened. Those were the 2 other clan members, and further off in the distance, he could even see Chen Hang. Based on how fast they were moving, the 2 other clan members would arrive in about 10 breaths of time. Chen Hong was a bit further away, and would need roughly 20 breaths to arrive. The long-faced young man began to laugh heartily. Without any further hesitation, he powered up his cultivation base, simultaneously summoning numerous shield layers. He also slapped his bag of holding to produce a long sword. It was a great sword, over 2 meters long, with an ancient and crude appearance. The young man hefted it, and then swung it through the air, causing whistling sounds to ring out from the sharpness of the blade. Killing intent flickered in his eyes, and he smiled viciously as he shot after Xiaochun at top speed. Killing a chosen from the Spirit Stream sect is definitely going to be fun. Much funner than killing random rogue cultivators. Laughing, he slashed the sword through the air, causing a beam of sword light to fly out, accompanied by a sound like rushing wind. He then performed an incantation gesture with his left hand and pointed his finger out, causing a fist-sized fireball to shoot in Xiaochun's direction. Despite the falling rain, the fireball exploded with scorching heat as it shot through the air. A tremor ran through Xiaochun, and when he turned to look back, killing intent flickered in his eyes. He was well aware that if he didn't take out this opponent immediately, it would be impossible for him to escape. However, in the moment that Bai Xiaochun turned, the long-faced young man suddenly fell back, eyes flickering with derision. There was absolutely no way he was going to give Bai Xiaochun the chance to get close to him. His only goal at the moment was simply to buy time. Bai Xiaochun's hands clenched into fists, and he began to run again. However, the long-faced young man quickly interfered, delaying him again. A few breaths of time passed, and the other two clan members were closing in. When they saw Bai Xiaochun, their cultivation bases flared with power. At the same time, the long-faced young man began to laugh. Instead of dancing around like he had been, he unleashed all the speed he could muster. Along with his two fellow clan members, he shot murderously toward Bai Xiaochun. 3 cultivation bases at the 8th level of qi condensation. When Chen Hong saw the killing attack being unleashed, he felt a bit more at ease. He was quite confident that, no matter what tricks Bai Xiaochun pulled, he would definitely be killed. What a pity, he said coolly. He won't even have a chance to grow up. However, before he could even blink his eyes, his expression flickered. Even as the 3 figures closed in on Bai Xiaochun, unleashing various deadly divine abilities and magical techniques, Bai Xiaochun's right hand flashed with an incantation gesture. His wooden sword flew out toward the middle opponent, and he threw out a punch toward another. A boom rang out as the wooden sword was blocked. However, the fist strike landed, sending its target tumbling back, blood spraying out of his mouth. Bai Xiaochun also coughed up blood as his injuries worsened. However, before he could retreat, the long-faced youth closed in and slashed out with his long sword, sending a blast of swordlight toward Bai Xiaochun. In the moment of critical danger, Bai Xiaochun barely managed to twist his body to avoid a blow to the heart. The blade stabbed into him, instantly causing sweat to break out all over his body. He shivered, and at the same time, the long-faced young man began to laugh. Then, just when he was about to pull the sword back, Bai Xiaochun reached out and grabbed the blade, then yanked himself forward down to the hilt. It was a heavy price to pay, but it put him directly in front of the long-faced young man, whose scalp was tingling so hard it felt like it might explode. A sudden feeling of intense, deadly crisis washed over him. Just when he was about to drop the blade and jump backward, black light appeared on Bai Xiaochun's right hand as he grabbed the young man's neck. "You," the young man said, eyes widening. Before he could say another word, a cracking sound rang out. His neck was crushed. Note from Deathblade, as I gear up to do the final burst of chapters for I Shall Seal the Heavens, every minute I have here and there is precious. For the time being I'm going to cease offering sneak peek chapters and memes for AWE. After I finish ISSTH and focus completely on AWE, I will most likely resume them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 60, Fierce Life or Death Battle. Chapter 60, Fierce Life or Death Battle. The sudden development occurred too quickly. In the time it takes a spark to fly off of a piece of flint, the number of cultivators who were in the 8th level of qi condensation was reduced from 3 to 2. The remaining 2 gasped, but had little time to ponder the matter, and continued to charge toward Bai Xiaochun. Blood oozed out of the corners of his mouth as he flew back, slamming into a tree and simultaneously pulling the greatsword out of his chest. He quickly slashed the sword out at one of the 2 remaining opponents. However, his target nimbly dodged to the side, allowing his companion to close in, whereupon his right hand flashed with an incantation gesture, and incredible power exploded out. A boom echoed out as Bai Xiaochun was sent flying through the air, blood spraying everywhere. His clothes were now completely soaked with blood as the 2 Luochun clan cultivators bore down on him. It seemed like a no-win situation, but Bai Xiaochun hadn't given in to despair yet. He desperately wanted to live. Roaring, he performed an incantation gesture, summoning a long spear, a huge axe, and 2 flying swords. Using the Violet Chi Cauldron control art, he sent the weapons slashing viciously toward his enemies. The faces of the 2 Luochun clan cultivators fell. They quickly unleashed magical techniques, causing a boundless black fog to spring up. Booms rang out, and the magical devices Bai Xiaochun had just launched clattered to the ground. At the same time, Bai Xiaochun himself staggered backward, blood spilling out of his mouth. Time to end things. For the 3rd time, the 2 cultivators attacked. As the power of their cultivation bases erupted out, it seemed like they would strike Bai Xiaochun down at any moment. "Stay alive," he said in a hoarse voice, a gleam of madness in his eyes. "I've got to stay alive." His internal spiritual energy was flickering on the verge of sputtering out completely, but he let out a roar, and all of the power he had built up in his years of cultivation, power which had seeped into his qi passageways and bones, exploded out like hundreds of flowing streams. Rouyue Yunbul. Up to this point in the fighting, Bai Xiaochun had not called upon these scraps of spiritual energy, but now, in this moment of critical danger, he did. They poured into the main qi passageways, and in the blink of an eye, had transformed into a huge river. As it flowed through his body, a sound like pounding drums burst out within him. At the same time, the cultivation base fluctuations of the 7th level of qi condensation suddenly erupted out. When his two opponents, who were in the 8th level of qi condensation, suddenly sensed those cultivation base fluctuations coming off of him, their faces flickered with shock and disbelief. Making a breakthrough in the middle of fighting. How is that even possible? As they reeled in shock, Xiaochun looked up, and his eyes were glowing brightly. The surge of spiritual power couldn't heal his wounds, but it could revive him from his state of listlessness, and give him one more chance to make it out of the situation alive. He sprang forward toward the two Luochun clan cultivators, who cried out in alarm as black light covered his right hand, and the throat-crushing grasp was unleashed. A cracking sound was heard as one of his opponents, unable to dodge, was pulled toward Xiaochun's right hand. It was almost as if some invisible force were dragging him to Xiaochun, who summarily crushed his neck. His companion looked on, scalp tingling in shock. When Xiaochun turned to look at him, the man screamed, eyes shining with terror as he fell into retreat. "Crown Prince, save me!" This was the sole surviving clan member in the 8th level of qi condensation, screaming for help. At the moment, Chen Hong was still 90 meters away. Seeing what was happening, he let out an enraged roar. "Are you looking to die?" Xiaochun didn't even look at him, he instantly flashed an incantation gesture with his right hand and pointed out. Immediately, the fallen magical devices in the area began to tremble, and then emitted droning sounds as they apparently sensed Xiaochun calling to them. Then they suddenly flew up into the air, moving far faster than they had before, speeding toward the approaching Chen Hong to block his path. Banging sounds rang out as Chen Hong was forced to deal with the weapons. He was in the 9th level of qi condensation, but even he couldn't instantly bypass them. As Chen Hong was being delayed, Xiaochun closed in on the remaining cultivator. Eyes flickering with killing intent, he unleashed a fist strike. A boom echoed out, and blood sprayed from the man's mouth. He was just about to continue to fall back, but didn't notice that Xiaochun had just performed an incantation gesture with his left hand. A wooden sword appeared behind the man, closing in noiselessly and then stabbing through his head in a shower of blood. The man's eyes went wide as he toppled down to the ground, where he twitched a few times, blood flowing out of his mouth. His eyes faded, and he was dead. Having accomplished these things, Xiaochun staggered to the side. Although he had just experienced a cultivation base breakthrough, the series of deadly moves he had just unleashed had almost completely drained him. Blood oozed constantly out of his mouth as he once again lurched off into the jungle. He knew that his final opponent was the strongest of them all, and was already able to sense that he was in the 9th level of qi condensation. 9th level of qi condensation, he thought bitterly. His burning desire to live caused his blood to surge through his heart. He knew that this time, either he would die, or his opponent would. There was no third option. As he made his retreat, Chen Hong let out an enraged howl. He was surrounded by a blood mist, which caused the magical devices to tremble, and then begin to crack. Moments later, they exploded, and Chen Hong shot out from within the blood mist. When he looked around at his 3 dead compatriots, he roared in fury, then shot after Xiaochun. The two of them sped through the jungle of the nameless mountain range, heading deeper and deeper in. Thunder boomed, even though it was daytime. No lightning was visible, but the rain poured down harder and harder. "Are you Shangguan Tianyu, or Lu Tianlei?" Chen Hong yelled. He quickly performed an incantation gesture, causing 9 streams of blood mist to shoot toward Xiaochun, like 9 blood-colored anacondas. "I'm your grandpa," Xiaochun retorted, despite how ashen his face was. After evading the attacks, he glanced back at the crown prince, who was getting closer by the moment. Trembling, he crouched down, then shot forward with even greater speed. Even as Chen Hong prepared to do the same, Xiaochun's foot slammed into a tree, stopping him mid-flight. Then, he twisted, borrowing the momentum of the tree as it snapped back to shoot toward Chen Hang. "I don't care who you are," Chen Hong said, "today, you're gonna die." Killing intent flickered in his eyes, and his right hand flashed with an incantation gesture. 9 blood anacondas once again shot toward Xiaochun with gaping maws. Xiaochun's eyes were bright red as he let out a howl. His hands flashed in a double-handed incantation gesture as he drew upon what remained of his spiritual energy to form a violet cauldron. The cauldron instantly spread out to surround him, completely blocking the path of the 9 blood anacondas as he smashed toward Chen Hang. "Child's play," Chen Hong said with a cold laugh. Another incantation gesture transformed the 9 blood anacondas into a fog, which then reformed around him in the shape of a blood-colored skull. Then the skull shot toward the violet cauldron. Massive booms rang out as the violet cauldron cracked and then exploded. The blood-fogged skull was significantly damaged, but remained intact. After the collision, the collapsed cauldron revealed Xiaochun, who shot out of the fragmented remains toward the fog beneath him. At the same time, Chen Heng's eyes flickered. Then he leaped upward out of the fog, right hand flashing an incantation gesture to produce a vicious ghost face. At the same time, he threw his head back and glared at Bai Xiaochun. Their eyes met, and then they slammed into each other, one using a fist, the other a palm. Black light flashed as the undying iron skin went into action to meet the bizarre magical technique that was the ghost face. A deafening boom rang out. Blood sprayed out of Bai Xiaochun's mouth, and cracking sounds rang out from within him as he was sent tumbling backward like a kite with its string cut, to slam into a nearby tree. Chen Hong was shaken, and his face was ashen. His qi and blood were churning, and shock filled him regarding how powerful Bai Xiaochun was. However, he instantly shot back toward his opponent, raising his right hand, which caused all of the fog in the area to form together into a huge, blood-colored face which crushed down toward Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun's eyes flickered with the ferocity that comes from being pushed into a corner. He twisted in mid-air, pointing toward Chen Hong to unleash the violet qi cauldron control art. He wasn't using it to control random objects, but instead, Chen Heng's body. It was a technique Chen Hong had never even heard of before. Suddenly, a powerful force wrapped around him, as though a gigantic hand had grabbed him. He laughed coldly as his cultivation base erupted out, and the blood-colored face howled, causing Bai Xiaochun's spiritual energy to shatter. At the same time, Chen Hong quivered. It was in that moment that a wooden sword shot toward him, and Bai Xiaochun also charged forth, holding nothing back as called upon the full power of his undying iron skin. What a joke! Chen Hong said, flicking his sleeve. The blood-colored face passed through him, crushing toward the wooden sword. When the two met, the wooden sword trembled, but didn't break. Instead, it stabbed through the face, opening up a gap. Bai Xiaochun dove in through that very gap, relying on his undying iron skin to deal with the injuries. As he shot out, Chen Heng's eyes flickered, and he performed an incantation gesture with his right hand. The wave of a finger caused an arc of blood-colored light to appear, a curving blade that sliced toward Bai Xiaochun. In the blink of an eye, the curving blood-colored light hit Bai Xiaochun, who coughed up a mouthful of blood. And yet, his fist, backed by the full power of his cultivation base, rocketed out. A boom rang out as Chen Hong was shoved backward by several paces, his face draining of blood. However, Bai Xiaochun wasn't done yet. As of this moment, it seemed he was completely overdrawing on his strength and even his life force, to unleash an explosive attack. Rouyueyunbul. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 61, Fatal Attack. Chapter 61, Fatal Attack. Bai Xiaochun moved so incredibly fast that Chen Hong didn't have time to react. Punches and kicks instantly turned into a maddening storm of attacks. Chen Heng's expression was extremely unsightly as he performed incantation gestures to summon protective shields. Rain pelted down in the jungle, and booms echoed out as he fought with Bai Xiaochun. The battle so far left Chen Hong dumbfounded. Earlier, he had already acknowledged that this particular outer sect disciple of the Spirit Stream sect was formidable, but it wasn't until actually fighting that it became clear how much he had underestimated him. To be able to slaughter over 10 of his fellow clan members, including cultivators in the 8th level of Qi condensation, with seeming ease, indicated he had a high level of skill. That was not something that an ordinary Qi condensation disciple could do. The Spirit Stream sect was one of the great sects, so it was expected that their disciples would surpass the local cultivator clans in terms of latent talent, but he had never imagined that the disparity would be like this. His fleshly body is too resilient. What body refinement technique does he use? Don't tell me that his power and speed are both a result of body refinement? Chen Hong flicked his sleeve, sending a fog rolling out to defend against Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun ignored any potential injuries as he attacked again. At the same time, Chen Heng's face grew more and more pale. Most terrifying are his powers of recovery. If his cultivation base were at the 8th level of Qi condensation, I wouldn't be a match for him at all. Chen Hong couldn't imagine how someone could receive so many injuries, and yet still be able to unleash such explosive power. Virtually anyone else who was on the receiving end of such punishment would have long since passed out. Unfortunately, Bai Xiaochun was like an oil lamp running out of oil, just barely holding on. I need to get this battle done with and kill him, Chen Hong thought, eyes glittering coldly. That way no other complications will arise. However, it was at this point that Bai Xiaochun's eyes also glittered, and he suddenly fell back, performing a double-handed incantation gesture. Violet Qi cauldron summoning sent a huge cauldron rumbling toward Chen Heng. Chen Heng's eyes narrowed as the fog which surrounded him transformed into a huge hand that shot toward the cauldron. The two collided, and the cauldron instantly collapsed, as if it hadn't been backed by even the smallest bit of power. Chen Heng instantly realized that he had been fooled, but he didn't seem fazed at all, and in fact his eyes glinted sharply. Red Devil Grand Magic, he said coolly. Immediately, massive amounts of red light shone out, and his skin turned crimson. Even as that happened, Xiaochun leaped into the air and swung his left leg toward Chen Hong in a powerful arcing kick which kicked up a huge wind. Chen Hong chuckled coldly, thrusting his right forearm out to block the kick. Boom! A sound like thunder rang out, accompanied by cracking sounds. Tears streamed down Xiaochun's face as he staggered back, heart thumping. How did this guy get so strong so fast? He thought. Red Devil Grand Magic? His skin is red, and now he's way more powerful. Xiaochun was in so much pain that his heart was shaking. His left leg was twisted at an odd angle, and although his skin remained intact, the flesh underneath was mangled, and bones were broken. His breathing was ragged, and he was exhausted. Each time his injuries worsened. Xiaochun felt as if he couldn't go on any further. By this point he had come to the realization that his body was constantly fixing itself. The strange regenerative power ensured that even the most serious of injuries were slowly healed. He wasn't sure, but guessed that it might be an outworking of the undying live forever technique. Chen Heng's right arm seemed to be fine, but closer examination would reveal that it was shaking. His skin was even redder than before, and the bones inside were broken. You have your body refinement technique, and so does my Luochen clan. Chen Hong began to advance with speed that seemed even greater than Xiaochun's. It was almost like he was a different person, a person with boundless power at his disposal. In the blink of an eye, fierce fighting was once again underway within the jungle. Booms rang out constantly. Xiaochun's right leg was seriously hurt, and the bones of his left leg were broken. He could barely stand straight, and was suffering setback after setback. The sensation of imminent death grew stronger. This Chen Hong was by far the most powerful opponent Xiaochun had ever fought. Xiaochun's eyes were bloodshot as his right hand shot out. Black light shone as the throat-crushing grasp was unleashed, like a bolt of black lightning that shot toward Chen Heng's throat. Chen Heng's eyes shone with an intense light when he realized that this was a move he had seen before, and was prepared to face. Red light flashed around him as Xiaochun's right hand closed in. Chen Hong reached out casually, grabbed Xiaochun's right hand, then crushed it hard. Cracking sounds rang out as Xiaochun's hand was completely shattered. Chen Hong frowned. He hadn't expected things to be this simple. But then his heart seized as he thought about the vicious tactics Xiaochun had already used in the fighting, and how he would even allow himself to be injured in order to unleash a devastating attack. Chen Hong instantly pushed back, and especially tried to move his neck out of the way. At the same time, Xiaochun's left hand shone with black light, shooting past Chen Heng's neck and latching onto his shoulder. The power of the throat-crushing grasp erupted, and a cracking sound rang out. Chen Heng's face was ashen, and sweat was pouring down his face. The bones of his left shoulder instantly shattered, and the intense pain caused him to let out a bellow of rage. Red light shimmered around him as he unleashed massive power, grabbing Xiaochun's left hand. Although Xiaochun was inclined to pull his hand back, Chen Hong was too fast, and in an instant, his hand locked onto Xiaochun's. Die! He howled, eyes bloodshot as he performed an incantation gesture with his left hand and then reached out to tap Xiaochun's forehead. Xiaochun's eyes flickered with a vicious gleam as he suddenly leaned to the side, allowing the bones in his left hand to snap as his right leg shot through the air and slammed into Chen Heng's body. Blood sprayed out of Chen Heng's mouth, and he was sent tumbling backward, with no choice other than to release his grip on Xiaochun. That in turn allowed Xiaochun to fall back at high speed. Within an instant, roughly 30 meters of space opened up between the two of them. Xiaochun's hands were both crippled. His right arm was mangled, and although the left one was intact, his twisted fingers were incapable of unleashing the throat-crushing grasp. Both of his legs were shaking. The left one was distorted into an odd shape, and blood soaked his right leg. The kick he had just unleashed had come with a terrible price. He could barely stand up, and was in fact forced to lean back against one of the towering trees. He bit down on his tongue to force himself from lapsing into unconsciousness. He was now at his very limit. The only limb he could actually move was his left arm. Everything was numb. And yet, he still looked like he wanted to fight. As for Chen Hong, his eyes were bright red. His left shoulder felt like it was on fire, and he couldn't even lift his right hand. Several of his ribs were broken, and blood oozed constantly out of his mouth. I underestimated you, he said hoarsely, glaring at Xiaochun. He could never have imagined that with a cultivation base like his own, it would be so difficult to kill the injured Xiaochun. From the look of it, Xiaochun's body refinement practices had led to some sort of undying secret magic that kept him alive despite such serious injuries. In fact, to deal with him, Chen Hong had used almost every magical technique at his disposal, even the Red Devil Grand Magic. Alright, it's time to end this fight. Chen Hong took a deep breath. Suddenly, all of the redness in his skin seemed to evaporate, transforming into a mist that rose up into the air. Normal color rapidly returned to Chen Heng's skin, and he seemed to weaken dramatically. The fight had been a difficult one even for Chen Heng. His opponent's tenacious desire to stay alive, his shocking restorative powers, and his willingness to sustain damage to inflict fatalities was completely shocking. Red Devil's secret magic, Blood Saber. Attack! Chen Heng bit down on his tongue and spit out a mouthful of blood. The blood merged into the blood mist from moments ago, which then roiled and, in the blink of an eye, transformed into a long, blood-colored saber. The illusory saber was over 3 meters long and, shockingly, was covered with innumerable faces, all of which were emitting torturous screams. Chen Heng waved his finger, and the blood-colored saber began to move toward Bai Xiaochun. Utilizing this secret magic caused Chen Heng to sag again in weakness, and he was forced to reach out and support himself on a nearby tree. His face was ashen, and some of his hair had even turned white. Die! He growled, giving Bai Xiaochun an enraged stare. An unprecedented sensation of crisis exploded up within Bai Xiaochun as he realized that no matter what he tried to do, he would not be able to dodge or evade this blow. He was stuck. A crevice snaked toward him on the ground, and the tree behind him withered as the long, blood-colored saber rose up high, and then slashed down toward him. Bai Xiaochun trembled, and his pupils constricted. He didn't want to die, and in fact was terrified of it. Unfortunately, the regenerative properties of his undying live forever technique weren't so heaven-defying that they could keep up with his current injuries. However, even as the blade descended, a sudden bit of inspiration flashed in his mind. Without the slightest hesitation, he waved his left hand, and a black beam of light shot out. In the blink of an eye, it grew larger, right there in front of him, forming into the shape of a wok. It was none other than the turtle wok. As soon as the wok appeared, the blood-colored blade slashed down onto it, and a deafening boom rang out. The blood-colored blade began to vibrate violently, and then shattered into countless pieces. As for the turtle wok, not even the slightest crack appeared on its surface, although the force of the attack transformed it into a black beam of light that shot back inside of Bai Xiaochun. Impossible! A tremor ran through Chen Heng, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, an incredulous look on his face. He had already been in a weakened state when unleashing the magic, and now that it was broken, the backlash power slammed into him, instantly evaporating his spiritual power and turning his vision dim. What is that thing? That's Lord Turtle. Bai Xiaochun growled as he stood there, clinging onto life. Blood oozed out of the corners of his mouth, and he rocked back and forth as he stood there. He stepped back, sliding down the trunk of the tree into a sitting position, and began to laugh bitterly. Too bad I don't have any weapons. He could sense his life force fading away, and his vision was swimming. He thought of summoning his wooden sword, but simply didn't have the energy. Calling forth the turtle wok had taken the last scrap of spiritual power he had. He couldn't even open his bag of holding. I don't care what secrets you hold, once you're dead, everything you have will belong to me. Chen Heng said, breathing raggedly. He was also like an oil lamp on the verge of sputtering out, although he was in a slightly better position than Bai Xiaochun. After a few breaths of time passed, he struggled to his feet and produced a long sword from his bag of holding, hefted it, and began to walk toward Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun looked at him silently, eyes somewhat blank. He thought back to life in his village, and then he thought about Big Fatty Zhang. He recalled Li Qinho, the Spirit Stream sect, and the other amazing people he knew. Du Lingfei, Ho Yunfei, Ho Xiaomei. Chen Heng slowly approached, then looked down at Bai Xiaochun, who was already emanating a powerful aura of death. He could see that Bai Xiaochun was riddled with wounds, and that he didn't even have enough spiritual energy to open his bag of holding. Remember my name. I'm the person who killed you. Chen Heng of the Luochen clan. He raised the sword, which he normally could send flying out with the flick of a sleeve, but now seemed extraordinarily heavy. It's a wonderful feeling being able to kill a chosen. Chen Heng was so tired that he was on the verge of passing out, but his eyes glinted with cruelty as he stabbed the sword down toward Bai Xiaochun's chest. However, even as he did that, Bai Xiaochun suddenly swung his left arm, slamming it into the ground. The bone snapped, and one of them even pierced out through his skin by about 3 inches. Then he lurched to his feet, propelling his left arm with the last bit of energy he had. Even as the sword stabbed into his chest, his arm slammed into Chen Heng's neck, and the bone pierced directly into his throat. Then Bai Xiaochun fell to the ground and, energy completely spent, lapsed into total unconsciousness. A tremor ran through Chen Heng. Everything had happened too quickly, giving him no time to prepare or react, and he had been too exhausted to dodge. Once the bone stabbed into his neck, blood began to pour out onto the ground. He tried to cover the wound, but it did no good. He stared down at his own blood on the jagged bones which protruded from Bai Xiaochun's arm, and couldn't help but marvel at how ridiculous the situation was. It didn't even seem possible. Eyes flickering with an unyielding gleam, he thought about all of his goals and pursuits in life, and then laughed a bitter laugh. That was your dying blow, huh? He staggered back and toppled to the ground, dead, his eyes staring up into the sky. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 62, Killing a Chicken with a Battle Axe. Chapter 62, Killing a Chicken with a Battle Axe. Deep within the jungle of the nameless mountain range, the rainfall eventually began to lighten. Around evening, it stopped, and the setting sun just managed to create a little bit of a rainbow. However, as the sun set, the rainbow gradually faded away. The jungle was quiet. Even the stench of blood had vanished. However, the corpse-lined path stretching backward bore testament to the deadly fighting which had played out. As Chen Hong slipped away into death, his eyes continued to shine with an unyielding, incredulous expression. Next to his corpse, Bai Xiaochun lay still and unmoving. The flame of his life force was roughly 90% extinguished, with only a little spark left behind, struggling to stay alive. Eventually, footsteps could be heard from off in the distance. Someone was walking through the muddy rainwater and fallen leaves, to eventually come to a stop next to Chen Hang. It was an old man wearing a long black robe. He had flowing white hair, and his face was covered with wrinkles, making him seem profoundly ancient. Apparently, he had lived for so long that an aura of death was already seeping out from him. Intense focus has bolstered his soul, he's dead, and yet his soul hasn't dispersed. But that won't last for long. The man's voice was raspy, but also vague and bizarre as it echoed out into the jungle. Suddenly, the forehead of Chen Hang's corpse split open, and a green wisp of qi floated out. It swirled together in midair, forming into the blurry image of a soul, about the size of the palm of a hand. This was Chen Hong, although his eyes were blank and he was trembling, as if his mind and consciousness were gone. The old man extended a finger, and Chen Hang's soul flew toward him and disappeared inside. After taking away Chen Hang's soul, the mysterious old man looked over at Bai Xiaochun, mixed emotions playing out on his face. He even seemed to be reminiscing about the past. I never imagined that I would once again lay eyes on the undying live forever technique. He closed his eyes for a moment, and then sighed. That sound seemed to transform his surroundings. Time seemed to suddenly flow differently, as if the entire area were being separated from the rest of the world. The innumerable plants in the area suddenly went still, as if in death, and then transformed into ash. Chen Hang's corpse instantly withered up, and within the space of a few breaths of time, was nothing more than a skeleton. Even that turned into dust, which crumbled down into the muddy ground. Only Bai Xiaochun wasn't affected. In fact, vast amounts of life force poured into him, rapidly healing his various injuries. The old man stood there with his eyes closed, as motionless as a statue. It almost looked as if he possessed no aura whatsoever, nor any life force. It was like he didn't exist at all within the world, a discarnate soul who refused to be reborn. Meanwhile, in the same moment that Chen Hong died, Patriarch Luochen was back in the Luochen clan in the Fallen Star Mountains. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, and an uneasy feeling filled his heart. He looked around at the clan members around him, and could see that quite a few of the 11 cultivators sent out of the clan had been killed. However, when he saw that Chen Hang's soul still existed, he felt slightly better. There are only 3 outer sect disciples, how could they have lasted so long? He muttered. So many clan members have been killed. Well, considering the level of Hanger's cultivation base, there's no way they could kill him. Most likely, he's already wiped them out and is on his way back. The uneasy feeling still lurked there inside of him, though. Eyes flickering, he sent a few more clan members out to investigate, all of whom were in the 7th level of qi condensation. Having done that, he took a deep breath. It doesn't matter now. The inverse blood grand magic only needs one more day of work. Gritting his teeth, he suppressed the uneasiness he felt. He knew that there was no backing out of the plan now, and really no other option than to hold on for another day, then everything would be worth it. In that same moment, Ho Yunfei was in a valley a bit more than 5 kilometers away from the border of Patriarch Luochen's security spell formation. His face was ashen, and he had reached the point where he couldn't take another step further. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, he collapsed to the ground, chuckling bitterly. Junior brother Bai. I'm sorry, I can't save you. He clenched his hands in anguish and helplessness before passing into unconsciousness. In another direction was Du Lingfei, her hair disheveled, her skin sallow. Her qi passageways were almost completely destroyed, and she cut a completely different picture than she had in the past, in her peak of beauty. Her eyes were lusterless, and she looked almost like the Walking Dead. However, a shocking level of willpower kept her staggering forward, clutching a jade slip in her hand. There was only one thought in her head, a thought that wouldn't leave. She had to break free and send word to the sect. she had to, saved by Xiaochun. She proceeded along, one step after another. When she fell to the ground, she would crawl back to her feet. Her clothing was torn, her veins were bleeding dry, and she could barely see clearly. And yet, she kept moving forward. Time passed. Du Lingfei had long since forgotten about the injured state of her body. She wasn't thinking about her own life, nor could she even remember how long she had been walking. She proceeded along until suddenly she experienced a sensation like passing through a sheet of water. In that moment, her eyes began to shine brightly. "Am I out?" she murmured through parched, cracked lips. Trembling, she looked at the jade slip clutched in her hands, the jade slip which hadn't so much as vibrated once during the past half-month. But now, it vibrated, as though an invisible connection had suddenly been established, linking her to the sect. The Luochen clan has turned traitor. Elder brother Feng died in battle. I'm not sure if elder brother Ho is still alive, and junior brother Bai drew the enemy away so that we could escape. I am disciple Du Lingfei, and I beg of the sect to send backup immediately. As soon as she finished sending the message, Du Lingfei sagged down into a sitting position. Then she turned to look behind her, tears streaming down her face. She would never forget how Bai Xiaochun had returned to fight, as if he had veins of steel. She would never forget the tragic and moving image of him running out to draw the attention of the Luochen clan. She would never forget everything that had happened on their journey together. Junior brother Bai, elder brother Ho, you have to stay alive. Du Lingfei wept, her tears falling to the ground in front of her. Eventually, she couldn't hold on any longer, and collapsed into unconsciousness. As Du Lingfei was transmitting her message, the mission's office back on the fragrant cloud peak in the Spirit Stream sect was as busy as ever. Outer sect disciples were running back and forth handling various tasks, and deep within the mission's office itself, there was a middle-aged man in a Taoist robe who was in the middle of maintaining the records about various missions. Arrayed in front of him was a collection of thousands of jade slips, which contained the information of all sect disciples with open missions. Suddenly, one of the jade slips flickered with light. Expression the same as ever, the middle-aged man waved his hand, causing the jade slip to fly over into his hand. After scanning it with divine sense, his eyes went wide, and he shot to his feet. The Luochen clan has turned traitor, he cried, panting. The enormity of such a matter could not be understated. Whether or not it was true or false, he absolutely had to report the matter to his superiors. Holding back such information was a crime punishable by execution, so he didn't dare to dally. He immediately produced a violet jade slip from his robe and transmitted the new intelligence. The report was instantly sent to the Hall of Justice. Of course, Chen Dajin worked in the Hall of Justice, but he had a very lowly position, and an intelligence report like this was something he didn't even qualify to look at. Almost as soon as the report arrived at the Hall of Justice, the entire organization sprang into immediate action. After all, the Hall of Justice was tasked with defending the entire Spirit Stream sect, and the efficiency with which they went about it was shocking. It only took the time it takes an incense stick to burn to verify the authenticity of the report. Then, war drums began to sound through the entire South Bank. All of the disciples looked around in shock. The outer sect disciples didn't know the significance of the war drums, but the inner sect disciples on the 3 mountain peaks all knew, and it caused their expressions to flicker as they looked up from whatever they were doing. What happened? When the war drums beat, we can't return to the Spirit Stream sect until blood is shed and the enemy clan is exterminated. Heavens! Even as everyone was reeling in shock, the voice of an old man suddenly filled the entire south bank of the Spirit Stream sect. I am Ouyang Jia of the Hall of Justice. All inner sect disciples of the South Bank's 3 mountain peaks are to immediately cancel all previous missions, activities, and secluded meditation sessions. You have 20 breaths of time to gather at the main gate. Lateness will not be tolerated. Even as the words left his mouth, the inner sect disciples on Green Crest Peak, Fragrant Cloud Peak, and Violet Cauldron Peak immediately dropped whatever tasks they had at hand. Trembling, but without the slightest hesitation, they sprang into motion. Even people involved in important tasks didn't dare to tarry for even a moment. Everyone knew that Ouyang Jia was an elder of the Hall of Justice, and that he was cold-hearted and merciless. He had a Taoist name in addition to his given name. He was known as Taoist Jackal. For him to take the lead in his sect affair meant that something completely infuriating had occurred. It meant that people needed to die. It meant that a clan needed to be exterminated. Rumbling sounds filled the air as countless figures appeared, speeding toward the main gate. Soon it became clear that among the 3 mountains of the South Bank, there were at least 2,000 inner sect disciples. Normally, it was a difficult thing to catch sight of 1 or 2, so the sight of so many left the outer sect disciples completely shaken. There were also several hundred disciples from the Hall of Justice, clad in black robes and led by an old man with bright red hair. That old man radiated intense killing intent, and he was none other than Ouyang. Soon, over 2,000 people were gathered around the main gate, all of whom wore grim and somber expressions. The Luochen clan has turned traitor. The sect leader has ordered that their clan be exterminated all the way down to the chickens and dogs. Activate the Dao Seed teleportation portal. Ouyang waved his sleeve, instantly causing a huge pillar of light to rise up from Mount Dao Seed, in the middle of the Spirit Stream sect. The light climbed up into the air, transforming into a huge teleportation portal, which instantly enveloped the 2,000 disciples. Rumbling could be heard as the teleportation process began. The outer sect disciples of the South Bank gasped, and suddenly, they were filled with sensations of deep pride regarding their sect. Compared to the Spirit Stream sect, the Luochen clan was small, with only one foundation establishment cultivator. And yet, for the sake of a few outer sect disciples, the Spirit Stream sect had mobilized 2,000 individuals. Then there was the violent and powerful Ouyang. All of that was a mighty threat. It was a threat to all of the cultivator clans in the territory controlled by the Spirit Stream sect. The old saying asks, why use a battle axe to kill a chicken? In this situation, the Spirit Stream sect provided the answer, how else do you kill chickens than with battle axes? This was a sect that wouldn't hold back any resources, not even when it came to outer sect disciples. That in turn caused the outer sect disciples' loyalty toward their sect to reach new heights. The Spirit Stream sect had stood strong for 10,000 years, growing from a tiny little organization to its current height. Naturally, there were aspects to it that others would find astonishing, but it was in this moment that, all of a sudden, there on the temple at the very top of Fragrant Cloud Peak, Li Qinghe flew out, face grim, aura murderous. That aura swept out explosively, creating a wild tempest as he shot toward the teleportation portal. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 63, Crushing the Luochen Clan. Chapter 63, Crushing the Luochen Clan. It only took Li Qinghe a moment to reach the teleportation portal, where he hovered like an unsheathed blade, radiating an intense murderous aura. Ouyang looked over at him, and his pupils constricted slightly. Among the three peak lords on the south bank, Ouyang viewed Li Qinghe as the most important. In fact, he was actually one of the most important people in the entire Spirit Stream sect. Not only was he a master apothecary, his profound natural talents were extremely rare. For example, he had only practiced cultivation for about 100 years, but had already reached late foundation establishment. In fact, it was even said that, within the entire sect, he was the most likely candidate to break through from foundation establishment and acquire a gold core. I heard that one of those 4 outer sect disciples is connected to Li Qinghe somehow. Ouyang thought. At the same time, rumbling could be heard from the spell formation, and countless dazzling beams of light rose up. Instantly, the group of 2,000 cultivators, including Li Qinghe, became blurry, and then disappeared altogether. The journey, which had taken by Xiaochun and the others several months to complete, occurred in only a few seconds, thanks to the activation of the Spirit Stream sect's teleportation portal. Rumbling like thunder filled the air over Du Lingfei's unconscious form. The sky dimmed as something like an invisible hand ripped open a huge rift, revealing the image of an enormous spell formation. It descended rapidly to the ground, causing everything to quake in a 50-kilometer area. Blazing, fiery lines appeared in the ground as the shape and design of the spell formation appeared on the surface of the land. Within that 50-kilometer area, all grass, rocks, mountains, everything turned into ash, vanishing in an instant. This spell formation was incredibly domineering, and destroyed everything that got in its way. Du Lingfei was in that area, and immediately fell under the protection of the spell formation, ensuring she wasn't harmed at all. Even as the land shook, numerous figures came into view. It took only a moment for the more than 2,000 inner sect disciples from the South Bank to appear. There was still enough teleportation power swirling around them for another teleportation to be carried out, but first, Ouyang and Li Qinghe strode forward to the unconscious Du Lingfei. Several female disciples reached her ahead of them, covering her with a set of spare garments and also administering some medicinal pills. With the influx of spiritual energy, Du Lingfei gradually opened her eyes. Her expression was blank, but when she saw all of the forces from the sect surrounding her, she began to weep, and a feeling of excitement flooded through her. Furthermore, considering she was an outer sect disciple of Fragrant Cloud Peak, when she noticed Peak Lord Li Qinghe standing there, even more tears welled up in her eyes. At the same time, disciples on either side of her helped her to rise to a sitting position. Peak Lord, please rescue junior brother Bai, she implored, face ashen. What happened to him? Li Qinghe said, stepping forward to stand directly in front of Du Lingfei. His eyes burned with fury and deep anxiety. Junior brother Bai went out on his own to distract the Luochen clan cultivators so that elder brother Ho and I could escape. They started chasing after him. Weeping, she went on to explain the entire situation. Virtually none of the surrounding 2,000 disciples knew Bai Xiaochun, but as they listened to Du Lingfei's tale, they were visibly moved. The intense and tragic events even caused them to gasp. They learned about how Feng Yan fell in battle to protect his fellow disciples, and how Hou Yunfei and Du Lingfei risked almost certain death to try to escape. They heard about how the Luochen clan sent out 2 waves of cultivators in pursuit, including several in the 8th level of qi condensation, and 1 in the 9th. Even these members of the inner sect would be hard-pressed to make it out alive under such circumstances. When Du Lingfei talked about Bai Xiaochun, they could sense how devoted and loyal he was. In fact, he was already the type of person who could be considered chosen. He had the option of fleeing on his own, but instead returned to save his fellow disciples. He fought enemies far more powerful than himself, then helped carry his 2 wounded companions for more than half a month, on a journey of nearly 5,000 kilometers. In the end, he chose to sacrifice himself rather than his principles, all to give his fellow disciples a chance to make it out alive. The result was that Du Lingfei was able to send her message. Were it not for that, the sect might not have learned about the traitorous actions of the Luochen clan until it was too late. It didn't take long before Bai Xiaochun had taken root deep within the hearts of the inner sect disciples. To them, he was profoundly devoted and loyal, an elegant and even heroic man, someone with veins of steel. The people from the Hall of Justice were completely shaken. Among their number was Qian Dajin, whose jaw dropped as he heard Du Lingfei's story. He almost couldn't believe that the Bai Xiaochun she was talking about was the same person in his mind. His impulsive plotting earlier had left him nervous about possible investigations on the part of the sect. Although he hadn't been absolutely sure that Bai Xiaochun was the little turtle, in his pettiness, he would rather kill the wrong person accidentally than risk the right person getting away. As of this moment, he breathed a sigh of relief. With Feng Yan being dead, there was no way word would get out. Even the iron-hearted Ouyang Jie, Taoist jackal, couldn't help but sigh in response to the tale, and a gleam of admiration appeared in his eyes. Considering the level of his cultivation base, he could tell at a glance that Du Lingfei wasn't making the story up. Everything she had said, although perhaps not completely accurate, was the truth. The Spirit Stream sect cannot permit a disciple such as that to perish in this place. Ouyang Jie flicked his sleeve and immediately sent several hundred disciples out to search for Hou Yunfei and Bai Xiaochun. Li Qingho slowly looked off into the distance, eyes completely bloodshot, heart aching bitterly. Considering what Bai Xiaochun had done here, Li Qingho suddenly felt as if he had judged him incorrectly. At the same time, he knew that, considering the circumstances, Bai Xiaochun's chances of getting out alive were small, to say the least. And I was the one who brought you to this sect, he thought. His murderous aura exploded out with even more intensity. Taking a step forward, he drew upon some of the remaining teleportation power to suddenly vanish in the direction of the Luochen clan. Ouyang Jie sighed. After hearing Du Lingfei's tale, he knew that the situation did not bode well for Bai Xiaochun. Flickering into motion, he gathered the remaining forces and began another teleportation. Rumbling echoed out in all directions as Li Qingho and Ouyang Jie led nearly 2,000 disciples to appear in midair above the Luochen clan mansion in the Fallen Star Mountains. The cloud layers were ripped apart as the teleportation portal became a powerful attack bearing down with intense energy of heaven and earth. Cries of alarm rang out within the mansion as the spell formation descended upon it. Ru Yu Yuumbul. The spell formation landed, instantly shattering the limestone flooring, transforming it into ash. The mansion itself collapsed into rubble. Roars of rage echoed out as numerous figures flew out, expressions of fury and hopelessness on their faces. The guardian stone lions and the fruit trees from the courtyard transformed into puppets that instantly went on the offensive. Li Qingho was the first person to make a move. He waved his sleeve, causing the lions to explode loudly. As for the fruit trees, they trembled, and the fruit began to fall off their branches. However, even as the fruits fled, they were destroyed. Rumbling echoed out as the Spirit Stream sect disciples unleashed mass destruction. Li Qingho shot toward the center of the destroyed Luochen clan mansion. His right hand flashed with an incantation gesture, and he waved his finger, summoning a green fireball. His hair flew wildly about him as he then sent the fireball blasting down into the ground. Flames erupted, smashing into the rubble of the mansion and sweeping it away. The handful of enemy cultivators who had been attacking let out miserable shrieks as they were instantly incinerated. Next, Li Qingho lifted his right foot into the air and stamped it down hard. The land shattered, and a huge crevice was ripped open, revealing the necropolis down below. At almost exactly the same time, the lake of blood spiraled out, followed by the Luochen clan's patriarch. When the man saw Li Qingho, his face filled with an expression of despair. The Spirit Stream sect had arrived too suddenly. The spell formation he was working on was on the cusp of being completed, and had anyone else arrived, he might have been able to delay them for long enough. But unexpectedly, the people who came were none other than Li Qingho and Ouyang. The patriarch fell back, crying out miserably, "Flee! Anyone who can escape, get out of here!" Trembling, the Luochen clan cultivators in the necropolis began to flee in all directions. However, Ouyang's face was expressionless as he waved his hand, sending the inner sect disciples after them in pursuit. Li Qingho's eyes locked onto Patriarch Luochen and the lake of blood that surrounded him. Ouyang did the same, and then, flames of rage appeared in both men's eyes. "You slaughtered innocent mortals?" Li Qingho growled. "The heavens cannot tolerate the existence of a clan like yours." With that, he waved his sleeve, sending a destructive sea of flames out. At the same time, blood-curdling screams began to rise up as the Spirit Stream sect disciples began to slaughter and crush the Luochen clan cultivators. 2,000 people versus a few hundred. Patriarch Luochen could only watch as everyone in his clan was killed, both descendants from his own bloodline and members of other bloodlines. Screaming miserably, he fled at top speed in an attempt to escape. However, in that instant, he was overwhelmed by Li Qingho's sea of flames. Face extremely grim, Li Qingho clenched his hand into a fist. Rumble! Patriarch Luochen's screams intensified as he erupted into flames. His flesh and blood were incinerated, and in the blink of an eye, he was reduced to nothing more than ash. Li Qingho killed him with one attack. When the surrounding inner sect disciples saw that, they gasped in shock. Even Ouyang's eyes went wide in astonishment. As Li Qingho hovered there in midair, he waved his hand again, sending the sea of flames exploding out again. The entire Luochen clan was engulfed, and everything began to burn. Li Qingho looked off into the distance, his expression somewhat disconsolate. Sighing, he said, "By Xiaochun, I, Li Qingho, have let down your Bai clan." In his bitterness, he flew off into the distance. He wasn't willing to entrust the search for Bai Xiaochun to others. If there was even the slightest hope that he was alive, he himself would search for him. Li Qingho left, flames rising high into the sky behind him. As for the inner sect disciples, expressions of excitement began to appear on their faces. Now more than ever, they realized how powerful and glorious their sect was. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 64, Morale and a Funeral. Chapter 64, Morale and a Funeral. As Ouyang watched Li Qingho leaving, his voice rang out to the surrounding disciples. "Split up and do everything you can to locate Bai Xiaochun. Whoever finds him will receive a reward of merit points from me personally. If you encounter any surviving Luochen clan cultivators, kill them." 2,000 cultivators spent an entire month searching the 5,000-kilometer area. They searched virtually every possible location, but no one ever found Bai Xiaochun. However, they did discover the corpses of the Luochen clan cultivators he had killed. As corpses turned up one after another, the inner sect disciples grew more and more shocked. Virtually all of the Luochen clan cultivators had been killed with a single blow. The inner sect disciples could scarcely imagine how an outer sect disciple in the 6th level of qi condensation could possibly have done something like that. Qian Daijin gasped over and over again, and suddenly realized it would actually be much better for him if Bai Xiaochun was dead. He himself was probably not a match for someone so violent and powerful. Li Qingho's fury caused him to grow more nervous, and he even began to wail inwardly. "Damn it! Why didn't you tell me you had such connections? If you had, I would never have provoked you." Eventually they found the corpses of the 3 disciples who were in the 8th level of qi condensation, and they could only imagine what that bitter, intense battle must have been like. It left them reeling. Soon everyone came to the conclusion that Bai Xiaochun had most likely been killed in that nameless mountain range. That was a place rife with perilous beasts, and numerous other dangers that could kill a person and leave no corpse behind. Eventually, they captured the 2 Luochen clan disciples that Chen Hong had dispatched after Hou Yunfei and Du Lingfei different directions. When they learned that one of the people chasing Bai Xiaochun had been none other than the Luochen clan's crown prince, who was in the 9th level of qi condensation, they all resigned themselves to the fact that Bai Xiaochun really must be dead. After the month of searching ended, everyone returned to the sect. Hou Yunfei had been found relatively early on, seriously injured, but alive. With the full power of the sect focused on healing him, he ended up being just fine. Both he and Du Lingfei had performed significant meritorious service for the sect, but that left them with no feeling of excitement. Instead, they felt sadness, and couldn't stop thinking about the events which had occurred. Both of them wanted to go back to join the search efforts when they were underway, but their injuries were too serious. The only person who refused to give up on searching for Bai Xiaochun was Li Qingho. He journeyed alone into the nameless mountain range, where he searched for 2 full months. Other than a few places that even he couldn't enter, he searched the length and breadth of the mountains. Strangely, even though it seemed clear that Xiaochun had to be in these very mountains, he couldn't find a single trace of him. It was almost as if Xiaochun were currently in some other world. During the process of the search, he ended up fighting quite a few powerful beasts, and was even injured by some of them. 2 months later, it was with great bitterness that he stood in front of a certain tree with a blood-stained scrap of cloth stuck to it. If I hadn't brought you to the sect, Li Qingho thought. When he closed his eyes, he recalled the image of Xiaochun there on Mount Hood, looking scared to death of the lightning and thunder. He thought about how frightened he had looked at 10,000 Snakes Valley, about what had happened during the sect competition, and about how he had taken first place in all the stone steals. He sighed silently, seemingly growing older as he reached out and picked up the blood-stained cloth. He had already picked up 7 or 8 similar pieces of cloth just like this during his search. In the end, he left the jungle, transforming into a beam of light that shot off into the distance. Thus ended the rebellion of the Luochun clan. The Spirit Stream sect struck like lightning, completely wiping out the traitors. The matter caused quite a stir in the eastward lower reaches of the Heavenspan River. In the cultivation world of the Eastwood continent, which was one of the 4 great continents, countless cultivator clans and sects learned of the matter. As a result, the awe felt toward the Spirit Stream sect grew, a sect that was one of the 4 great sects in the Eastwood lower reaches. After an investigation by the Spirit Stream sect, they found some clues as to why the Luochun clan had turned traitor. The bloodline seal was one reason, but there was an even more profound motivation. After piecing together various clues, the vast ramifications left the Spirit Stream sect shocked. If they hadn't stopped the matter when they did, the resulting chain reaction would have led to numerous other cultivator clans hearing about the matter and then following along in the rebellion. It would have been almost the same as a powerful enemy invading Spirit Stream sect territory, and would have led to grave repercussions, potentially even the destabilization of the sect. The news about the deeds accomplished by Du Lingfei and Hou Yunfei quickly spread, as did the stories of Xiaochun nobly sacrificing himself. The fact that he had refused to abandon his fellow disciples, and had even used himself as bait to lead the enemy away, left many people moved. The cultivation world was full of selfish people. Individuals like Xiaochun were not common. The loss of such a disciple left many people, even the sect leader and elders, feeling very aggrieved. There were other implications that came along with the whole event. However, as more clues came to light, the Spirit Stream sect only grew more silent. For some unknown reason, they eventually stopped investigating. However, all of the Foundation establishment cultivators in the sect increased their level of vigilance to a point far beyond normal. Apparently, a storm was coming. The South and North banks together had 7 peak lords. In addition to that were the sect leader and other elders. After much discussion and research, they came to a unanimous decision. Du Lingfei, Hou Yunfei, as well as the perished Fengyan, had all performed meritorious service. As for Xiaochun, he had accomplished a tremendous service beyond the ordinary. The final decision was explained by the Spirit Stream sect leader Zhang Yuandong. A storm is coming. The most important thing is to lift everyone's spirits. For 10,000 years, the morale of our sect has remained high. Considering the tremendous service Xiaochun has performed, at the cost of his very life, we can only repay his kindness by having a grand funeral. Those who contribute to the sect shall never be forgotten. In the following days, although the Spirit Stream sect didn't investigate any further into the reasons for the betrayal of the Luochun clan, they took every opportunity to spread the story of how Xiaochun had sacrificed himself for his fellow disciples, and how he had nobly fought for the sect. As the story was propagated, more and more disciples from the various mountain peaks on both the south and north banks learned of the name Xiaochun, and what he had done to save his fellow disciples. Of course, the sect itself wasn't ambivalent to such a devoted and loyal disciple. Li Qingho had eradicated an entire clan, and 2,000 inner sect disciples had been mobilized. Sending such a powerful force to handle the situation was like killing a chicken with a battle axe. Not only did all the disciples in the sect remember Xiaochun's name, they were moved by how the sect reacted to the situation. Even though the sect had obviously reacted in such a way intentionally, that reaction was exactly what the disciples expected. For 10,000 years, that was the unchanging tradition of the Spirit Stream sect. Touch one of our disciples, and you will die, no matter how far you run. When a Spirit Stream sect disciple went outside of the sect, they were never alone, they were backed by the entire Spirit Stream sect. The sect was like a shield, eternally there for their protection. Because of that, the disciples were devoted to their sect, and would expend any and all effort, even give up their lives, to defend it, their home. That was the mighty Spirit Stream sect, which had started out 10,000 years ago as a tiny sect with only a few dozen people in it. In order to determine whether or not Xiaochun was really dead, the sect leader asked for help from one of the sect's prime elders, who was adept at divining information from the heavens. Unfortunately, his divination magic did not reveal any hint that Xiaochun was still alive in the world. The only thing he discovered was an aura of death, which seemed to prove that Bai Xiaochun had died in battle, fighting for the sect. On a rainy morning a few days later, the mournful tolling of bells could be heard throughout the Spirit Stream sect. Countless disciples wearing black robes emerged silently from their residences, expressions grief on their faces as they gathered midway up Fragrant Cloud Peak. There, a gravestone had been erected, with a portrait of Bai Xiaochun on it, smiling happily. Big Fatty Zhang stood there in the crowd. He glanced at everyone around him, and then looked at the gravestone, and Bai Xiaochun's name. As the rain fell and soaked his clothing, he wept, recalling all of his memories of the past. He thought about how they had eaten the various pilfered spirit treasures, about how they had laughed and joked together, about how they had sold spots in the outer sect, and about stealing chickens. Ninth Fatty. Big Fatty Zhang murmured, looking very sad. His heart felt empty, and the pain made the entire world seem dark. The other fatties from the ovens, Bai Xiaochun's elder brothers, were all filled with grief, and couldn't stop crying, including third fatty He. Su Baokai, Chen Ziyan, Zhao Yidua, and elders Su and Zhou, as well as everyone else Bai Xiaochun had come to know since joining the sect, all stood in the crowd, faces filled with grief. Zhou Xinqi came and stared silently at the gravestone. After hearing the story of what Bai Xiaochun had done, she couldn't help but think of how zealously he had searched for the chicken thief. Ho Yunfei came, propped up on the shoulder of Ho Xiaomei. He stood there, fists clenched, shaking in grief. Junior brother Bai. A bitter smile twisted his face. After returning to the sect, he began spending his days drinking. He just couldn't forget that moment in which Bai Xiaochun had led all the enemies away, using himself as bait. More and more people showed up, until the middle section of Fragrant Cloud Peak was densely packed with countless disciples, all silently looking at the gravestone. At the front of the crowd was Du Lingfei. Her face was pale, and it was impossible to tell the difference between the tears that streaked down her cheeks and the rainwater. She seemed to be in a daze, and while her face was as beautiful as it had always been, that beauty was now sad and poignant. You could have stayed alive, but here I am, and you're gone. Du Lingfei's days had been spent in sorrow and misery recently. She had lost weight, and often dreamed about that moment in which Bai Xiaochun had returned, unshakable and determined. And then he had left, a scene which left her weeping and racked with pain. As the morning bells tolled, echoing about in all directions, beams of light shot toward the gravestone from all directions. Within them were the 7 peak lords, all of the Spirit Stream sect elders, and even the sect leader. They wore black robes, and as they gathered near the gravestone, their expressions were those of sorrow. As for Li Qingho, bitterness and self-reproach filled his heart. A moment later, the sect leader began to speak, his voice calm and slow. Bai Xiaochun was an outer sect disciple of Fragrant Cloud Peak in the Spirit Stream sect. He was a blazing sun in the Tao of medicine, a chosen among disciples. In his battle against the Luochun clan, he killed numerous Luochun traitors, and sacrificed himself to save his fellow disciples. He was loyal to his sect, and gave his life in the most tremendous display of meritorious service. Disciples of the Spirit Stream sect will remember his name for all eternity. His voice was filled with grief, and as his voice echoed out, Du Lingfei's tears flowed even harder. Ho Yunfei, Big Fatty Zhang, and countless other people were all weeping. On this day, I confer upon Bai Xiaochun the title of the Spirit Stream sect Prestige Disciple. In response to the sect leader's words, countless disciples were shaken. To hear the term Prestige Disciple left everyone moved. That position was a matchless honor within the Spirit Stream sect, and there could only be one Prestige Disciple within the sect within any generation. It was a position higher than the inner sect, and on equal standing with successor disciples. There was no greater honor for the dead. Throughout the 10,000-year history of the Spirit Stream sect, there had only ever been 9 disciples with such a title, each and every one of whom had been conferred with it after dying in battle for the sect. As of this moment, there were now 10 such disciples in the history of the sect. Not a single person present felt the honor was inappropriate. Bai Xiaochun had earned it with his life. From the time he joined the sect until he sacrificed his life, continued the sect leader, Bai Xiaochun never had a master. Having given his life for the sect, I refuse to allow him to wander alone in the underworld. Therefore, I shall represent my dead teacher, Taoist Master Spirit Siv, to accept Bai Xiaochun as his apprentice. Henceforth, he can continue to pursue the great Tao in the underworld. In response to the sect leader's words, Li Qingho nodded, pain flickering in his eyes as he looked at the gravestone. And now everyone shall observe a moment of silence. With that, the sect leader closed his eyes. Looking at the gravestone, he bowed his head, as did all of the other disciples present. After a few breaths of time passed, the moment of silence ended. Du Lingfei couldn't hold her feelings in any longer, and began to wail. In the same moment that everyone was observing the moment of silence, back in the nameless mountain range, Bai Xiaochun slowly opened his eyes and sneezed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 65, Shou Lingren. Chapter 65, Shou Lingren. The moment of the sneeze was the same moment that Bai Xiaochun woke up. His mind was still in the same state it had been when he was seriously injured and fallen into a coma, so as soon as he woke up, he subconsciously cradled his left arm and let out a miserable cry. However, as soon as that cry left his lips, he looked down in surprise at his arm, and then at the rest of his body. He began to poke and prod himself, and even opened his garments and looked at his soft, white belly. No injuries? Suddenly, his eyes flickered with fear as he recalled something that the old folks back in the village used to say. Supposedly, when someone died, their soul would enter the shadows of the underworld. At the moment, he obviously had no injuries, which meant that he must only be a soul. Shivering, he looked around and realized that everything around him was dead. Even all the plants and grass were withered up. Chen Heng's corpse was nowhere to be seen. As he looked around, he also noticed fog everywhere. He couldn't see much at all, and everything past a certain distance was a complete blur. A faint aura of death pulsed in the area, causing a cold sensation to wash through his body. That's it. It's over. I was so careful for most of my poor little life, only to end up losing it. Bai Xiaochun was now even more certain that he was now a lost soul. His face twisted bitterly, and he let out an anguished moan. I never even got to give Du Lingfei a chance to pay me back with all her heart. Elder brother Ho still has his promise to keep. People still don't know that I'm Lord Turtle, and there are still lots of spirit tail chickens to eat in the world. I haven't lived forever yet. The more he thought about it, the more it hurt inside. Tears began to well up in his eyes. However, even as he began to wail loudly, someone cleared their throat behind him. The sound came so suddenly that it startled Bai Xiaochun. Who's there? He shrieked, scrambling forward across the ground and then spinning around, a wooden sword appearing in his hand. He saw an old man standing over by where he had just been laying. He wore a long black robe and looked almost like a corpse as he stared at Bai Xiaochun in a very ghastly manner. His body radiated a strong aura of death. Coupled with the copious amounts of wrinkles which covered his pale face, he seemed like he had just climbed up out of the grave. He perfectly matched his surroundings, and looked utterly horrifying. As soon as Bai Xiaochun laid eyes on him, all the hair on his body stood on end, and he suddenly recalled countless scary stories about murderous ghosts. But then he realized that if he himself was dead, then he didn't have anything to worry about. Sticking his jaw out, he gave a cold harumph and then slowly rose to his feet. All right then. You're a ghost. I'm a ghost. Since we're both dead and both ghosts, then who's afraid of who, huh? He walked up to the old man, then circled around him with a low-pitched, quizzical whistle. You must be a ghost who lives in these nameless mountains. No need to be nervous. I was just passing through and happened to die. I'll be on my way in a moment. I wonder if I can continue to live forever and practice cultivation now that I become a ghost. Maybe I can become a ghost that lives forever. Suddenly, grief rose up once again in Bai Xiaochun's heart, and he sighed. The black-robed old man looked at Bai Xiaochun and frowned. Then, he spoke in a raspy voice, "How come you're not dead?" Bai Xiaochun started in surprise, then suddenly seemed to think of something. He bit down hard on his tongue, and when the pain coursed through him, he almost couldn't believe it. He bit down again, this time until tears poured down his cheeks. His expression lit with delight, and he literally began dancing up and down. He even threw his head back and laughed loudly. I'm not dead. Ha ha ha. I, Bai Xiaochun, have a matchless cultivation base. I am invincible in heaven and earth. How could I possibly die? He was so excited that he reached out to grab the old man's arm, except that his hand passed right through the man, and grabbed nothing but air. At the same time, his hands suddenly felt extremely cold. Bai Xiaochun suddenly went stiff all over. He stared blankly at the old man, eyes wide, before screaming and leaping backward. A ghost, . Back when he thought he was dead, he didn't think much of seeing a ghost. But at the moment, he was terrified, as the stories of murderous ghosts once again began to flash through his mind. Soon, he reached the area where the fog grew thick, where he encountered some sort of invisible barrier that he could not pass through. Backing up to the barrier, he gripped his little wooden sword and stared at the old man, countless thoughts fluttering through his mind. Finally, a miserable expression filled his face. Sir, do you have some unfinished business in life that I could help you take care of? The black-robed old man had a strange expression on his face as he studied Bai Xiaochun. He couldn't help but muse that the young man standing in front of him seemed a lot different from the steel-veined fighter from before. They almost seemed like two different people. Eventually, a thoughtful expression appeared in his eyes. Perhaps only people with personalities like this can truly cultivate the undying live forever technique, he murmured. Feeling much more at ease, he shook his head and smiled. Then he turned and began to float off into the distance. The Undying Live Forever technique is divided into the Undying Codex and the Live Forever Codex. Each codex has 5 volumes. What you are cultivating is the most commonly circulated first volume of the Undying Codex, the Undying Skin. You've mastered the iron skin and have made headway with the bronze skin. As the old man floated off, his voice echoed behind him into Xiaochun's ears. The Undying Codex breaks through the 5 shackles of mortality. The Live Forever Codex unravels the 5 seals of eternity. Work hard at your cultivation. If you can reach the level of undying gold skin, you will encounter the first shackle of mortality. Whether or not you can break through that shackle will depend on your own good fortune. Since we were brought together by fate, I will give you a medicinal pill. Furthermore, to help you make a breakthrough with your undying skin and achieve mastery of the bronze skin, I will give you this jade slip. It contains the second volume of the Undying Codex, the Undying Heavenly King. 1. If you succeed with the Undying Live Forever technique, you can form a core. By this point, the old man was so far away he couldn't be seen. However, as his voice echoed out, 2 beams of light shot through the air and came to hover in front of Xiaochun. Xiaochun watched in shock as the old man left. At this point, he realized that the reason he hadn't died, and had in fact completely recovered, was because the old man had saved him. And the reason for that was because Xiaochun cultivated the Undying Live Forever technique. Although Xiaochun feared death, he took matters of favors and debts seriously. He knew that he had been injured so badly in the fight that he most likely should have died. A tremor ran through him, and, taking a deep breath, he clasped hands and bowed deeply in the direction the old man had disappeared. Senior, he called out, many thanks for the kindness you showed in saving my life. May I respectfully ask your name? I am Lingren, the old man replied, his voice faint and ancient, almost as if it were floating through countless years of time. 2. It was in that exact same moment that cracking sounds could be heard from the fog as it suddenly vanished. The area which had been separated from the rest of the world was now unsealed, and returned to its place. The wind blew, lifting Xiaochun's long hair as he looked off into the distance. After a moment passed, he murmured, the Undying Live Forever technique. 5 shackles of mortality and 5 seals of eternity? This was his first time hearing of such things. Finally, he took a deep breath and looked over at the medicinal pill and jade slip. He first took the jade slip, scanning it with divine sense. Inside was the second volume of the Undying Codex. He put the jade slip away and then looked over at the medicinal pill. Although he was already a journeyman apothecary, he was unable to determine the pill's quality. He took it in hand and began to examine it. He was a cautious person by nature, and he knew that if the old man in the black robe had wished to harm him, he could have done so in a variety of ways. As such, the medicinal pill would most likely bring only benefits, and would not harm him. Muttering to himself, he looked around, then put the medicinal pill away and began to walk. As he proceeded along, he looked around at the jungle, and sighed emotionally. When he thought about the whole chase and battle with the Luochen clan cultivators, and the danger that had been involved, he couldn't shake the feeling of fear that remained in his heart. I wonder how elder sister Du and elder brother Ho are doing. Did they make their escape? At the moment, he didn't dare to use his jade slip to try to make contact with the sect. He was worried that the Luochen clan cultivators might still be around, and would detect the fluctuations of an attempted transmission. That could lead to a big problem. Patting his bag of holding, he produced Fengyan's windskiff, and after a quick test, confirmed that it was now functional. His eyes flashed with joy. Although he had his speculations about the current situation, he wasn't anxious to leave the area, so he found a mountain cave where he could rest for a bit. There, he produced his turtle walk, as well as the medicinal pill given to him by the black-robed old man. Soon, silver light flashed on the medicinal pill, and 3 spirit designs could be seen on its surface. Xiaochun picked up the pill, and his eyes gleamed with determination as he popped it into his mouth and swallowed it. Immediately, his body began to thrum, as though a burning fire were giving birth to an indescribable vital energy, which then coursed through him. He began to shake, and he gritted his teeth, unleashing the Undying Live Forever technique. Then, he slapped himself, revealing that his skin was no longer pitch black, but instead, now contained a bit of bronze. That bronze color was reaching the point where he almost looked like a statue made of the stuff. The power inside of him grew more and more intense, and he felt stronger than ever. However, the energy of the medicine had not been exhausted. After performing the threefold spirit enhancement, the medicinal pill had reached an incredible level of quality. Even in the moment in which his skin was completely bronze, cracking sounds rang out from within him, as if something were breaking. Lines spread out rapidly across the surface of his skin, constantly increasing in number until they covered his entire body. An intense pain racked him, but he endured, and soon, those lines began to turn silver. The undying skin was broken up into the levels of iron, bronze, silver, and gold. Even the black-robed old man could never have anticipated that the medicinal pill he gave to Bai Xiaochun would receive a spirit enhancement, and would thus enable him to break through not just into the bronze skin level, but past it. Rumbling sounds echoed out from inside Bai Xiaochun for several days. More and more cracks appeared on his skin, and soon, pieces of skin began to fall off, almost as if he were molting. Furthermore, every falling piece revealed shining silver beneath it. After 10 days, the last bit of skin had fallen off. He was now completely silver, and although it was a dull silver color, when he opened his eyes, they shone with a bright silver glow. He suddenly burst into motion, causing a shocking boom to ring out. He was now at least twice as fast as he had been before. His eyes shone with joy as his right hand clenched into a fist and slammed into a nearby boulder. The boulder instantly shattered, not into large chunks, but into dust. This level of power exceeded his previous level by several times. Bai Xiaochun was panting excitedly. As of this moment, he was confident that if he fought Chen Heng again, the battle definitely wouldn't be as bitter. After some more tests, something even more shocking was revealed. His defensive levels with the undying silver skin were such that even his wooden sword with the threefold spirit enhancement was incapable of even scratching it. Bai Xiaochun's eyes shone with excitement. After ceasing the operation of the undying live forever technique, his body returned to its normal pure and fair state. He changed his clothes, then began to speed off into the distance, looking very pleased with himself. 1. The word here Heavenly King is one of those Chinese words that can be translated many different ways. One slightly more accurate rendition might be Locapula, but I'm not a huge fan of complicated religious terms like that, especially not in the context of how it's being used here, so I'm going with Heavenly King. 2. Shou Lingren works as a name, but it could also literally be translated as Tombkeeper/Protector. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 66, Going Through Hell or High Water for the Sect. Chapter 66, Going Through Hell or High Water for the Sect. After traveling through the jungle for a bit, Bai Xiaochun started noticing clues that told the story of what had occurred. He quickly became convinced that his suppositions were correct. After emerging from the nameless mountains, he pushed on at top speed for several days until he was back in the Fallen Star Mountains, where he discovered the ruins of the Luochun clan. It seems Du Lingfei and Ho Yunfei really did get word back to the sect. When he thought back to the bitter events he had lived through, he sighed, then turned and leaped back up onto the windskiff. Sitting down cross-legged, he set it whooshing off into the distance. Back to the sect, he declared, eyes shining with anticipation. Then he realized that he most certainly had performed meritorious service for the sect, and would surely be handsomely rewarded when he got back. That got him even more excited. As he traveled along, he turned his attention to his bag of holding. As he sifted through and organized all of the other bags of holding he had collected from the Luochun clan cultivators, he found quite a few random items inside, as well as spirit stones. In one bag of holding, although he had forgotten who it had originally belonged to, he found the most valuable of all the items. It was a seed, roughly the size of a human fist. It pulsed, almost like a beating heart, as though it contained something alive. However, the beating was growing weaker and weaker. After a bit of thought, Bai Xiaochun's skill with plants and vegetation led him to a shocking conclusion. This was a valuable and legendary spirit seed, which had supposedly become extinct long ago. It was known as a beastbirth seed. According to the legends, if it absorbed another spirit creature's quintessence, it would be able to naturally reproduce that very same spirit creature. To those powerful beasts which had difficulty reproducing, beastbirth seeds like this were virtually priceless. It was the same for cultivators who had powerful spirit creature pets. Cultivators like that all thirsted to possess successive generations of their powerful spirit creatures. Unfortunately, they were usually limited to a single pet, which meant that beastbirth seeds were incredibly valuable to them. It was impossible to say how the enemy Luochun clan cultivator had come to possess such a valuable item. Presumably, it was some type of good fortune that person had come across. After all, the Luochun clan had been located in the Fallen Star Mountains, a place of boundless mysteries. After some more thought, Bai Xiaochun came to the conclusion that whichever Luochun clan cultivator discovered the beastbirth seed likely didn't know what it was, which would explain why it hadn't been maintained properly. Along the way, Bai Xiaochun picked up somewhat which was infused with spiritual energy. After carving it into a little box, he carefully placed the beastbirth seed into it, whereupon the seed's life force fluctuations gradually stabilized. Bai Xiaochun put the wooden box away and took a deep breath. Then, he sent the wind skiff speeding over the horizon, following the same path they had originally taken, to make his way closer and closer to the Spirit Stream sect. A month passed by quickly enough. On the original trip, they hadn't possessed very many spirit stones, and thus had only used the wind skiff at night. But now, Bai Xiaochun's bag of holding was bulging with spirit stones, and he wasn't worried at all about wasting them. Therefore, it only took a month before the Spirit Stream sect's south bank gate came into view. It's been more than half a year since I left. Finally, I'm back. Bai Xiaochun stood atop the wind skiff, hair whipping in the wind, looking every bit like a powerful master. However, he suddenly decided that it was the wrong image, and quickly changed back into the dilapidated, blood-stained outer sect disciple's robe that he had worn during his desperate battle with the Luochun clan. Now he looked like someone who had been willing to fight to the death for the sect. Upon his return, the bloodstains on his garments, and the various places where the cloth had been ripped and punctured, would bear clear witness to the dangerous crises he had faced. Feeling very pleased, he sent the wind skiff even closer to the sect. However, just when he was about to cross the border, an invisible barrier appeared, sending the wind skiff bouncing backward. Ha! He thought. The force of the rebound almost knocked him off the wind skiff. It was at this point that a beam of light suddenly shot toward him from the main gate. A young man appeared, expression placid as he looked at Bai Xiaochun. Unknown fellow Daoist, what brings you to the Spirit Stream sect? Even as the words left his mouth, he looked at the wind skiff, and then at Bai Xiaochun's clothes, and his brow furrowed. You have a Spirit Stream sect wind skiff, and you're wearing the robes of an outer sect disciple? Plus the main gate of the Spirit Stream sect prevented you from entering? Who are you? The young man's eyes glittered coldly as he performed an incantation gesture with his right hand. Instantly, his cultivation base surged with the fluctuations of the 8th level of qi condensation. Bai Xiaochun backed up, looking at the shield in confusion. Elder brother, he said, what's going on? Why can't I enter the sect? I'm outer sect disciple Bai Xiaochun from Fragrant Cloud Peak. The young man frowned, and just when he was about to say something, he started in surprise. Wait, you're Bai Xiaochun? The more he studied Bai Xiaochun, the more familiar he looked. He had attended Bai Xiaochun's funeral service, in which his portrait had been on display above his gravestone. A tremor ran through the young man, and when he realized that Bai Xiaochun's garments were stained with blood, he gasped. You're not dead? I'm not dead at all. Even as Bai Xiaochun stared in surprise, the young man excitedly pulled out a jade slip and sent a message back to the sect. As the news about Bai Xiaochun was being sent back, Li Qinghe was in secluded meditation on Fragrant Cloud Peak. Suddenly, his eyes opened, and a tremor ran through him. At the same time, the news was passed to the sect leader, whose jaw dropped. He immediately sent a stream of divine sense out to the main gate of the south bank, and when he saw Bai Xiaochun, he was first shocked, then delighted. He immediately began to send notifications out into the sect. It only took a few breaths of time for gasps of disbelief to begin to rise up. The collective sound was so loud that it was even faintly audible outside of the main gate. Furthermore, bells began to toll. Bai Xiaochun? Didn't he die? How could he be alive? Countless people began to fly out from within the sect. Somewhat surprisingly, the very first in line was Hou Yunfei. When he emerged from the main gate and saw Bai Xiaochun, an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. After the deadly chase they had both participated in, he never wanted to believe that Bai Xiaochun was actually dead. However, deep in his heart, he was sure that no disciple could have been mated out of such a bitter situation. Now, he was so excited he began to cry. Junior brother Bai. He cried. Laughing, he rushed forward and embraced Bai Xiaochun. Elder brother Hou. Bai Xiaochun replied, blinking. By this point, he realized that the sect had thought him to be dead. He looked at Hou Yunfei, eyes brimming with happiness. Come on, let's get back to the sect. Hou Yunfei said excitedly. He grabbed Bai Xiaochun and immediately headed back through the main gate. With Hou Yunfei there, Bai Xiaochun could now enter the sect. As for the young man from earlier, he followed along, clearly shaken. He had personally participated in the extermination of the Luochun clan, and had seen the evidence of the battle fought by Bai Xiaochun, including the mangled corpses of the Luochun clan cultivators. To see that Bai Xiaochun had returned alive left him deeply astonished. Almost as soon as Bai Xiaochun walked through the front gate, more people began to rush toward him from all directions. Ninth Fatty? Big Fatty Zhang, Third Fatty He, and the other fatty elder brothers from the servants' district were so happy they were shaking. That was especially true of Big Fatty Zhang, who gave Bai Xiaochun a big bear hug, tears streaming down his face. Bai Xiaochun was moved. Seeing how many people were crowding around him, he suddenly felt as if everything he'd done really had been worth it. Then, a beam of light flew over, which was Li Qinghe, who had an incredulous look on his face as he looked at Bai Xiaochun. In his hands was a bag, within which were all the blood-stained scraps of clothing he had gathered up when searching for Bai Xiaochun. He more than anyone understood the grave and deadly peril Bai Xiaochun had faced. Bai Xiaochun hurried forward, clasping hands and bowing to Li Qinghe. "Greetings, Peak Lord." Li Qinghe was normally a very calm person, but right now he couldn't stop himself from trembling. Reaching out, he placed his hand on Bai Xiaochun's head and said, "I'm just glad you're alive," Li Qinghe said. "Just glad you're alive. This is my home," Bai Xiaochun said, puffing his chest out. "I'm willing to go through hell or high water for the sect." Then he waved his sleeve, deliberately revealing the numerous blood-stained holes in it. People continued to stream over from all three of the South Bank's mountain peaks. Everyone wanted to see Bai Xiaochun, and when they saw his dilapidated, blood-stained clothing, they were shocked. That was especially true when people began to spread the words he had just spoken. Everyone was shaken, and when they looked at Bai Xiaochun, in their hearts they felt that he was a true sect chosen. As the crowd built, the weeping voice of a young woman could be heard. It was none other than Du Lingfei. She had spent the recent days awash with tears, to the point where she had even lost weight. When she heard people saying that Bai Xiaochun had returned, her mind began to thrum, and she instantly dropped everything and raced over. When she actually laid eyes on Bai Xiaochun, even more tears began to flow. She hurried over and wrapped her arms around him, crying and laughing in the same time. She almost didn't seem to dare to believe that what she was seeing was true. In response, Bai Xiaochun felt a warm sensation in his heart. His hands almost began to move in the direction of certain bulging areas of her clothing, but then he remembered that there were lots of people watching, and he held back. "It's like I said, elder sister Du," he said coolly, lifting his chin, "if I, Bai Xiaochun, have only one breath of air left, I would never let anyone harm you." As the sappy words left his mouth, he seemed like he was looking down on the entire world. However, Du Lingfei went a bit limp, and deep within her eyes, the hidden emotions therein turned even sweeter than before. People from the Hall of Justice were also there, led by Ouyang Jia. When he saw Bai Xiaochun, he looked shocked for a moment, but then profoundly pleased. That was especially true when he saw Bai Xiaochun's tattered state, and then heard the words he had just spoken to Li Qinghe, upon which he nodded his head. "Bai Xiaochun, I am Ouyang Jia from the Hall of Justice." When Bai Xiaochun heard the words Hall of Justice, his heart thumped, but then he thought back to the incredible service he had performed. Chest puffed out just like before, he clasped hands respectfully to Ouyang Jia. Ouyang Jia rarely smiled, but he was smiling now as he said, "Why don't you come back with me to see the sect leader and talk about what happened with the Luochun clan?" He waved his finger in Bai Xiaochun's direction, causing a spirit fog to appear beneath his feet, which sent him flying off into the distance with Ouyang Jia. Li Qinghe looked profoundly glad as he transformed into a beam of light that also shot away with them. As for all the other disciples, they watched Bai Xiaochun leave, and most heaved surprised sighs, and began to discuss the matter amongst themselves as they dispersed. Of course, the news about Bai Xiaochun being alive spread rapidly. Eventually, virtually everyone in the Spirit Stream sect came to know of the matter. Most people were very happy, but back in his Immortal's cave, Zhen Dajin was shaking, and a look of terror could be seen on his face. "Damn it, I can't believe he's not dead. How could he have escaped from such deadly pursuit? He probably doesn't know that I'm the one who arranged for him to go on that mission though. Right? There's no way he could know." Various expressions flashed across Qian Dajin's face. Finally, he sighed, thinking about all the possible bad things that could happen. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 67, Elder Brother, Where's Our Master? Chapter 67, Elder Brother, Where's Our Master? The Spirit Stream sect had 8 mountain peaks. 4 were on the north bank, 3 were on the south bank, and 1 was in the middle. That was Mount Daoseed, which was the public seat of the sect's power. Normally, Spirit Stream sect leader Zhang Yuandong would handle sect affairs from that very location. Currently, bells were tolling as the lords of the various mountain peaks of the north and south bank sat tall and straight in the main temple hall. The sect leader was also there, sitting in the center position. Soon, Li Qinghe and Ouyang Jia arrived with Bai Xiaochun. They left Bai Xiaochun outside of the temple hall, telling him to wait there as they went in. There were 4 disciples stationed as guards outside the temple, who cast curious glances Bai Xiaochun's way. Bai Xiaochun smiled back at them. This was his first time coming to this place. The spiritual energy was abundant, and the fragrant aroma of plants and flowers filled the air. There were no extraneous sounds in the air, everything was calm and quiet, much different than Fragrant Cloud Peak. This was a very important place in the sect, and normally, any disciple who came here would act very cautious and discreet. However, Bai Xiaochun didn't seem to feel any pressure at all, and stood there looking very much at ease. The four disciples couldn't help but sigh at this, and mused that Bai Xiaochun really did deserve to be known as a big shot in the sect, someone who had performed an incredible service. After all, ordinary people could never act so casually in a place like this. The truth was that although Bai Xiaochun feared death, after considering the meritorious service he had performed, he knew that he wouldn't be dying here. Therefore, it was only natural that he wouldn't be afraid. He stuck out his chest, heart filled with anticipation over what his reward might be. Considering the level of service I provided for the sect, they'll have to give me a medicinal pill to increase my longevity by 100 years. They'll most likely give me 1 million merit points too, and probably an incredible immortal's cave. I'm sure to be promoted to the inner sect as well. Ha ha ha. The more he thought about it, the more excited he got. After a long moment passed, however, no word came calling him into the temple. Bai Xiaochun was a bit taken aback. He continued to wait until he was yawning before, finally, a voice spoke in a somewhat begrudging tone. Bai Xiaochun, come in. His spirits instantly lifted. Taking a deep breath, he tried to look like the picture of a disciple who would go through hell or high water for his sect. Striding into the main temple, he clasped hands and bowed. Disciple Bai Xiaochun from Fragrant Cloud Peak, at your service. Greetings, sect leader. Greetings, other senior members of the sect. After offering formal greetings, Bai Xiaochun looked up. He immediately caught sight of an old man sitting in the middle of the group. He looked threatening without being angry, and wore a long white robe. His cultivation base was completely unreadable. He was surrounded by 8 others, a group of 6 men and 2 women. Li Qingho and Ouyang Jia were among them, and all of them seemed to be measuring up this Bai Xiaochun who had somehow returned alive. Their eyes lingered on his garments. Considering the power of their eyesight, it was instantly obvious to them that Bai Xiaochun's clothing had not been intentionally torn, but that he had truly experienced a deadly battle. They also noticed how pure and fair he seemed. He spoke courteously, and was neither haughty nor overly humble. From the expression on his face, he seemed completely at ease. Although none of them reacted at all to what they were seeing, inwardly, their impressions of Bai Xiaochun improved even more. However, a few were still somewhat suspicious of exactly what had occurred. Li Qingho looked at Bai Xiaochun and then slowly said, Bai Xiaochun, please explain in detail everything involved with the mission to the Luochun clan, from start to finish. Looking very serious, Bai Xiaochun calmly recounted everything that had occurred, from beginning to end. He left out the incident with the black-robed old man, that was his secret to keep. He wove Feng Yan sacrificing himself into the story, as well as the various difficulties they had faced. He was an intelligent person, so he didn't mention anything at all of what he had done that was worthy of merit, but instead continued to praise Feng Yan, Du Lingfei, and Hou Yunfei. It's all my fault for being useless, he said. Elder brother Feng died trying to save me. It's all my fault. The more he went on in this way, the more the sect leader and the others' eyes shone with approval. Of course, these people had practiced cultivation for many years, and were as crafty as devils. From the moment Bai Xiaochun came back wearing that one particular set of clothing, they could tell what type of person he was. Even so, their praise only continued to grow. After he lost consciousness, he just woke up all healed? The sect leader thought, smiling. He didn't mind this version of Bai Xiaochun's explanation. After all, disciples always had secrets to maintain. It was best for them to feel like they belonged in the sect, and exercising absolute control of every aspect of their lives would only serve to have the opposite effect. After the story was finished, the sect leader said, Bai Xiaochun, your reward was already announced several months ago. Back then, you became the Spirit Stream sect's prestige disciple. When the sect leader actually spoke the words prestige disciple, a strange feeling rose up in his heart. After all, this was the first time there had ever been a living prestige disciple. That was one of the reasons why the discussion had been so difficult earlier. The position of prestige disciple was extremely important, and had previously only been conferred upon people who had died in battle, never living disciples. And yet, here Bai Xiaochun was right in front of them, healthy and no worse for wear. That was one reason why all of them had been so shocked to hear the news that he was alive. Furthermore, it was a status that could not just be stripped away. The funeral service had been carried out, and the meritorious service performed. The group had been somewhat perplexed about what to do, and thus had left Bai Xiaochun waiting outside for some time. After much discussion, they decided that there was no way to change what had already been announced. In accordance with the sect rules, they would allow Bai Xiaochun to keep that position. Prestige disciple? Bai Xiaochun asked, looking shocked. He had never heard of any such title before, so he simply stood there, looking blankly at the sect leader and the other senior sect members. Although all of them had strange expressions on their faces, they didn't say anything else regarding a reward. Bai Xiaochun couldn't hold back from asking, that's it? That's it, replied the sect leader, smiling. Bai Xiaochun instantly started to get nervous, and then prepared to start explaining how difficult the journey had been, how many times he had almost died. Before he could start, Li Qinghe, who knew Bai Xiaochun better than anyone, cleared his throat and said, "Hurry up and thank the sect leader. The title of prestige disciple has only been given out 10 times throughout the history of the Spirit Stream sect. You are the only person to get it within the past 1,000 years. As the prestige disciple, you rank higher than the inner sect, and have the most prestigious glory in the entire Spirit Stream sect. Your descendants will all have special access to sect resources, and will be inner sect disciples from birth. The Spirit Stream sect will protect your bloodline for all eternity. Currently, there are 9 great clans who are part of the Spirit Stream sect, and all of them are prestige clans. It's a truly glorious and honorable position." When Bai Xiaochun heard the explanation, a somewhat sad expression appeared on his face. His spirit suddenly sank, and he looked miserably at Li Qinghe, then back at the sect leader. He wasn't sure what to say. Although the position of prestige disciple seemed incredible, the truth was that it had been created for the descendants of people who had died. But he was still alive. Sadly, Bai Xiaochun was now in the unfortunate position of being jealous of his own progeny. "Thanks, sect leader," he said sadly, lacking the energy to even speak. Sect leader Zhang Yuandong cleared his throat awkwardly. "From this day on, you may address me as elder brother sect leader." The matter of having Bai Xiaochun become the apprentice of his own master had been made because he assumed Bai Xiaochun had sacrificed his life. But now that he was alive, it led to a very awkward situation. The sect leader, despite having many years of life under his belt, would now have a 20-year-old kid calling him elder brother. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. "Really?" Bai Xiaochun asked, his eyes widening. All of a sudden, he felt much better. He had entered the temple hall with high expectations, only to have them cruelly crushed. That led to him being in a horrible mood. But now, things had changed. "Based on the meritorious service you performed, and considering that you had no formal master, I took the responsibility to accept you as an apprentice of my own master. Therefore, from now on you can call me elder brother." The sect leader couldn't feel more awkward. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, and his eyes filled with excitement. He suddenly was filled with the sensation that the sect truly had treated him well. The sect leader's master would most definitely be ranked as a prime elder in the sect, which caused Bai Xiaochun's eyes to radiate with excitement. From now on, he thought, nobody will dare to bully me, not with an awesome master like that. Ha ha ha. Heart leaping with joy, he clasped hands and bowed deeply. "Many thanks, elder brother sect leader," he said, sounding elated. "Elder brother sect leader, where exactly is our master? I would love to go pay my respects." A strange expression could be seen on the sect leader's face as he slowly said, "There's no hurry in that." There was a portrait made of him before he passed away in meditation, which was enshrined on the backside of the mountain. "I've already made arrangements for some people to escort you over there shortly." Bai Xiaochun felt as if he were being struck by lightning. Passed away in meditation. Enshrined on the backside of the mountain. His jaw dropped as the words he had just spoken echoed in his mind. After a long moment, he pulled himself together. The master he had become apprentice to had already passed away. Bai Xiaochun was now starting to seethe with anger, and his mind was buzzing. Once again his heart sank, and he wanted to cry, although no tears would come. It was in a virtual daze that he allowed himself to be led to the rear of the mountain, where he paid formal respects to the portrait of his master. Afterward, he left Mount Daoseed and returned to Fragrant Cloud Peak. On Fragrant Cloud Peak, numerous disciples hurried over to offer greetings. Curious expressions could be seen in their eyes, and someone even kindly took him over to look at his own gravestone. When Bai Xiaochun saw the gravestone, everything seemed to go black. Eventually, he found himself back in his courtyard, sitting blankly in his log cabin, rage building up within him. I became the apprentice of a painting. Several days later, he was still there, looking miserable. Half a month passed before he managed to collect himself. Sighing miserably, he left his residence to look for Big Fatty Zhang, to reminisce about the past. However, as soon as he walked out, he ran into an outer sect disciple who instantly clasped hands and bowed deeply. "Greetings, sect Uncle Bai." Bai Xiaochun took a few more steps, then stopped and turned around, eyes shining as he grabbed the outer sect disciple and pulled him forward. "What did you just call me?" "Sect Uncle Bai." The outer sect disciple instantly replied. "Sir, you're the junior brother of the sect leader. D disciple would naturally call you Elder Uncle Bai. Bai Xiaochun's fists loosened, and his eyes began to shine even more brightly. His heart also started pounding. This new status of his wasn't all that bad after all. He had a terrifying level of seniority. Licking his lips, he began to laugh, which frightened the outer sect disciple so much that he started to edge backward, unsure of what madness had struck Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun suddenly stopped laughing. Clearing his throat, he put on the air of a senior sect member and nodded slightly at the outer sect disciple. Instead of going to look for big fatty Zhang, it was with keen anticipation that he headed toward the missions office. Because that was where the most people would be. Meanwhile, Li Qingho had returned to Fragrant Cloud Peak and was in secluded meditation. After seating himself cross-legged, he thought for a bit and then waved his sleeve. Expression serious, he began to concoct pills. Xiaochun is stubborn and mischievous. I need to prepare a life-saving magical item for him. Unfortunately, I'm not very good at equipment forging, but I can make a batch of 9 Ultimates pills to trade with the Pillstream sect. When they find out I'm preparing a magical item for a Qi condensation disciple, and a younger relative at that, they'll definitely rip me off. Li Qingho shook his head, but didn't mind. In order to concoct 9 Ultimates pills, he would have to use some of his own heart blood, but when the thought about how close Bai Xiaochun had come to dying, he settled his qi, cleared his mind, and began preparations to start concocting. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 68, Sect Nephew, Don't Rush Off. Chapter 68, Sect Nephew, Don't Rush Off. Bai Xiaochun was the type of person who liked to find the fun in anything. Now that he had discovered the joy in being the junior brother of the sect leader, he couldn't be more happy. He strutted along the mountain paths of the sect until he saw the missions office off in the distance. Clearing his throat, he straightened his garments and assumed the air of a senior member of the sect. Sticking his chin out, he clasped his hands behind his back and sauntered forward. The missions office was one of the busiest places in the sect, and today it was as packed as usual. The clamor of outer sect disciples coming and going could be heard from quite a distance away. When Bai Xiaochun arrived, he stood there with a benevolent smile on his face, looking around at all the outer sect disciples. Almost as soon as he appeared, people noticed, and the disciples nearest to him, who were in the middle of discussing various mission-related topics, suddenly gaped. That's Sect Uncle Bai. Greetings, Sect Uncle Bai. Clasping hands in his direction, they called out, Greetings, Sect Uncle Bai. After hearing them, more people looked over, and soon, virtually all of the outer sect disciples in the area were clasping hands in greeting. Bursting with joy at hearing everyone call him Sect Uncle Bai, he strode forward, smiling, hands clasped behind his back as he said, Keep up the good work, everyone. The surrounding disciples looked at him enviously and began to murmur among themselves. Wow, Sect Uncle Bai is the sect leader's junior brother. There were a few honor guards stationed at the missions office, and when they saw Bai Xiaochun walking up, they hastily rose to their feet and clasped hands in greeting. Virtually the entire missions office lurched to a halt as everyone turned to look. Bai Xiaochun was only getting more exciting. Carry on, everyone, he said. There's no need to worry about me. I'm just here on behalf of Elder Brother Sect Leader to inspect the outer sect disciples of the Spirit Stream sect. Happiness blossomed in the depths of his heart. In response to his words, the surrounding disciples once again clasped hands, and even the elders from the missions office came out and nodded politely to him. However, although Bai Xiaochun had clearly told them not to pay him any heed, he didn't leave. He strolled through the crowd, nodding to those he recognized and reveling in their calls of Sect Uncle Bai. Some of the disciples even said it 10 times. Soon, strange looks appeared on their faces as they realized that apparently, Bai Xiaochun had actually come to hear them call him Sect Uncle Bai. In the end, he decided not to push things too far. Waving at everyone, he swaggered away, and soon the missions office returned to its normal state of affairs. What an awesome status, he thought, his eyes shining. Not only did he feel incredibly happy, most importantly, he could tell that his status was vastly removed from everyone else. Prestige disciple. Junior brother of the sect leader. Might as well just say that nobody in the sect will ever dare to provoke me, right? Having reached this point in his train of thoughts, Bai Xiaochun laughed heartily and hurried off in the direction of the 10,000 Medicines Pavilion. The 10,000 Medicines Pavilion was also packed. It didn't take long for him to get there, and when he did, he looked up at the 10 stone steels and listened to everyone call him Sect Uncle Bai. He stood there for quite a while, sighing, until strange expressions began to appear on the faces of the disciples. Reluctantly, he left. By that time, evening was falling, but he didn't feel tired at all, and went over to one of the locations where a lot of outer sect disciples resided. Su Baokai had just stepped out, and when he saw Bai Xiaochun, he immediately clasped hands. Bai Xiaochun thumped Su Baokai on the shoulder and then spoke in a wise, reprimanding tone. Ah, it's you, little treasure. After all the time I've been gone, you haven't made much progress with your cultivation base. We can't have that. You need to work hard at your cultivation. Su Baocai's jaw dropped, and he blinked. His heart trembled a bit after hearing Bai Xiaochun call him little treasure. At this age, only his father would call him something like that, and even then, only in private. Despite feeling a bit odd, he didn't dare to say anything, and merely nodded in assent. 1. I mean, as an important person like myself. Bai Xiaochun suddenly realized that with a position like his, it would be improper to simply refer to himself as I, and so he decided to try to make himself sound like an important person, like Li Qingho. He cleared his throat. Clasping his hands behind his back, he stuck his jaw out and said, as an important person like myself, I'm not very familiar with this area. Could you show me around a bit? Su Baokai had no choice but to immediately begin to show Bai Xiaochun around. More and more disciples were returning home, and when they caught sight Bai Xiaochun, they looked a bit surprised. Many of them had already seen him earlier at the missions office and the 10,000 medicines pavilion. Seeing him here caused them to exchange quizzical glances. However, they had no other option than to clasp hands and offer greetings. Bai Xiaochun once again reveled in the glory of this status. Joy surged in his heart at the sight of one outer sect disciple after another offering greetings. It was late at night before he finally left, feeling very pleased with himself. As he walked along, he saw the Spirit Tail Chicken Farm and decided to stop by. Before long, calls of Sect Uncle Bai could be heard. When he left, he held 2 Spirit Tail chickens in his hands. Ah, the perks of having status. When I wanted to eat chickens before, I had to steal them. Now I can just take them openly. Who would dare to provoke me now, huh? My elder brother is the sect leader. Bai Xiaochun hummed a little tune as he strolled back to his residence, emanating an air of pride and complacency. Early the next morning, when the sun had just risen, Bai Xiaochun crawled out of bed, feeling in very high spirits. Straightening his clothes, he looked at himself in his copper mirror and selected the best pose he could come up with, then stepped out. Then he went about doing things in a very serious way, as if it were his job. He didn't go to the missions office, but instead visited many other locations on Fragrant Cloud Peak. He even went to watch the fighting competition. Throughout the day, he heard countless people call him Sect Uncle Bai. To him, it was almost as if he had become an immortal. His spirits were so high he nearly burst. And then, the 3rd day arrived. Then the 4th, and the 5th. He strolled around the sect for more than 10 days in a row. By that point, virtually all of the outer sect disciples on Fragrant Cloud Peak had called him Sect Uncle Bai, and were on the verge of going crazy. To call a kid like him Sect Uncle might be fine if it only happened once. But the more they had to call it out, the worse they felt. Bai Xiaochun's days were long and fulfilling, and he especially liked it when he ran into people he knew. He would quickly hurry over and call out a greeting. One day he saw Zhao Idwa. Eyes shining, he hurried over and grabbed his arm and said, Sect Nephew Idwa, long time no see. Don't rush off. When Zhao Idwa heard the term Sect Nephew, his face twitched. Sect Uncle Bai, we've run into each other several times in the past few days. Bai Xiaochun blinked, then cleared his throat. It was at that point that he saw someone else nearby, someone who had noticed him and was just turning to leave. He said. Sect Nephew Xiong, long time no see. He quickly released Zhao Idwa and hurried over to stand in front of Chen Xiong, face beaming. Chen Xiong seemed to be on the verge of going mad. He had run into Bai Xiaochun every day recently, usually at least 3 times. From what he had heard, it was the same with everyone who personally knew Bai Xiaochun. The person who had it worst of all was an unlucky fellow who called himself Lord Wolf, who supposedly was visited by Bai Xiaochun dozens of times per day. Sect Uncle Bai, I have something to take care of, I have to run. Chen Xiong promptly fled as though his life depended on it. 10 days later, the outer sect disciples on Fragrant Cloud Peak had begun to pretend not to notice Bai Xiaochun. That of course left him less than pleased, and forced him to take the initiative more often. Bai Xiaochun grabbed one of Zhou Xinqi's former fans and said, Aya. You seem so familiar. Come, as an important person like myself, I sometimes forget things. Have we met already? The disciple looked downright wretched as Bai Xiaochun began to chat with him. After enough time passed for an incense stick to burn, and after the disciple had called him Sect Uncle by more than 30 times, Bai Xiaochun finally seemed pleased, and allowed the miserable-looking disciple to leave. However, such a strategy wasn't really viable long-term. After realizing that everyone was avoiding him, he decided that he needed to take more initiative. In the following days, he would frequently clear his throat to alert people to his presence. The results were only average, leaving Bai Xiaochun feeling quite down. Thankfully, there was another girl besides Du Lingfei whom Bai Xiaochun found quite charming. It was Ho Xiaomei, who would take the initiative to come find him every day. There was no need for him to clear his throat, she was so enthusiastic she could hardly stand still in front of him, and would follow him around fawningly and call him sect uncle. The other outer sect disciples felt a bit sick when they saw that, but Bai Xiaochun was delighted. Some time ago, Bai Xiaochun had provided her with some education regarding the mysterious little turtle of Fragrant Cloud Peak. She still adored the little turtle, and on one occasion when she was walking around with Bai Xiaochun, she asked him what he thought of the little turtle. The little turtle? He's mysterious and unfathomable. He is naturally talented, and in the 10,000-year history of the Spirit Stream sect, he is a rarely seen, grandiose figure. He's like a white cloud in a clear sky, someone that everyone can look up to. In the end, he coughed dryly. After uttering such grandiose words, Bai Xiaochun had to work hard not to just blurt out to Ho Xiaomei that he was the little turtle. However, he was still determined to find a time when he was the focus of all attention to tell Ho Xiaomei about his grand identity. I feel the same way, Ho Xiaomei responded, eyes glittering brightly. I've told a lot of people that the little turtle is oblivious to material rewards. He pursues the Tao of medicine, and does not worry himself with worldly matters. He's definitely like a white cloud in a clear sky. For a while, there had been a lot of rumors that Bai Xiaochun was the little turtle. However, those rumors had eventually been refuted. Everyone had an idea of what they thought the little turtle looked like, and it definitely wasn't Bai Xiaochun. The fact that Ho Xiaomei responded in such a way didn't really register to Bai Xiaochun. He was currently thinking about one of the top 5 beauties of the South Bank, Zhou Xinqi. I wonder what it would be like to hear a proud chosen like Zhou Xinqi call me sect uncle. He thought. The mere idea got him excited, and from that day on, he began to search relentlessly for Zhou Xinqi. As the saying goes, everything comes to him who waits. One day, he looked up and happened to see Zhou Xinqi soaring through the air on her blue flying silk. Sect niece Xinqi! He shouted. Zhou Xinqi's face twisted into an unsightly expression. She had heard about what Bai Xiaochun had been doing during the past month, and knew that all of the outer sect disciples had been talking about the matter in fearful tones. When the words sect niece Xinqi entered her ears, goosebumps sprang up all over her body. She immediately pretended as if she hadn't heard him and proceeded along her way. However, how could she have imagined that Bai Xiaochun would stubbornly run along beneath her, crying out at the top of his lungs, "Sect niece Xinqi, come on, have a chat with your sect uncle about life." He was actually bursting with excitement. He had been looking for Zhou Xinqi for quite some time, and having finally run into her, there was no way he would simply give up. Zhou Xinqi gritted her teeth and picked up speed. It was only by leaving Fragrant Cloud Peak that she was finally able to shake him. Bai Xiaochun watched as she flew away, and sighed with regret. It doesn't matter. You can fly, but I'll be able to fly eventually too. One of these days, I'll get you to call me sect uncle Bai. Feeling a bit depressed, he looked up at the darkening sky and then went to look for Du Lingfei. As soon as she saw him coming, she covered her mouth with her hand as she laughed. Sect uncle Bai, sect uncle Bai, sect uncle Bai. Bai Xiaochun's spirits instantly soared because of Du Lingfei's charmingness. A few days before, one of the sect elders had taken her as an apprentice because of the services she had rendered. Then she had been assigned to Eastwood City to serve as the Spirit Stream sect's honor guard there. It was a great opportunity for Du Lingfei. After spending a few years in Eastwood City, considering her past experience and meritorious service, she would be directly promoted into the inner sect. Furthermore, she would have a lot of authority in Eastwood City, and access to even more abundant cultivation resources than were available in the main sect. Bai Xiaochun sighed with regret as he saw her off. Then he continued to wander around Fragrant Cloud Peak looking for interesting things to do. Time passed. A month later, the words sect uncle Bai had become somewhat taboo. Whenever anyone thought of them, they would laugh bitterly. By that point, Bai Xiaochun finally came to the conclusion that it was time to call an end to the matter. I, Bai Xiaochun, am the junior brother of the Spirit Stream sect's sect leader. I am the sect uncle to all disciples, not just the disciples on Fragrant Cloud Peak. I can't discriminate against the other mountain peaks. I need to go visit them too. After a bit of thought, he decided that it truly was the right thing to do. Thus, he headed toward Violet Cauldron Peak. Important note, as of this chapter 1 I'm officially going on a short hiatus for a while eternal to focus fully on my other project, I Shall Seal the Heavens. As most of you probably know, the translation of ISSTH will be completed on July 1st, slightly more than a month from when this chapter is being posted. Sometime after that, I will be translating A Will Eternal as my main project, and the number of chapters posted per week will increase dramatically. Unfortunately, that won't be happening on July 2nd. As I mentioned in other announcements and videos, after ISSTH is finished, I'll be taking my first break from translating in over 2 years. One of the things I plan to do during that time is read AWE in Chinese in its entirety, or at least get several hundred chapters ahead. Up to now I've been translating as I go along, which not only makes things go slower, it can lead to mistakes in the translation because of misunderstanding certain passages that don't get explained for dozens or hundreds of chapters. There are already a few things I've come across that I needed to look as far as 300 to 400 chapters ahead to get an explanation. And those were things I went looking for. Who knows what other things might be lurking in future chapters that I didn't think to check into. As of the posting of this chapter, AWE is still being written by Air Gen, and hasn't quite reached 800 chapters. Given the standard length of Air Gen novels, that means the story is probably only about half done, with something like a year left before it's finished. During my hiatus from AWE, you can contact me on Twitter or Facebook if you have any questions. 1. The Baoan Su Baotsai's name means treasure, and Little Treasure sounds like the nickname of a child. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 69, by Xiaochun, Come Offer Greetings to the Young Lord. Chapter 69, by Xiaochun, Come Offer Greetings to the Young Lord. 1 month later, the outer sect disciples on Violet Cauldron Peak were about to go crazy. Bai Xiaochun had virtually made a career out of being a sect uncle, and everyone there knew it. They quickly came to find that it didn't matter where they went, they were likely to run into a very pure and fair young man, slender, with a certain proud look on his face that he tried to cover up, but was unable to. As he swaggered along, he would loudly clear his throat whenever he encountered another disciple, and if they pretended they didn't recognize him, he would immediately introduce himself. Their throats began to go hoarse from speaking the words Sect Uncle Bai, and yet, they had no choice but to continue doing so. After all, Bai Xiaochun was the junior brother of the sect leader, and in terms of seniority, he outranked everyone. Any disciple who dared to offend him was essentially violating sect rules. Eventually, people went to Big Fatty Zhang to ask for help. In turn, he made a huge fanfare about seeing Bai Xiaochun off to visit Green Crest Peak. Another month passed, and the disciples of Green Crest Peak were also driven crazy. That was especially true of Chen Fei and his 2 friends, who were soon frightened out of their minds. Once Bai Xiaochun began to do the rounds at Green Crest Peak, he would frequently look for them. Despite the fact that they would instantly begin to blabber greetings to Sect Uncle Bai, that didn't end things. Bai Xiaochun was quick to nitpick, and if they showed even an iota of disrespect, he would imply that he would report them to the Hall of Justice. Chen Fei and his friends began to shake with fear, and were soon treading on thin ice no matter where they went. In the end, they finally ratted out Qian Dajin. After giving them another good thrashing, Bai Xiaochun finally let them off the hook. Sighing, he left Green Crest Peak, all the while blaming himself for what was going on. The outer sect disciples all know me, but I haven't had a chance to meet any of the inner sect disciples. And then there's Qian Dajin. Does he really think I've forgotten about him? After a long moment of thought, Bai Xiaochun nodded deeply at the prospect of the immense pleasure he was about to experience. With that, he hurried off to find some inner sect disciples. In the following days, Bai Xiaochun made appearances on all 3 of the mountain peaks, most of the time in the areas occupied by the inner sect disciples. Considering his status, he could go almost anywhere in the Spirit Stream sect. However, he quickly lost interest. The inner sect disciples all happened to be in secluded meditation, and he hardly saw a single one even after a few months passed. That was especially true of Qian Dajin, whose Immortal's Cave was constantly under the protection of several spell formations. I refuse to believe this just a coincidence. Bai Xiaochun thought as he stood there in front of Qian Dajin's door. He tried to break through the spell formations, but considering they were there to protect the Immortal's Cave of an inner sect disciple, they were simply too powerful. Seeing that it was impossible for him to succeed on his own, he decided that it would be best to go get some help in breaking them open. However, it was at this point that 2 people appeared off in the distance, racing in his direction. They were inner sect disciples, one tall, one short, and as they closed in, they didn't even make a show of clasping their hands in greeting. The first one to speak was the tall one. Voice cool, he said, Sect Uncle Bai, how about you give my clan's young lord a bit of face and forget about what happened with Qian Dajin? Oh, by the way, that young lord is none other than Shangwan Tianyu. From the young man's tone of voice, he made it clear what he expected Bai Xiaochun to do. Shangwan Tianyu was the most respected among the 3 great chosen of the 3 mountain peaks of the South Bank. Latent talent such as his had been rare for at least 1,000 years on the south bank of the Spirit Stream sect, and although he was only an outer sect disciple, there was no question that he would soon reach foundation establishment. Because of that, many of the elders in the sect viewed Shangwan Tianyu as being a bit different from everyone else. Many people even hoped that he would eventually be able to outdo the disciples of the North Bank, and as such, a lot of resources were being put into his training. That in turn caused Shangguan Tianyu to have a lot of fans, especially on Green Crest Peak. Bai Xiaochun's expression was the same as ever. In the past, he might have started to get scared. However, his general fear of death did not indicate that he lacked courage. In fact, as long as a situation didn't carry the threat of death, he was actually quite dauntless. Because of his current status, there was virtually nothing and no one in the sect who could threaten his life, and therefore, he simply turned his nose up and stared at the two newcomers with a slight smile. When you meet an important person like me, but fail to offer formal greetings, it shows what great gall the two of you have, doesn't it? He flicked his sleeve. Who might it be that egged you on into such impertinent disrespect? Might it have been Shangguan Tianyu? The two inner sect disciples' expressions flickered, and the tall one's gaze turned sharp as he stared at Bai Xiaochun. Sect Uncle Bai, he said, you'd do best to pick your words a bit more carefully. Almost as soon as the words left his mouth, and before he could continue speaking, Bai Xiaochun suddenly vanished. A blast of wind swept across the inner sect disciple, who stared in shock as Bai Xiaochun appeared directly in front of him. His speed was so incredible that the two inner sect disciples hadn't even seen him move. Before they could react, Bai Xiaochun stretched his palm back and swept it toward the tall disciple's face, causing a sound like thunder to rumble out. Almost instantly, a protective shield sprang up from within the young man's robe, the result of a magical device given to all inner sect disciples. However, in almost the same instant that the shield appeared, Bai Xiaochun's palm landed, and it shattered into 1,000 pieces. It was completely incapable of standing up to the incredible power of Bai Xiaochun's palm. A massive slap rang out, and the tall disciple instantly saw stars. His mind thrummed, and he almost felt like he had been crushed by a mountain. Blood sprayed out of his mouth as he slammed into the ground, tumbling backward like a kite with its string cut. After rolling along for several dozen meters, shrieking the entire way, he finally lapsed into unconsciousness. Everything happened so quickly that the short disciple could do nothing more than stand there, mouth agape, mind spinning. After a moment, he began to edge backward, glancing first at his unconscious comrade and then back at Bai Xiaochun. Then he took a deep breath, and swallowed hard. Why you, he stammered, pointing shakily at Bai Xiaochun. Never in his wildest dreams could he have imagined that Bai Xiaochun's fleshly body power would be so shocking. It seemed on par with the 8th level of qi condensation. Bai Xiaochun turned slowly to look at the short disciple, and then said, "Can an inner sect disciple really gesture so rudely to someone of the elder generation?" Then he began to walk forward. Shrieking, the short disciple turned tail and fled. However, before he could get very far, the sound of a screaming wind filled the air as Bai Xiaochun bore down on him and once again unleashed a mighty slap. It was at that very moment that a stern, sinister voice rang out from down below. "Stay your hand." Suddenly, a newcomer appeared on the scene. However, Bai Xiaochun paid him no heed. His palm moved too quickly, and the short inner sect disciple was sent flying. Teeth spun through the air, and blood spattered. The disciple's neck seemed to be on the verge of breaking as he flew off to the side, unconscious. With that, Bai Xiaochun shook out his hand and looked at the person racing up from further down the mountain. It was a middle-aged man with a cultivation base in the 9th level of qi condensation, a level of power similar to Chun Hung. The man glared furiously at Bai Xiaochun and said, "Didn't you hear what I just said, Bai Xiaochun? Damn it. You're a dot." Bai Xiaochun lifted his chin, smiled, and interrupted, "Sect nephew, are you looking to get slapped as well?" From the actions of the two disciples moments ago, as well as this man's words, it was clear that they didn't have the least bit of respect for him, and furthermore, even disdained him to some degree, as though they felt that they completely outranked him. Inner sect disciples like that were completely contemptible as far as he was concerned. Bai Xiaochun's words caused various expressions to flash across the man's face, and he bit back his next words. Bai Xiaochun's impressive display of fleshly body strength left him breathless and in complete shock. Now that the man thought about it, he realized that, considering Bai Xiaochun's status, it didn't matter what he did here, the Hall of Justice wouldn't care a bit. The middle-aged man stared at Bai Xiaochun for a long moment, suppressed his fury, and then explained his purpose in coming. "Bai Xiaochun, my clan's young lord wishes for you to go offer him formal greetings." He had actually been sent by Shangguan Tianyu to order Bai Xiaochun go offer formal greetings. In his opinion, his clan's young lord was making a mountain out of a molehill. Bai Xiaochun had lucked his way into being an important person, and was more of a clown than anything else. He had killed a few weak members of some cultivator clan, and it was only by chance that the sect ended up making a big deal about him. That certainly didn't earn him the right to be given face by a young lord who was already making his meteoric rise, and would certainly reach the gold core stage and forge a legend in the future. In fact, this man actually felt that being sent to fetch Bai Xiaochun to come offer greetings was a bit below his status. Bai Xiaochun could already see how arrogant of a person Shangguan Tianyu was. Considering his own status, if he didn't come in person, or if he chose to just send a message, it might be acceptable. But instead, he actually wanted Bai Xiaochun to go visit him. Even if he's a chosen, do you really think an outer sect disciple can order me to offer him greetings? He should be the one coming to greet me. The middle-aged man flicked his sleeve, sending out a blast of wind. Bai Xiaochun, he grated furiously, for my clan's young lord to ask you to go visit him is a huge show of face. Do you know how many people wish they could go offer formal greetings? You. Before he could finish speaking, his face flickered, and he leaped backward. However, he was just a bit too slow. Bai Xiaochun appeared directly in front of him and reached back his palm. How dare you! The man's cultivation base was in the 9th level of Qi condensation, and he unleashed all of its power, simultaneously performing an incantation gesture that summoned numerous wind blades. However, even as the wind blades appeared in front of him, Bai Xiaochun's palm smashed into them, crushing them like twigs. They couldn't provide even the slightest bit of protection. The palm proceeded onward almost as if nothing had attempted to block its way, landing almost instantly on the man's face. A slapping sound echoed out, followed by a scream. The middle-aged man staggered backward 30 meters or more before finally lurching to a stop. With that, Bai Xiaochun swished his sleeve and snorted arrogantly. You're not even as powerful as Chun Hang. No wonder you're such a lackey. Screw off. The man looked back at Bai Xiaochun in astonishment. He was shaking visibly, and his cheek was already swelling up. Blood oozing from between his teeth, he quickly fled. After the man left, Bai Xiaochun looked back toward Qian Dajin's immortal's cave with narrowed eyes. He was the type of person who feared death, and as such, if someone tried to kill him, he would seek revenge upon them no matter what. It didn't matter if Qian Dajin asked for help from Shangguan Tianyu, there was no possible way Bai Xiaochun would let him off the hook. Although Bai Xiaochun's actions in the sect recently had seemed somewhat casual, he had actually long since carried out a thorough investigation about Qian Dajin. You think you can hide away in there? He thought. You think I have no way of making you show your face? With a cold snort, he turned to leave. Based on his current status, what happened next was no surprise. A jade slip from the Hall of Justice appeared, a mission. It took only a moment for it to pass into Qian Dajin's immortal's cave, and hover in the air in front of him. It was just like what had happened with Bai Xiaochun. Qian Dajin was being forced to accept a very dangerous mission outside the sect. A bitter smile appeared on his face, as he realized that he had no choice but to emerge from hiding to carry out the mission. However, he still clung to the hope that being outside of the sect might help him avoid catastrophe. Unfortunately, he had underestimated the lengths to which Bai Xiaochun would go to exact his revenge. He had already arranged for several such missions to be assigned to Qian Dajin. Furthermore, he'd asked for some help from Ho Yunfei. The Ho clan had a foundation establishment patriarch, and access to other deep reserves. Considering how important Bai Xiaochun was to them, and coupled with the urgings of Ho Yunfei and Ho Xiaomei, they had become a powerful ally. With the help of the Ho clan, it was a foreordained certainty that Qian Dajin would be struck with misfortune during the course of trying to carry out the missions. It wasn't that the Hall of Justice was unaware of what had occurred with Qian Dajin, and how it led to Bai Xiaochun's fall in combat. However, despite the fact that the news was never spread publicly, internal records had been maintained. Now that Bai Xiaochun was back and wanted to settle accounts, there was little they could do to stop him. In fact, it was almost as if they owed him, and were simply allowing him to do what he wanted. To top it off, there were even some people who had already come to view Qian Dajin as dead. Translator, Deathblade. Chinese language consultant, ASI aka Beerblade. Editor, GNE. Memes, Logan. Meme archives, Jerry DeBoz. Hi everyone, I'm back. Sorry for the long absence. Starting from here on out, I will be focusing full-time on translating A Will Eternal. I'm still in the middle of jet lag recovery after my vacation in California, so there will be no set schedule at first. However, I will quickly settle into a rhythm, and plan to be doing 12 to 14 chapters per week initially. As time progresses, that number will slowly increase. In the past, I posted chapters 7 days a week no matter what. For the next few weeks, I might take a day off here and there during the week. We'll see. In the process of working on the final edited version of ISSTH, I've made quite a few changes to term conventions for the AirGen multiverse, including capitalizations. Starting with this chapter, AWE will also conform to those same conventions. As time permits, I will go back to change the previous AWE chapters to conform. If you notice typos or mistakes, please click the link to the right that says Report Typos, Mistakes and let me know. By the way, as per my contract with Wuxia and in accordance with international copyright law, I retain the rights to my own translation, and do not give permission for it to be posted or published anywhere except Wuxia. Anyone who posts my translation of A Wool Eternal on any site other than Wuxia does so illegally and without my consent, and is essentially stealing it. Follow me on Twitter to get instant access to the latest updates on my translation, the translation scene, life in China, etc. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 70, Hey, Elder Brotherly. Chapter 70, Hey, Elder Brotherly. In a certain location near the summit of Green Crest Peak was a solitary little path. At the end of that path was a pool of water, within which swam several golden-colored fish. Next to the pond was an immortal's cave. It was a somewhat remote and isolated place, very quiet, with abundant spiritual energy that clearly exceeded anything else nearby. On the bank of the pond sat a young man. He wore the long robe of an outer sect disciple, and was exceedingly good-looking, with long black hair, fair skin, and a refined, intelligent air. He was the type of young man that female disciples would sigh over constantly, whose phoenix-like eyes were delicate, and yet glistened with flickering light. Overall, he seemed completely unique. He currently held a fishing rod, which he would occasionally cast out into the pond, whereupon the fish would voraciously compete to gobble up the food attached to the end of the line. The middle-aged man who by Xiaochun had just slapped was hurrying up the path, face ashen. When he reached the end, he slowed down and respectfully clasped hands and bowed to the young man. "Greetings, young lord," he said through gritted teeth. "Young lord, Bai Xiaochun doesn't know how to appreciate favors." I carefully relayed your message, but instead of coming to offer greetings, he acted bossy and domineering. He thinks he can simply throw his weight around with impunity. The young man looked over, his expression seemingly ambivalent. "Well," he said coolly, "forget about it then. He's a nobody. It was mostly just on a whim that I thought to have him come offer greetings." The man nodded. "I think I understand what you mean, young lord. The reason he's a nobody is that the position of prestige disciple is only given to dead people, right? Plus, being the junior brother of the sect leader is a complete joke. In fact, his master is actually a corpse." The man chuckled coldly for a moment, but then shivered as he realized that the young man was staring at him with an icy expression. All of a sudden, the middle-aged man was struck with fear. Young lord. "It's true that he's a nobody," the young man said, "not even worth paying attention to. However, the sect leader's master is a former patriarch of our sect. Do you really think you qualify to even mention him? Go to the frigid abyss and slap yourself for 3 months straight as punishment." With that, the young man looked away and continued to feed his golden fish. Trembling, the middle-aged man nodded in assent and quickly took his leave. Having settled the issue of Qian Dajin, Bai Xiaochun returned to Fragrant Cloud Peak. He wasn't worried at all about Shangguan Tianyu. Considering the meritorious service he had performed for the sect, unless he turned traitor, his life wouldn't be in danger at all. As time passed, he lost some of his excitement over being called sect uncle, especially considering that most people avoided him at all costs. In fact, he actually came to feel a bit melancholy. However, one day he happened to wander into the scripture pavilion, whereupon his spirits were lifted almost instantly. He found that as soon as he arrived, he was immediately granted a reading space alongside the lecturing elders, where he could look down upon the countless disciples in attendance. He fell in love with the experience almost immediately, after which he came to frequent the mountaintop sermon pavilion. There he would sit, occasionally giving a smile and a nod to disciples down below, eyes sparkling with satisfaction. He looked very much like the Foundation Establishment elders whom he sat next to. The Foundation Establishment elders didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and as for the disciples from the various mountain peaks, their spirits couldn't be lower, but they had no choice but to simply stare up angrily at Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun had found a new way to flaunt his status as the junior brother of the sect leader. When he came into the presence of the Foundation Establishment cultivators, he would immediately call them elder brother and elder sister. Although they didn't say anything in response, strange expressions could be seen on their faces, and any nearby disciples would eventually be forced to utter the words sect uncle Bai. Things went on like that for some time until one day, Bai Xiaochun happened to run into Li Qingho. Unable to restrain himself, Bai Xiaochun immediately cried out in an amiable tone, "Hey, elder brother Li." Li Qingho looked a bit haggard. He had been working this entire time on concocting the 9 Ultimates pill, and was currently on his way out of the sect. As soon as the words entered his ears, his jaw dropped, and he looked around until his gaze came to fall on Bai Xiaochun. Then, his cheek twitched. Although he had been spending all his time on pill concocting lately, he had heard about Bai Xiaochun's antics, which had turned into quite a headache. To hear Bai Xiaochun addressing him in such a fashion left Li Qingho glaring in shock. As soon as the words left his mouth, Bai Xiaochun regretted speaking them. Seeing Li Qingho's reaction then caused him to suck in a breath. After all, Li Qingho was the person he feared most in the entire sect. Grimacing, he shivered and quickly said, "Uncle Li, my mistake." However, there was really nothing Li Qingho could do, and he knew it. Glaring even harder at Bai Xiaochun, he decided to rebuke him a bit for his recent behavior. "I'm leaving the sect for a bit," he said. "At the soonest, I'll be back in a few months, at the most, a year. Don't even think of fooling around while I'm gone. Work hard at your cultivation." After a few more words of exhortation, he turned and left. Bai Xiaochun let out a long sigh of relief as Li Qingho made his way off into the distance. A glimmer of fear could be seen in his eyes, but at the same time, a bit of warmth and respect for one of his elders could also be seen. He couldn't help but remember what Du Lingfei said about the time he had gone missing, and how Li Qingho had spent 2 months searching for him on his own. Upon his return, Li Qingho had been in quite a sorry state, and seemed to blame himself for what had happened. After Bai Xiaochun's father and mother fell sick and died, he hadn't shown such warmth and respect to anyone. At some point, though, he had come to view Li Qingho as one of his own relatives. Because of Li Qingho's admonition, Bai Xiaochun changed his ways for about half a month. During that time, he ceased clearing his throat to attract attention, and instead focused his attention on Zhou Xinqi's Immortal's Cave. In all of the sect, she was the only person who knew him personally but refused to call him Sect Uncle Bai. After a few months passed, he started to get a bit depressed. After all, he could only catch sight of Zhou Xinqi whizzing around on her blue flying silk. Considering that he was incapable of flight, it didn't matter how much he chased after her, he could only watch in dismay as she flew away. There are probably only a few magical devices in the whole sect that Qi condensation disciples can use to fly. Without a special technique like the one that Chun Hung used, the only way to fly is to get one of those magical devices. It's so unfair. My master should have gifted me with such an item. My master. Sighing, he walked along for a bit more before suddenly stopping in his tracks. Looking up in thought for a moment, he suddenly turned and headed toward Mount Daoseed. As the junior brother of the sect leader, he had unrestricted access to Mount Daoseed, and before long, there he was at the top of the mountain, where sect leader Zhang Yuandong's grand hall was located. Swaggering in, Bai Xiaochun called out, "Elder brother sect leader, oh dear elder brother sect leader. I want to go offer incense to my master, but..." Zhang Yuandong sat there in the hall cross-legged in meditation. As soon as he heard Bai Xiaochun's voice, he sighed. In recent days, so many people had come to visit him that he had lost count. He had heard all about Bai Xiaochun's doings, and had long since come to regret the situation. Unfortunately, as the old saying went, the timber had already been crafted into a boat, and there was little to be done. After all, despite Bai Xiaochun's peculiar preoccupations, he wasn't doing anything to hurt anyone. Hearing Bai Xiaochun continue to call out to him, Zhang Yuandong slowly rose to his feet, cleared his throat, and looked over solemnly. "Calm down, I heard you." Looking very charming, Bai Xiaochun hurried over and clasped hands in greeting. "Junior brother offers greetings, elder brother sect leader." Zhang Yuandong sighed inwardly. Although he knew what was going on, he couldn't help but shake his head and smile wryly as he led Bai Xiaochun into the restricted area behind the mountain. In the Immortal's Cave in that area, a portrait was hung on the wall depicting a middle-aged man. The man smiled faintly as he looked off into the distance, emanating a unique aura that made his image look quite lifelike. Beneath the portrait was a small tribute altar, upon which could be seen some spirit fruits and spirit candles. The Immortal's Cave was simple but elegant, and filled one with a sense of incredible dignity. As soon as Bai Xiaochun entered, he hurried over to the portrait and plopped down into a kneeling position. Then he began to kowtow deeply, touching the floor with his forehead 9 times, his expression very solemn. Finally, he looked up at the portrait, his eyes radiating pious sincerity. "Master, apprentice has come to pay respects." Zhang Yuandong stood off to the side looking on. Although he knew Bai Xiaochun was stubborn and mischievous, he also could tell that he had a filial heart. Considering Zhang Yuandong's experience in life, he was able to tell from Bai Xiaochun's expression that the pious sincerity was real, and not an act. But then, Bai Xiaochun continued to speak. "Master, your apprentice has been going through some tough times. I can't even fly. Other disciples' masters have all given them magical items to help them fly, as well as life-protecting treasures. Sadly, I don't have anything. But that's fine, master. Your apprentice doesn't care about material things anyway. As long as I can burn some incense for you, sir, then I'm happy. Who knows, maybe your spirit in heaven will hear me and somehow manage to bequeath me with something." When Zhang Yuandong heard this, his eyes went wide. Master, it wasn't very long ago that your apprentice gave everything to protect the sect, to ensure that its 10,000-year legacy continued on. To protect the honor of the sect, I was chased down relentlessly, and during that time, all of my magical items were lost or ruined. I came back to the sect without anything to call my own. My bags are empty. I'm more impoverished than a servant. I don't want you to feel any pressure, though, Master. It's fine. Your apprentice isn't afraid of lacking defensive magical items. Even if I don't have a magical flight device, I'll still go through hell or high water for the sect. It's my duty. However, if enough time goes by and I haven't come to burn incense for you, Master, then that will just go to show that my lack of life-protecting magical items and magical flight devices has caused me to lose my poor little life. At least then I will be able to personally go to reunite with you, sir. Even as he spoke, Bai Xiaochun looked out at his dear elder brother sect leader out of the corner of his eye. Zheng Yuandong's face twitched. He was truly stupefied. In all the years he had practiced cultivation, this was the first time he had ever encountered a disciple as outlandish as Bai Xiaochun. Chuckling bitterly in his heart, he looked up at the portrait of his master, and then thought for a long moment. It was true that when he had first been apprenticed to his master, he had been bequeathed with a protective magical device. Having reached this point in his train of thought, Zhang Yuandong looked over at Bai Xiaochun, his gaze softening. Before long, Bai Xiaochun and Zhang Yuandong left the immortal's cave. The entire time, Bai Xiaochun was looking at Zhang Yuandong out of the corner of his eye. Eventually, they reached the Grand Hall on Mount Daosid, whereupon Zhang Yuandong stopped walking. Turning to look at Bai Xiaochun, he waved his hand, causing two streams of light to fly out, one of them gold, the other white. The golden light contained a palm-sized flying sword. However, its mere appearance caused the air around it to distort as it radiated waves of heat. It seemed completely extraordinary, and was covered with countless complicated magical symbols which glittered radiantly, and caused fluctuations to spill out in all directions. The white light contained a small shield, also palm-sized. It was made of white jade, and carved with extremely lifelike immortal cranes. It also radiated an intense warmth. Bai Xiaochun could instantly tell that they were extraordinary items. Eyes shining, he began to pant as he realized that there was something even more outstanding to the two items. Both of them were decorated with three unique flowing sets of lines. Zhang Yuandong looked gently at Bai Xiaochun, his eyes gleaming with encouragement. Within the golden crow sword is sealed a golden crow, he said. It contains the power of blazing fire, and can summon an illusory golden crow of the same cultivation base as the person summoning it. It can be used to fly, and can be used until the early foundation establishment stage. If it is destroyed, it will unleash incredible power. The Divine Crane Shield is a defensive magical device created from the soul of an immortal crane. It can protect you from any deadly crisis less powerful than foundation establishment. My master performed threefold spirit enhancements on both of these items, but didn't dare to proceed beyond that. Back when I joined the sect, my master gave them to me, and I hereby represent him to bequeath them to you. Bai Xiaochun excitedly accepted the items and began to fondle them admiringly. Thank you, master. Thank you, dear elder brother sect leader. Translator, Deathblade. Chinese language consultant, ASI aka Beerblade. Editor, GNE. Memes, Logan. Meme archives, Jerry DeBoz. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 71, Living Prestige Scion. Chapter 71, Living Prestige Scion. Because of the turtle walk, Bai Xiaochun understood quite a bit about spirit enhancement. He also was well aware that there was a foundation establishment elder from Violet Cauldron Peak who was a skilled spirit enhancer. For a few merit points, that elder would help disciples perform spirit enhancements, usually no more than a 1- or 2-fold enhancement. Any higher than that, and the chances of failure mounted. The fact that these two magical items had both received 3-fold enhancements meant that Bai Xiaochun wouldn't have to waste any fuel on his own 3-colored flame, and would also be able to freely use them in the public eye. After returning to Fragrant Cloud Peak, he immediately set to work familiarizing himself with the Golden Crow Sword and the Divine Crane Shield. As soon as he sent some spiritual power into them, they began to radiate intense heat. Now these are some treasures, he exclaimed. Taking a deep breath, he performed an incantation gesture and pointed out. A thrumming sound filled the air as the Golden Crow Sword transformed into a golden beam of light that shot off, leaving behind a wake of burning heat that caused everything around it to ripple and distort. With another incantation gesture, he sent more spiritual power pouring into the sword, whereupon the bright glow surrounding it expanded until the vague shape of a golden crow became visible. It was little more than an outline, but the instant it appeared, incredible pressure began to weigh down, and the temperature in the area increased rapidly. All of that caused by Xiaochun's heart to thump excitedly. Panting, he stared at the golden crow sword, eyes shining more and more brightly. Soon, he began to laugh in excitement. This sword is way better than my little wooden sword. Wow, my master is awesome. With that, he dashed into motion, leaping up into the air and landing onto the back of the illusory golden crow. Although the golden crow was blurry and vague, its back was as flat and sturdy as a board, and when Bai Xiaochun sent some spiritual power into it, he felt almost as if he had become a part of it. After stepping onto the golden crow, he performed an incantation gesture and pointed out, which caused him to fly up into the air. Then he soared in a big circle around Fragrant Cloud Peak, whizzing through the air above the crowds. When people looked up in surprise, he would slow down, hold his head high, and puff his chest out. When cries of astonishment began to ring out, he would finally increase his speed again. I, Bai Xiaochun, can finally fly. Spirit soaring, he laughed inwardly as his tour took him over the 10,000 Medicines Pavilion. However, it was only moments later, just as he was about to head toward one of the other mountain peaks, that the golden crow suddenly faded away, and the sword fell out of the sky. Bai Xiaochun screamed as he tumbled down along with it. Thankfully, what lay below wasn't a bottomless pit, but rather, one of the small paths that ran through the sect. He landed at a run, and only managed to gain control after several steps. Then he looked over and realized how high up this path was, and that if he had fallen off, even his undying skin wouldn't have saved him. His face went pale. That was way too dangerous, he thought, shivering. With that, he picked up the golden crow sword. Probing his inner spiritual power, he realized that he had been almost completely drained, which was why he had ended up falling. For a chi condensation cultivator, flying on a sword took a huge amount of energy. Most who were in the 7th level of chi condensation would only be able to last for a few breaths of time before they had to stop. Even Bai Xiaochun, with his unusually refined spiritual power, couldn't even last 100 breaths. Fearful of falling to his death, he didn't dare to test the sword out anymore. Looking around furtively for a moment to see if anyone had seen what just occurred, he caught sight of a burly man off in the distance, who was staring at him, his jaw hanging open. When Bai Xiaochun saw him, his eyes widened and he hurried over. Whoa, aren't you Sect Nephew Wolf? When the burly man heard the words Sect Nephew Wolf, he immediately shivered. Grimacing, he clasped hands and said, I'm Disciple Lu Ergu. Greetings, Sect Uncle Bai. I didn't see anything happen just now. Bai Xiaochun had encountered Lu Ergu when he was selling spots in the inner sect. Back then, the man had called himself Lord Wolf. Bai Xiaochun humped a few times, then proceeded to frighten Lu Ergu a bit more to ensure that he wouldn't spread news of what had happened. Then he patted him on the shoulder, gave some promises to help him out in the future, and finally left. Lu Ergu wiped the sweat from his brow before hurrying off. As he walked along, Bai Xiaochun rejoiced that it was only Lu Ergu who had seen his slight mishap. If it had happened when he was flying around by the 10,000 Medicines Pavilion, his name would have been ruined forever. AI. People. You really can't become too famous. Then things just become difficult. Sighing to himself, he clasped his hands behind his back and strolled back to his courtyard residence. After a bit of hesitation about what to do, his eyes flickered with determination. No, I have to focus on cultivation. Only being able to fly a little bit isn't inherently bad, but what would happen if I was fleeing for my life? What if I escaped my enemies only to fall to my death? That would be really pointless. With that, he once again began to study the golden crow sword and the divine crane shield. Just to be safe, I should paint these two magical items as well. That way, people will think it's just a hobby of mine. Then if I pull out other spirit-enhanced magical items in the future, they won't think too much of it. After some more thought, he prepared some dye from brightly colored plants and proceeded to paint the golden crow sword and the divine crane shield. After covering up the faint spirit designs, he tested out the two items one more time. Finally, he looked pleased. One of these days when my skill in the Tao of medicine is high enough, I'll enhance some plant-based dyeing materials, and then I can be completely confident. Bai Xiaochun was an inherently cautious person. Although he had run amok to some extent because of becoming the junior brother of the sect leader, he had a bottom line that he wouldn't cross. What a pity my cultivation base still isn't high enough. The last time I was following Zhou Xinqi around, it seemed that she was already in the 8th level of chi condensation. The only way to be able to use a flying sword for any length of time is to have a higher cultivation base. Determination filled his heart. After the incident with the Luochen clan, he had come to fully understand how brutal the cultivation world could be. He had also realized that the ability to flee at top speed was crucial when one's life was on the line. If he had been able to fly on a sword back then, he would have been able to escape with Du Lingfei and Hou Yunfei no matter what the Luochen clan tried to do. I need to concoct pills, he thought, eyes gleaming. Considering his current status, although he couldn't get free ingredients from the sect, there were certain pill formulas that he could get for only a few merit points. In the following days, Fragrant Cloud Peak became a quiet place, and Bai Xiaochun was rarely seen. He acquired large amounts of medicine formulas, and also used the spirit stones and other items he had acquired from the Luochun clan members to go to the market and purchase a variety of medicinal plants. Then he made his way to the medicine concocting pavilion, where he went into seclusion to concoct medicine. Time flew by. A few months later, it had been nearly half a year since Bai Xiaochun returned to the sect. At first, the sect had been thrown into an uproar because of him, but then things had suddenly gone very quiet. Many people found it hard to adapt. At the same time, the fact that Bai Xiaochun had become a prestige disciple gradually spread outside of the sect. Soon, people all over the Eastwood continent came to hear of the matter. Of course, there were countless cultivator clans in the Eastwood continent, many of which were connected to the Spirit Stream sect in various ways. The Luochun clan had been only one among many such clans. To the disciples of the Spirit Stream sect, although the title of prestige disciple was to be looked up to, being the junior brother of the sect leader was even more impressive. However, to the cultivator clans at large, it was exactly the opposite. They would respect a prestige disciple far more than they would the junior brother of the sect leader. In fact, they almost didn't care at all about the sect leader's junior brother. In contrast, they would be driven to near madness by a prestige disciple. After hearing the news that Bai Xiaochun had become a prestige disciple, many patriarchs of the various cultivator clans got very excited. In their eyes, he was a virtual gold mine. A living prestige scion. If they could bring Bai Xiaochun into their clan, then his descendants would have almost limitless possibilities for the future. As the number of such descendants grew, and considering that the clan would have the support of the Spirit Stream sect, glory was guaranteed. To vassal clans in the cultivation world, it would ensure a meteoric rise, like the fish who jumped the Dragon Gate. After all, the Spirit Stream sect had only ever had 9 prestige clans. Those 9 clans could often influence the decision-making process of the sect as a whole. Although such influence wasn't necessarily very vast, it was still worthy of consideration. Such a clan would form a part of an enormously powerful entity, and would be the subject of intense envy from other cultivator clans. In the past, most clans couldn't influence anything. They could only offer allegiance to the Spirit Stream sect and then perform various services with the hope of gaining prestige status. But now, Bai Xiaochun had appeared. Most wonderful of all was that he wasn't a member of any cultivator clan. He came from the mortal world, and he had no Taoist partner. He was a free ticket to becoming the 10th prestige clan, and as such, all of the cultivator clans in the Eastwood continent were thrown into a frenzy. Find the prettiest maiden in the entire Zhou clan. She'll be coming with me to offer greetings to fellow Taoist Bai. Fair, you're the pearl of the Zhao clan. You have to get on Bai Xiaochun's good side. If he takes a liking to you, all of the problems of our clan will disappear. Although the daughters of the Sun clan aren't particularly outstanding, we still qualify to compete. Prepare an amazing gift for me to give when I go offer greetings to fellow Taoist Bai. Countless cultivator clans sprang into action, using all sorts of methods, including calling upon their clan members who were already within the sect to try to get in touch with Bai Xiaochun. Even the North Bank was affected. Soon, the name of Bai Xiaochun could be heard in all parts of the Eastwood continent. The Ho clan was no exception. The middle-aged patriarch of the Ho clan summoned Ho Yunfei and Ho Xiaomei, whereupon he expressed his sincere wishes. Yunfei, you have an unusually close relationship with Bai Xiaochun. You have to help out the clan in this matter. I can tell that your sister has taken a liking to Bai Xiaochun. Find a good chance to act as a matchmaker between them. Ho Xiaomei's face reddened. Pouting coquettishly, she hurried off. Ho Yunfei was a bit worried, but he put on a bold face and nodded in agreement. A few days later, people from numerous cultivator clans began to show up, gathering on Fragrant Cloud Peak around Bai Xiaochun's residence. As news spread, some people even began to head toward the medicine concocting pavilion, waiting anxiously for him to come out of seclusion. Translator, Deathblade. Chinese language consultant, ASI aka Beerblade. Editor, GNE. Memes, Logan. Meme archives, Jerry DeBoz. Hey everyone, I finally retranslated the official synopsis which was not originally translated by me. Now it should make a lot more sense when you compare it to the title. You can see it on the AWE table of contents page, my Twitter feed to the left, or by clicking here. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 72, The Sect Has Rules. Chapter 72, The Sect Has Rules. A few days later, a boom echoed out from Bai Xiaochun's pill concocting workstation. Moments later, he appeared, frowning and looking anxious. Although I'm pretty familiar with Tier 1 medicinal pills now, he lamented, Tier 2 pills are a lot harder. Other than cultivation, his time recently had mostly been spent on concocting medicines. In his attempt to produce some Tier 2 spirit medicines, he'd already used up most of the plants and vegetation in his bag. Unfortunately, the degree of difficulty he was working with was vastly greater than before, and despite being meticulously careful, he had failed consistently. Each time he found that he had used too many materials, he would make adjustments. And yet even then, new problems would arise. Sighing in despair, he walked out of the medicine concocting pavilion and looked up to find a large host of people sitting there cross-legged. Most of them sat in groups of 3 to 5, with a few groups of 10 in sight. The majority were pretty young women, none of whom were familiar to Bai Xiaochun. They were all different shapes and sizes, but each one was beautiful in her own way. The lot of them were clearly vying with each other to be the most glamorous, and as soon as they saw Bai Xiaochun emerge, their eyes shone brightly. Most had older folks sitting next to them, who also seemed delighted to see Bai Xiaochun. In fact, they all rose to their feet and rushed over in a hubbub. Taken aback, and a bit unsure of what was going on, Bai Xiaochun subconsciously stepped back a few paces. Hey, hold on. What are you people doing? Fellow Taoist Bai, I'm Zhao Tianhai. Zhao Yidua is my nephew. Ha ha ha. Fellow Taoist Bai, you truly are a young hero, a man of striking appearance and talent. Fellow Taoist Bai. What a dragon among men, heroic and extraordinary. A single glance reveals that he's like a rock soaring among the clouds, someone with unlimited potential. Ahem. I am Sun Yunshan, and these young women are all beauties from my clan. Fellow Taoist, if I'm not mistaken, you're lacking in terms of maidservants, correct? Fellow Taoist Bai, I am Zhou Tian. A single glance at you, fellow Taoist Bai, and I can clearly sense your heroic spirit. You are obviously the future overlord of the eastern reaches of the cultivation world. We were destined to be friends at first sight. Look at these young women standing next to me. Every single one is a precious pearl of the Zhou clan. A clamor of voices rang out, each one trying to speak first and loudest. Bai Xiaochun's eyes went wide, and he retreated a few more steps. However, it only took a moment for him to realize that these people had come to offer their clan daughters to him. He wasn't sure exactly why it was happening, but upon looking the young women over, he could see that all of them were exceptionally beautiful. In fact, many of them could be counted as being his type. The way they were being offered up seemed to indicate that if he didn't accept, he would be refusing to give them face. Instantly, Bai Xiaochun was on guard. Of course, he was adept at dealing with people, so he didn't let any hint of that show on his face. A broad smile appeared, and after exchanging some meaningless pleasantries with the spokesman from the various cultivator clans, he managed to extricate himself. However, before he could reach his residence, he ran into others who had stationed themselves along the way. All of them had similar words to speak with him, and offered him their clan daughters as well as other gifts and promises. Something big must have happened, but what? He thought. Could it be that they found out one of my ancestors was an immortal? Maybe I'm not from the mortal world after all. I'm actually descended from some exalted, powerful individual? Heavens! How could I not have been aware? Mind spinning, he hurried along until his residence came in view. However, it was surrounded by a crowd of individuals from various cultivator clans, all of whose eyes glistened with hope. It was as if the mere nod of Bai Xiaochun's head would cause them to do anything he wished. That was especially true of the young women. They all clustered around Bai Xiaochun, glaring antagonistically at each other, pushing and shoving each other back and forth. The sight of it all caused Bai Xiaochun's scalp to go numb. He was completely surrounded, and no matter which way he tried to move, he ran into something soft and warm. They even began to tug at his clothing, causing his heart to pound. Finally, a cold snort rang out, and Ho Xiaomei appeared. Glaring angrily, cheeks puffed, she stormed up to him, shoving the other young women aside. Get out of my way. What do you people think you're doing? This is Fragrant Cloud Peak of the Spirit Stream sect. Don't you bunch of old coots know how to keep your cool? Get out of my way, all of you. Hey you. Look at you. You're skinnier than a green bean. What are you shoving people around for? And you. You're fatter than a dairy cow. Get the hell out of my way. Ho Xiaomei sounded genuinely furious as she pushed aside all of the young women crowding around Bai Xiaochun. She was small and delicate, but she was fuming, and seemed to be filled with boundless strength. Facing such opposition, the other young women immediately surrendered and opened a path, crying out in confusion. Ho Xiaomei stormed forward with her hands on her hips, looking like a chili pepper, the words she uttered incisive and damaging. Bai Xiaochun took advantage of the moment to hurry into the courtyard. Once inside, he looked down to find that his garments had been tugged at so much that they were about to fall off. Absolutely terrifying, he thought, gasping. Heart pounding with residual fear, he looked back out through the main gate and saw Hou Xiaomei standing there verbally sparring with the other young women, standing alone against a crowd of dozens. Eventually, the responsible members of the cultivator clans couldn't stand idly by. They finally intervened and suggested to the young women that they leave. Clasping hands respectfully in Bai Xiaochun's direction, they promised to come back to visit at a later date. Soon, it was evening. It was quiet outside of Bai Xiaochun's gate, but off in the distance, people from various cultivator clans were sitting cross-legged in meditation, seemingly guarding the area. All of these people had used various means and methods to come from afar, and also had ways to keep themselves from being driven away. Bai Xiaochun was sure that something momentous had occurred. Looking at the quiet scene outside, he eventually dragged Hou Xiaomei into the courtyard. To outsiders, Hou Xiaomei was as fiery as a hot pepper, but as soon as Bai Xiaochun's hand made contact with her, her face turned bright red, and she felt dizzy. Her tiny frame almost went limp as Bai Xiaochun dragged her inside. When she spoke, her voice was as soft as the drone of a mosquito. Big bro Xiaochun, there are so many people around, what are you planning to do to me? Ha? Bai Xiaochun said, staring in shock. Seeing Hou Xiaomei's odd countenance, he could tell that something was wrong with her, and quickly slapped her cheek. When she didn't seem to recover, he slapped her again. Hou Xiaomei immediately regained her senses. What's wrong with you? She snapped, stamping her foot. However, realizing she had been the one in the wrong, she tossed a jade slip to him, and then turned heel and fled. As he watched Hou Xiaomei flee into the distance, Bai Xiaochun stood there wondering what was going on. Finally, he looked down at the jade slip and scanned it with spiritual power. As he did, his eyes went wide. After scanning it again, he stood there in the courtyard, breathing heavily. Prestige Clan. The jade slip had been sent to Bai Xiaochun by Hou Yunfei, with Hou Xiaomei being the messenger. The words contained within were the type that almost couldn't be uttered aloud. They explained why all of the cultivator clans were so interested in Bai Xiaochun's status as a prestige disciple, and what had occurred as a result. They also explained that the Hou clan held an intense hope that Bai Xiaochun's descendants would also have the blood of the Hou clan running in their veins. Then Bai Xiaochun thought about how Hou Xiaomei had been acting just now, and he rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Eyes sparkling, he thought, not about Hou Xiaomei, but about his own words from moments ago. Something momentous had occurred. How could I have imagined? And here I thought the reward for my meritorious service was basically useless. I thought that being the junior brother of the sect leader would make me a big hero in the sect, but I never thought that being a prestige disciple would make me so important on the outside. He licked his lips, and soon, his heart began to beat faster. I could pick any Taoist partner I wanted. All of their clan resources would be at my disposal. Finally, I have some real hope to live forever. Chuckling mischievously, his eyes began to shine. Previously, he had been worried about how to keep up his efforts to concoct Tier 2 spirit medicine. But now, people were essentially fighting over the chance to give him gifts. What a pity I can't accept them all, he murmured. But then, he was struck with inspiration. Wait a second. Why can't I accept them all? Clearing his throat, he entered his cabin to rest for the evening, thinking the whole time about what to do next. The following morning at dawn, he leapt out of bed, trembling with excitement. After pushing open the gate of the courtyard, he found a whole host of people from various cultivator clans waiting for him. Fellow Taoist Bai. Greetings, fellow Taoist Bai. Your humble servant has come upon the request of our clan patriarch to offer formal greetings. Everyone started talking at once, filling the air with a cacophony of sound. Bai Xiaochun stuck out his chin and flicked his sleeve. All right, enough is enough, he said, smiling so widely that his eyes became slits. Everyone come close. Whatever requests you have, we can talk them all out. With that, he randomly nodded in the direction of one of the clans. The responsible member of the clan rushed forward in delight, dragging a few young women with him. The women approached, looking a bit nervous. As for all of the other observing clans, they also seemed nervous, although for different reasons, they quickly began to transmit messages back home. Things went on like that for the next clan, and then the next. One by one, all day. Bai Xiaochun met with dozens of them. He didn't choose any of the clan daughters, and yet, neither did he refuse anyone. He merely told them that he needed some time to think, and that the matter was too weighty to decide on a whim. As for all of the introductory gifts, he didn't refuse a single one. I, Bai Xiaochun, always handle all matters in a just and fair manner. Considering that I haven't yet chosen which honorable clan to ally with in marriage, I truly am unable to accept your gifts. Those were the words he would speak to each and every clan. Of course, the more he spoke in such a way, the more the cultivator clans insisted that he accept their gifts. In fact, they grew even more polite. Many of them went on to say that even if no marriage resulted, they still wished to be good friends. Only then did Bai Xiaochun reluctantly accept the gifts. Although they might be fools, the people from these cultivator clans weren't stupid. They knew that when Bai Xiaochun said he needed to think about the matter, he was most likely just waiting to see which clan would make the best offer. That, of course, was within the purvey of expectation. Furthermore, all of them feared that if they didn't offer their gifts, Bai Xiaochun wouldn't even consider their clan daughter to be his Taoist partner. The result was that the next day, the crowds hadn't thinned at all, and in fact, had grown more numerous. Furthermore, some of the cultivator clans even went so far as to say that even if their clan daughter couldn't become Bai Xiaochun's Taoist partner, they were still willing for her to be a maidservant to warm his bed at night. As long as she could pass on his bloodline, and he acknowledged them formally, that would be sufficient. All of the visiting clans continued to offer more and more gifts. In fact, it got to the point where Bai Xiaochun was getting a bit nervous. Eventually, he truly wanted to refuse, and yet wasn't able to. Fine, I guess I'll accept. Not accepting isn't really an option, huh? For 7 or 8 days in a row, he continued to receive the clans and accept their gifts. Every morning at dawn, he would walk out to find a whole host of people waiting for him. 3 more days passed. When dawn broke, Bai Xiaochun pushed open the main gate, whereupon his jaw dropped. Shockingly, not a single person could be seen. Everything was peaceful and quiet. As far as the eye could see, the area was empty. The only things he could see were some 5-colored phoenixes, flying gracefully high above. The phoenixes were the beloved pets of Elder Zhou, and often soared above fragrant Cloud Peak around dawn. They would usually fly together in a flock, and were especially beautiful. Many disciples were jealous of them. Bai Xiaochun rubbed his eyes and looked around. Thinking that perhaps he had opened the gate incorrectly, he went back in, closed it, and then tried again. However, the result was the same. What's going on? He thought, shocked. He quickly went off to find Hou Yunfei to ask for an explanation. Hou Yunfei sighed and looked at Bai Xiaochun. Last night, the sect leader issued a Dharmic decree. As your elder brother, he notified the cultivator clans that according to sect rules, you can't accept a Taoist partner within the next 100 years. Therefore, everyone had no choice but to leave. Bai Xiaochun's jaw dropped. Feeling very wronged, he said, no more income. No more marriage. Hou Yunfei wasn't sure whether to laugh or cry. A moment later, though, he thought of something, and said, Xiaochun, a friend of mine from Green Crest Peak told me that you and Shangguan Tianyu have a beef with each other. Is that right? Well, just be aware that Qian Dajin isn't important at all. However you choose to deal with him, the sect will tacitly agree. But things aren't so simple when it comes to Shangguan Tianyu. What do you mean, not so simple? Bai Xiaochun asked. Is he more important than me or something? Having been a member of the Spirit Stream sect for so many years, Bai Xiaochun was well aware of how the sect tried to train its disciples. They pushed them toward greatness, prohibited deadly conflicts, and encouraged both cooperation and competition. Sect rules governed basic behavior. The elders of the various mountain peaks, as well as the peak lords themselves, provided assistance in training. And the Hall of Justice was a looming threat to deter bad behavior. The sect essentially had all aspects under control. Of course, considering that between the north and south banks the Spirit Stream sect had several 100,000 disciples, it was obviously impossible to micromanage everything. Disciples would have conflicts and fights, and certain improper attitudes were impossible to control. However, the rewards and punishments in place were clear, and anyone who violated them would be strictly dealt with. Bai Xiaochun had performed an incredible service for the sect, possessed profound skill with plants and vegetation, and could unleash extraordinary battle prowess. The sect was naturally aware of that, and valued him greatly. Of course, they didn't cater to his every whim like a servant. If people insulted or provoked him, they wouldn't leap out to protect him. No disciple enjoyed such treatment, neither Shangguan Tianyu nor Bai Xiaochun. Because of that, Bai Xiaochun was of the belief that Shangguan Tianyu, an arrogant, famous chosen who other outer sect disciple went so far as to call young lord, was still not worthy of his own attention. After a moment of thought, Hou Yunfei responded, eyes shining as he told Bai Xiaochun everything he knew. Shangguan Tianyu has great ambitions. He hopes that one day he will be able to enter the legendary legacy echelon. As such, he has continuously kept his cultivation base suppressed, keeping him between the outer and inner sects. When the next trial by fire for chosen from the north and south banks comes, he wants to take first place, and enter the inner sect at the top. That will earn him the chance to enter the legacy echelon. Were it not for that, he would have long since applied for an ordinary trial by fire to enter the inner sect. After all, anyone who reaches the 8th level of qi condensation may do so. Shocked, Bai Xiaochun asked, how come everyone wants to get into the legacy echelon? Su Baokai told me that Zhou Xinqi, Lu Tianlei, and everyone else wants to. Members of the legacy echelon have a similar status to prestige disciples. However, it's a different branch within the Spirit Stream sect. You see, the Spirit Stream sect is different from other sections. We have 2 branches, one of which focuses on protecting the sect, and one of which focuses on increasing its glory and power. Everyone from the servants to the disciples in the 3rd level of qi condensation are lumped together in one lower group. Those from the 4th to the 8th level of qi condensation constitute the outer sect. At the 8th level, you can apply for a trial by fire to enter the inner sect. If you can reach foundation establishment, then you can become a foundation establishment elder, and maybe even a peak lord. After 2 60-year cycles pass, if you break through to the gold core level, then you can become a prime elder, responsible for protecting and managing the sect. That is the first branch. The second branch is the legacy echelon. There is only one way to get in, and that is, to break through to the gold core level before 2 60-year cycles pass. From then on, you will become a tool to ensure that our sect earns an even greater position in the cultivation world, that it acquires even more powerful resources and wealth. Anyone who takes first place in the chosen battles will be in line to enter the legacy echelon. I'm not really sure about the exact details, but I do know that there are rules about the whole thing. The only thing is, reaching the gold core level before 2 60-year cycles pass is very, very difficult. Of the members of the previous generation, the only person who has even come close is Peak Lord Li Qingho. That's why the sect favors him so much. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath. This was his first time hearing an explanation of the legacy echelon, which also gave him a much clearer understanding of the sect itself. Soon, he left, and as he made his way off, he continued to ponder the matter. Legacy echelon. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 73, Who Did This? Chapter 73, Who Did This? Sighing, Bai Xiaochun left Hou Yunfei's residence and returned to his own courtyard. He looked up at the sky, then around at the surrounding scenery, and thought about the cultivator clans. In his opinion, his elder brother sect leader had acted a bit domineering, and yet, even though it was now impossible to collect any more gifts, at least there was no need to return the ones he had already taken. Yeah. It's not my fault. It's the fault of elder brother sect leader's Dharmic decree. Having reached this point in his train of thought, Bai Xiaochun felt a bit better. After organizing all of the gifts, he went down to the market to buy a large quantity of medicinal plant ingredients for Tier 2 spirit medicines. Then, he returned to the medicine concocting pavilion to continue his cultivation and concocting work. The truth was that originally, Zhang Yuandong didn't want to get involved in the matter with Bai Xiaochun and the cultivator clans. However, the events had unfolded in shocking fashion. The previous 9 prestige disciples had all been conferred their titles posthumously, after being killed in battle. Furthermore, all of them had been members of various other cultivator clans. Although none of them had ever had any direct descendants, they all had relatives among their various clans. Because of that, no problems had ever arisen, and their clans had smoothly transitioned into being prestige clans. Of course, the sect highly valued and also protected such clans. But now, Bai Xiaochun was a living prestige disciple, a terrifying status to say the least. At first, it hadn't been obvious, and time had simply passed by. Zhang Yuandong and many others never thought much about what it meant to have a living prestige scion in their midst, and how enticing such a person would be to the cultivator clans. But then, the cultivator clans began to show up in great numbers. At first, Zhang Yuandong had merely observed the goings-on. As far as he was concerned, it didn't really matter which clan Bai Xiaochun picked. How could he have ever imagined that with all the competition, the clans would have gone to the lengths of offering their clan daughters as handmaidens, just to acquire someone with Bai Xiaochun's bloodline? But Zhao Yuandong could only imagine what would happen if Bai Xiaochun's gave in to the temptation. If that happened, it wouldn't be long before he could sire hundreds of descendants. According to the clan rules, all first-generation descendants of a prestige disciple were automatically allowed to enter the inner sect, and would receive special treatment and training. Furthermore, after those descendants began to propagate, there would be hundreds of branches of the prestige clan. Within a few hundred years, the entire Spirit Stream sect would be filled with the Bai clan. The final results would be grave indeed. In addition to all that, as long as Bai Xiaochun remained alive, all he had to do was continue to sire offspring, and the matter would never end. He would become a living nightmare for the sect. Because of such considerations, Zhang Yuandong held an emergency meeting with the sect elders, including the prime elders. Their joint decision was that Bai Xiaochun could not accept a Taoist partner for 100 years. Although it was a bit overbearing, Zhang Yuandong felt that there was no other option. He didn't want to bet everything on Bai Xiaochun's ability to resist temptation. He could only hope that after 100 years, Bai Xiaochun would grow up and be a bit more mature. Time passed. Soon, a year had gone by. During that time, it was almost as if Bai Xiaochun had gone missing from the South Bank. Few people ever saw him. He spent all of his time concocting medicine and practicing cultivation. He rarely left the medicine concocting pavilion, where he worked hard at producing Tier 2 spirit medicine. His cultivation base had also slowly made progress. Soon, he was in the middle of the 7th level of qi condensation. Furthermore, he resolved one problem after another when it came to concocting Tier 2 spirit medicine. The truth was that most other journeyman apothecaries at his level would have long since concocted Tier 2 medicines. But Bai Xiaochun was stubborn, and refused to start concocting another batch without first resolving each and every problem he found in the previous batch. Eventually, after an entire year, he was finally convinced that he had resolved all of the issues regarding the concoction of Tier 2 spirit medicine. With all the problems gone, he began yet another batch. Violet Qi Spirit Ascension Pills. He exclaimed, eyes bloodshot. They were a Tier 2 medicinal pill suitable for the 8th level of qi condensation and under. Following the recipe precisely, he selected numerous types of plants and vegetation, organized them carefully, and then began to feed them into the pill furnace. After carefully adjusting the earth flame, he kept a close eye on the pill furnace, occasionally adjusting the spiritual energy he fed inside. After 6 hours passed, the pill furnace suddenly began to shake. A strong medicinal aroma wafted out, and Bai Xiaochun's eyes began to shine brightly. Leaning toward the pill furnace, he slapped it on the side, whereupon 3 red medicinal pills flew out. It worked! He exclaimed excitedly. Grabbing the 3 pills, he looked them over. But then, his eyes went wide. Hold on a second. Something's not right. According to the description, Violet Qi Spirit Ascension pills are supposed to be violet. How come these ones are red? After scratching his head for a moment, he lifted the pills up to his nose and inhaled deeply. The medicinal aroma was strong, and contained plenty of spiritual energy. However, the smell was somewhat odd, and considering that they were the incorrect color, he didn't dare to consume them. Sitting there thoughtfully, he thought back to all of the various steps he had taken during the concocting process. 2 hours later, his eyes snapped open, and he laughed bitterly. I put in a bit too much superagate flower pollen. That tainted the rest of the medicinal plant ingredients, producing this strange side effect. With that, he placed the 3 red medicinal pills off to the side, and once again began to concoct. This time, when the pill furnace began to shake, and the medicinal aroma spread out, a single violet medicinal pill flew out. After examining it closely, an expression of deep satisfaction appeared on Bai Xiaochun's face. He quickly began another batch. In the following days, he continued to produce more batches, until he had a few dozen Violet Qi Spirit Ascension pills. That having been accomplished, he sat down off to the side, exhausted. After some rest, he produced the red pills and looked at them with some hesitation. As far as he was concerned, each and every one of the pills he had just concocted was very valuable, and furthermore, when it came to ingredients, he was already starting to run short. According to the concocting instructions, as long as the pill is formed, it counts as a success. These red Violet Qi Spirit Ascension pills have a bit too much superagate flower pollen, which caused their color to change. However, all that means is that they will have lost some effectiveness. After a moment of hesitation, he slapped his bag of holding to produce a green bamboo needle. It was an item he had acquired from the sect for use in medicine concocting, which could be used to make a general assessment of whether any given medicinal pill was toxic or not. After carefully inserting the needle into one of the red medicinal pills, he waited for a moment, then pulled it back out. The bamboo needle looked exactly the same as before, as opposed to being black. Not toxic, he said with a sigh of relief. However, out of caution, he still chose not to consume any of the red pills. Instead, he held them in hand as he left the medicine concocting pavilion. Outside in the dawn air, he began to walk down one of the small paths that wound through the sect. Up above, he could see a flock of 5-colored phoenixes gliding elegantly through the air, occasionally making piercing cries that echoed out. Ignoring the phoenixes, he headed toward one of the local spirit tail chicken farms, where he acquired a spirit tail chicken. After returning to his courtyard, he put the chicken down and then tossed one of the red medicinal pills out in front of it. The spirit tail chicken had originally been sitting there looking a bit tired. But then it caught sight of the red medicinal pill. A tremor ran through it, and it suddenly leapt to its feet, rushed forward and pecked down toward the pill. However, it was at this exact moment that an intensely powerful cry rang out from up above. Then, a powerful wind gusted by, and before the spirit tail chicken could reach the pill, it was blown off of its feet. A bit frightened, Xiaochun leaped backward. At the same time, the 5 colored phoenixes closed in from up above, eyes wide, fighting amongst themselves the entire way. Finally, one of the strongest among the group, a male, succeeded in shoving aside his companions, whereupon he snapped up the medicinal pill and swallowed it down. Looking with contempt at the spirit tail chicken that had been blown off to the side, the phoenix then flew up gracefully into the air. Xiaochun wasn't sure whether to laugh or cry. Eyes wide, he could do nothing but watch as the phoenix ascended upward. However, after flying only a short way, the elegant phoenix began to shake, and then let out a protracted wail. His eyes turned bright red as they filled with veins of blood. All of his feathers suddenly stood on end, making him look like a fireball that was about to explode. Even more shocking was that the powerful male phoenix's muscles began to swell and ripple. Cracking sounds emanated out as the entire phoenix grew larger. Most notable of all was how the feathered area between his 2 legs suddenly bulged with something hard and rod-like. A very peculiar expression could be seen on the face of the male phoenix as he looked around at the other phoenixes. The other phoenixes trembled, and were about to scatter, when the male phoenix charged madly toward them. Next, miserable shrieks began to ring out. Xiaochun stood there in his courtyard, looking on aghast as the bulging male phoenix violated all of the other phoenixes. Moments later, unsated, the phoenix turned in his direction, his eyes burning just as red as before, his entire body seemingly bursting with flames. Terrified, Xiaochun fled, barely able to hold back from screaming. Thankfully, the phoenix was actually targeting, not him, but the spirit tail chicken. Soon after, he watched as the male phoenix flew back toward the top of the mountain, clamoring loudly the entire way. Only after that did Xiaochun wipe the sweat off of his brow. Simply terrifying, he thought, looking down at the remaining 2 medicinal pills he held in hand. Just what kind of medicinal pills are these? His heart began to pound as he realized that they must be some type of aphrodisiac. Clearly, they were also very effective. That day was a day that would never be forgotten by the disciples of Fragrant Cloud Peak. All birds on the mountain, regardless of what type they were ravaged by Elder Zhou's maddened phoenix. Countless disciples watched as one bird after another let out miserable shrieks. Although the birds tried as best they could to escape, none of them were a match for Elder Zhou's phoenix. None managed to flee. The villainous phoenix didn't even spare the spirit tail chickens, much less the other birds that Elder Zhou had raised. Anything on the mountain with wings experienced a living nightmare that day. All of the disciples were talking about the matter, and their hearts trembled. Soon, word spread to Violet Cauldron Peak and Green Crest Peak. Some people even came over to see the miraculous events which were unfolding for themselves. Did you hear that over on Fragrant Cloud Peak, one of Elder Zhou's phoenixes went mad? It started pouncing on any bird it saw. I saw it with my own eyes. What a savage phoenix! It didn't even spare the passing magpies. Just what was Elder Zhou doing, huh? How could he let his phoenix act like that? It was really infuriating, you know? That phoenix seemed really turned on. It pounced on some of those birds over and over again. It was brutal. When Xiaochun heard the talk going around the sect, he began to tremble, and even felt a bit guilty. It isn't my fault, he said to himself. It's really not my fault. I was trying to give that pill to the spirit tail chicken. That phoenix stole it. Feeling wronged, he hurried back to the medicine concocting pavilion. After some thought, he came to the conclusion that there was no way anyone would figure out what had happened. There he sat in the medicine concocting pavilion, sighing as he pulled out the remaining 2 red medicinal pills, which he then looked at thoughtfully. These medicinal pills are actually really powerful. Maybe I could use them as trump cards in a fight. If I ever run into some wild beasts in the future, I'll have nothing to fear. Well, if I want to use them as trump cards, then I better create another pill which can incite intense desire in females. The 2 can complement each other. Xiaochun could well imagine how 2 such pills could work together. If he encountered some dangerous beast in the future, he would merely throw a pill in one direction and then run off in the other. It was an exciting prospect, but the downside was that he had no medicinal formula to work with. After pondering the matter for a while, and considering all of the various types of plants and vegetation that he knew about, he mentally prepared his own medicine formula. About the time that Xiaochun was considering how to create his own medicine formula, Elder Zhou returned to his residence at the top of Fragrant Cloud Peak. There, he stared at the ravaged and listless phoenixes, and then turned his head to see the male phoenix off in the distance, pouncing on a spirit tail chicken. Miserable shrieks then began to ring out. Elder Zhou's mind almost exploded. Trembling violently, he stood there feeling as if the entire world were spinning around him. Enraged, he cried out, "Who did this? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 74, So, it was by Xiaochun. Chapter 74, So, it was by Xiaochun. Elder Zhou's voice filled the entirety of Fragrant Cloud Peak, echoing out in all directions. Strange expressions could be seen on the faces of countless disciples as they heard his words. After all, the events of that day had shaken everyone. The other elders on Fragrant Cloud Peak were also shocked by the ghastly events. The male phoenix was one of Elder Zhou's beloved pets, and therefore, no one was willing to even get near it. If the maddened beast were to accidentally be harmed, Elder Zhou would certainly be incensed. Most importantly, Elder Zhou was the only person on Fragrant Cloud Peak who enjoyed raising fine birds, and considering it was his personal affair, no one was willing to interfere. As for the spirit-tail chickens, Li Qinghe was away, and his apprentice Zhou Xinqi had little power to do anything. Besides, the male phoenix was especially powerful, leaving Zhou Xinqi with no other option than to observe from afar, her face flushed, not daring to even step forward. When Elder Zhou saw what was happening, he couldn't stop shaking. His heart twinged as he watched the clamoring phoenix, and when he looked around at the rest of the dispirited and listless birds, he wished to cry, and yet could find no tears. Considering Elder Zhou's skill in the Tao of medicine, he could tell at a glance that someone had given the phoenix some sort of medicine. "I'll definitely find out who was responsible for this." Meanwhile, Bai Xiaochun was in his workstation in the medicine concocting pavilion. Although he was mostly cut off from the sounds outside, Elder Zhou's enraged roar reached his ears, and his heart trembled. Then an outraged expression appeared on his face as he contemplated how he was truly being unfairly accused. He could only hope that it would be impossible to connect the matter to him, and that Elder Zhou wouldn't come after him. Scowling, he began to recall the exact steps he had gone through to create the aphrodisiac pill, and began to contemplate how to make it even more effective. After several days of study and contemplation, he went out a few times to purchase medicinal plants, and even spent some merit points to acquire a few other rare ingredients. Finally, he returned to the medicine concocting pavilion to attempt to concoct the pill. Soon, explosions began to ring out. In some ways, it was true that Bai Xiaochun had already created his own medicine formula back in the trial by fire to become a journeyman apothecary. However, that was more a situation of enlightenment and adjustments to an existing formula. It was different from the current situation, in which was truly inventing something new. The levels of difficulty couldn't even be compared. In fact, based on Bai Xiaochun's skill in the Tao of medicine at the time of his promotion to journeyman apothecary, he would never have been able to do something like this. But now, after a year of experience and further research into the Tao of medicine, he was more than ready to make such an attempt. Although he wasn't fully proficient, he had already begun to walk a path that other journeyman apothecaries couldn't even imagine. It was a path that only master apothecaries could attempt to understand. Time passed. Half a month later, Bai Xiaochun was still in the medicine concocting pavilion, immersed in his attempt to create a medicine formula. After numerous attempts, he was beginning to shape his ideas into one concise concept. Even as he excitedly began to concoct another batch, Elder Zhou stood atop Fragrant Cloud Peak, a pained expression on his face as he fed a medicinal pill to a weak, listless phoenix. "Relax and recover," he said. "All those things you did weren't in accord with your true desires. None of it was your fault. Just wait until you've recovered, and I'll take you to find the person who fed that pill to you. I don't care who it is, I will see to it that he pays the price." A brutal gleam appeared in Elder Zhou's eyes. During the past half-month, he had conducted a thorough investigation of Fragrant Cloud Peak, and had even made inquiries in the other mountain peaks of the South Bank. Unfortunately, he hadn't turned up a single clue. The only option he had next was to wait until the phoenix recovered, and then take it to search for the culprit. During the course of his investigation, he had come to find that Fragrant Cloud Peak had become a place that winged birds avoided like the plague. Because of the tragic events which had occurred half a month before, it was as if the air above the mountain had been filled with a shocking aroma. Any bird who smelled it wouldn't dare to draw near. Even the spirit-tail chickens spent their days trembling and scared out of their minds. The disciples who cared for the chickens could only scowl miserably, not daring to give voice to their anger. As the matter festered, a whole series of rumors began to spread. "Do you remember what happened with the birds a few weeks ago? I heard that the bird in question ate some of Elder Zhou's medicine. That's why it changed so suddenly. The only thing I don't understand is that Elder Zhou is still pretty young. Why would he be concocting medicine like that? Shoo, keep your voice down. Do you know why Elder Zhou likes to raise birds? There's a very tragic secret involved. The truth is that for his entire life, Elder Zhou has never had a Taoist partner. Ahem, you know what I mean, right? Heavens! How deranged! Could it be that because that bird couldn't take any more of Elder Zhou's torment, it finally went mad? The more the rumors spread, the more exaggerated they became. Eventually, all of the disciples on Fragrant Cloud Peak were spreading them. When each person passed the news along, they couldn't help but add details from their own imagination, until countless versions of the story could be heard. When Elder Zhou caught wind of it, he got so mad he very nearly coughed up a mouthful of blood. He was of a mind to put an end to the rumors, but no matter how he tried to explain things to people, they would just look at him oddly. Although they quickly put respectful expressions on their faces, his explanations did no good, and the rumors continued to fly. Another half-month passed. One day, Elder Zhou appeared, bristling with a murderous aura, his expression unprecedentedly ferocious. The wave of his hand sent the recovered male phoenix flying out. Surprisingly, it was just as large as it had been before, and was actually a bit stronger. Clearly, it had actually profited from its previous disaster. When Elder Zhou saw that, he felt a bit better. However, the anger in his heart still needed an outlet. He had seen the fear in the eyes of countless disciples in the sect over the last month. Even members of his own generation cleared their throats in his presence, and wore odd expressions on their faces. And then there were the rumors, which left him seething in fury. At long last, he was able to bring his phoenix out into the open. "Find me the person who gave you that medicine," he said through gritted teeth. The phoenix let out a piercing cry as it flew up into the air. Elder Zhou followed along, his murderous aura growing more and more intense. Quite a few disciples on Fragrant Cloud Peak were paying attention to the goings-on, and some of them even began to follow from a distance. Soon, it was obvious that the male phoenix was flying toward Xiaochun's residence. When it arrived, it began to fly in circles up above. Then it turned and glanced at Elder Zhou, looking very maligned as it let out whimpering calls. Apparently, it was telling Elder Zhou that this was the place where it had consumed the medicinal pill. When the disciples who had followed along saw what was happening, their eyes went wide. But then they realized who the residence belonged to, and they blinked oddly. "That looks like Sect Uncle Bai's residence." "Yeah, it's definitely Sect Uncle Bai's." If the matter were blamed on anyone else, I might not believe it. But considering we're talking about Sect Uncle Bai, it actually makes sense." Elder Zhou hovered there in midair, trembling, eyes crimson. Gnashing his teeth, he growled, "By Xiaochun." Now that he had found the culprit of the disaster, he scanned the area with divine sense. Having found that the residence was empty, he waved his right hand, producing a jade slip that, based on his authority in the sect, could track Bai Xiaochun down wherever he was. Soon, he found that Bai Xiaochun was in the medicine concocting pavilion. Normally, Elder Zhou was a calm person, but right now his face twisted with ferocious anger as he led his phoenix toward the medicine concocting pavilion. The surrounding disciples of Fragrant Cloud Peak were starting to get excited. They began to send messages to their friends, and soon word was spreading throughout the mountain. "Hurry up! The culprit who drove that bird crazy has been found out. Sect Uncle Bai did it." Countless disciples, even some from the inner sect, all heard the news. Trembling with excitement, they hurried out to see what they could see. The feelings of torment they had experienced because of Bai Xiaochun now turned into anticipation. In fact, the more torment they had experienced, the more excited they were now. Chen Xiang rushed out, looking thrilled. Zhao Yidua raced out at about the same time. The two of them exchanged pleased glances, and then raced in Bai Xiaochun's direction as quickly as possible. Among the crowd was one particularly burly man, whose cheeks were wet with tears. It was none other than the self-proclaimed Lord Wolf, Lu Ergu. Throwing his head back, he roared, "Judgment comes." Even as all of Fragrant Cloud Peak was thrown into a commotion, Bai Xiaochun was there in the medicine concocting pavilion, looking excitedly at the pill furnace in front of him. It was trembling, and a strong medicinal aroma wafted out from it as several white medicinal pills appeared. These pills currently had no names, and were not meant to be consumed by humans. In fact, if you pushed down on them too hard, they would collapse into dust. They had only one use: to make male animals incredibly attractive to whoever consumed the pill. Bai Xiaochun had filled them with several powerful stimulants, and had even gone to the trouble of procuring some spirit creature ingredients from the North Bank. The cost was high, but he had succeeded. The pills were not weak by any means. Although Bai Xiaochun wasn't sure exactly how powerful they were, he could well guess, and was sure that they weren't inferior at all. Actually, to ensure that they were as powerful as possible, he had even performed spirit enhancements on all of the ingredients before using them. Face bright with anticipation, he looked down at the white medicinal pills, trying to imagine the results of using the pills in concert with the aphrodisiac pills. He couldn't hold back from laughing. This will be the pheromone pill. That sounds good. And the red one from before will be the aphrodisiac pill. After a bit more thought, he performed threefold spirit enhancements on all of them. In the briefest of moments, the medicinal pills completely changed. No longer were they low grade, but instead, superior grade. As for their medicinal efficacy, Bai Xiaochun's eyes shone at the mere thought of it. Humph. Now it doesn't matter what kind of beast I face, from now on, when I say jump, they'll jump. Coughing dryly, he put the medicinal pills away. Feeling very proud of himself, he was just about to go outside and take a walk when he heard an enraged roar echoing down from the sky. Bai Xiaochun. Chapter 74. So, it was Bai Xiaochun. Translator, Deathblade. Chinese language consultant, ASI aka Beerblade. Editor, GNE. Memes, Logan. Meme archives, Jerry DeBoz. After my recent trip back to the US, I confirmed that I don't have a big problem with the mosquitoes there. On the other hand, I seem to be allergic to Chinese mosquitoes. When they bite me, the bite swells up to the size of a small fruit. Currently, there seems to be a mosquito lurking hidden in my room somewhere that comes out in the dark of night to feast on my feet and legs. Oh, the humanity. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 75, I'd been wrongly accused. Chapter 75, I'd been wrongly accused. The shocking roar of fury caused even the trees in the area to tremble. Leaves fell, to be picked up by the raging wind, which swept them to and fro. When Bai Xiaochun heard the enraged cry, he was so scared he almost jumped straight up into the air. He looked up, and saw the white-haired Elder Zhou hovering up above, veins bulging out all over his neck and face. Elder Zhou seemed like a wild beast, and in fact, actually looked quite similar to the way the phoenix had a month ago. Bai Xiaochun, it was you that harmed my phoenix. On this day, even if Li Qingho tries to interfere, I will teach you a harsh and bitter lesson. With another thunderous roar, he extended his right hand and made a vicious grasping gesture in Bai Xiaochun's direction. That gesture caused the air around Bai Xiaochun to begin to solidify. Bai Xiaochun trembled inwardly and let out a miserable shriek. A silver glow sprang out from his skin, and at the same time, a white light appeared further out as he activated the divine crane shield. From a distance, it almost looked like an eggshell. He's trying to kill me. He's trying to kill me. As soon as the light enveloped him, he ignored the pressure crushing down from Elder Zhou and unhesitatingly shot off at the highest speed possible. Murmured Elder Zhou. Although he hadn't used his full strength, considering he was in the early foundation establishment stage, even a fraction of his power should have been enough to prevent any chi condensation cultivator from breaking free. Looking at the light wreath Bai Xiaochun fleeing off into the distance, he roared, Bai Xiaochun, do you really think I don't know that you were out to harm me even when you were back in the ovens? I know that the ginseng root that was meant for my soup was eaten by you, all the way down to the spirit rootlets. I also know that it was your idea to make the bowls shallower. And now you went and fed some medicine to my phoenix. On this very day, I will ensure that you come to understand the severe consequences of stirring up trouble in our sect. With that he gave chase. The truth was that all of the elders in the sect knew about the things that went on in the ovens. You can't blame me. Bai Xiaochun shrieked miserably. That bird of yours stole my medicinal pill. I really had nothing to do with it. Looking back over his shoulder, he saw the overly aggressive Elder Zhou, his cultivation base unfathomable. Bai Xiaochun immediately pushed forward with as much speed as possible, as if his life depended on it, rapidly transforming into nothing more than a set of afterimages. Up in midair, the male phoenix heard Bai Xiaochun's words, and his feathers immediately stood on end. Letting out a miserable squawk, he pointed his wings at Bai Xiaochun, and if he could talk, he would obviously be crying hysterically to everyone present that it was Bai Xiaochun who had given him the medicine. He most certainly hadn't stolen it. Why you? Seeing the phoenix falsely accuse him made Bai Xiaochun feel worse than before. How could he ever have imagined that, given how smart he was, he would one day be framed by a bird? Hatred filled his heart. Looking at the bird, he decided firmly in his heart that once this matter was resolved, he would ensure that bird felt what it was like to be humiliated. The bird might be a male, but Bai Xiaochun would find an even manlier bird to teach it a lesson. How dare you quibble over meaningless details? Elder Zhou said, picking up speed. As he shot toward Bai Xiaochun, he waved his sleeve, causing a massive power to shoot through the air. When it landed on Bai Xiaochun, however, he merely staggered a bit, and then picked up speed as if nothing had happened. The scene caused Elder Zhou's eyes to widen. He had used enough power to send any other outer sect disciple tumbling to the ground, and yet Bai Xiaochun treated it as if it were nothing. Bai Xiaochun was also shocked. The blow just now had shaken him down to his teeth and left him trembling. Looking back at Elder Zhou, he quickly produced the Golden Crow sword and poured some spiritual power into it. The Golden Crow materialized, and Bai Xiaochun transformed into a golden beam of light that shot up into the air. Elder Zhou snorted coldly, and also flew up, joined by his phoenix. All of the observing disciples in the area felt quite pleased at the ability to revel in Bai Xiaochun's misfortune. Seeing him flee madly for his life enabled them all to release a bit of the anger which had been festering inside of them. Wide smiles blossomed on the faces of Chen Xiang and Zhao Yidua, and Lu Ergo, the so-called Lord Wolf, was so happy that tears streamed down his face. The heavens do have eyes, he murmured. Flying through the air over fragrant Cloud Peak, Bai Xiaochun let out a miserable cry. Anyone who wasn't watching what was happening but heard that scream would be completely shocked. Elder Zhou, your bird's lying. I'm telling the truth, and he's making stuff up. Bai Xiaochun wanted to cry, but no tears would come. He stood atop the Golden Crow, pushing forward with everything he could muster. Shut up! Elder Zhou roared. It was bad enough that Bai Xiaochun was constantly saying all kinds of things about his bird, but even worse, there were plenty of people who could hear it, and all of them had odd expressions on their faces. Elder Zhou's right hand flashed with an incantation gesture, causing a blast of air to shoot toward Bai Xiaochun. But it's true. Your bird is falsely accusing me. Bai Xiaochun just wanted to resolve the situation, and yet, the blast of air continued to close in, leaving him trembling in fear. Somehow pushing forward with even more speed, he managed to avoid the blast, and it smashed a sizable hole into a nearby boulder. Bai Xiaochun looked over his shoulder at the hole, and his scalp went numb. Finally, he decided to call upon his most powerful backer. I'm the junior brother of the sect leader. I'm the apprentice of Taoist Master Spirit Civ. Nobody can help you now, Elder Zhou said, glaring. The truth was that he was actually losing a bit of face by personally chasing after Bai Xiaochun. What was even worse was that he hadn't even touched Bai Xiaochun, who was fleeing like a rabbit whose tail had been stepped on. It was truly a miserable sight. Somewhere on Fragrant Cloud Peak, Su Baokai looked up at what was happening, mixed emotions on his face. Of course, he wasn't worried about Bai Xiaochun. Rather, he felt bad for Elder Zhou, and couldn't help but think back to his own past. Stop running, Bai Xiaochun! Elder Zhou cried, closing in like a powerful rock. Next to him, his phoenix continued to let out piercing cries, and occasionally pointed at Bai Xiaochun with his wings. I'm a prestige disciple. Bai Xiaochun screamed. I've shed blood for the sect. I've performed incredible service. As he fled for his life, his words echoed out even to Violet Cauldron Peak. Many people there looked up and saw Bai Xiaochun in full flight, and strange expressions quickly filled their faces. When they realized what was happening, they couldn't hold back from laughing. That title is given to the dead, Elder Zhou growled. I'm going to make you into a true prestige disciple. The truth was that he didn't really plan to kill Bai Xiaochun. He just wanted to teach him a very hard lesson. Hoping to scare him, he waved his hand again, sending out another blast of wind, which caused a vortex to spring up around Bai Xiaochun. When Bai Xiaochun heard Elder Zhou's words, and then saw the wind vortex appear, he screamed even harder than before. He poured all of the spiritual power he could muster into the Golden Crow sword. Bai Xiaochun burst out from within the vortex, surrounded by golden light, shooting all the way to the midway point between Fragrant Cloud Peak and Mount Daoseed. It was only then that the light began to fade. Silver light glittered around him as he charged onward, screaming. He was well aware that Li Qingho wasn't in the sect at the moment, and that the only person who could save him was his elder brother sect leader, which was why he was now heading toward Mount Daoseed. Elder Zhou was inwardly shocked that Bai Xiaochun had been able to dodge his attacks so many times, and was now sure that this was one of the reasons he'd been able to make it out alive when being pursued by the Luochen clan. However, considering that there were so many people watching, it left Elder Zhou with little face, and only served to fuel his anger. Unleashing all of his cultivation base, he shot after Bai Xiaochun once again. Elder brother sect leader, save me! Bai Xiaochun wailed at the top of his lungs. Whistling through the air at top speed, he continued to evade Elder Zhou as he headed toward Mount Daoseed. His incredible agility made him very slippery. Of course, if Elder Zhou truly unleashed all of his Foundation Establishment divine abilities and techniques, he would probably have been able to pin Bai Xiaochun down. However, all he wanted to do was teach him a lesson. If he started using magical techniques, and didn't rein in their power perfectly, he could very well deliver a fatal blow. However, at the moment, he couldn't even hit Bai Xiaochun at all, and yet, Bai Xiaochun was screaming miserably, which caused Elder Zhou to get even more angry. He quickly performed an incantation gesture with his right hand, causing dark clouds to form in the sky above. Thunder crashed as lightning suddenly shot down toward Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun's eyes were as round as saucers. The terrifying power he sensed within the lightning left his mind somewhat blank. Eyes bloodshot, he performed a double-handed incantation gesture and then pointed out. Instantly, violet chi appeared above his head, which shot toward the lightning. Elder Zhou was astonished. He'd set out to simply scare Bai Xiaochun, and although the lightning seemed like an attack, he'd aimed it to land next to Bai Xiaochun, not on him. But now, Bai Xiaochun was actually fighting back against it, causing Elder Zhou to suddenly try to rein the lightning in. Unfortunately, he couldn't stop all of it. Violet chi swirled up from Bai Xiaochun to meet the lightning, and as it did, the image of a cauldron appeared. When it slammed into the lightning, massive rumbling sounds echoed out, shaking everything in the area. The violet chi scattered, and as for the lightning, it dimmed by about half before slamming into the ground. Bai Xiaochun's face went pale, and he let out another plaintive scream. "Save me, elder brother! Save me, master! Oh, that the spirit of my master in the heavens would save me!" Elder Zhou stopped in place in midair, looking at Bai Xiaochun in surprise. Just now, he had managed to reduce the power of the lightning by about half, but even the remaining bit should have been enough to seriously injure any chi condensation cultivator. And yet, other than causing Bai Xiaochun's face to go pale, and sending his chi and blood into chaos, it had done little else. That was Violet Chi Cauldron summoning, Elder Zhou murmured to himself. Du Lingfei and Ho Yunfei both said that Bai Xiaochun had gained enlightenment of Violet Chi Cauldron summoning, but that level of power exceeds the 7th level of chi condensation. The battle prowess this kid can unleash with that technique is incredible. A strange light gleamed in Elder Zhou's eyes. Now that he realized Bai Xiaochun was a chosen of this caliber, some of his anger was mitigated. Furthermore, Bai Xiaochun's ear-splitting screaming left him unsure of whether to laugh or cry. With a cold snort, he once again gave chase. I don't care if the phoenix was at fault, Bai Xiaochun was the main cause. This kid is stubborn and mischievous, I need to take the chance to scare him into restraint, but... If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 76, 8th Level of Chi Condensation. Chapter 76, 8th Level of Chi Condensation. Moments ago, the Foundation establishment cultivators of the 3 mountain peaks had been looking on, smiling with the realization that Elder Zhou was simply trying to frighten Bai Xiaochun. But then Bai Xiaochun suddenly fought back against the lightning, and their expressions flickered. Many were about to intervene, but then they realized that the lightning didn't harm him at all. Strange gleams appeared in their eyes. This kid is extraordinary. No wonder the Luochen clan couldn't chase him down and kill him. He has some very unique abilities. This young scion of ours might just be on the same level as Shangguan Tianyu. He's clearly surpassed Lu Tianlei and Zhou Xinqi already, but... As they looked on, nodding inwardly, sect leader Zhang Yuandong stood atop Mount Daoseed, watching the situation unfold with a strange look in his eyes. Even as Bai Xiaochun cried out at the top of his lungs, Zhang Yuandong was using divine sense to watch everything. He was shocked by what he saw Bai Xiaochun doing. Instead of immediately interfering, he waited, hoping to see Bai Xiaochun show off his full potential. Eventually, he began to nod with admiration. Finally, he flickered into motion, appearing directly in front of the madly fleeing Bai Xiaochun. As soon as Bai Xiaochun saw Zhang Yuandong, he cried out, "Dear elder brother sect leader, Elder Zhou is trying to kill me. My poor little life is on the line." Even as the words left his mouth, he dove behind Zhang Yuandong to hide. Zhang Yuandong coughed dryly at Bai Xiaochun's woeful appearance. Smiling wryly, he looked up at the incoming Elder Zhou, who was glaring fiercely at Bai Xiaochun. A moment later, Elder Zhou came to a stop in front of him, where he clasped hands in greeting. These two men were wily old foxes, and as soon as their eyes met, they both knew what the other was thinking. Both of them were well aware that Bai Xiaochun's presence meant that the sect had another fearfully talented person in its ranks. That was something far more important than the trifling incident with the phoenix. If Li Qingho were in the sect, things would have been easier to keep under control. But with him gone, no one in the sect could really control Bai Xiaochun. That was especially true considering his recent achievements, coupled with the fact that he was a prestige disciple and the junior brother of the sect leader. Zhang Yuandong was fairly certain that if he tried to punish Bai Xiaochun would simply go to the portrait of his master to weep and complain. "Sect leader," said Elder Zhou, "please pay no heed to this affair and hand Bai Xiaochun over to me immediately." With that, Elder Zhou glared at Bai Xiaochun, chuckling cruelly. Bai Xiaochun's scalp immediately went numb, and he began to explain, "Your bird." As soon as Elder Zhou heard the word bird, his face began to turn green. Bai Xiaochun immediately bit his tongue and turned his pleading gaze to Zhang Yuandong. "Elder brother," he said, "I've shed my own blood for the sect, I've performed great services." Zhang Yuandong's face twitched, and he coughed dryly. "Elder Zhou," he said, "let's drop this matter. Xiaochun might be a bit naughty and mischievous, but he's a good person. How about this? If anything like this happens again in the future, I won't intervene at all, and you can handle the matter any way you see fit." Elder Zhou looked very torn, but eventually he nodded begrudgingly. Then he took his leave, casting one more glare at Bai Xiaochun as he did. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath and slowly rose to his feet. He looked a bit suspicious. He was an intelligent person, and the way things had turned out seemed very sudden. Something seemed off. However, he wasn't completely sure of what it all meant, so he looked over at the sect leader. Zhang Yuandong looked back at him. "Those phoenixes were raised by Elder Zhou's former Taoist partner," he said coolly. "There was a battle once outside the sect in which that Taoist partner died in the process of saving Elder Zhou's life. Elder Zhou himself barely survived. The pain of losing his Taoist partner harmed his mind, and he nearly went insane. Most people think he's merely obsessed with plants and vegetation. What they don't know is that without that obsession, he wouldn't be able to suppress the insanity within. He uses that obsession to stave off the madness. In the future, don't provoke him. If he really goes mad, I might not be able to save you in time, but..." Hearing this, Bai Xiaochun's spine tingled in fear, and yet, he couldn't help but feel a bit sorry for Elder Zhou. Nodding vigorously, he said, "I really didn't give it the medicine. His bird really did steal it from me." Zhang Yuandong patted Bai Xiaochun's shoulder. "Karma exists everywhere. In this case, the karma was sown by you, so there's no need to think too much about the details." With that, Zhang Yuandong turned and left. Bai Xiaochun sighed at how unlucky he was, and began to contemplate ways to avoid Elder Zhou in the future. Then he cautiously returned to Fragrant Cloud Peak, where he went into seclusion in his residence. As for the thieving bird, Bai Xiaochun decided that considering how he needed to avoid provoking Elder Zhou, it would be best to cast aside any thoughts of revenge. True men don't fight with birds. He told himself to make the decision easier to stomach. Sitting there in his log cabin, he produced several of the Violet Chi Spirit Ascension pills he had concocted. Thinking back to how Elder Zhou had attacked him during the chase, his eyes gleamed with envy. Foundation establishment cultivators are pretty incredible, he thought, sighing. He almost made me cough up some blood. Thankfully I have my undying skin. With another glance at the Violet Chi Spirit Ascension pills, he looked around furtively to make sure he was alone, and then produced the turtle walk to perform some spirit enhancements. Soon, all of the pills had received threefold enhancements, and contained faint silver designs on their surfaces. Bai Xiaochun sighed again. If only I had some fuel to make four-colored flame. Based on some discreet inquiries he'd made earlier, he knew that the sect did have fuel to make four-colored flame. However, it wasn't very plentiful, and required an incredible amount of merit points to acquire. With the exception of certain unique medicines, or certain cultivation practices related to fire, it was rare to ever need four-colored flame. It was generally impossible to procure such fuel from the market at the bottom of the mountain. The only place it usually appeared was at auction, and even then, it wasn't commonly seen. I'm running low on spirit tails too, he thought. After some more thought, he finally popped one of the Violet Chi Spirit Ascension pills into his mouth and began to cultivate. Days passed. Bai Xiaochun practiced cultivation the entire time, occasionally consuming Violet Chi Spirit Ascension pills as he did. His cultivation rapidly progressed until eventually, he ran out of pills. It happened late at night, when the clouds filled the sky obscuring the moon. Inside, rumbling could be heard, not within the cabin itself, but inside Bai Xiaochun's body. He began to shake his spiritual power built up inside of him, becoming a vast, dragon-like river that raged through all of his chi vessels. After completing a full cycle within him, his overall spiritual power expanded, surpassing his previous limit significantly. Filth oozed out from the pores all over his body, and an invigorating sense of buoyancy filled him. Enlivened, his eyes snapped open, and they shone like beacons in the dark of night. The 8th level of chi condensation. Laughing heartily, he rushed out of his courtyard to wash off. He had been in the Spirit Stream sect for years now, and although he was a lot tougher, he hadn't grown much physically, which left him feeling a bit depressed. In terms of his overall appearance, he was still just as pure and fair, and just as skinny. Now that I'm in the 8th level of chi condensation, my controlling art should be much more powerful. He waved his finger at a nearby boulder, which subsequently flew up into the air. In accord with Bai Xiaochun's will, it sped up, then slowed down as he experimented with both lightness in heaviness and heaviness in lightness. What I'm most interested in, however, is what I accidentally unleashed when fighting Chen Hong, the human controlling grand magic. Eyes shining with a bright light, Bai Xiaochun experimented a bit more, but made little progress. After all, controlling inanimate objects and controlling people were two different things. Finally, he decided to abandon the idea for the time being. Later, back in his courtyard, he stood there contemplating the matter. In the description of the Violet Chi Cauldron summoning art, it says that once you cultivate all the way to the 8th level, you can utilize a mid-grade version of Violet Chi Cauldron summoning. With that, he performed a double-handed incantation gesture and waved his finger. Violet Chi swirled about, and after 2 breaths of time passed, a large violet cauldron appeared in front of him. This time, it went much faster than before, at least twice as fast. Furthermore, it was larger than before, and it was much more corporeal. It was so clear that various magical symbols could be seen engraved on the surface of the cauldron. From the terrifying pressure that radiated from the large cauldron, Xiaochun could tell that it was anything but ordinary. That pressure is far more powerful than before. He quickly probed his cultivation base. When he used Violet Chi Cauldron summoning in the past, it drew significantly on his spiritual power, and would require a lot of cultivation to recover from afterward. But now, he still retained about 70% of his internal spiritual energy. I can use it 3 times in a row. Elated, he dispersed the violet cauldron and pulled out the golden crow sword. As the golden light spread, he stepped onto the golden crow, and then flew out of the sect. Soon he was in the jungle outside of the sect. Up above, the sky rumbled with thunder, as though a storm were brewing. Sensing the impending danger of the storm, Xiaochun quickly stopped in place and performed an incantation gesture, once again summoning the violet cauldron. Waving his finger, he sent it smashing into a nearby boulder. A boom echoed out, and the ground trembled, startling countless birds and animals. A crater appeared, with crevices snaking out from it for 30 meters in all directions. So powerful, he said with a gasp. After measuring himself up, he was sure that with his undying silver skin and Violet Chi Cauldron summoning, if he had to fight Chen Hung again, it wouldn't take much effort on his part to wipe him out. Or maybe not, he thought after a bit of hesitation. After all, fighting Chen Hung would still be quite dangerous, and would be best avoided. He could still lose his poor little life. The best thing would be to fight only enemies in the 7th level of Chi condensation. With the snap of a finger, Xiaochun, could easily turn anyone from the 1st to the 7th level of Chi condensation into ash. He flicked his sleeve proudly, but unfortunately, there was no nearby fence to stand on. He was forced to remain on the golden crow sword, sticking his chin out, looking up at the clouds like a lonely hero. Finally, he turned the golden crow sword around and headed back toward the sect. However, it was at this point that countless lightning bolts formed overhead. Attracted by the golden crow sword, they began to descend toward Xiaochun like silver snakes. Xiaochun's eyes went wide, and moments later, agonized screams could be heard amidst the crash of thunder. Chapter 76, 8th Level of Chi Condensation. Translator, Deathblade. Chinese Language Consultant, ASI aka Beerblade. Editor, GNE. Memes, Logan. Meme Archives, Jerry DeBoz. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 77, Auction. Chapter 77, Auction. Soon after, Xiaochun hobbled back to Fragrant Cloud Peak, hair standing on end, face smudged with ash. Heart pounding with residual fear, he crawled back into his courtyard and thought back to the rain of lightning he had just passed through, and shivered. Then he swore an oath to never again fly on a sword through a thunderstorm. That wasn't flying, that was risking one's life. Back in his log cabin, he grimaced in pain for quite some time before composing himself. Sitting down cross-legged on his bed, he looked at the rain falling outside, and then slowly rotated his cultivation base. Tier 2 spirit medicines are appropriate for the 8th level of Chi condensation and lower. If I want to raise my cultivation base any further, I really need to concoct some Tier 3 spirit medicine. Resting his chin on his hand, he pondered the matter. Tier 3 spirit medicines are even harder to concoct. The only way to do it with confidence is to first be very familiar with numerous Tier 2 spirit medicines. Without a stable foundation, the chances of success are small. With that, he opened his bag of holding and examined his current accumulation of resources. The result was a long sigh. Although he had collected quite a few gifts due to his status as a prestige disciple, he had consumed a terrifying amount of ingredients in his pill concocting efforts recently. The result was that his stores were running low. I can't keep going on this way, he said, bowing his head thoughtfully. I'll definitely run out. I'm already a pretty incredible journeyman apothecary. Maybe I should try to sell some medicine. That thought started to get him excited. By the next morning, the rain had stopped, and he left his residence to go to the market and ask some questions. After getting a clearer idea of the prices of various medicinal pills, he bought a huge batch of medicinal plants, and then went to the sect to buy more with merit points. Finally, he took another trip to the medicine concocting pavilion to begin working. Although Tier 2 medicinal pills would fetch a high price, they consumed a lot of ingredients. Furthermore, considering the way he concocted, they wouldn't be the best use of his time. Therefore, he chose to concoct some Tier 1 medicines that he was more familiar with. Over the course of the following days, he produced 3 different types of spirit medicines, each batch of which produced 8 or 9 pills. He also made 2 sticks of spirit incense. With that accomplished, he headed back to the market. The South Bank market wasn't very large. Other than a few shops set up by inner sect disciples and other senior members of the sect, most of the establishments were run by various cultivator clans from other parts of the Eastwood continent. It was like a little town, bustling mostly with outer sect disciples from the 3 mountain peaks. Having been there on numerous occasions, Xiaochun was quite familiar with the place. After finding the shop he was looking for, he entered and cleared his throat, whereupon a salesperson approached. "Call the shop owner out," Xiaochun said. "In addition to buying some ingredients, this time I want to sell some medicinal pills." With that, he sat down in a chair, smiling so broadly that his eyes turned into slits. A short time later, a middle-aged man wearing a long violet robe walked up. When he saw that it was Xiaochun, he smiled. "Fellow Taoist Bai, I am your humble servant Sun Shen," he said, clasping hands. "I've heard many stories about you, fellow Taoist Bai, but was always worried about disturbing your peace, so I never went to offer formal greetings. I truly regret that now." Beaming, Sun Shen sat down across from Xiaochun. Well aware of Xiaochun's high position in the sect, he had no desire to offend him. Furthermore, the fact that he was a prestige disciple meant that the Sun clan still wanted to get on Xiaochun's good side, despite the 100-year prohibition set in place by the sect leader. Xiaochun laughed heartily and then exchanged some pleasantries. Next, he pulled out 3 bottles of medicinal pills and 2 sticks of incense, which he placed on the table between them. Sticking his chin out, he asked, "Fellow Taoist Sun, how much do you think these are worth?" Sun Chen picked up the medicinal pills, and after examining them, seemed pleasantly surprised. Although they were low-grade Tier 1 medicinal pills, they had an impurity level of only about 81 or 82%, placing them very close to the mid-grade level. The pills usually acquired by the shop tended to be low-grade pills with impurity levels of 84 or 85%. Looking up at Xiaochun with shining eyes, he said, "Brother Bai, your Tao of medicine is quite refined. We would love to purchase all of your spirit medicines. How about we offer you 120 spirit stones? What do you say?" Xiaochun was instantly delighted. That price was almost 4 spirit stones per medicinal pill, which was just about the highest price possible for low-grade Tier 1 medicinal pills. Actually, the production cost for such a pill was, on average, only about half a spirit stone. Thrilled, the two of them completed the transaction and then continued to chat a bit. Eventually they came to an agreement: as long as Xiaochun continued to supply the shop with medicinal pills, he could acquire ingredients without handing over any spirit stones. In the end, Xiaochun left feeling very pleased. More time passed. Months went by in a flash, during which time Xiaochun continuously concocted Tier 1 spirit medicines to sell in exchange for ingredients. He also spent time familiarizing himself with Tier 2 spirit medicines. Gradually, he grew more and more adept. At the same time, his relationship with the Sun Clan's medicine shop grew more stable. The Sun Clan bought virtually all of his medicinal pills. One day during the course of doing business, Sun Chen took a few bottles of medicinal pills and handed some plant ingredients over to Xiaochun. As they chatted, Sun Clan sighed and said, "Brother Bai, considering your skill in medicine concocting, why don't you concoct some Tier 2 spirit medicine? Every few years 100 clans auction is held, and as of today, it's only about 3 months away. If you concocted some Tier 2 spirit medicine, I could help you put some of it up for auction. I'm sure you'd get a great price." After their months of doing business together, Sun Chen had come to find that Xiaochun was cheerful and charismatic, and quite the joy to interact with, which was why he was being so helpful. Xiaochun had also heard of the 100 Clans auction, which was arranged by roughly 100 of the cultivator clans from the Eastwood continent. There were 3 locations where the auctions would be held. One was in the North Bank Market, the second was the South Bank Market, and the third was in the largest city of cultivators on the continent, Eastwood City. Xiaochun had been in the Spirit Stream sect for several years already, and the last auction had been held around the time he had first joined the outer sect. Back then, he had been mostly focused on stealing spirit tail chickens, and hadn't been interested in auctions. His interest having been piqued, he asked a few questions about when exactly the South Bank auction would be held, and then finally took his leave. After returning to the medicine concocting pavilion, he sat down cross-legged to think for a while before finally making a decision. What Sun Chen said makes sense. Instead of selling a little bit here and there, I might as well take advantage of the situation to sell something really expensive. Afterward, I can purchase a whole bunch of ingredients. After considering things, he thought of some various Tier 2 spirit medicines, and finally decided to concoct the one he was most familiar with, the Violet Chi Spirit Ascension Pill. Having made his decision, he went into seclusion at the medicine concocting pavilion and began to work on concocting Violet Chi Spirit Ascension pills. 2 months went by. After exchanging all of the medicinal pills he could for ingredients, he was able to concoct 3 bottles of Violet Chi Spirit Ascension pills, each one containing 10 pills. He also ended up with one pill whose color was different from the other light violet pills. This pill was dark violet, and didn't have a very strong medicinal aroma, as if it refused to let such an aroma waft out from within it. When that particular medicinal pill had emerged, the pill furnace had shaken in a way that was clearly different than the previous times. It was even been accompanied by a burst of earth flame. Upon closer examination of the pill, Bai Xiaochun's eyes gleamed with excitement. Mid-grade. I, Bai Xiaochun, have finally concocted a mid-grade spirit medicine, but there probably won't be very many mid-grade spirit medicines at the auction. However, if I really want to cause a stir, I'll have to do better than this. After all, this auction only happens once every few years. There will surely be plenty of rare items up for sale. After some thought, he gritted his teeth and then took out the turtle walk to perform a spirit enhancement. After the threefold enhancement was completed, silver light glittered, and the spirit medicine was no longer mid-grade. It had broken all the way past superior grade to be premium grade. This type of premium grade pill was quite shocking, with an impurity level of only 10% or so. Bai Xiaochun was very pleased. The Violet Chi Spirit Ascension pill resting in his hand was now so dark it was almost black. It had 3 spirit designs on its surface, which were faint but clearly visible. Anyone who laid eyes on the pill would be able to tell that it was something extraordinary. Bai Xiaochun suddenly had the feeling that this pill was another tool he could use to become famous. Laughing proudly, he pulled out a little knife and carved a picture onto it, a lovely little turtle. Lord Turtle will once again make an appearance. Bai Xiaochun rose to his feet in excitement and anticipation. He took his medicinal pills out of the sect, and returned 2 hours later in high spirits, looking very pleased with himself. He could still picture the shock on Sun Chen's face the moment he saw the 3 bottles of Violet Chi Spirit Ascension pills. The moment he noticed that there was also a premium-grade spirit medicine which had received a 3-fold spirit enhancement, his jaw had nearly dropped to the floor in astonishment. Only 1 more month to go until the auction, Bai Xiaochun thought, looking at the jade slip he held, which was his ticket to the auction itself. Throughout the following days, everyone was talking about the auction. Soon, the disciples of the 3 mountain peaks on the southern bank began to make various preparations, hoping to strike it lucky at the auction. The market also thrummed with activity. One of my clanmates from the North Bank said that in the last auction, a yellow springs flame went up for sale, a legendary item. It was only a spark, but could still be considered a unique treasure. One of the disciples from the North Bank bought it at an exorbitant price. There should be tons of unique treasures up for sale at this 100 clans auction, including a lot of shocking medicinal pills. That's because the outer sect chosen battles will be coming up. They only happen once every 30 years. You're probably right. The joint North and South Bank outer sect chosen battles are a grand occasion for the entire Spirit Stream sect. It's too bad that the top 10 from the South Bank haven't been able to match up to the North Bank for years now. I wonder if one of the South Bank's top 10 will be able to get revenge this year. Over the following month, talk of the auction grew more and more common throughout the sect. Bai Xiaochun heard much of the talk, and noticed a lot of people discussing the joint North and South Bank outer sect chosen battles. However, he didn't pay much attention to such talk. Soon, the month had passed. One morning at dawn when Bai Xiaochun was meditating, his eyes suddenly opened, and he pulled a glowing jade slip out of his bag of holding. The auction is going to start, he thought, eyes shining with anticipation. He quickly hurried out of his courtyard and raced down the mountain. Along the way, he passed quite a few outer sect disciples, until he noticed a few beams of light speeding by overhead. He smacked his own forehead at the realization that he'd forgotten about being able to fly. Quickly performing an incantation gesture, he summoned the Golden Crow sword. Stepping onto the Golden Crow, he transformed into a beam of golden light that shot off into the distance. He soon reached the market. Head high and chest out, he entered the auction pavilion. It was a huge structure, with several thousand seats set up on the auction floor, as well as an open area behind the seats where a crowd of people stood, packed together tightly. As for Bai Xiaochun, he was whisked away by Sun Chen, who took him to a private room on the 2nd floor, and then left. The room was relatively small, with a narrow balcony, beneath which was the main auction floor. The auction stage was also clearly visible. This was not Bai Xiaochun's first time being present for such a lively affair. Instead of behaving like the Foundation establishment cultivators in the other private rooms, who stayed out of sight, Bai Xiaochun made sure to lean out of the balcony. Worried that people might not notice him, he began to clear his throat as loudly as possible. Soon, some people down below saw him, casting odd glances at him before turning away. Unfortunately, there were simply too many people present, so no matter how loudly he cleared his throat, the sound would only go so far. Off in the distance, he caught sight of Ho Xiaomei, as well as Zhou Xinqi and some of the other people he knew. However, they were too far away to notice him. Even after yelling at the top of his lungs, they didn't turn his way, and he started to get a bit depressed. Finally, he lost interest. In any case, sticking himself out of the balcony was a bit tiring. Furthermore, there was always the danger of accidentally falling. If that happened, then it would only take a day for everyone on the entire South Bank to hear about it. Time passed, and more people showed up. After about an hour, the sound of a cauldron being struck rung out, and everything went quiet. Countless eyes were all fixed on the auction stage. Soon, a middle-aged man in a green garment appeared. Smiling, he stood there and greeted everyone with clasped hands. "I am your humble servant Xiaochun. I presume many of you fellow Taoists are already familiar with me. I will be presiding over the auction today. The rules are the same as ever, all lots go to the highest bidder." Without any further ado, he waved his right hand, and a glowing door rose up on the auction stage. A young woman emerged, holding a platter, atop which was an oddly shaped rock formed of various metals. The rock glowed with garish, multicolored light that reflected within the excited, shocked eyes of the thousands of auction attendees. Xiaochun looked closely at the rock but couldn't quite tell what it was. However, other people in the crowd seemed to know exactly what it was, and were already getting excited. When Xiansong spoke, his voice was soft, but he boosted it with his foundation establishment cultivation base, ensuring that it spread out for all to hear. Lot 1 is a piece of auric Oregon minimum bid, 300 spirit stones. Bid increment is a minimum of 50 spirit stones. 350 spirit stones. Someone cried out. 400. Almost as soon as the first bid came out, another topped it. Before long, the price reached 700 spirit stones, and the item was sold to a disciple from Violet Cauldron Peak. Xiaochun looked at the piece of ore with wide eyes, trying to figure out why it could possibly be worth 700 spirit stones. Another thing he'd noticed was that after the auction had begun, a spell formation had been activated which amplified the voices of anyone calling out bids. "It's just a piece of metal," he thought a bit sourly as he sat there watching. More items appeared and were sold. One of them was a green horn from a juvenile dragon, which had apparently been struck by lightning, leaving sparks of electricity coursing along its surface. It fetched a price of 8,000 spirit stones, which left Xiaochun completely shaken. After the auction had been going for about an hour, Xiansong's voice rang out with the following words: "The next lot is a bottle of Tier 2 spirit medicine. Violet Chi spirit ascension pills, a total of 10. They are close to mid-grade, with an impurity level of 81%. Minimum price, 100 spirit stones. Bid increment is a minimum of 10 spirit stones." Xiaochun instantly perked up, and stared out at the auction floor in anticipation. Thinking nervously about how much he might make, he waited for someone to call out a bid. However, for some reason, the only thing that met his ears was silence. Even as his heart began to pound, someone called out an opening bid. 110 spirit stones. The bidder was an outer sect disciple, and the amount bid was apparently all of his savings. After calling out the bid, he stared around nervously. However, Xiaochun was even more nervous than he was. That bottle of Violet Chi Spirit Ascension pills had cost him about 50 spirit stones to manufacture, and if he sold it at the market, would fetch a price of 150 or 160. At the moment, all he could do was scowl at the audience in astonishment. Just when Xiansong was about to strike down with the auction hammer, someone else called out another price. Then, more people jumped in. In the end, the price jumped all the way to 180 spirit stones. 180 spirit stones isn't bad. That's about 20 higher than at the market. Sighing in relief, he wiped the sweat from his brow. The truth was, the price the bottle had fetched earned him a tidy profit, although it didn't come close to the value of some of the other precious items which had gone up for bid so far. Soon, his second bottle went up, and ended up selling for a slightly higher price, 200 spirit stones. Xiaochun was very pleased. By the time the third bottle went up, the Qi condensation disciples were getting very excited, and more people jumped in on the bidding. In the end, Xiaochun was ecstatic. The final price reached 230 spirit stones. More than 700 spirit stones. Now this is what I call an auction. I already have enough spirit stones to concoct a Tier 3 spirit medicine. Xiaochun was an easy person to please. His sour mood from before was completely gone, and he sat there happily waiting for the premium grade spirit medicine to appear. Considering the price the other bottles fetched, I think the premium grade might get 300 spirit stones? After a bit of hesitation, he changed his mind. 200 would be fine. He nodded confidently. Time passed. Bai Xiaochun sat there waiting until it was afternoon. There on the auction stage, Qiansong's expression suddenly turned a bit strange. Looking around at the audience, he cleared his throat. The next lot is something a bit interesting. It's a Tier 2 spirit medicine, also a violet qi spirit ascension pill. However, there's something different about it. Bai Xiaochun sat there anxiously on the balcony, mind buzzing with nervousness. Chapter 77, Auction. Translator, Deathblade. Chinese language consultant, ASI aka Beerblade. Editor, GNE. Memes, Logan. Meme archives, Jerry DeBoz. By the way, this chapter was quite long, about 3,000 words instead of the usual 2,000. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 78, What are they talking about? Chapter 78, What are they talking about? People on the auction floor immediately got excited upon hearing Qiansong's announcement. The only ones who didn't care were the inner sect disciples whose cultivation bases were above the 8th level of qi condensation, who began to chat among themselves about other topics, or simply closed their eyes to rest. Please take a moment to examine the pill first, Qiansong said with a dry cough. Afterward, I will reveal the price. It was at this point that a pretty young woman emerged from the glowing door, holding a wooden box in her hands. Excitement built as everyone craned their necks to try to get a look at exactly what type of violet qi spirit ascension pill this was that would cause such a strange expression to appear on Qiansong's face. Bai Xiaochun was getting more and more nervous, and began to breathe heavily as he looked over at the auction stage. A moment later, the pretty young woman lifted the lid off the box and pulled out a dark violet pill. The medicinal pill was especially conspicuous considering the fairness of her skin. It glowed with a soft light, and the 3 designs on its surface were especially noticeable. Also visible was the little turtle etched next to the spirit designs. At first, silence prevailed. But then, a huge commotion broke out. A 3-fold spirit enhancement. Heavens! Are my eyes deceiving me? That's insane. It's actually a Tier 2 spirit medicine with a 3-fold spirit enhancement. I can't believe somebody succeeded in doing such a thing. This is crazy. A spirit-enhanced violet qi spirit ascension pill. The voices of the flabbergasted outer sect disciples rose up into a cacophony that filled the entire auction floor. Damn it! Who actually did something like that? What a waste! A 3-fold spirit enhancement like that? What psycho had the inclination to do such a thing? Even the inner sect disciples who had been ignoring things up to this point looked over in surprise. When they saw the spirit designs running across the surface of the medicinal pill, their eyes went wide, and they gasped. Many of them even shot to their feet. It must be stated that the success rate of spirit enhancement was not very high. A 1-fold enhancement was difficult enough, and a 2-fold enhancement was even harder. As for a 3-fold enhancement, it all depended on luck. Even grandmasters wouldn't dare to claim the ability to succeed at a 3-fold enhancement. In the spirit stream sect, far too many people had destroyed magical items in the process of attempting 3-fold spirit enhancements, much to their heartache. Because of that, most people had a love-hate relationship with spirit enhancement. Whenever people did manage to succeed, they would arouse the envy of their contemporaries. For a magical item to successfully receive a 3-fold spirit enhancement would make it more powerful to a shocking degree, and would make many people desire to acquire it. But now, everyone was astonished to find themselves looking at a medicinal pill which had received a 3-fold spirit enhancement. Furthermore, it was a Tier 2 medicinal pill. If a gorgeous pattern were to develop on the wings of a butterfly, everyone would marvel at the spectacular beauty. But if such a design were to appear on the back of a pig, it could only be described as a huge waste. Mixed emotions could be seen on the faces of the onlookers as numerous thoughts ran through their minds. Many of them even clenched their fists into balls, causing veins to bulge out on their hands and faces. The inner sect disciples from Violet Cauldron Peak were especially pained, considering that they studied spirit enhancement as part of their cultivation. What luck! Somebody actually managed to perform a spirit enhancement on a medicinal pill, and then brought it here to sell. Damn it! If I were that lucky, I would definitely have a spirit-enhanced treasure. Even the Foundation establishment cultivators on the second floor were looking at the medicinal pill in front of them in shock. Bai Xiaochun sat on the balcony watching all of this happening, somewhat surprised. He looked blankly at the enraged crowd below, some of whom were turning red in the face. He suddenly had the feeling that he might have gone too far. He immediately put a look of righteous indignation onto his face and then pointed at the medicinal pill angrily. "Loser!" he shouted furiously. "What loser made that pill?" Off in the distance, Sun Chen was smiling wryly. When he first saw the medicinal pill, he had experienced the same feeling most people in the audience were feeling right now. But then he saw the way Xiaochun was acting off in the distance, and his jaw dropped. A little bit of sweat even dripped down the side of his face. However, it was at this point that someone in the crowd with sharp eyes happened to notice the little turtle etched into the side of the pill. Why does that little turtle seem so familiar? Almost as soon as the words left his mouth, others in the crowd began to look more closely at the pill. At first, they had all been so surprised by the three spirit designs that they didn't look at anything else. But now they all noticed the turtle etching. That little turtle. Hey, I remember. Back on Fragrant Cloud Peak, the first place spot on all of the stone steels at the 10,000 Medicines Pavilion is occupied by a little turtle. This turtle looks just like that one. The style is exactly the same. That was etched by a person. The person who concocted that pill, and then went to the insane length of performing a threefold spirit enhancement, was none other than the mysterious and unfathomable chosen of Fragrant Cloud Peak, the little turtle. Cries of excitement rang up. After all, many disciples in the audience were from Fragrant Cloud Peak, and once they saw the little turtle, they were struck with astonishment. More and more people caught sight of the turtle, and gasps rang out. People even began to rise to their feet. Although not much news about Fragrant Cloud Peak's little turtle had spread lately, he was incredibly famous. Everyone in the sect knew about him, and many people continued to speculate all the time about who exactly he was. However, no one had been able to solve the mystery. The little turtle was simply too mysterious, so mysterious that apparently no one knew his true identity. He liked to keep an extremely low profile, and was indifferent to the outside world, paying virtually no attention to it at all. But all of a sudden, he had made another appearance. Furthermore, he had chosen to completely shake the entire auction, and shock everyone who attended. Zhou Xinqi was there in the crowd, her eyes shining brightly as she looked at the medicinal pill. Her chest heaved, and various emotions coursed through her. "So, you finally show your face," she murmured to herself. "A chosen like you cannot remain hidden forever within the sea of people. You may want to remain out of sight, but your incredible talents have doomed you to be revealed, no matter how much you try to hide. I will find out who you are, one day." Zhou Xinqi had spent a lot of time secretly investigating the little turtle. For a time, she had suspected by Xiaochun, but soon decided that it couldn't be him, and made up her own version of who the little turtle was. He was a cold, proud man who would never taint his own name because of a desire to be famous. Zhou Xinqi actually wasn't the only one who had come to such a conclusion. Most people felt the same, even Hou Xiaomei. Of course, much of that was because of how much Bai Xiaochun himself had propagated stories about the little turtle. Many people had even analyzed why he used a turtle as his mark. The explanation was that he had a reserved personality, but also maintained lofty aspirations. Like turtles, his medicinal pills would survive for thousands of years into the future. Hou Xiaomei stood not too far off in the distance, her eyes wide with adoration. Because of Bai Xiaochun's urgings, she worshipped the little turtle more than anyone else in the sect. In fact, she'd even found other disciples like herself, and had formed something of a club, which they called the Little Turtle League. What? The little turtle? Hou Xiaomei nearly jumped up into the air in excitement as she pointed at the auction stage. The entire auction floor had devolved into chaos. Now, people no longer said even a single comment in anger or skepticism. Instead, profound expressions appeared on their faces. He definitely pursues excellence to the extreme. A proud chosen such as the little turtle would never perform a spirit enhancement on a medicinal pill just to sell it at auction. He seeks the quintessence of the Tao of medicine. He did it as a means of research, because of his incredible focus. Even the inner sect disciples who had been in such pain earlier were now heaving sighs and looking at each other in dismay. All of them had to admit they were incapable of pulling off a threefold spirit enhancement. Now I understand what type of chosen he is. He's not insane, nor is he showing off. He has grand aspirations. He's completely focused. He wants his medicinal pills to reach the ultimate pinnacle. Incredible. Shocking. This level of focus, this level of willpower, this type of perfect pill, we can all strive to imitate him. A threefold spirit enhancement can raise an object's quality by 3 grades. That means that this medicinal pill was originally mid-grade. The little turtle's skill in medicine concocting has already far surpassed my own. He definitely deserves his reputation. That medicinal pill should be kept as souvenir. I must have it. The inner sect disciples' eyes shone with a bright light. Although the pill wasn't suitable for them to consume, it could fill them with inspiration. Looking at a pill like that made them feel as if they were looking at a chosen who cared not for fame or fortune, who was completely focused, who strove only after the Tao of medicine. Seeing how quickly the conversation had changed, Xiaochun, who had been joining along in the public outrage, suddenly stared around with wide eyes. After hearing what people were saying, his face began to turn red. What are they talking about? He thought, trembling. He had never before realized how superior he was. Now that he suddenly saw the light, he had the urge to yell at the top of his lungs, to tell everyone around him that he was the famous Lord Turtle. However, it was at this point that Qianzong cleared his throat and smiled. As all of you can see, this pill has great symbolic meaning. Minimum bid, 500 spirit stones. Bid increment is a minimum of 50 spirit stones. Xiaochun gasped when he heard the astronomical price. Most outer sect disciples couldn't even afford that many spirit stones. 600 spirit stones. 700 spirit stones. That pill contains the essence of the Tao of medicine. I must acquire it. 800. Who dares to top me? The inner sect disciples immediately began to call out prices, and soon everyone was in an uproar. Bids continued to be called out, and soon the price reached 1,500 spirit stones. Xiaochun's throat was dry, and he was panting in disbelief. Crazy! He mouthed in excitement. They're all crazy. Wait, let's get a bit more crazy, people. Come on. Everybody join in. 1,800 spirit stones. That bid came from Zhou Xinqi, causing numerous people to look over in her direction. Xiaochun even began to cheer her on. The price had already reached the limit of what was possible for inner sect disciples to afford. Although none of them wished to let the pill go, they had no choice but to sigh. After all, Zhou Xinqi was already a chosen in the Tao of medicine. Since she wanted the pill, none of the other disciples were willing to compete with her. Xiaochun was very pleased with the price, and had to hold himself back from running over to Qianzong, grabbing the auction hammer, and banging it down to end the bidding. However, it was at this point that the stubborn and determined voice of young woman rang out, fiery as a pepper. I am Ho Xiaomei of the Ho clan. I bid 3,000 spirit stones. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 79, Xiaochun, we believe you. Chapter 79, Xiaochun, we believe you. Xiaochun's eyes went wide as his mind filled with the thought of 3,000 spirit stones. He looked over at Ho Xiaomei, eyes shining, and suddenly felt the desire to run over, hug her, give her 3,000 thumbs up and tell her. Great job. When the rest of the disciples on the auction floor heard that huge price coming out of Ho Xiaomei's mouth, the commotion instantly ceased, and jaws dropped. They looked over to find Ho Xiaomei standing there, hands on her hips, chest heaving, looking very fair and delicate. She was pretty, but had a proud look on her face, and looked like a blazing hot pepper. Sticking her chin out, she looked over at Zhou Xinqi with a look that said, I'm from the Ho clan, and I'm not scared of anyone. Plus, I'm rich. The overall effect wasn't off-putting, but rather, made her seem quite cute. Quite a few people broke out into smiles at the sight, whereas others were even more shocked than before. 3,100 spirit stones. Zhou Xinqi said coolly, her expression growing a bit colder. The little turtle is very important to me. Ho Xiaomei said. I don't care how expensive it is, any pill made by him must belong to me. 4,000 spirit stones. I'm from the Ho clan, and I have plenty of money to go around. She especially emphasized the last sentence. Next to her, Ho Yunfei bowed his head in nervous embarrassment. He wasn't sure why his little sister worshipped the little turtle with such frenzied devotion. Zhou Xinqi's fans couldn't watch this go on, and many of them began to cry out that only a loser would spend so much money on a Tier 2 spirit medicine. Ho Xiaomei wasn't too happy to hear such things. Sticking her chest out and planting her hands on her hips, she barked, I've got a lot of spirit stones, so you can just bite me. As Xiaochun watched the events unfold, he couldn't help but muse that he had made the right decision to pull Ho Xiaomei off the crooked path and onto the way of righteousness. Zhou Xinqi frowned. Unfortunately, she didn't have that many spirit stones, and so finally, she had no choice but to give up. Ho Xiaomei was delighted that Zhou Xinqi didn't make any more bids. The truth was that she didn't have as many spirit stones as she had implied. She had only said so in front of so many people in the hopes that it would force her clan's patriarch to accommodate her. In the end, Ho Xiaomei was very pleased to have won the threefold spirit-enhanced medicinal pill. Xiaochun was also very pleased. Looking admiringly at Ho Xiaomei, he cleared his throat. In his opinion, considering how much she admired him, it would be improper not to tell her about his true identity. Having reached this conclusion, and seeing that the first day of the auction was coming to an end, he decided that now was the time to go out and proclaim his identity to the public. Meanwhile, backstage, various patriarchs from the cultivator clans were gathered, having been tasked with standing guard over the auction. One of them was a middle-aged man, who was currently coughing dryly as he looked around wryly at his fellow patriarchs. "Well, my granddaughter sure is stubborn. I'm afraid she's made a bit of a fool of herself in front of all of you." With that, he bitterly produced a large sum of spirit stones which he put off to the side. "What an innocent girl." The other patriarchs all laughed good-naturedly. The first day of the auction was over, and although there were more days to come, Xiaochun had already sold his medicinal pills, so he didn't plan to return. He walked over to the entrance of the auction and stood there watching everyone filing out of the auction house. Virtually all of them were excitedly discussing the matter of the violet chi spirit ascension pill. Eventually, Xiaochun caught sight of Zhou Xinqi. He wanted to go encourage her not to feel disheartened, but as soon as he took a step forward to head in her direction, she looked over and saw him coming. Without another word, she transformed into a beam of light that shot off into the distance. Xiaochun stopped in place, feeling a bit depressed. But then he heard a voice coming from behind him. "Big bro Xiaochun." It was Hou Xiaomei, who came bouncing over happily through the crowd, followed by Hou Yunfei, who was also smiling. Xiaochun looked away from Zhou Xinqi and gave Hou Xiaomei a smile of praise. Looking very much like a member of the senior generation, he patted her on the head. "Hey there, chaste little sister. I have to say, you did a great job. The way you won that final item in the auction was very domineering." Hou Xiaomei's face turned bright red. Seeming to recall something all of a sudden, she pulled out the violet chi spirit ascension pill. "Big bro Xiaochun, look. This medicinal pill was concocted by the little turtle. Would you like it? Here, take it. Didn't you say before that you also adore the little turtle? I bought this pill just for you." Anyone who saw the expression on her face would be moved. Holding out the pill to Xiaochun, she looked at him with keen anticipation, as if he were the only thing that existed in the world. When Hou Yunfei saw this, his gaze softened, and he smiled, but didn't say anything. Xiaochun's jaw dropped. Never could he have imagined that Hou Xiaomei's goal in winning the medicinal pill was to give it to him. It was very moving. Seeing that they were surrounded by quite a few people, he took a deep breath and put a solemn expression on his face. Eyes filling with determination, he clasped his hands behind his back like a powerful hero, a posture he had long since become very familiar with adopting. "Xiaomei," he said, "I need to reveal a very big secret." Hou Xiaomei looked shocked, as did Hou Yunfei. "What secret?" Hou Xiaomei asked curiously. Xiaochun cleared his throat loudly, stuck out his chin, and swished his sleeve. "I, Xiaochun, am he who shocks ghosts and gods, the preeminently famous, mysterious and unfathomable, the great and mighty Lord Turtle." He then threw his head back and laughed uproariously. The words he had just uttered had been kept locked inside of him for far too long, and it felt wonderful to speak them out in the open, especially considering he was speaking them to the person who adored him the most, Hou Xiaomei, and in front of such a large audience of onlookers. Most importantly, it wasn't proper to allow the person who worshipped him the most fervently to be kept in the dark, especially when her idol was standing directly in front of her. Xiaochun stared up at the clouds above, looking very lonely. However, his ears twitched a bit as he waited to hear the shocked reactions of Hou Xiaomei and the rest of the crowd. He was already formulating the words he would use in response to the impending commotion. However, after a very long moment passed, not a sound could be heard. Everything was completely silent. Surprised, Xiaochun couldn't help but look back from the clouds toward Hou Xiaomei and Hou Yunfei. Hou Xiaomei stood there with wide eyes, and Hou Yunfei was similarly shocked. As they stared mutely at Xiaochun, the surrounding disciples looked on with strange expressions on their faces. "The little turtle is indifferent to worldly affairs," someone said, like a cloud floating in the sky. "Now sect Uncle Bai is calling himself the little turtle? Yeah, right. Come on, let's go." An unsightly expression could be seen on Xiaochun's face, and he took a deep breath in preparation to make an explanation. "Xiaochun, are you all right?" Hou Yunfei asked. Worried, he patted Xiaochun on the head. "I really am the little turtle," Xiaochun said anxiously. "Oh?" Hou Yunfei replied, a strange expression on his face. He quickly nodded. Sure. You're the little turtle." At this point, Hou Xiaomei gazed at Big Bro Xiaochun and softly said, "Big Bro Xiaochun, you told me before that the little turtle is like a cloud in the sky, someone who doesn't care at all about worldly matters. Actually, in my heart, you're just as important as he is. You don't need to pretend to be him. But I really am the. Before he could finish speaking, Ho Yunfei looked at him somberly and clasped his arm. Xiaochun, we believe you. Bai Xiaochun's eyes went wide. I really. Before he could finish, Ho Yunfei's expression turned more serious. Xiaochun. We really believe you. Bai Xiaochun's eyes began to glaze over as a feeling of disheartenment filled him. No matter how he tried to explain the situation, it wouldn't do any good. Things were going completely different than he'd imagined. Dejected, he turned slowly and trudged away, somehow returning to the sect. Back in his courtyard, he stared blankly up into the sky, an expression of grief on his face. But I really am Lord Turtle, he murmured, feeling very maligned. He had long dreamed about proclaiming his identity publicly, but now that dream was in tatters. After a while, he came to the conclusion that the problem lay in the fact that he had worked so hard over the years to inflate the image of the little turtle in the minds of the people. To them, the little turtle was a completely proud and extraordinary individual. More precisely, thanks to the tireless efforts of Ho Xiaomei, the little turtle had already been turned into something of a deity. After a while, Bai Xiaochun begrudgingly went to find Su Baokai to explain the truth. Afterward, Su Baokai stared at him blankly for a moment, and then nodded repeatedly and said that he believed him. Bai Xiaochun scowled miserably all the way back to his courtyard, where he once again stood there feeling empty. A few days later, Sun Chen came to visit. Bai Xiaochun immediately perked up. Suddenly, he had hope that Sun Chen would remember who it was that had delivered the medicinal pill up to be auctioned off. However, before he could even say anything, Sun Chen handed over the spirit stones, then clasped hands and bowed deeply. Expression solemn, he said, Brother Bai, I'm not sure which honored chosen concocted that pill. The Sun Clan patriarch was quite shocked by the matter. We know that the only way to contact the chosen is via you, Brother Bai. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been the one to deliver his medicinal pill. Brother Bai, could you please pass word to him that the Sun Clan hopes to have a long-standing friendship with him? If he needs any help selling medicinal pills in the future, we will use all our power to help him. Another thing, Brother Bai. Could you please pass word to the chosen that I understand he doesn't seek fame and fortune, and purposely avoids big commotions? He is like a cloud in the sky, seeking perfection in the Tao of medicine. A person like him will surely reach incredible heights in the future. Therefore, our Sun Clan would be happy to handle all matters relating to the outside world for him. Sun Chen clasped hands and bowed deeply once again. When he looked up, he noticed that Bai Xiaochun's expression was completely blank. When that expression didn't change, Sun Chen once again clasped hands, bowed, and then took his leave. Inwardly, he sighed as he thought about how high Bai Xiaochun's position was in the Spirit Stream sect, and how the mysterious, unfathomable figure that no one else knew, actually had dealings with him. From the very beginning, he had never even considered that Bai Xiaochun might actually be the little turtle. Their personalities were too different. After all, it wasn't just Spirit Stream sect disciples who knew about the little turtle. The cultivator clans on the outside were also aware of him. All of them had performed their own investigations, and had come to similar conclusions as Zhou Xinqi. By the time Bai Xiaochun regained his composure, the moon hung high in the sky. Sighing deeply, he leapt up onto the bamboo fence that surrounded his courtyard. Clasping his hands behind his back, he looked up at the starry sky, his long black hair swaying in the wind and his robes rustling. I never imagined that deep within me was the desire to shun worldly matters. I am like a cloud which floats in the sky. I shouldn't have kept things hidden so well. Sometimes, being superior really is truly lonely. As he stood there in the moonlight, he flicked his sleeve, and truly looked like a lonely hero. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 80, The Talents of Big Fatty Zhang. Chapter 80, The Talents of Big Fatty Zhang. Now that he had plenty of spirit stones, Bai Xiaochun didn't want to worry about the issue of the little turtle anymore. His heart had already been pierced 1,000 times over by what had occurred. Now, the only thing left to do was go to the medicine concocting pavilion and heal by immersing himself in pill concocting. By this point, Bai Xiaochun's ability to concoct Tier 2 spirit medicine had been refined to perfection. His success rate was shockingly high, and he was already beginning to work on Tier 3 medicine. Rumbling sounds filled his workstation as he went about his work. On one occasion, something completely unexpected occurred when the pill furnace rocketed into the air and slammed into the wall before exploding, leaving a small crater behind. However, that was almost nothing compared to the time when an exploding pill furnace sent out smoke that not even the workshop's protective spell formation could stop. It filled nearly half of the medicine concocting pavilion, causing everyone inside to run out, coughing and cursing the entire time. Shocked, Bai Xiaochun also ran out in similar fashion, and in the end, no one was completely sure who had caused the entire disaster. Feeling quite frustrated, Bai Xiaochun carefully returned to his workstation and began to work on another batch of Tier 3 spirit medicine. Gradually, a strange expression appeared on his face as he realized he often tended to produce bizarre spirit medicines. For example, there was the time he created the medicine which had attracted hordes of ants. And then there was his aphrodisiac pill. The truth was, all of the strange pills he concocted were all terrifying. Could it be because I refused to use a set medicine formula in my concocting? Every time I do my work, I follow my instincts, and that's what leads to the strange transformations? Or maybe I'm just so naturally talented that God is jealous and intentionally causes problems for me? Currently, a few dozen brightly colored medicinal pills were laid out in front of Bai Xiaochun, which he looked down at, frowning. None of them were spherical. Some were cube-shaped, and others looked like malformed lumps of clay. Clearly, they were not ordinary spirit medicines, and yet, each and every one let off a strong medicinal aroma. Even if Bai Xiaochun were 100 times braver than he was, he wouldn't dare to personally consume any of them. It was impossible to say what unimaginable effects they might produce. I want to achieve the ultimate pinnacle in the Tao of medicine. I am like a cloud in the sky, floating about effortlessly, ignoring the material world. The Tao of medicine is a path strewn with obstacles, so I must not fear. I just have to endure. That is the new me, a new Bai Xiaochun. With that, determination appeared on his face. Looking as if he were searching for the deeper truths in life, he put the pills away and once again began his concocting work. He spent nearly half a day on the next batch. Unfortunately, he had reached the point where there were few types of medicine that he could continue to work on. It was simply too dangerous. His pill furnace would explode every time, leaving significant damage in its wake. Scowling, he paid some spirit stones in compensation, at which time he was politely asked to leave the medicine concocting pavilion. He was just about to call upon his status as the junior brother of the sect leader and demand to be allowed to stay, when he realized that Big Fatty Zhang had messaged him via jade slip. Apparently he'd come to Bai Xiaochun's residence looking for him, and was wondering where he'd gone off to. Seeing that Big Fatty Zhang had come to visit, Bai Xiaochun left the medicine concocting pavilion. Sighing, he began to walk down one of the narrow mountain paths. If I want to pursue the Tao of medicine to the pinnacle, then I will surely face obstacles along the way. I, Bai Xiaochun, am like a floating cloud. I will not surrender. Sticking his chest out and raising his head, he walked forward for a bit until he realized that something seemed off. At this time of day, the sect was usually a busy place. But right now, Fragrant Cloud Peak was very quiet. Looking around, he noticed that not a single disciple of the 6th level of Qi condensation or higher could be seen. Everyone present was of the 5th level or lower. Shocked, he hurried back to his residence. Even as he approached from a distance, he saw a tall, skinny young man pacing back and forth excitedly in front of the main gate. That young man was none other than Big Fatty Zhang, who had lost a significant amount of weight. Eldest brother, Bai Xiaochun exclaimed in greeting, hurrying forward. Ninth junior brother. Big Fatty Zhang replied, turning to look at Bai Xiaochun and laughing loudly. Big Fatty Zhang didn't care at all that Bai Xiaochun was now the junior brother of the sect leader. To Big Fatty Zhang, he was still his little junior brother. Bai Xiaochun dragged him into the courtyard, where they sat down to chat. Curious, Bai Xiaochun said, eldest brother, you hardly ever come to visit. What brought you over? Is there something you need my help with? Just say the word. Bai Xiaochun had long since come to view Big Fatty Zhang as a true older brother. Whenever he thought back to their days together in the ovens, he was always left with a warm feeling. Big Fatty Zhang cleared his throat, but was unable to prevent the excitement and pride from showing on his face. Looking over, he slapped himself proudly on the chest. Back in the ovens, it would have resulted in the sound of jiggling flesh, but now, only the creaking of bones could be heard. Even still, Big Fatty Zhang seemed enlivened. Ninth junior brother, I have a huge secret to tell you. As soon as Bai Xiaochun heard that a huge secret was involved, his eyes went wide, and he began to pay rapt attention. Sounding very lofty, Big Fatty Zhang went on to say, from now on, I, Big Fatty Zhang, am definitely going to be famous in the Spirit Stream sect. Everyone will know my name. Tons of disciples will be trying to get on my good side. In fact, even the Foundation establishment seniors will probably treat me with the utmost respect. Oh? Bai Xiaochun said, looking surprised. What's going on? Are you also the little turtle? Glowing with exuberation, Big Fatty Zhang took a deep breath and lowered his voice. Little turtle? PSHH, ninth junior brother, you know that my master is the Peak Lord of Violet Cauldron Peak, Su Mei Xiang, right? Bai Xiaochun nodded. He had known who Big Fatty Zhang's master was for some time, and also knew that she was the reason he had lost so much weight. She didn't like fat people, although that had also led Bai Xiaochun to consider some other strange possibilities regarding the situation. Do you know what my master is best at? Big Fatty Zhang continued. Spirit enhancement. And do you know what I'm studying from my master? Spirit enhancement. Ha ha ha. I, Big Fatty Zhang, happen to be blessed with incredible natural talent when it comes to spirit enhancement. My talent is so extraordinary that even my master was completely shocked and praised me to no end. Today, she actually said that it would only be a few more years before I'm the #1 Grandmaster of Spirit Enhancement in the entire Spirit Stream sect. Big Fatty Zhang rose to his feet, looking excitedly up into the sky, boiling with excitement. It was as if he were the most important being in existence. Bai Xiaochun blinked. Seeing Big Fatty Zhang's mighty pose, he quickly plastered an adoring expression on his face and exclaimed, Spirit enhancement? Bai Xiaochun's reaction made Big Fatty Zhang even happier. Slapping his shoulder, he said, Ninth junior brother, from here on out, lots of people are going to be asking me to do spirit enhancements. If I don't like them, I'll refuse no matter what. If I do like them, then I'll charge them an arm and a leg. But you and Third Fatty are both from the ovens. For the rest of my life, I won't charge you a single spirit stone. We're family, so as long as you provide the ingredients, I'll perform spirit enhancements for you for free. Big Fatty Zhang seemed high-spirited and full of mettle. From the moment he arrived at Violet Cauldron Peak, he had felt suppressed, but now that he knew he had a talent for spirit enhancement, he was elated. This was actually the first time he had ever come to visit Bai Xiaochun. Elder brother, you're incredible. Bai Xiaochun exclaimed, looking ecstatic. Come, said Big Fatty Zhang. Give me something, anything. I'll do a one-fold enhancement right here. With one of my weapons, you'll definitely get into the South Bank's top 10 during the qualifying rounds a few months from now. Then you can represent the South Bank to fight the North Bank in the chosen battles. Bai Xiaochun blinked a few times. Seeing how excited Big Fatty Zhang was, he fished around in his bag of holding for a bit, and then pulled out one of the Spirit Stream Sect's ordinary flying swords, of which he had a few. He quickly handed it over to Big Fatty Zhang. Big Fatty Zhang took a deep breath and then slapped his bag of holding, causing a few pieces of ore to fly out, which then floated around the sword. Then he closed his eyes, and unleashed the explosive power of his cultivation base. Although his cultivation base couldn't quite match up to Bai Xiaochun's, he was already in the great circle of the 6th level of Qi condensation. His hair whipped about as he waved his left hand, causing silver light to shine out. As soon as the light appeared, a wind sprang up, and the entire area seemed to fill with fluctuations of spiritual energy. The energy streamed toward the pieces of ore, which filtered the energy before it passed on toward Big Fatty Zhang's left hand. At the same time, the pieces of ore began to melt. In a short time, they were already half gone. Bai Xiaochun's eyes flickered. This was his first time ever watching as someone performed a spirit enhancement, and the process was very different than when he used the turtle walk. Apparently, the spirit enhancer would communicate directly with heaven and earth, and then filter its explosive power through the ore to soften it. Soon, Big Fatty Zhang began to shake. After enough time passed for half an incense stick to burn, he took a deep breath, and his eyes snapped open. Then, blinding silver light shot out from his hand to sweep over the sword. Spirit actuation. The air seemed to vibrate as the silver light shooting out from Big Fatty Zhang's hand bored into the flying sword. In the blink of an eye, the entire sword had turned silver. The sight was shocking to say the least, and Bai Xiaochun couldn't help but gasp. Panting, Big Fatty Zhang handed the flying sword over to Bai Xiaochun. Take it, he said, his voice brimming with confidence. The sword spirit has already been actuated. If you pour some more spiritual power into it to do a spirit test, the silver design should appear. With that, he mopped the sweat off of his forehead. Bai Xiaochun took the flying sword and then excitedly poured some spiritual power into it. Instantly, cracking sounds could be heard as silver lines appeared on the surface of the sword. Moments later though, they faded away, and then cracks began to spread out, as if the sword couldn't contain the energy of heaven and earth which had been imbued into it. A moment later, it had transformed into nothing but a lump of slag. Ha! Bai Xiaochun said, looking surprised. Big Fatty Zhang's jaw dropped, and the two of them exchanged glances. Bai Xiaochun cleared his throat, and was just about to say that it had been a low-quality sword to begin with, when Big Fatty Zhang grabbed it and looked it over with wide eyes. After a moment, he stamped his foot angrily. I made a mistake. I didn't control the fusion with the spirit iron. The energy of heaven and earth was a bit too volatile. It doesn't matter. Alright, ninth junior brother, give me another flying sword, I'll try again. Big Fatty Zhang stared at Bai Xiaochun with bloodshot eyes. Bai Xiaochun produced another flying sword, whereupon Big Fatty Zhang took a deep breath. Expression very serious, he went through the process again, until the sword glowed with silver light. Then he handed it back to Bai Xiaochun. Why don't you do the test, eldest brother? Bai Xiaochun said hesitantly. Voice solemn, Big Fatty Zhang said, the first major rule of spirit enhancement is that unless the object belongs to the spirit enhancer, then he must not do the spirit test himself. It's a set rule that I can't violate. If I break the taboo, it will lead to endless troubles. Seeing how determined Big Fatty Zhang was, Bai Xiaochun nervously took the sword. He truly wanted it to work this time, otherwise it would be a significant blow to Big Fatty Zhang. After a moment of thought, he said, Eldest brother, why don't you wait here for a moment? I'll go into my room to do the test. I think I put too much thought into it before and got too nervous. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 81, Will Spirit Grand Magic. Chapter 81, Will Spirit Grand Magic. Big Fatty Zhang was already starting to get nervous. However, after hearing Bai Xiaochun's suggestions, he realized that it made sense, and nodded in agreement. Clearing his throat, he tried to pretend that he wasn't nervous at all. Of course. As my master said, I shouldn't be there to see whether the enhancement succeeds or not. Ninth junior brother, hurry inside and try out the spirit test. Bai Xiaochun turned and hurried inside. Frowning, he looked down at the flying sword. Worried about Big Fatty Zhang getting disappointed, he didn't attempt any test, but instead, performed an incantation gesture and pointed out, causing the turtle walk to appear. AI. Eldest brother has been under too much pressure from the very beginning. He's finally got some confidence back, so I can't let him leave disappointed. I wonder if using the turtle walk will make the enhancement of this flying sword a success. Muttering to himself, he started a one-colored flame and then threw the untested flying sword into the walk. Silver light glittered brightly, after which he put the turtle walk away. Gritting his teeth, he poured some of his spiritual energy into the sword, whereupon the silver light condensed into a single silver design. It worked! He thought, although he wasn't sure whether it was because of what Big Fatty Zhang had done, or whether it was because of his own work. He quickly pushed the door open and rushed out. Eldest brother. It worked! It worked! You're so awesome, eldest brother. Big Fatty Zhang had been standing there nervously in the courtyard, wondering what the result would be. As soon as he saw Bai Xiaochun, a tremor ran through him. Then he saw the silver design on the flying sword. Slapping his thigh, he threw his head back and laughed loudly. Well, how did it turn out? It's just like I said. I didn't control the power last time. Back on Violet Cauldron Peak, I successfully enhanced 3 weapons already. Even my master couldn't help but praise my talent. And here I did it again, ninth junior brother. Big Fatty Zhang excitedly grabbed the sword from Bai Xiaochun to look at it. Bai Xiaochun stood off to the side, looking admiringly at Big Fatty Zhang. Seeing Big Fatty Zhang look so excited, he sighed in contentment. Alright, your elder brother is in a good mood now. I'm going to enhance it once more. This sword is going to have a twofold spirit enhancement. Bai Xiaochun had the feeling that such an attempt wasn't a very good idea. If he recalled correctly, there were a lot of sect rules and taboos regarding spirit enhancement. Eldest brother, why don't we try that some other time? No, it's fine. Big Fatty Zhang said decisively. Holding the sword in hand, he began to concentrate and build up energy. This second attempt at spirit enhancement was clearly much more difficult, and he had to use all of the ores he possessed. He began to tremble, and even consumed some medicinal pills before finally managing to draw upon enough of the energy of heaven and earth to begin the process. When he poured the energy into the sword, dazzling silver light shone out, after which Big Fatty Zhang sat down heavily onto the ground, panting. However, his eyes shone with excitement as he handed the sword to Bai Xiaochun. Go ahead and test it. Bai Xiaochun frowned as he took the sword. However, before he could test it, Big Fatty Zhang reached out and grabbed his hand. Don't test it here, he said solemnly. Remember, ninth junior brother, the most important part of the spirit testing process is the feeling you have. When the moment feels right, it's like having the assistance of the gods. Since you succeeded in your room last time, that's where you should test it this time. Bai Xiaochun blinked a few times at how much Big Fatty Zhang seemed to know about spirit enhancement. Nodding, he trotted back to his room thoughtfully. Eldest brother might actually be really good at spirit enhancement. It's hard to say. Just now, he seemed to have succeeded, even without any help from my turtle walk. Having reached this point in his train of thought, he decided not to put the flying sword into the turtle walk. Instead, he simply poured some spiritual power directly into the sword. In the blink of an eye, silver light flashed. But then, it rapidly dimmed. Cracking sounds rang out, and the sword was reduced to useless slag. Even as Bai Xiaochun frowned anxiously, he could hear Big Fatty Zhang talking outside. "Ninth junior brother, I just saw some silver light. What happened? Did it succeed?" I didn't test it yet," Bai Xiaochun replied quickly. "Let me do it now." Big Fatty Zhang stood there quietly outside, bitter nervousness written across his face. He was no idiot, and was quite certain that he'd seen silver light shining out of the window of Bai Xiaochun's log cabin moments before. Sighing, he assumed that Bai Xiaochun simply didn't want to admit that it had been a failure. Taking a deep breath, he called out, "I know that you performed the test, ninth junior brother. It's fine. I'll just take my leave now." Upon arriving, Big Fatty Zhang had been bursting with excitement, but the blow he had just received left him sinking into despondency. He was aware that he had acted rashly. According to his master, spirit enhancement was a very mysterious magical technique, and to achieve a perfect success rate with it was impossible. Furthermore, in the cultivation world, there was a strange phenomenon. Apparently, people who succeeded once would find it easier to succeed in the future, whereas people who failed would have the opposite experience. It sounded strange, but the truth was that it came down to the power of will. It was a mysterious thing, and the more confidence one possessed, the more likely one was to succeed. When it came to the world of spirit enhancement, there were two main techniques that could be cultivated. One was the orthodox method, in which the spirit enhancer was responsible for only the initial spirit enhancement. He would not personally perform the spirit test. Instead, the object would be given to the owner, who would perform the spirit test out of the spirit enhancer's presence. That way, success or failure wouldn't affect the mental state of the spirit enhancer. Without having been corrupted by the sight of the result, the spirit enhancer would be able to forget about the matter and maintain a calm heart. However, there was another, more extreme method that was cultivated. It was called the Will Spirit Grand Magic. It focused on the profound and mysterious power of will. In that method, the spirit enhancer would take great care to watch the outcome of the spirit enhancement. That way, the more successes they experienced, the more shocking their spirit enhancement abilities would become. It was an extreme method, and failure could have a very extreme negative impact on the spirit enhancer, even to the point of ruining their talents altogether. Even still, quite a few people attempted to use that method. Even Big Fatty Zhang's master Su Meixiang had to admit that if someone cultivated such an extreme method of spirit enhancement, they could achieve heaven-defying results. Their power of will, and their self-confidence, would achieve monumentally spectacular results. The Spirit Stream Sec Protecting Treasure, the Heaven Horn Sword, which had received a tenfold spirit enhancement, had been produced by just such an eccentric spirit enhancer, thousands of years in the past. Big Fatty Zhang smiled bitterly. He well understood that on Violet Cauldron Peak, the orthodox method of cultivation was preferred. By allowing himself to be overcome by excitement, he had made a huge mistake. The calmness in his heart had been disturbed, and it would take quite some time to recover. Bai Xiaochun could see Big Fatty Zhang's dejected posture through the window. Unwilling to allow him to be so disappointed, he gritted his teeth and produced an identical flying sword from within his bag of holding. Then he pulled out the turtle walk and quickly performed a twofold spirit enhancement. By that point, the bitter Big Fatty Zhang had placed his hand onto the gate of the courtyard and was about to leave. All of a sudden, Bai Xiaochun's elated voice rang out. "Eldest brother, it worked!" The door of the log cabin slammed open as Bai Xiaochun rushed out, overjoyed, holding a flying sword with two silver designs visible on its surface. "Really?" A tremor ran through Big Fatty Zhang as he spun to look at the flying sword. Then he began to shake, a look of both excitement and disbelief growing in his eyes. "Ha ha ha! I really am a chosen among spirit enhancers. A twofold spirit enhancement. I can't believe it. I succeeded." He wrapped Bai Xiaochun up into a bear hug, tears of joy streaming down his face. The truth was that his latent talent was only average. If it weren't for the deep connections between his family and his master, he would never have been admitted into the Spirit Stream sect. It was only because of the precious materials back in the ovens that he'd been able to cultivate to the great circle of the third level of qi condensation. After joining the outer sect, he had no such precious materials, and thus found cultivation to be very difficult. He could only watch as Third Fatty He and Bai Xiaochun both surpassed him, and although he was happy for them, he was very disappointed in himself. Now that he turned out to be talented in spirit enhancement, the joy he felt was unimaginable. He suddenly felt useful. Filled with excitement, he threw his head back and laughed loudly, feeling the confidence wash through him. As it did, a strange power seemed to build up, which was none other than the intangible power of will. Spirit enhancement was an extreme path to follow. The more you succeeded, the more confidence you had. The stronger your power of will, the more you would succeed. Perhaps the mere belief that success was possible would help one to climb the steps of success, and breed that most mysterious power of will. Big Fatty Zhang left excitedly, holding his head proudly. Bai Xiaochun watched him go, then stood there in his courtyard wondering if he'd done the right thing. In the end, he decided that as long as Big Fatty Zhang was happy, then he couldn't be in the wrong. A few days after Big Fatty Zhang left, Bai Xiaochun got some new information from Su Baokai. Apparently, the reason why fewer people could be seen on Fragrant Cloud Peak was that all of the disciples from the 6th level of Qi condensation and higher had gone into secluded meditation, hoping to break through to the 8th level in preparation for the Chosen battles, which happened only once every 30 years. The joint North and South Bank Chosen battles were only about 3 months away, and would be the focus of attention of the entire Spirit Stream sect. Throughout the Eastwood continent, the cultivator clans and other small sects would also be paying close attention to the results. During the Chosen battles, outer sect chosen from both the North and South Banks would fight each other in an attempt to claim the top 10 spots. All of the top male and female disciples would rise up like dragons and phoenixes, hoping to be promoted into the inner sect. Whether in terms of personal fame or the approval of the sect, disciples who ascended to the inner sect in this fashion were viewed completely differently than other disciples. Every 30 years, the top 10 chosen of the generation would always move on to greater glory. They were the outstanding talents, famous and revered far and near. Even other sects with status similar to the Spirit Stream sect would acknowledge them. Anyone who could be ranked in the top 10 in the Chosen battles would also receive handsome compensation from the sect. Word had it that the prize and merit points reached into the tens of thousands, not to mention the other precious materials that would be given out. Furthermore, there was also the chance to enter the sect's arcane pocket realm. Everyone was moved by the possibilities at hand. Beyond all that, the best of the best would have the chance to pursue a spot in the legendary legacy echelon. One requirement was to be in the top 10 of the Chosen battles, which was in turn another motivating factor to all disciples. Before the Chosen battles, of course, were the qualifying rounds. Both the North and South Banks would have their own qualifying rounds, during which they would select the 10 best disciples to move on to the final Chosen battles. The cultivation base requirement was set at the 8th level of Qi condensation. Only disciples of that level could participate. There were 2 main requirements to enter the inner sect: first, to be in the 8th level of Qi condensation, and second, to pass a trial by fire. Normally speaking, there were a variety of trials by fire which could be attempted to get into the inner sect. However, the Chosen battles which occurred every 30 years were the most difficult of them all, and also the most watched in all the sect. Of the numerous outer sect disciples who made the attempt, most would not be promoted. Only those who made it into the top 100 in the qualifying round would get into the inner sect. As for the top 10, they qualified to participate in the Chosen battles for the entire Spirit Stream sect. Shangguan Tianyu, Lu Tianlei, and Zhou Xinqi were all people who wanted to get into the South Bank's top 10, and then fight with the Chosen from the North Bank. If they could become inner sect disciples in such a way, then they would have a shot at eventually reaching the legacy echelon. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 82, South Bank Chosen. Chapter 82, South Bank Chosen. During the past 1,000 years, the South Bank had always been outdone by the North Bank. In all of the outer sect Chosen battles which had been held, the majority of the final top 10 were North Bank disciples. The South Bank had never been able to achieve dominance, much less take the first place spot, which went to the North Bank each and every time. One reason was that the North Bank had 4 mountain peaks, while the South Bank only had 3. More than 1,000 years ago, things had been different. Whether it was in terms of spirit enhancement or medicine concocting, the disciples of the South Bank had been the pillars of the sect, and no one had ever dared to tangle with them. As for the sword cultivators of Green Crest Peak, they gave their mountain peak the reputation of being the strongest in the entire Spirit Stream sect. But now, for various reasons, everything had changed, and the North Bank was the most dominant. They continuously secured victory in the Chosen battles, and as such, earned vast cultivation resources, which ensured that their battle prowess only continued to grow. Furthermore, their practice of cultivation differed somewhat from the South Bank, so different that many of the outside cultivator clans had come to view the North Bank as the dominant force within the Spirit Stream sect, and its effective leader. In the Spirit Stream sect, the South Bank used magic to control inanimate objects, while the North Bank controlled living beasts. For example, upon joining the sect, Bai Xiaochun had learned the Violet Qi Cauldron control art. In contrast, the introductory art for North Bank disciples was the Heavenspan Elephant control art. During the Chosen battles held over the past 1,000 years, the South Bank had suffered defeat over and over again. That was especially true of the battles fought 30 years before, in which only one disciple from the South Bank had ended up in the top 10. That, of course, infuriated the elders and peak lords of the 3 mountain peaks of the South Bank. Afterward, they personally went out to look for new talented disciples, which was how Shanghuan Tianyu and the other top chosen came to join the sect. Shanghuan Tianyu, Lu Tianlei, and Zhou Xinqi were the trump cards of the South Bank. They were the apprentices of the peak lords, and had been meticulously trained until their cultivation bases reached the pinnacle of the 8th level of qi condensation. In terms of battle prowess, they were already in a position to be able to defeat many disciples of the inner sect. Shanghuan Tianyu was the most impressive of them all, adept with void magic, and generally accepted as the number 1 chosen of the South Bank. Lu Tianlei was skilled with the Tao of Lightning, and was extraordinary in his own right. His lightning magic was shocking, and even his master Xiaochun praised him ceaselessly, virtually guaranteeing him a spot in the top 10. Then there was Zhou Xinqi, who showed incredible skill in the Tao of medicine. Of course, as Li Qinghe's personal apprentice, she also had astonishing magical techniques at her disposal. When Bai Xiaochun learned about the overall situation from Su Baokai, he couldn't help but feel indignant at the despotic way the North Bank acted. Filled with emotion, he swore to himself, "Just wait until I reach foundation establishment. I'll definitely cut those North Bank outer sect disciples down a notch or two." As far as the South Bank qualifying matches and the subsequent chosen battles, he wasn't the least bit interested in them. As far as Bai Xiaochun was concerned, fighting and killing weren't his style. He was a prestige disciple, and the junior brother of the sect leader. He existed on a higher plane of seniority, and didn't feel that it was appropriate for him to be competing with members of the junior generation. Besides, what would happen if I didn't win? He thought with a dry cough. Wouldn't that lose a lot of face for elder brother sect leader? Forget about it. I'm definitely not participating. When he thought about how much he was sacrificing just for his elder brother sect leader, he decided that he should probably go burn some incense to his master and complain a bit about the situation. Life was great. Bai Xiaochun didn't think much about the chosen battles. Instead, he visited Big Fatty Zhang as often as he could. Every time Big Fatty Zhang would try a spirit enhancement, Bai Xiaochun would use his turtle walk to turn it into a success, which led Big Fatty Zhang into new realms of excitement. At a certain point, Big Fatty Zhang began to suspect that something was going on, but was so happy that he simply reveled in the feeling of success. Eventually, he got used to the situation, and came to be convinced that he really was a genius spirit enhancer. Considering the incredible level of self-confidence that he was building, his spirit enhancement magic and power of will also began to grow much stronger. Time passed. A month later, it was only 3 days until the qualifying round began. It was at that point that Bai Xiaochun got a notice from the sect informing him that attendance in the qualifying round was mandatory for all disciples in the 8th level of qi condensation. There were to be no exceptions. After scanning the jade slip, Bai Xiaochun yawned. Assuming there must be some mistake with the message, he continued his pill concocting. 3 days later at dawn, bells filled the South Bank, and Bai Xiaochun strolled out into the sect to see countless outer sect disciples hurrying along with very serious expressions. Spirits rising, he joined the crowd of moving people. Soon, he reached a certain valley behind the 3 mountain peaks. It was a huge place, paved with white jade, in the middle of which was a huge, open square, with 4 awe-inspiring columns in the corners carved with coiling dragons. Between each column was another statue depicting a fierce beast, extremely lifelike in appearance. The ferocious nature of it all made the entire valley seethe with a bleak and violent aura. On one of the valley walls was a balcony, upon which numerous notable members of the sect could be seen. Li Qinghe was there, along with Su Meixiang and the peak lord from the 3rd mountain. Even sect leader Zhang Yuandong was present. The qualifying matches for the North and South Banks were not held concurrently. The South Bank went first, followed by the North Bank. That was to ensure that the sect leader didn't show partiality to one bank or the other. After observing the South Bank's qualifying matches, he would go to the North Bank to watch theirs. Li Qinghe and the other peak lords sat near Zhang Yuandong, chatting amiably. Behind them were the elders from the 3 mountain peaks, including Elder Zhou. Some sat quietly with their eyes closed, others conversed in low tones. A few were observing the disciples pouring into the valley. Bai Xiaochun walked along lazily until he was in the valley itself. Looking around, he realized that he had never been here before. Curious about the statues, he walked over to examine one more closely. As he neared the statue, he noticed that there was even fur on its surface, which rippled in the wind. These creatures almost look alive. So interesting. It was at this point that the sound of voices suddenly rose up from within the audience. Elder Sister Zhou is on the way. Elder Sister Zhou has been in the 8th level of qi condensation for a while now. She's definitely going to get into the top 10. In fact, considering her status, she'll most likely get into the top 3, but... A blue swath of flying silk appeared off in the distance, upon which could be seen Zhou Xinqi. She first clasped hands and bowed to the balcony, then landed off to the side, where she closed her eyes and sat down quietly. The truth was that she was inwardly nervous. After all her years of cultivation, the qualifying round had finally arrived, and she had to perform well. Up on the balcony, Li Qingho gave her a faint smile of approval. Smiling, Zhang Yuandong said, "Qingho, not only is Zhou Xinqi extraordinary with plants and vegetation, she also has some shocking magical techniques. I have the feeling she'll bring glory to the South Bank." "There's no need for such praise, sect leader," Li Qingho replied modestly. "My apprentice still needs some more tempering. However, her personality is of a type rarely seen among her contemporaries. She really has incredible potential." Most of the crowd looked over enviously at Zhou Xinqi, but as for Xiaochun, he cleared his throat and looked at her with an expression similar to Li Qingho's. Clasping his hands behind his back, he gazed at her with praise and approval. Before people could finish talking about Zhou Xinqi, another small uproar occurred in the crowd. People turned their heads up as the rumble of thunder echoed out. A bolt of lightning snaked out overhead, perched atop which was a young man wearing a long green robe and a haughty expression. Countless lightning bolts spread out in his wake, and thunder boomed around him. He seemed even more impressive than Zhou Xinqi, and when he landed in the square, the area for 30 meters around him turned into a lake of dancing lightning. Sparks of electricity even arced back and forth on his skin. "It's Lu Tianlei from Violet Cauldron Peak. Elder brother Lu has a rare lightning meridian. He's been in secluded meditation almost the entire time since joining the sect. Now he finally makes his extraordinary debut. Lu Tianlei is incredible. He cultivates some sort of technique that gives him control of lightning." As the conversations continued, Lu Tianlei proudly clasped hands in greeting toward the balcony. Then his gaze swept across the crowd. Among all the outer sect disciples gathered there, only Zhou Xinqi was someone he considered a worthy opponent. The others weren't even worth looking at. Up on the balcony, Su Meixiang smiled, her eyes gleaming with satisfaction. "Sect leader, what do you think of the extreme Dao lightning control magic that my disciple cultivates?" Zhang Yuandong smiled and looked a bit more closely at Lu Tianlei. He already controls 2 types of lightning, and he's only in the 8th level of qi condensation. With skill like that, he's definitely a top chosen among the disciples under Foundation establishment. The Peak Lord of Green Crest Peak, the emaciated old man who seemed as sharp as a sword, suddenly looked up with a smile. Zhang Yuandong's face flickered, and he also turned to look in the same direction. The other elders did the same. A beam of sword light split through the clouds, rumbling along with incredible momentum. The clouds seethed as an ancient green sword appeared, a beam that cut through everything in its path, piercing through the air as it shot toward the ground. The sword seemed primeval, forged from bronze, weathered with age and completely extraordinary. An extremely handsome young man stood atop the sword, wearing the robes of an outer sect disciple. His black hair whipped about in the wind, and he held his hands clasped behind his back. A faint layer of golden light flickered around him, and behind him could be seen the images of numerous green lotuses. In addition to the lotuses was a 9-meter-long fish with the head of a dragon, which swirled about, sending rainwater falling down everywhere around it. Even before the young man arrived, the rainwater was splashing down onto the square. Countless disciples looked up in awe, gasping at the incredible sight. Its eldest brother Shangwan, the number 1 chosen in the outer sect on the South Bank. Shangwan Tianyu. According to the rumors, he has a powerful sword spirit body, and is the reincarnation of some almighty sword cultivator. For some reason, the heavens are guilty, and showered him with countless blessings. When he was 3, he was walking down the road and happened to find an ancient sword. When he was 7, a baby crimson cloud beast fell out of the sky and instantly accepted him as its master. When he was 13, he acquired a golden light shield. That is why his name is Tianyu. 1. Zhou Xinqi looked over with a grave expression. As for Lu Tianlei, he looked up, lightning dancing in his eyes, sparks surging around him. From the look in his eyes, he was itching to fight. As the green beam of light closed in, Shangwan Tianyu clasped hands toward the balcony and called out, "I, Shangwan Tianyu, offer greetings to the sect leader, my master, the 2 peak lords, and all of the various elders." As he floated down toward the square, he looked around at all the disciples and nodded. His amiable gaze and friendly nod caused countless disciples to clasp hands in greeting. Many of the female disciples batted their eyes bashfully. Sect leader Zhang Yuandong gave a hearty laugh and looked over at the Peak Lord of Green Crest Peak. "Wonderful. Simply wonderful," he said. At only the 8th level of qi condensation, he can already transform sword qi into lotuses. Regardless of whether this Shangguan Tianyu really is the reincarnation of an almighty cultivator, he definitely has a sword spirit body. To accomplish what he has before foundation establishment is truly a rarity. I have to say that I'm shocked by the South Bank's performance so far. Li Qinghe and the other peak lords smiled, and the other elders chuckled. All of them clearly wished to have their revenge on the North Bank. Zheng Yuandong was about to continue speaking when suddenly he looked down at the square and saw Bai Xiaochun standing there next to the statue, hands clasped behind his back, looking like a member of the senior generation. Chuckling dryly, he said, "This Bai Xiaochun really loves to indulge in his histrionics." 1. Quick reminder that Tianyu literally means the heavens assist. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 83, Elder Zhou, you're up. Chapter 83, Elder Zhou, you're up. Zheng Yuandong wasn't the only one who noticed Bai Xiaochun. Everyone else was in a huge commotion, but Bai Xiaochun was simply standing there like a member of the senior generation. He couldn't have stuck out more from everyone else. One of the elders on the balcony smiled and said, "Young Bai Xiaochun is already in the 8th level of qi condensation, and fought his way out of certain death at the hands of the Luochen clan. He'll definitely make it into the top 10. In fact, he probably has a shot at the top 5. That's right, said another elder. Not only does he have extraordinary skill with plants and vegetation, he also cultivates a shocking type of body refinement. I'd say he's a definite dark horse in the qualifying round today. Hearing these comments caused the faces of Li Qinghe and Zheng Yuandong to beam. Exchanging a glance, they laughed heartily. He's different from the rest of them, Li Qinghe said. He has much stronger convictions than his contemporaries. When I brought him here to the sect all those years ago, I asked him why he wanted to practice cultivation, and he said it's because he wants to live forever. He looked over at Bai Xiaochun with a warm gaze. He'd finally finished preparing a defensive magical item that he planned to give Bai Xiaochun after the qualifying matches were over. Alright, enough with the praise, Zheng Yuandong said. Although he's my junior brother, as Qinghe is well aware, he's stubborn and mischievous. He still needs much tempering. However, he's a pure and genuine person who doesn't seek the limelight, which is laudable. Despite the words he uttered, everyone could tell that Zheng Yuandong's eyes gleamed with anticipation. As the group on the balcony continued to exchange words, Bai Xiaochun stood there next to the statue, proud and aloof as he looked over at Lu Tianlei, and the crowd favorite that was Shangguan Tianyu. Inwardly, Bai Xiaochun was a bit apprehensive. Lu Tianlei had electricity writhing around him, which left Bai Xiaochun's scalp numb as he thought back to what it had been like to ride his sword through the thunderstorm. And then there was Shangguan Tianyu, with his incredible good fortune and a sword from ancient times. He also had a shocking energy which left Bai Xiaochun breathless. As far as he could tell, both of them were incredibly strong. But then he thought about his own status, and coughed dryly before once again plastering an approving smile onto his face. There are plenty of chosen to go around, he thought, which simply goes to show how powerful the Spirit Stream sect is. But I'm a prestige disciple, and the junior brother of the sect leader. I shouldn't be comparing myself to my juniors. They are the future of the sect, and bullying them would be wrong. Yeah. Any comparisons should wait until after they're part of the inner sect. Having made his decision, he continued to stand there looking around approvingly. More and more people crowded into the valley. All of the disciples who were in the 8th level of qi condensation were cracking their knuckles in preparation for the fighting. As for those whose cultivation bases were lower, they were naturally coming to act as the audience. Among the 3 mountain peaks of the South Bank, there were roughly 1,000 disciples in the 8th level of qi condensation, and all of them were present in the valley. Bai Xiaochun was familiar with some of them. However, not all were the type of people who liked crowds and excitement. Many preferred to practice their cultivation in secret, waiting for just such an occasion as this to finally show off. The countless other outer sect disciples who didn't qualify to participate were waiting eagerly to see how the qualifying round would turn out. Everyone was itching to find out who would make it into the top 100, and of course, the top 10. As for who would be the top 3, there didn't seem to be much suspense about that. Presumably, those spots would go to Shangguan Tianyu, Lu Tianlei, and Zhou Xinqi. Gradually, the 1,000 or so 8th level disciples quieted down, as did the other surrounding disciples. A sense of pressure began to fill the air, and gradually, a foreboding sense of impending violence. A stifling, suffocating feeling weighed down on everyone, and people started to get nervous. Bai Xiaochun was shocked to find that he was also getting nervous, although he wasn't sure why. Reminding himself that he wouldn't be participating, he looked around and forced himself to relax. It was at this time that Li Qinghe's voice rang out from the balcony above. The grand competition between the South and North Banks is about to begin. Some among you have practiced your cultivation in secret, leaving your true level of power unknown to the public. Now is your chance to shine. You should not harbor any fear that your rapid progress or unique good fortune will be the subject of avarice among members of the senior generation. Cultivation is a personal matter, and everyone has a right to their secrets. The Spirit Stream sect has a 10,000-year history. It is no accident that we grew from a small sect all the way to our current level of glory. All of that is because of the good fortune of our disciples. Whatever good fortune you have acquired is your personal destiny. Some of you have come to be called chosen by others. However, that is only because of your natural talents. Talented people can be found everywhere among the defeated. Today is the day to prove yourselves. Today is the day to show whether or not you truly deserve the title which has been bestowed upon you by others. Today you can prove whether or not you truly deserve to be chosen. Li Qingho's voice was deep and filled with pride, and seemed to form a resonance with the somber pressure that filled the area. Those who listened began to pant nervously. The disciples who had various secrets to keep all looked on with shining eyes. As for Lu Tianlei and the other famous disciples, from the expressions on their faces, they clearly were itching to fight. The top 100 competitors in the qualifying round will be promoted to the inner sect. The top 10 will go on to represent the South Bank in the grand finale competition, which is only held once every 30 years. This time, we have a chance to make sure that our compatriots on the North Bank remember who we are. With that, Li Qingho flicked his sleeve, causing rumbling sounds to fill the air as columns of light shot up from all three of the South Bank's mountain peaks. Everything shook violently. It was as if a pair of invisible hands were ripping apart the air above the valley, causing a huge bridge to appear. It was an ancient, primitive bridge, like something which had been pulled out of primeval times. It was constructed of stone, and was covered with ancient magical symbols that shone with flickering light. The bridge was fully 300 meters wide, and so long that it couldn't be taken in with a single glance. It was so grand and majestic that compared to it, the valley they were in seemed like nothing more than a stepping stone. The next person to speak was not Li Qingho, but rather, Su Meixiang. This is the Spirit Stream Bridge, a precious treasure of our sect. It has been summoned to act as your path in this trial by fire. After the 9th bell toll, all disciples in the 8th level of Qi condensation will step onto the bridge. Su Meixiang stood there, beautiful and somber, her gown fluttering in the wind, her hair floating around her. She looked less like a woman and more like an immortal. Whoever reaches the end of the bridge first will take first place. The same method will be used to determine who is in the top 100 and the top 10. As Su Meixiang's voice continued to echo out in the valley, the disciples looked eagerly at the bridge up above. This format of competition was a comprehensive way to test the disciples. The rules didn't prohibit fighting. As long as no lethal attacks were made, anything was permitted. Whoever reached the end first would be the winner. Of course, there would be obstacles along the way, and even luck would play a part. The audience panted as they waited, eyes glittering, cultivation bases stirring. Bai Xiaochun stood there yawning as the bells began to toll. Once, twice, thrice. 4 tolls, 5 tolls, 6. The sound of the bells struck the minds of the disciples, causing their hearts to pound. They began to rotate their cultivation bases faster and faster as they gathered together the energy they had built up. Soon the bells had rung 7 times, and then 8. Finally, when the 9th tolling of the bell could be heard, rumbling sounds filled the air as the cultivation bases of all of the 8th level disciples exploded out with full force. Like arrows loosed from a bow, all of the disciples shot into action. Over 1,000 people flew into motion toward the ancient bridge. In the blink of an eye, everyone was on its surface, speeding along. Shangwan Tianyu was the fastest, standing on his flying sword, a green beam of light that instantly took the lead. Right behind him was Lu Tianlei, surrounded by crackling lightning. His energy only seemed to grow, and his speed was incredible as he attempted to close the gap between himself and Shangwan Tianyu, eyes bloodshot, howling. In third place was Zhou Xingqi, her blue flying silk rippling as she advanced at top speed. There were a few people directly behind them, none of them very well known. Just as Li Qingho had said, there were disciples who had concealed their true cultivation bases, waiting just for this opportunity to explode out with full force. That group almost immediately pulled out ahead of the pack, and from the look of it, they still had energy to go faster. The surrounding audience of disciples looked on with wide eyes, hearts pounding at the scene which was unfolding in front of them. However, as wind blasted out from the sudden acceleration of the 8th level disciples, Bai Xiaochun was left standing alone in the square. After the 9th bell toll, the wind buffeted his face, and he blinked. He stood there alone, looking up at the 1,000 disciples racing along, sighing in admiration. "Keep it up, guys!" he shouted. A moment later, he leaped into motion, landing on the bridge and running along. In the end, he decided that he might as well participate in the qualifying match, but that he wouldn't even try to get into the top 10 or 100. I heard the North Bank is full of fiends. I'd be an idiot to try to fight with them. He moved along lazily, clearly having no desire or intention of being promoted to the inner sect. In his view, he was already a prestige disciple and the junior brother of the sect leader, and therefore had no need to become an inner sect disciple. Therefore, he simply enjoyed the scenery, cheering the other disciples on. He made quite a contrast with the other competitors. The audience members looked on with wide eyes and strange expressions. Meanwhile, on the balcony, veins bulged out on Li Qingho's face as he glared at Bai Xiaochun, feeling like his head was about to explode. Su Meixiang and the Peak Lord from Green Crest Peak exchanged an incredulous glance and then smiled wryly. The other elders' eyes went wide. Never could they possibly have imagined that something like this would take place in the qualifying matches. Or at any other disciple, they would quickly go teach him a lesson. But Bai Xiaochun had a special status, so all the elders could do was look over at Li Qingho and Zhang Yuandong. Zhang Yuandong felt a headache coming on from the embarrassing loss of face. Clearing his throat, he glanced over at Elder Zhou. Elder Zhou, whatever happens next, I'll pretend I didn't see. You know, that phoenix of yours really suffered a lot. Elder Zhou instantly understood. Face darkening, he flew up into the air toward Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun, he roared, nobody can save you today. Once I get my hands on you, I'll make sure you understand exactly how my phoenix suffered. With that, he shot toward the bridge like a bird of prey. Translator, Deathblade. Chinese language consultant, ASI aka Beerblade. Editor, GNE. Memes, Logan. Meme archives, Jerry DeBoz. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 84, Unbelievable Acceleration. Chapter 84, Unbelievable Acceleration. Bai Xiaochun was so startled by the sudden enraged roar that he leapt up into the air. When he turned to look over his shoulder and saw Elder Zhou charging aggressively toward him, his eyes went wide, and he almost fainted from fright. Elder Zhou looked like a fiendish, murderous monster, and although he wasn't shouting that he intended to take Bai Xiaochun's life, only that he was going to make him experience the same suffering the phoenix had, Bai Xiaochun thought about what the phoenix had looked like after a full day of pouncing on the other birds of Fragrant Cloud Peak. The mere idea left his hair standing on end. He couldn't help but imagine what it would be like to be in the place of that phoenix, and his eyes went wide. Shaking, he looked forward again and began to pick up speed. He didn't lack courage, he simply feared death. However, what was happening now had occurred too suddenly. Furthermore, there were things in this world to be feared more than death, such as being transformed into a phoenix. When he thought about that, Bai Xiaochun couldn't help but scream, "Elder brother, save me! I don't want to get transformed into a bird." Up on the balcony, Zhang Yuandong cleared his throat and pretended not to hear. Because of the sudden and intense provocation, Bai Xiaochun let out one blood-curdling scream after another. At the same time, he increased his speed explosively. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a series of afterimages as he shot toward the disciples who were running along in last place. Those disciples felt something like a wind bearing down on them from behind, then stared in shock as Bai Xiaochun shot past them at high speed. How fast is he going? Everyone was shocked enough as it was, but then Elder Zhou came racing by in hot pursuit of Bai Xiaochun. That caused countless disciples to all gasp. The outer sect disciples in the audience all stared at what was happening, eyes wide with shock. I can't believe Bai Xiaochun is going so fast. It seems that being chased makes him go a lot faster than usual. The audience was in an uproar, and Bai Xiaochun wanted to cry, although no tears came. He felt completely maligned as he fled for his life, passing one disciple after another, all of whom gasped in shock. There was one of them who wasn't willing to be overtaken. Gritting his teeth, he pushed forward with all the speed he could muster, and yet in the end, he could only watch as Bai Xiaochun sped past him into the distance ahead. Damn it, he's running faster than a mouse whose tail got stepped on, but... By now, disciples both on and off the bridge were completely shaken by the terrifying display of speed put on by Bai Xiaochun. Even the sect leader and the others on the balcony could only look on with jaws wide open, totally shocked by the speed they were witnessing. Smiling wryly, Li Qingho looked over at Zhang Yuandong and said, "Well, you really know how to handle things, sect leader." Su Meixiang and the old man from Green Crest Peak had strange expressions on their faces, and the other surrounding elders couldn't hold back from chuckling. Zhang Yuandong cleared his throat. For a stubborn, mischievous kid like him, there really isn't any other option. At the same time, Bai Xiaochun was picking up more speed, throwing the audience into even further commotion. He's already passed up half of the other disciples. At this rate, he'll definitely make it into the top 100. Some of the audience instantly devolved into cheering. Go, sect uncle Bai, go, dot. However, it was at this point that the stones on the bridge suddenly trembled and began to transform into numerous puppets. Eyes glittering, the puppets roared and lunged toward the charging disciples. In the lead position was Shangguan Tianyu, whose expression was the same as ever as he waved a sword through the air, causing several puppets to explode. He didn't even slow down by a bit, maintaining his first-place position. Close behind were Lu Tianlei and Zhou Xinqi, as well as the handful of other disciples who had kept their cultivation and identity secret. The entire group easily dispatched the puppets and continued onward at full speed. Puppets appeared around Bai Xiaochun as well. He watched anxiously as they closed in on him, and was just about to attack when suddenly, a screaming wind could be heard behind him as Elder Zhou approached. I've changed my mind, Bai Xiaochun. After I catch you, I won't make you experience what my phoenix did. I'll make you feel the pain that the other birds felt. With that, he cackled cruelly. By this point, he was pulling out all the stops in his attempt to incite Bai Xiaochun. When Bai Xiaochun heard Elder Zhou's words, all of the blood in his body rushed to his brain, and his vision began to fade. He thought about the miserable fates of the birds, the anguished calls of the spirit tail chickens, and the powerful body of the phoenix. Then, he let out the most piercing, agonized scream of his entire life. Help me! I don't want to be pounced on. He was now even more scared than he had been when being chased down by the Luochen clan. Never before in his life had he been incited in such a matter. As he screamed and trembled, silver light began to shine from his skin, covering him to the point where he almost seemed to be made from silver. At that point, he broke through to another level of speed. Even as Elder Zhou bore down on him, he bolted off like a startled wild boar. Ru yu yu umble. He was now moving so fast that any puppets who got near him were instantly bashed away and sent flying through the air. He was like a streak of light that shot forward at blinding speed. From a distance, it wasn't even possible to see Bai Xiaochun, only the countless puppets being tossed up into the air after being hit. He was now moving far, far faster than he had been before, and quickly passed up the top 400 to reach the top 300. Then 200. Until finally, he was in the top 100. He was moving too fast. Rumbling sounds echoed out as he passed countless disciples, who were left staring in shock at the maddened Bai Xiaochun. He screamed as he flew along, eyes wide and bloodshot, swearing to himself that he must never, ever allow himself to be caught by Elder Zhou. He'd already forgotten about the trial by fire, or about the rankings. All he was thinking was that he needed to run, off of the bridge, The other disciples in his path became obstacles that he would grab and send flying off to the side. The audience simply watched in amazement. Is he even human? No way. He's like a mix between a wild boar and a dragon. Elder Zhou stared in amazement as Bai Xiaochun proceeded along without avoiding anything in his path, and instead just slammed everything out of his way. Elder Zhou could help but wonder if he had pushed Bai Xiaochun a bit too far. Nothing seemed capable of holding him back. His speed defied description, and yet, he continued to accelerate. Then, rumbling sounds echoed out as a new obstacle appeared. Instead of puppets, numerous webs popped up, stretching out in front of the disciples to impede their progress. However, the instant a web appeared in front of Bai Xiaochun, he blasted right through it, leaving behind nothing more than a hole. Popping sounds rang out as the nets didn't hinder him for even a moment. It was as if his incredible speed had transformed him into a razor-sharp blade. Next, the ground began to ripple as it transformed into a quagmire, complete with occasional whirlpools. The sudden change slowed many people down, but not Bai Xiaochun. He didn't even notice what had happened. A whooshing sound could be heard as he shot forward. Not even the spinning whirlpools could slow him down. Soon, he was in the top 80. Then the top 50, 30, and finally, the top 10. Upon seeing this, Elder Zhou gasped. Considering his reaction, there was almost no need to mention the disciples in the audience. All eyes were fixed on Bai Xiaochun, not a single person was even looking at Shangguan Tianyu and the other front runners. A bald young man with cold, sinister eyes appeared up in front of Bai Xiaochun. He had been concealing his true battle prowess for years, and rarely had any contact with anyone. His entire purpose on this day was to make sure the so-called top 3 chosen knew that there were always more powerful people out there in the world. His entire person radiated flickering light, and 3 pearls swirled around him, allowing him to slash through all obstacles like a sharp knife through bamboo. As he sped forward, a dozen or so vortexes sprang up around him. However, he knew that as long as he kept his momentum going through the current area, they would soon disappear. The stronger you are, the more vortexes appear. I wonder how many vortexes appeared for the people who passed through this area ahead of me. It must have been a shocking scene. Even as the bald-headed disciple murmured to himself, he heard something whooshing through the air behind him. Surprised, he assumed that he must be hearing things. After all, there was nothing that could possibly speed through the air like that, not here. However, before he could even turn his head, a blast of wind overtook him, and a figure blurred past him at top speed. Surrounding that person were over 100 vortexes. The bald disciple's eyes went wide as the figure sped past him without slowing down at all. The disciple rubbed his eyes, thinking he must have been seeing things. By that point, he could just barely make out the person speeding away in the distance. "Impossible!" he mouthed. Trembling, Xiaochun screamed, shooting forward with over 100 vortexes surrounding him. However, after passing through the current region, they vanished. Picking up speed, he passed more disciples. All of these people were in the top 10, and for years had been concealing their good fortune and strength, hoping to reveal it in shocking fashion now. But then Xiaochun showed up, and all they could do was stare in astonishment at his freakish performance. Zhou Xinqi gritted her teeth as she entered a new area. Intense pressure weighed down as if to lock her in place, forcing her to slow down. However, even as she struggled forward, she heard cracking sounds from behind her. Jaw-dropping, she looked around, whereupon her pupils constricted in disbelief. A boom rang out as Xiaochun shot past her. He was moving so fast that the pressure which attempted to slow him down did nothing. Cracking sounds could be heard, and fissures opened up in the air, which then shattered. Xiaochun? Impossible. She could only watch as Xiaochun shattered the solidifying pressure and then shot onward like a bolt of lightning. Translator, Deathblade. Chinese language consultant, ASI aka Beerblade. Editor, GNE. Memes, Logan. Meme archives, Jerry DeBoz. Slightly later on this chapter, thanks to my father-in-law and the bottle of baijiu he convinced me to drink with him for dinner last night. T__T. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 85, He took first. Chapter 85, He took first. Even as Zhou Xinqi reeled in shock, another blast of wind swept over her, and Elder Zhou appeared. As he passed, he looked over and smiled, and she nodded in return. Despite the faint smile on his face, when he spoke, the voice of a fiendish monster echoed out from his mouth. "I've changed my mind again, Xiaochun. After I catch you, I'm going to starve you for a month, then put you in with a flock of phoenixes and a horde of wild beasts." Zhou Xinqi's eyes went wide, and at the same time, a miserable scream could be heard coming from Xiaochun. "Help me, Uncle Li. Save me, dear elder brother sect leader. I don't want to starve. I don't want to get locked up with phoenixes and wild beasts." Xiaochun was trembling in fear as he conjured mental images of the scenes described by Elder Zhou. Screaming, he shot forward with incredible speed, transforming into nothing more than a shadow. Up ahead, Lu Tianlei sped along in lightning form. Although the early stages of the path had been easy for him, things had slowly grown more and more difficult. The area he currently faced was filled with razor-sharp wind blades, and if he proceeded too quickly, it would cause them to fly toward him. He had summoned a puppet moments before, and sent it ahead as a test, but because it moved too quickly, it was instantly slashed to pieces by the wind blades. Because of that, Lu Tianlei knew that he had no other option than to slow down. Only after finding the proper equilibrium would he be able to continue moving forward. Shangguan Tianyu was so far ahead he wasn't even visible. Given his consummate level of talent, he had been able to transform into emptiness and then pass through the area effortlessly. The wind blades didn't so much as touch him. Lu Tianlei, who had previously believed himself to be on an equal level with Shangguan Tianyu, was left with hatred seething in his heart. So what if you possess void magic? Lu Tianlei thought. What's so amazing about that? Just wait till I get past this area. I'll definitely catch up and take first place. By this point, Lu Tianlei didn't even think of Zhou Xinqi as being worthy of note. The only thing he cared about was overtaking Shangguan Tianyu and winning first place. Taking a deep breath, he stepped out into the wind blade zone and prepared to pick up speed. But then, a blast of wind could be heard behind him. The deafening sound caused all of the flying wind blades to tremble. When Lu Tianlei saw that, he smiled in delight. Ha! It's definitely Zhou Xinqi. What a moron. If she enters this area going that fast, all the wind blades will head in her direction. I should take advantage of that moment to charge forward. Looking back, he saw someone skinny racing toward him as fast as lightning. As soon as the person entered the area with the wind blades, he was already a third of the way through, placing him only about 3,000 meters away from Lu Tianlei. Because of his incredible speed, it only took the blink of an eye for countless wind blades to swirl together into an enormous cyclone. At first, he gasped, shocked by Xiaochun's speed. But then, he began to chuckle inwardly. It's not Zhou Xinqi? Well, it doesn't matter. He's moving way too fast. Is he looking to get killed? When practicing cultivation, one should rely on one's wits. Laughing, Lu Tianlei watched as the wind blades grouped together. At the same time, he gathered the lightning which surrounded him, preparing to make a break for the exit. Before he could pick up any speed, the screaming by Xiaochun continued onward without slowing down at all. Rumbling sounds echoed out as he actually picked up speed. There were so many wind blades it was impossible to tell how many there were. And yet, when they slammed into Xiaochun, silver light flashed, and to Lu Tianlei's shock, they all shattered. Countless wind blades fell to pieces, and by the time they reformed, Xiaochun had flown past Lu Tianlei. Of course, the wind blades wouldn't let him by so easily, and began to race to catch up. Lu Tianlei's jaw dropped and his eyes went wide. Then, his scalp went numb and his mind began to spin. Impossible, he said in a hoarse voice. Before the countless wind blades could catch up to Xiaochun, he was gone. The wind blades shuddered to a stop angrily, then slowly turned toward Lu Tianlei. Heart pounding, Lu Tianlei immediately slowed down. However, having been completely frustrated by Xiaochun, the wind blades didn't hesitate for a moment to pounce on him. No. No. Moments later, miserable shrieks began to ring out. As he ran on up ahead, Xiaochun was a bit surprised to hear the blood-curdling screams behind him. However, there was no time for him to look back. Elder Zhou seemed to be right behind him, bellowing in rage, leaving Xiaochun with no choice but to charge onward, jaw clenched, expression pained. Thankfully, Elder Zhou was able to rescue Lu Tianlei from the countless swirling wind blades. If he had come a moment later, Lu Tianlei, whose clothing was now ripped to shreds, would most likely have been left with no other choice than to forfeit. Eyes bloodshot, Lu Tianlei finally realized who Xiaochun was. Voice filled with rage, he bellowed, Xiaochun. Unaware that he had unwittingly caused yet another person to hate him, Xiaochun moved on at top speed, passing through numerous empty areas. After enough time passed for half an incense stick to burn, he caught sight of the end of the bridge up ahead. I'm finally near the end, he thought excitedly. What he didn't notice was that there was someone else near the end, trotting forward one step at a time. Shangguan Tianyu was panting. Most of the path had been very easy for him, with the difficulty rising only at the very end. I can't believe this place suppresses spiritual power and also has such crushing pressure. A brutal gleam appeared in his eyes as he proceeded forward. The spiritual power in the area was locked down tight, and there was also huge pressure. He felt like there was a mountain resting on his shoulders, and even more shocking was that with every step he took, it felt like an entire additional mountain was added. Although there were only a total of 100 steps to take, the difficulty was intense, and he was left tremblingly physically. He was already quickly approaching his limit. The closer he got to the end, the greater the pressure grew, and the more mountains he felt building up on him. Eventually, he reached the point where he had only 10 more steps to take. However, those 10 steps seemed almost insurmountable. Shangguan Tianyu took a deep breath, and determination flickered in his eyes. The first place spot in the qualifying round belongs to me. I'm going to get into the chosen battles, and I'm going to take first place there, too. After I get into the inner sect, then my future will be in the Spirit Stream sect's legacy echelon. Gritting his teeth, he was just about to take another step when he sensed something behind him, and turned to see Xiaochun. It's him. There were few people on the south bank who didn't know Xiaochun. Although Shangguan Tianyu had never met him personally, he had attended his funeral and seen his portrait. The fact that Xiaochun was directly behind him was somewhat of a surprise. He had assumed it would be Lu Tianlei. It seems I thought a bit too much of Lu Tianlei. What a useless fool. Looking away, Shangguan Tianyu completely ignored Xiaochun. As far as he was concerned, he was on a completely different level than Xiaochun. Lifting his foot and stepping forward, he heard creaking sounds emanating from his bones. However, even as he took that single step, Xiaochun also took a step forward. When he felt nothing, he took a second step, and then a third and a fourth. Soon he had taken 50 steps, whereupon he stopped and looked up into the air. What's going on? Why do I feel heavier? It was at this point that Shangguan Tianyu trembled and put his foot down, having completed one single step. Having taken over 90 steps, he felt like he was on the verge of collapse. He was out of breath, but his expression was one of satisfaction. Then he looked back and saw Xiaochun standing there, having taken 50 steps. His eyes went wide. How is he moving so fast? Looking shocked, he quickly gritted his teeth. He must be a body refinement cultivator. That will help him move more quickly at the beginning. But toward the end, things will get more difficult for him. Before Shangwan Tianyu could finish his train of thought, a tremor ran through him, and he looked on in shock as Bai Xiaochun suddenly began to run. Run? He's running? Shangwan Tianyu watched wide-eyed as Bai Xiaochun trotted up to him. Hey, why are you going so slow? Bai Xiaochun asked. Looking over his shoulder, he saw no sign of Elder Zhou, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. You don't feel like there are mountains on your back? Shangwan Tianyu asked without even thinking about it, his eyelids twitching. Mountains? Bai Xiaochun jumped up and down a few times. Isham, yeah, a few, but I can hardly feel them. Shangwan Tianyu gasped in disbelief. Bai Xiaochun continued to jump up and down a few times, but then suddenly, he saw Elder Zhou off in the distance. With a shriek, he suddenly shot forward through the final 9 steps, taking him off of the bridge. Then his speed increased dramatically, and he was gone from sight. When that happened, Elder Zhou finally slowed down and then began to chuckle wryly. Bai Xiaochun actually took first place? Simultaneously, back on the balcony, Zhang Yuandong, Li Qingho, and everyone else shot to their feet, strange expressions on their faces. The elders almost couldn't believe their eyes. Although they had been prepared for a surprising outcome when they saw Bai Xiaochun overtake Zhou Xinqi and Li Qingho, the ease with which Bai Xiaochun passed the final section was flabbergasting. He took first? Li Qingho murmured. A moment later, a huge uproar could be heard coming from the disciples who had gathered to watch the qualifying round. Bai Xiaochun passed up Zhou Xinqi, Lu Tianlei, and Shangwan Tianyu. He took first. Heavens! Bai Xiaochun actually took first. The only reason he took first was because of Elder Zhou. Anyone would have fled for their life with him chasing them. Shangwan Tianyu's face was pale white, and his mind was spinning. His vision began to go dark, as though lightning were crashing in his mind. He could only watch as Bai Xiaochun simply walked off of the bridge ahead of him. He began to tremble violently. Bai Xiaochun. Shangwan Tianyu's eyes were completely bloodshot. His pride, his self-respect, everything about him had just been trampled by Bai Xiaochun. Worst of all was how Bai Xiaochun had actually asked him why he was going so slow. All of the blood in his body began to rush toward his head, and the sword chi inside of him boiled on the verge of exploding. Eyes crimson, he threw caution to the wind and lurched forward 9 steps, after which he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Bai Xiaochun, Shangwan Tianyu, did not lose this day. I refuse to admit defeat. In the chosen battles, I'll make sure you realize well and good that among the outer sect disciples, nobody can beat me. Grinding his teeth, he looked off in the direction Bai Xiaochun had disappeared in, eyes bursting with the desire to do battle. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 86, That Again. Chapter 86, That Again. Terrified out of his mind, Bai Xiaochun flew off of the mountain and out of the sect. It wasn't until he reached the market that he actually stopped and looked behind him. What do I do now? Scowling miserably, heart-aching from how much he was being wronged, he couldn't stop thinking about the fact that the bird really had stolen the medicinal pill from him. How was he supposed to explain it? Elder Zhou was so unreasonable. Even as he began to descend into despondency, he suddenly thought of something. Wait a second, did I just get first place? As the junior brother of the sect leader, I didn't want to compete with all of my juniors. Coughing dryly, he couldn't help but feel a bit pleased with himself. But then he remembered that, having taken first place, he now had no choice but to participate in the chosen battles with the North Bank, and his heart sank. He moped around the market until night fell. Worried that it still wasn't safe to go back, he finally pulled out a transmission jade slip and sent a message to Su Baokai, asking him to go check if Elder Zhou was lurking about his courtyard. After getting word back that the coast was clear, he cautiously returned to the sect. From a distance, he could see Su Baokai waiting outside of his courtyard, so after looking around carefully one more time, he hurried over. Su Baokai looked excitedly at him, and was about to say something when Bai Xiaochun dragged him into the courtyard. After the door closed, Su Baokai said, "Sect Uncle Bai, don't worry. Elder Zhou was sent away by the sect earlier." His eyes burned with zeal as he stared at Bai Xiaochun. Back in the ovens he stayed completely hidden, he thought. He even sold spots into the outer sect. Afterward, he took place in that minor competition, which caused a bit of a stir. After that came the incident with the Luochun clan. After he came back alive, he became a prestige disciple, and even the junior brother of the sect leader. Now he took first place in the qualifying match. Bai Xiaochun is definitely going to be super famous in the future. The fact that Bai Xiaochun had exceeded everyone to become the number one disciple had long since shaken Su Baokai. By now, he viewed him as a breathtaking figure of legend. Thinking back to everything he had done, Su Baokai couldn't hold back from clasping hands and bowing very deeply. "Sect Uncle Bai," he said, "congratulations on taking first place in the qualifying round." Bai Xiaochun looked around the courtyard for a moment before heaving a sigh of relief. Peering in the direction of Elder Zhou's Immortal's cave for a moment, he swore an oath that once he reached Foundation establishment, he would feast on phoenix stew. In response to Su Baocai's words, he cleared his throat. Looking very much like a member of the senior generation, he said, "I'm really not that amazing. I'm more like a cloud in the sky. Originally, I didn't want to compete with all of those junior disciples, but then Elder Zhou came along. What else was I supposed to do?" Before, Su Baokai wouldn't have been able to prevent a look of scorn from appearing on his face in response to Bai Xiaochun's words. But now, Bai Xiaochun was a chosen among chosen. "You always kept a low profile, Sect Uncle Bai," he responded quickly. "However, a chosen can only stay hidden for so long. Even without intending to, you would have made a big scene one way or another." Su Baocai's words filled Bai Xiaochun with elation. However, he maintained an aloof expression, although his eyes sparkled with approval. Su Baokai could sense that Bai Xiaochun was encouraging him, so he continued on excitedly, "Sect Uncle Bai, when it comes time for the chosen battles with the North Bank, the South Bank will no longer have the reputation of being weak. All thanks to you. You're going to rock the North Bank." Supposedly, the 5 great chosen of the North Bank are the strongest disciples under Foundation establishment. They're all fiendish monsters. Thankfully, you're going to show them that the top chosen of the sect is here on the South Bank, on Fragrant Cloud Peak. 5 great chosen? Bai Xiaochun said. His expression was the same as ever, but his heart was beginning to pound. Yeah. The North Bank has 5 great chosen. There's Beihan Lai from Sunset Peak. He's cold and arrogant, and cultivates one of the Spirit Stream sect's 10 great secret magics, the Sunset Incantation. He also has a nice stalker beast, a horrifying and powerful creature that rips people to shreds. Together, they've slaughtered their way to becoming the most powerful fighters under the 9th level of Qi condensation. In fact, he's known as the #1 disciple on Sunset Peak. Rips people to shreds? Bai Xiaochun said, eyes widening. That's nothing. There's also Su Song from Archway Peak, who was born with a god-channeling body. The Peak Lord of Archway Peak paid a huge price to get him to join as a disciple. He's a complete expert in controlling wild beasts. According to the rumors, he can actually control 5 beasts at the same time. One time when a rogue Qi condensation cultivator pissed him off, he chased the guy down for 3 months and then fed him to his battle beasts. The only thing left behind was the guy's skeleton, but... Only the skeleton? Bai Xiaochun said, mind reeling. Even more ferocious than him are the 3rd and 4th chosen, a brother and sister team from Iris Petal Peak. The sister's name is Gongsun Wanner. She's spectacularly beautiful and an expert with birds of prey. One time she had a fight with Zhou Xinshi, and nobody could tell who came out on top. The brother is Gongsun Yun, who excels in the Tao of bugs. He always wears a black robe, which is filled with all sorts of bugs. People even say that his body is filled with bug eggs. What a freak! He usually covers his enemies with bugs, and then has them bore into their bodies and drink their blood. The pain is so horrible that people usually just want to die. If you don't escape quickly enough, you'll be completely eaten up, with only your bones left behind. Only your bones? Bai Xiaochun said, gasping. Visualizing the scene, his scalp began to tingle. The last of the 5 great chosen of the North Bank is a mysterious and legendary figure who has no known name. 20 years ago, the Peak Lord of Ghostfang Peak brought him back to the sect from some unknown location. People just call him Ghostfang, and he's an expert in magics relating to the Tao of ghosts. He also practices one of the legendary 10 secret magics of the Spirit Stream sect, a magic equally as difficult to cultivate as the Water Swamp Kingdom. Ghosts haunt the night. Rumor has it that he can already summon 100 ghosts. People say that he's the #1 chosen on the North Bank. Having heard the complete explanation of what Su Baokai knew, Bai Xiaochun was left trembling in fear. Terrifyingly, the chosen from the North Bank were far more ferocious than the chosen from the South Bank. Although the North Bank focused on controlling animals, and it made sense that they would be slightly more violent, the actual disparity with the South Bank was enormous. We've been outdone by the North Bank for years now, Su Baokai went on to say. Every time the chosen battles come around, we always lose. In fact, last time, 9 of the top 10 were all from the North Bank. What a humiliation. Wait, at this point, Su Baokai noticed that Bai Xiaochun had a very odd expression on his face. Sect Uncle Bai, are you okay? Bai Xiaochun quickly stuck his chin out and sternly said, as a member of the South Bank, hearing things like this makes me very angry. Sect Uncle Bai, you don't need to get angry. With you fighting, the North Bank will finally be able to see how awesome the South Bank is. Su Baokai clenched his fists in excitement. Now that Bai Xiaochun had been thrust onto the stage, he found it hard to get off. Standing straight, he lifted his chin, flicked his sleeve, and said, "What does the North Bank count for? With the wave of a hand, I can turn them all into ashes." Su Baokai chatted excitedly for a few more minutes before taking his leave. By that time, it was late into the night. Bai Xiaochun stood there alone in his courtyard, thinking about the 5 people Su Baokai had just told him about. Then, the wind began to blow, and he felt a chill creeping up his back. What kind of people are they over on the North Bank? They raise beasts and bugs and ghosts. It's spine-chilling. Walking back to his log cabin, the things Su Baokai had told him continued to rattle around in his mind. The more he thought about the situation, the more fishy it seemed. Finally, he came to a conclusion. Elder Joe must have done this on purpose. The thing I hate most in life is all the fighting and killing. After more thought, he decided that nothing in the world would be able to get him to participate in the chosen battles. The next morning at dawn, before he could even come up with a plan of how to avoid the chosen battles, a command jade slip flew down from the top of Fragrant Cloud Peak in a black beam of light. After it arrived, Li Qingho's voice could be heard. Bai Xiaochun, you took first place in the qualifying round on the South Bank. In half a month, you will join 9 others to participate in the joint South and North Bank chosen battles. If you don't participate, you will be thrown into 10,000 Snakes Valley. That again. Bai Xiaochun said with a scowl. He suddenly had the feeling that he had been completely conned by Elder Zhou. As Li Qingho's voice faded away, the jade slip vanished, whereupon a bracelet became visible, which floated down in front of Bai Xiaochun. Surprised, he looked at the bracelet, and then poured some spiritual power into it. The bracelet immediately melted into a black liquid, which then circled around Bai Xiaochun's wrist and then covered his entire body. Moments later, Bai Xiaochun heard Li Qingho's voice again, explaining how to use the magic of the item. Apparently, this bracelet could defend against the full power attack of an early Foundation establishment cultivator. Bai Xiaochun shivered. He was no newcomer to the sect, so he knew exactly how much an item like this was worth. It was no less valuable than the divine crane shield given to him by the sect leader. Bai Xiaochun couldn't help but look up toward the top of Fragrant Cloud Peak. Although Li Qingho hadn't said much about the item other than give a brief introduction, Bai Xiaochun couldn't help but feel a warm feeling when he looked at it. Then he thought back to when he had participated in the smaller competition years before, and the look of anticipation he'd seen on Li Qingho's face. After a while, he gritted his teeth and made his decision. Fine. I'm going to fight in the chosen battles. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 87, Outer Sect Chosen Battles. Chapter 87, Outer Sect Chosen Battles. Days passed. Bai Xiaochun spent his time in secluded meditation, not taking even a single step outdoors. 10 days later, the sound of bells filled the sect, and Bai Xiaochun's jade slip began to vibrate. The chosen battles between the South and North Banks were about to begin. Like they did every 30 years, the matches would be held on Mount Daoseed. As the sound of bells rang out to fill the sect, countless outer sect disciples flooded toward that very mountain. Normally, the North and South Banks had few dealings with each other. Only inner sect disciples qualified to travel back and forth between them. Now that Mount Daoseed had been opened up, outer sect disciples from both banks excitedly rushed over to watch the chosen battles. This time our South Bank is definitely going to wash away the disgrace of past times. We're going to make sure the North Bank knows that we've risen to new heights of glory. The South Bank outer sect disciples were all very excited. At the same time, the outer sect disciples from the North Bank were also rushing toward Mount Daoseed, boasting amongst themselves the entire way. The South Bank is so weak. They've lost to us for 1,000 years, and this time will be no different. The South Bank is destined to lose. In the Spirit Stream sect, the North Bank rules and the South Bank rules. The buzz of conversation filled the air as countless outer sect disciples streamed toward Mount Daoseed. On Green Crest Peak, Shangguan Tianyu stood there with a cold expression on his face, his gaze as sharp as daggers as he suddenly flew out into the air. Meanwhile, on Violet Cauldron Peak, Lu Tianlei threw his head back and bellowed. Electricity danced around him as he burst into motion, accompanied by the cheers of numerous disciples. Zhou Xinqi also flew out into the air. The 3 great chosen of the South Bank all had very serious looks on their faces. As for Bai Xiaochun, he was still in his residence, his eyes bloodshot as he took a deep breath. Looking very serious, he said, "The time has come. When the warrior goes to battle, he must don his combat uniform." Rising slowly to his feet, he slapped his bag of holding, producing 8 leather jackets. The jackets he'd worn during his fight with the Luochun clan had all been destroyed. These were new jackets, of higher quality and much more durable. After somberly donning all of the leather clothing, he waved his arm. When the warrior goes to battle, he must have his armor. With that, a large wok flew out of his bag of holding. Big Fatty Zhang's wok had also been destroyed in the fighting with the Luochun clan. This was a new wok that he'd acquired after his return. Looking very serious, he strapped the black wok to his back. When the warrior goes to battle, he must have a magical weapon. Even as the words left his mouth, he waved his hand, causing a little wooden sword to fly out, which he strapped to his left side. Next came the golden crow sword, which he placed on his other side. After that came 3 more flying swords, which he strapped to his back. Finally was the divine crane shield, which he attached to his forearm. However, he still didn't feel at ease. After putting on the bracelet from Li Qingho, he stuck his chin out and began to walk forward solemnly. Clanging and clattering, he walked out of his log cabin. Outside, he could hear the sound of bells ringing. After taking a few steps, he suddenly remembered something, and quickly slapped his bag of holding to produce a long spear, which he held in hand. The wind blowing his hair up, he left his courtyard. From a distance, he almost looked like a ball. He had a huge wok on his back, a long spear in his hand, and had flying swords strapped here and there. It was quite a sight. As he walked along, countless outer sect disciples of Fragrant Cloud Peak saw him and were shocked. The ringing of bells grew more intense, causing the hearts of countless outer sect disciples to begin to pound. There were even some inner sect disciples who made their way to Mount Daoxi to watch the proceedings. As Bai Xiaochun made his way along, more and more outer sect disciples joined him. Su Baokai was among their number, and he took the lead in the cheering. Sect Uncle Bai is beyond amazing. He's a hero of the ages. He's definitely gonna win. Definitely. Quite a large group of outer sect disciples crowded around him, fans who took it upon themselves to escort him along his way. One of the most prominent was Ho Xiaomei, whose voice rose up above the others as she cheered. Bai Xiaochun was quite moved, and nodded magnanimously to the surrounding disciples. Considering how much everyone was cheering him on, he figured he really did need to do something to be worthy of it all. Chin jutting out, he strutted proudly all the way to Mount Daoxi. The first thing he saw when he got there was the huge battle arena which had been set up, which glittered with the light of an enormous spell formation. Further off in the distance were the various peaks of Mount Daoxi. From within the buildings that dotted their surfaces, quite a few sect elders were emerging and flying over toward the arena. On either side of the arena floor were the stands, which were being filled with numerous outer sect disciples. From the look of things, there were tens of thousands of them. On the north side of the arena were the disciples from the North Bank, who, generally speaking, seemed a lot more impressive than the South Bank disciples. Almost every single one of them had some sort of fierce beast accompanying them. The beasts were all different, but each one had a brutal gleam in its eyes, and none seemed like the type it would be wise to provoke. At the very front of all the North Bank disciples was a smaller group consisting of both young men and women. Their expressions were cold, and all seemed to burst with energy. Most conspicuous of the group was a beautiful young woman wearing a long violet gown. Standing next to her was a 7-colored phoenix that seemed even more elegant than Elder Zhou's phoenixes. It had lightning-like eyes that seemed to look down upon all creation. Next to the young woman was a young man in a long blue robe. He was extremely handsome, and shockingly, had the mark of a red sun on his forehead. Lounging at his feet was an enormous dog, with thick black fur and razor-sharp claws. It even seemed to emanate a golden light. Its long, sharp teeth looked particularly ferocious, and it was large enough to ride as a mount. If it rose to its feet, it would probably be as tall as 2 people, and seemed shockingly powerful. Clearly, its fleshly body strength was unimaginable. The young man with the mark of the red star was none other than one of the North Bank's 5 great chosen, Beihan Lai. The huge dog laying at his feet was the famous Nightstalker beast. Near the young man and young woman was another disciple who wore a black robe that covered his face. Only his coldly glittering eyes could be seen, and if one looked closely enough, it was possible to see venomous insects squirming around inside of them. The mere sight of these chosen caused the disciples of the South Bank to tremble in fear. As for all the North Bank disciples, they looked across the battle arena scornfully at the South Bank disciples. The South Bank always loses. The only people worth paying attention to are Shangguan Tianyu, Lu Tianlei, and Zhou Xinqi. I heard someone else has become famous on the South Bank recently. He took first place in the qualifying round. Supposedly he's a prestige disciple and the junior brother of the sect leader? It doesn't matter who he is. He'll be useless against the North Bank. We're the most powerful by far. The outer sect disciples from the South Bank were mostly assembled, and their numbers were clearly fewer than the disciples from the North Bank. They're nothing but a bunch of animal trainers and bug lovers. The South Bank is going to get revenge this time around for sure. We're definitely going to make them lose some face. Standing in front of all the South Bank disciples were 9 disciples, with Shangguan Tianyu, Lu Tianlei, and Zhou Xinqi being the most prominent among them. There were 6 others with somber expressions, who seemed to seethe with violence. This group was made up of the chosen from the South Bank, and they were currently staring fiercely at the people from the North Bank. It was in the middle of this fierce staring contest that Bai Xiaochun showed up. Shangguan Tianyu instantly looked over at him, as did all of the South Bank disciples in the audience. Thoughtful expressions appeared in their eyes, and the conversations immediately died down. Mixed emotions could be seen in Shangguan Tianyu's icy eyes as looked at Bai Xiaochun, and his heart filled with begrudging defiance. Lu Tianlei looked equally defiant as he glared hatefully at Bai Xiaochun, electricity dancing around him. Zhou Xinqi stood there silently, eyes shining with a strange light, as if she were measuring Bai Xiaochun carefully, trying to determine exactly how much power was contained within his slight frame. People from the North Bank also couldn't help but look over at him. However, he was a stranger to them, and the way he was dressed provoked instant scorn. The North Bank chosen didn't even deign to pay him any attention. Finding himself to be the center of so much attention made Bai Xiaochun feel a bit embarrassed. Clearing his throat, he stuck his chest out, hefted his spear, and strutted over to stand next to Zhou Xinqi. When he realized that both sides were staring threateningly at each other, his spirits instantly rose. A staring contest. I'm great at those. He immediately looked over at the North Bank disciples, a very serious expression on his face. In that moment, a breeze picked up, lifting his long hair off of his back. Coupled with the fact that he held a long spear in his hand, he cut quite an impressive figure. As time passed, more people began to fill the stands on either side. A huge sea of people was growing, separated only by the arena floor. Soon, all of the North Bank chosen had arrived. The last one to show up was a young man in a long black robe. He was handsome, but his face was so pale that it seemed to be completely devoid of blood. He came to stand in front of all the other chosen, where he closed his eyes, an expression of seeming complete disinterest on his face. In the same moment that he closed his eyes, the air around him seemed to twist and distort, as if he were surrounded by countless fierce ghosts, arisen from the shadows of hell. About this time, beams of light flew toward the battle arena from both the North and South Banks. Among them were the 7 peak lords from the 7 mountain peaks. Elder Zhou was also there, accompanied by an arrogant phoenix which flew around him. When the phoenix saw Bai Xiaochun, it looked at him with a very supercilious glare. Sect leader Zhang Yuandong was also in the group. After everyone had gathered, he looked at the disciples from the North and South Banks, then said, the joint South and North Bank outer sect chosen battles were last won by the North Bank. As such, they may send 12 disciples into battle. As the previous loser, the South Bank may only send 10 people into battle. There will be a total of 22 competitors. Opponents will be chosen by drawing lots. The goal of the competition is to select the top 10 disciples, as well as the number 1 disciple. We are here to help each other learn and grow, so killing is not permitted. After every round, you will be given 3 incense sticks worth of time to recover. If your opponent concedes, you must immediately cease fighting. The competition will be presided over by Ouyang Jia from the Hall of Justice. Perform well. 4 prime elders will be observing the battle with divine sense. And now, let the outer sect chosen battles begin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 88, The North Bank's Strongest. Chapter 88, The North Bank's Strongest. In response to Zhang Yuandong's words, the disciples from the North and South Banks felt their hearts starting to pound, and subconsciously looked up at a terrace on the snow-capped top of Mount Daoseed. At the same time, streams of shockingly powerful divine sense flowed out and swept over everyone present. The streams of divine sense covered all of the disciples, including Bai Xiaochun, causing them to feel as if incredible pressure were weighing down on them. These people seemed powerful enough to kill everyone present in body and soul with little more than a glance. Everyone felt that way, including Bai Xiaochun, Shangguan Tianyu, and even the chosen from the North Bank. All of them trembled under the pressure, and yet at the same time, their eyes shone with excitement. The fact that there would be prime elders observing the battle with divine sense caused all of the competitors' eyes to shine brightly. If I can attract the attention of a prime elder, maybe I could be accepted as an apprentice. I definitely need to put everything on the line in this battle. Almost immediately, murderous auras sprang up from the disciples on both sides. Bai Xiaochun was the only one who simply stood there blinking. Prime Elders. That's the same rank as my master, right? So they're my sect uncles. Bai Xiaochun couldn't help but feel proud of himself. His ranking in the sect really was a bit too high. After a moment of thought, he resolved to go visit his sect uncles after the chosen battles were over. It was at this point that sect leader Zheng Yuandong swished his sleeve, causing a sphere of light to fly out into the middle of the battle arena. It quickly split up into 22 pearls, which then flew out to Bai Xiaochun and all of the other competitors. Bai Xiaochun looked down at the pearl in his hand. 11? He peered out of the corner of his eye to see if he could spot what number Shangguan Tianyu and the others had gotten, only to find that they were keeping them hidden. At this point, a cold voice suddenly rang out from the balcony above. It was not Zheng Yuandong, but rather Ouyang Jie from the Hall of Justice. The first battle will take place between the disciples holding pearls number 1 and 2. Please step forward. In immediate response, a gaunt young man flew out from among the North Bank disciples. His expression was cold and arrogant, and his appearance provoked a cheer from the North Bank disciples. Although he wasn't one of the 5 great chosen, he was still quite famous. As soon as he stepped onto the battle arena, he called out, "Lu Yun of the North Bank," but in response, Shangguan Tianyu suddenly flew out. Shangguan Tianyu of the South Bank. He stood there, expression icy, looking like an unsheathed sword. Even the words he spoke seemed to make everything colder. Of course, as soon as Shangguan Tianyu stepped forth, the outer sect disciples from the South Bank exploded into loud cheering. The gaunt young man's face flickered. He had never imagined that the first person he would face would be the most famous chosen from the South Bank. Expression unsightly, he took a deep breath and then waved his hand, causing the air around him to distort. At the same time, a huge python appeared, accompanied by an acrid blast of wind. After the python coiled up, it rose nearly 3 meters into the air. However, in almost the exact same moment that the young man's wild beast appeared, and before he had time to do anything else, Shangguan Tianyu took a single step forward, his face completely expressionless. Suddenly, he vanished, and when he reappeared, he was right next to the gaunt young man, a sword in his hand, which he placed against the young man's throat. "You lose," he said. A cold feeling washed over the gaunt young man, and an expression of shocked disbelief filled his face as he turned slowly to look at Shangguan Tianyu. He knew instantly that he was no match for this opponent. How could he ever have imagined that he would lose so quickly? Head bowed, he collected his giant python and left the arena. "We already won the first battle. Ha ha ha. The South Bank is definitely going to win this time around. Elder brother Shangguan can definitely contend for first place." The South Bank side of the arena was in an excited uproar. As for Bai Xiaochun, he stood there blinking. He hadn't been able to see exactly what Shangguan Tianyu had done, but he could see that he was definitely beyond ordinary when it came to power. Furthermore, 2 of the streams of divine sense from the Prime Elders began to pay closer attention to Shangguan Tianyu. The North Bank disciples were dumbfounded. Was that a minor teleportation? Impossible. What cultivation base does he have? That couldn't possibly have been teleportation. It was void magic. This guy definitely deserves to be known as the South Bank's #1 chosen. Even with a chi condensation cultivation base, he can actually use void magic. The other competitors from the North Bank looked on with flickering expressions. Beihan Lai's eyes flickered somberly. The Gonsun siblings and Su Song all had thoughtful expressions. Only the black-robed Ghostfang simply remained in place, his eyes closed. Before the crowd could calm down, Ouyang Jie's cold voice once again cut through the noise. Second battle. From among the North Bank chosen, a rather pudgy young man stepped out. Smiling broadly, he seemed completely innocent and harmless. "Su Song of the North Bank," he said to the disciple emerging from the ranks of the South Bank. His opponent was not Lu Tianlei or one of the other famous chosen. He was from the group of secretive disciples who had only unleashed his power in the qualifying round. He had a long face, and wasn't very good looking, but he was aware that the person he was facing was one of the North Bank's 5 great chosen. "Zhou Feng of the South Bank," he said. Taking a deep breath, he began to rotate his cultivation base. Performing an incantation gesture, he summoned a flying sword. However, before he could send it flying out, a derisive gleam appeared in Su Song's eye, and he pushed his hand out in front of him. Rumbling could be heard as a rift opened up directly above Zhou Feng. Then, cracking sounds could be heard as a gigantic crocodilian beast lunged out with lightning speed and gobbled him up in a single bite. His flying sword lost its connection to spiritual power, and clattered down onto the ground. Fighting against Archway Peak disciples and ignoring the air above your head? How very disappointing. Chuckling, Su Song turned and walked out of the arena. When he waved his hand behind him, his beast opened its mouth and spat the unconscious Zhou Feng out in front of the stunned disciples of the South Bank. Unsightly expressions could be seen, and a few gasps rang out. As for Lu Tianlei and the other chosen, their hearts trembled. In sharp contrast, the North Bank disciples were cheering loudly. Bai Xiaochun was shaken at how terrifying the North Bank people were. Their control over beasts was horrifyingly advanced. Soon, the third battle began. The competitor from the North Bank was one of their 5 great chosen, Gongsun Wan'er. When she saw that her opponent from the South Bank wasn't Zhou Xinqi, but rather one of the other random disciples, she looked a bit disappointed. Waving her hand, she had her 7-colored phoenix spit out a 7-colored mist. When the 7-colored mist enveloped the South Bank disciple, he suddenly seemed to go insane. Howling in rage, he began to strike wildly around him, as if fighting an invisible opponent. A moment later, he simply passed out. From beginning to end, all Gongsun Wan'er did was wave her delicate hand. Afterward, she floated off out of the arena. The crowds from the South Bank looked fearfully over at the North Bank disciples, clearly shaken. The only people who can fight chosen are other true chosen. The South Bank disciples looked over at Shangguan Tianyu, hope shining in their eyes. Quite a few also looked at Bai Xiaochun the same way. Bai Xiaochun immediately lifted his head high and stuck his chest out. Inwardly, though, he was terrified by what Gongsun Wan'er had just done. That wench is even more incredible than Zhou Xinqi, he thought, his mouth going dry. Next, the fourth battle began. Lu Tianlei flew out into the arena, surrounded by flickering lightning. His opponent from the North Bank was the young man in the black robe who hadn't opened his eyes the entire time. At long last, his eyes opened, and he walked calmly out into the arena. Strangely, no one from the North Bank cheered for him at all. Strange expressions could be seen on the disciples' faces, and as for the other chosen, they simply took in deep breaths. The crowd from the South Bank was a bit shocked by this. As for Lu Tianlei, he kept his eyes glued on the young man. The young man stood there quietly, face absolutely expressionless. When he spoke, his voice didn't seem to contain even a hint of emotion. Ghost Fong of the North Bank. Lu Tianlei of the South Bank. Lu Tianlei took a deep breath. Well aware that he was facing the number 1 chosen from the North Bank, his eyes began to shine with the desire to do battle. I'm not going to hold anything back. Even if I tire myself out so much I can't keep fighting, it will be worth it. Eyes burning with fighting spirit, he let out a powerful shout, causing the sparks around him to explode into a lake of lightning that expanded 30 meters in all directions. At the same time, Ghost Fong calmly pointed up into the sky. Instantly, black clouds began to seethe overhead. When the disciples from the North Bank saw that, their expressions flickered, some with fear. Howling, Lu Tianlei charged toward Ghost Fong, surrounded by lightning. Ghost Fong, however, didn't even respond. He simply stood there, and even went so far as to close his eyes. Are you looking to die? Lu Tianlei roared, feeling somewhat humiliated. After all, self-respect was critical to chosen. With another roar, he caused the lake of lightning to redouble in size, and burst with even more power than before. However, before he could even get close to Ghost Fong, the black clouds up above were seemingly ripped apart, and a claw-like ghost hand reached out. It was enormous, like a huge column stretching down from the clouds, rushing toward Lu Tianlei with incredible speed and shocking pressure. Even before it reached him, Lu Tianlei began to tremble, and then coughed up a mouthful of blood. The lightning around him shattered, and his feet sank into the ground, sending cracks ripping out in all directions. Blood spurted out as wounds opened up all over him, and blood also oozed out of his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. He tried to struggle, but it seemed useless. Soon, his vision began to fade. No! The terrifying ghost claw caused the disciples of both the North and South Bank to be filled with terror. Their internal spiritual energy seemed to have been removed from their control, and their souls felt like they would be ripped out from their bodies. Up on the balcony, the sect leader and the others looked on with flickering expressions. For thousands of years, no one has been able to successfully cultivate ghosts haunt the night. I can't believe this kid's cultivation has reached this level. Su Meixian's face suddenly fell. Not good. Without another word, she flew down toward the arena floor at top speed. She arrived in the blink of an eye, whereupon she waved her hand at the ghost claw. Massive rumbling sounds echoed out as the ghost claw was pushed back. However, it didn't collapse. Blood sprayed out of Lu Tianlei's mouth, and he collapsed into unconsciousness. Had Su Meixiang been any slower, he would have been crushed into a bloody pulp, killed in body and soul. Face darkening, Su Meixiang looked over at Ghost Fong. You little delinquent. You might have outstanding talent, but you're far too ruthless. Trying to kill a fellow sect member right in front of us? Are you looking to die or something? Ghost Fong stood there silently for a moment, an odd expression developing on his face, almost as if he weren't sure exactly how he should react. "I just didn't realize he would be so weak," he said, sounding very sincere. With that, he turned to leave the arena floor. Su Meixiang frowned and looked back up at the balcony above, seemingly a bit apprehensive. Finally, she gave a cold snort, picked up Lu Tianlei, and left. Lu Tianlei would not be able to continue fighting, and in fact, his injuries would take quite some time to recover from. The North Bank looked on silently, just as the South Bank did. Ghost Fong walked back to the same spot he had been standing in, looking very lonely as he closed his eyes again. After a long moment, the disciples of the North Bank recovered their composure and began to cheer a bit. "Nobody from the South Bank is a match for us at all. We're definitely going to win. They lost 3 battles already. The first one was just a fluke. I bet they'll lose all the rest of the battles too." In response to the taunting of the North Bank, the South Bank disciples could only stare furiously. The North Bank was simply too strong. The South Bank had won the first battle, but lost the following 3. The top chosen Lu Tianlei had almost been killed, and by now, the South Bank disciples no longer harbored any thoughts of securing their revenge. Shangguan Tianyu glared angrily at Ghost Fong. Inwardly, he was trembling, and even felt profound terror rising up in his heart. He wasn't the only one. The other chosen from the South Bank, even Zhou Xinqi, were deeply shaken. Even if the only person the North Bank had on their team was Ghost Fong, they would still wipe the South Bank away. That was beyond the power of qi condensation. Not even a peak lord could wipe out that ghost hand. Wasn't that one of the 10 secret magics of the Spirit Stream sect, one of only 2 that can be considered rare to the extreme? Ghosts haunt the night? The only thing that can compare to ghosts haunt the night is the Water Swamp Kingdom. Bai Xiaochun had a very serious expression on his face, and his heart was pounding. Ghost Fang's power left him jumpy to the extreme. Eventually, the 5th battle began. The competitor from the North Bank left the South Bank disciples feeling as bitter as ever. He was one of the 5 great chosen, a person who struck most others cold in the heart. Gongsun Yun. Within his black robe, only his yellow eyes were visible, with insects crawling in and out of them. As he walked out, one of the South Bank disciples steeled himself and prepared to fight. Before he could even introduce himself, though, Gongsun Yun's yes flickered coldly, and he waved his sleeve. Instantly, a buzzing sound could be heard as innumerable black bugs flew out toward the South Bank disciple. No matter how the South Bank disciple fought, it was useless. He was soon covered with insects, none of his defenses could protect him at all. Soon, they began to bite into him as if to bore into his flesh. It was a shocking sight that not even the crowds from the North Bank were used to seeing. "I concede," cried the South Bank disciple. He had the feeling that a single thought on the part of his opponent would cause the insects to devour him. Gongsun Yun's eyes flickered scornfully as he turned to leave. The black bugs receded like tidewaters, landing on Gongsun Yun and crawling up into his sleeves. When Bai Xiaochun saw all of that, his scalp went numb. Even Zhou Xinqi and Shangguan Tianyu felt their hearts sinking. The rest of the South Bank disciples couldn't help but ponder that the North Bank seemed too powerful to even contend with. In their minds, the chosen battles were already over. We're really going to lose. The North Bank is so strong. At the same time, the North Bank disciples were elated. It's like I said before. They won the first battle, but will lose the rest. South Bank? What a joke. They'll always be beneath the North Bank. 30 years ago the South Bank only got 1 disciple into the top 10, and it looks like it'll be the same this time. When the South Bank disciples heard such talk, they wanted to offer retorts, but couldn't think of anything to say. The humiliation they felt was overwhelming. After Gongsun Yun left the arena, Ouyang Jie's voice could once again be heard. 6th battle. Would the disciples with marbles 11 and 12 please step into the arena? Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath as he looked down at the number 11 marble he held in his hand. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 89, Just Concede. Chapter 89, Just Concede. As Bai Xiaochun looked up, one of the North Bank's 5 great chosen, Beihan Lai, suddenly smiled. He was handsome to begin with, but his smile made him even more attractive to the countless female disciples who adored him. Patting the ferocious Nightstalker beast which lounged next to him, he took a step forward. The Nightstalker beast slowly rose to its feet, eyes shining with mysterious light. Almost as soon as the huge dog began to move, numerous North Bank disciples began to cheer. The Nightstalker beast was roughly 3 meters tall, heavily muscled, and brimming with seemingly endless power. Its head was huge, and the enormous fangs which protruded from its mouth dripped with saliva. Its long black fur made it seem even more fierce. Its legs were about as thick as an entire person, and had bone spurs sticking out all over them. It crouched down for a moment, then leaped out into the arena, where it threw its head back and roared. The roar became a sound wave that rolled out in all directions. Many beasts belonging to other North Bank disciples began to tremble and bow their heads, as if they were in the presence of royalty. All smiles, Beihan Lai walked out and scanned the crowd from the South Bank. Beihan Lai of the North Bank. I wonder which fellow disciple I'll be fighting today. At the same time, the huge dog's saliva splashed down onto the ground, and it looked around with cold, brutal eyes. Its fangs even seemed to grow longer all of a sudden. Anyone who faced such a dog would surely lose their fighting spirit instantly, especially when it licked its lips, which made it look even more ferocious than before. The crowd from the South Bank was completely silent as they looked at the group up front, waiting for someone to step out and fight. Bai Xiaochun glanced at Beihan Lai and then the huge dog. After looking up thoughtfully for a moment, an odd expression appeared on his face. Clearing his throat, he proudly took a step forward. Almost immediately, the eyes of numerous South Bank disciples came to be fixed on him, and they shone with anticipation. The huge Nightstalker beast's shining green eyes also locked onto him. Looking like a powerful hero, Bai Xiaochun stuck his chin out and strode out into the arena. Up above, Elder Zhou's bird looked down attentively. Bai Xiaochun of the South Bank. As soon as Bai Xiaochun announced himself, the Nightstalker beast threw its head back and howled, the brutal gleam in its eyes transforming into a murderous aura directed solely at Bai Xiaochun. Beihan Lai took one look at Bai Xiaochun's getup and did nothing to conceal the derision in his eyes. Bai Xiaochun? I heard you took first place in the South Bank qualifying round, is that right? But although Bai Xiaochun's heart trembled under the murderous gaze of the huge dog, he continued to hold himself like a powerful master, as lofty as a cloud floating in the sky. You're Beihan Lai, right? I'll give you one chance to concede. Beihan Lai's jaw dropped. Concede? He threw his head back and laughed uproariously, as if he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. However, a murderous gleam could be seen in his eyes. Very funny. In all the years, you're the first outer sect disciple who has ever dared to utter such words to me. Next, he extended his right hand and performed an incantation gesture, taking control of his Nightstalker beast. Bai Xiaochun sighed. Looking like a lonely hero, he gazed sadly at Beihan Lai and said, Beihan Lai, this is your last chance to concede. When I attack, I frighten even myself. I'm telling you, the best thing would be to not force my hand. The crowd from the South Bank was struck mute. They stared, first at Bai Xiaochun, then at Beihan Lai, and then at the huge, ferocious dog. No matter which way they looked at the situation, Beihan Lai seemed to be far more powerful. However, Bai Xiaochun's words at least put a seed of hope into the hearts of the South Bank disciples. And yet, they couldn't help but remember the unsavory record of his past dealings, which filled their hearts with consternation. As for the North Bank audience, they roared with laughter and made all sorts of taunting statements. Is this guy a moron or what? Elder Brother Beihan is one of the 5 Great Chosen. Although he might not be on the same level as Ghostfawn, even Elder Brother Ghostfawn has to admit that he's strong. Who does this Bai Xiaochun think he is? How arrogant! Not only is Elder Brother Beihan strong, his Nightstalker beast has been praised by the elders. It's the king of beasts, with a powerful fleshly body and boundless energy. Even its howl is enough to shock most people into a daze. Look at this Bai Xiaochun, he's so dainty the Nightstalker beast will probably bite his leg off with a single bite. Elder Brother Beihan will definitely win this one. Beihan Lai appeared to be highly amused by Bai Xiaochun. Eyes flashing coldly, he decided that he would teach him a hard, painful lesson. If he didn't kill him, he would shred his skin off. With that, he performed an incantation gesture to begin the fight. I'm serious, my attacks frighten even me, Bai Xiaochun said. Sighing, he slapped his bag of holding to produce 2 medicinal pills. As that happened, Beihan Lai smiled viciously and finished his incantation gesture. Instantly, the eager Nightstalker beast howled and began to charge toward Bai Xiaochun. Beihan Lai also burst into motion, flying along, the sun mark on his forehead radiating bright light as he flew toward Bai Xiaochun. However, even as the man and the dog flew toward him, Bai Xiaochun jumped up into the air and sent one of the medicinal pills flying toward the Nightstalker beast. The Nightstalker beast's eyes gleamed as it roared through the air. It obviously could have avoided the medicinal pill, but instead, its expression flickered, and it grabbed the pill and swallowed it down. Instantly, a tremor ran through the huge dog, and its eyes went bloodshot. Rumbling sounds echoed out as it began to grow larger and more muscular. Shockingly, its bone spurs and fangs also grew longer. It began to salivate, and also, something rod-like, bulged out between its legs. Overall, it looked so ferocious and terrifying that it was difficult to put into words. Its eyes became violet, and it began to pant. Mind muddled, it dug its claws into the ground, threw its head back, and let out a shocking howl, the sound of which caused the South Bank disciples in the audience to gasp. What kind of medicinal pill was that? Hold on, why does the dog's posture seem so familiar? The disciples on the North Bank were looking on with wide eyes. The changes in the Night Stalker beast were obvious, and somehow, it now seemed even more terrifying than before. Not only was it stronger in terms of its fleshly body, it also seemed even more maddened than before. The North Bank disciples were greatly shocked. That medicinal pill is so effective. It can actually make wild beasts even more wild. The audience was astonished, and so was Beihan Lai, who was unsure of exactly what was happening. Although the Night Stalker beast was obviously a lot more powerful than before, he had the sinking feeling that something was wrong. "I'll warn you one more time," Xiaochun said coolly, sticking his jaw out. "Concede." Beihan Lai's eyes shone with murderous light. "I'd only planned to break one of your arms, but since you're trying to act so mysterious, I think I'll break all of your limbs instead." Although taking lives was prohibited in the chosen battles, serious injuries were often unavoidable. Even as the words left his mouth, he continued his charge toward Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun sighed and waved his right hand, sending one of his pheromone pills out toward Beihan Lai. Afterward, he fell back at top speed until he was at the edge of the arena, where he stood nervously, looking at Beihan Lai. Beihan Lai's pupils constricted, and just when he was about to dodge out of the way, the pill detonated, transforming into a powder that filled the area. Even though he tried to avoid it, some of it happened to get on him. His expression flickered. Assuming it was a poison pill, he fell back and quickly examined himself. However, he found nothing out of the ordinary except for a somewhat pleasant aroma. A frown appeared on his face. The situation only seemed to be getting stranger and stranger. Just when he was going to attempt to end the battle once and for all, a howl split the air. It was none other than the Night Stalker beast, which turned toward Beihan Lai, panting, its eyes shining bright red. Beihan Lai's heart began to pound, and just when he was about to try to exert control over the dog, a terrifying roar shook everything, and the Night Stalker beast began to charge in his direction. Its speed was incredible, giving Beihan Lai absolutely no time to dodge. Instantly, the Night Stalker beast pounced on him. "Damn it, are you crazy? What are you doing?" Beihan Lai's face darkened, and he roared in fury, but the huge dog had him pinned tight. Because of the maddened Night Stalker beast, Beihan Lai couldn't move a muscle. Furthermore, he suddenly had a very terrifying premonition, and his face went pale. At the same time, the outer sect disciples in the audience couldn't help but crane their necks to see what was happening. Even the peak lords and elders were watching closely, and the divine sense belonging to the prime elders was focused intently on the scene. Next, everyone gasped as Beihan Lai began to let out miserable shrieks. "No! No! You! Aiiiee!" Beihan Lai's blood-curdling screams could shake heaven and earth. His expression was that of pain and confusion, as though he couldn't believe what was happening. Trembling, he could do nothing but scream. The North Bank disciples were in an uproar, and could hardly believe what they were seeing. Panting, their eyes filled with unprecedented fear and terror. Heavens! What medicinal pill is that? It isn't turning the dog crazy, it's turning the dog on. This. Elder brother Beihan is being done by his battle beast? Beihan Lai struggled frantically, and let out constant, desperate screams. What was happening now would become a legend the likes of which had never existed in the Spirit Stream sect. Even Ghostfang was watching with wide eyes, trembling in utter disbelief. As for the South Bank disciples, their minds were spinning, and they could hardly think straight. Shangwan Tianyu stared blankly, suddenly feeling as if the world were a much darker place than before. Zhou Xinqi, on the other hand, was blushing fiercely. Bai Xiaochun stood off to the side, just as shaken as everyone else. This was his first time using his aphrodisiac pill in battle, and he had never imagined that the results would be so astonishing. As he watched the screaming Beihan Lai, he couldn't hold back from sighing. "Sounding very innocent," he said, "like I said, even I am frightened by my attacks. I told you several times, but you just insisted on doing things your way." It was at this point that an enraged roar filled the air as Beihan Lai's master finally intervened. Bai Xiaochun. Murderous aura raging, he leaped forward, flicking his sleeve to send the Night Stalker beast spinning away off into the distance. Then he picked up Beihan Lai, who by this point had absolutely no face left. The master almost felt as if what had just occurred wasn't even real. Too embarrassed to stay, he glared angrily at Bai Xiaochun and then departed. As for Beihan Lai, the mental and physical injuries he had sustained caused him to close his eyes and lapse into a coma. It was impossible to say when he would have the face to appear in public again. The pain he was in was like a living nightmare. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 90, Archenemy of the North Bank. Chapter 90, Archenemy of the North Bank. As Beihan Lai and his master left, the disciples of both the South and North Bank looked on with wide eyes, their minds spinning, completely speechless. The only thing they could think about was what had just occurred with Beihan Lai and his huge dog. They weren't the only flabbergasted ones. The sect leader, peak lords, and other elders were all struck mute. All they could do was stare down into the arena at the innocent-looking Bai Xiaochun. Elder Zhou sat there trembling, his eyes bulging, mixed emotions written on his face. As for the phoenix soaring in the air above, it let out a few piercing cries, as if to remind everyone that it had been tainted by Bai Xiaochun long ago. Eventually, the sound of breathing could be heard, and the South Bank outer sect disciples began to turn and look at Bai Xiaochun with strange expressions on their faces. The female disciples were all blushing, and some even spat in contempt at him. However, the male disciples were even more profoundly affected. Without exception, they all edged away from Bai Xiaochun, sweat popping out on their foreheads as sympathy for Beihan Lai rose up in their hearts. Eventually, the crowd devolved into a hubbub. Sect Uncle Bai is a god. That Beihan Lai will probably never recover from this injury. Never, ever provoke Sect Uncle Bai. He's a complete menace. Isn't that the same medicinal pill he fed to Elder Zhou's phoenix? It's basically an aphrodisiac for beasts. I can't think of any possible reason why Sect Uncle Bai would concoct something like that. Regardless of the methods used, Bai Xiaochun had won a victory for the South Bank, only the second one so far. Although the South Bank disciples weren't really sure how to feel at the moment, they began to cheer for Bai Xiaochun. Shangguan Tianyu wiped the sweat off his brow. He might have looked down on Bai Xiaochun with contempt before, but now he couldn't help but gasp. When he thought back to Beihan Lai's cruel fate, he couldn't help but imagine what it would have been like if he had been in the same position. After a moment, he cast such thoughts aside. Zhou Xinqi was tongue-tied, her mind spinning. Moments later, though, an even greater commotion could be heard, something like the rumble of thunder. The North Bank disciples erupted in unprecedented fashion. It didn't matter that they had won so many battles in the competition so far, and in such amazing fashion. Now, everything had changed. All of the North Bank disciples, even the inner sect disciples who had come to observe the battles, were all incensed. Eyes bloodshot, they shouted out at the tops of their lungs. Demented! What medicinal pill is that? Damn it! How can a pill like that even exist in the world? I'm gonna exterminate Bai Xiaochun and destroy that pill, Heavens! Elder brother Beihan's own beast pounced on him. This. Take Bai Xiaochun down. Nobody has insulted the North Bank like this in countless years. That medicinal pill should be banned. Any of them that exist should be completely destroyed. It was impossible for them not to be enraged. Even the male disciples from the South Bank sympathized with Beihan Lai, much less those from the North Bank, who felt his pain even more. After all, every North Bank disciple had a battle beast of some sort. Even as they shouted out in rage, they subconsciously glanced down at their various respective battle beasts and thought of Beihan Lai. They couldn't help but feel uneasy as a result. Soon, their maddened shouts grew even more extreme. Bai Xiaochun is the archenemy of the North Bank. Down with Bai Xiaochun. The North Bank will endure eternal humiliation as long as he lives, but... Damn it! I'm gonna kill him. I'm gonna exterminate him. He's stained the North Bank for all eternity. It was easy to imagine how in the future, every time the North Bank disciples looked at their own battle beasts, they would think about the tragedy of Beihan Lai. The Gongsun siblings' breath came in ragged pants as they looked at Bai Xiaochun, their eyes shining with unprecedented fear, as well as rage. Although Beihan Lai had been the one to receive the injury, the entire North Bank was hurt. As for Su Song, all the fat on his body trembled, and his expression was one of fury. Although he never got along with Beihan Lai, he couldn't help but feel sorry for him. Deep inside, he felt sympathy, and even more so, terror. Beihan Lai could only control one battle beast. I have 5. When he thought about that, Su Song almost cried. Gnashing his teeth, he glared at Bai Xiaochun with furious, bloodshot eyes. Even the black-robed Ghost Fang trembled, a look of intense seriousness in his eyes as he stared at Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun looked around innocently at the hornet's nest he had stirred up. When he saw how mad the North Bank disciples were getting, he quickly tried to offer an explanation. Hey, don't blame me. Before the fighting even started, I told Beihan Lai to concede. He didn't listen. I made it clear that even I'm afraid of my own attacks. Bai Xiaochun really felt that he was being given the short end of the stick. However, his explanations did nothing except pour fuel onto the fire. Bai Xiaochun. I can't believe you have a name like that. Damn it. You're not pure at all. 1. Completely shameless. Despicable. How dare you continue to humiliate us? Take Bai Xiaochun down. The enraged North Bank disciples began to edge forward, eyes bloodshot. From the look of it, tens of thousands of disciples were all about to charge onto the arena floor to take Bai Xiaochun out. Bai Xiaochun's heart began to thump, and he quickly retreated a few steps closer to the South Bank audience. Sighing, he stuck his chin out, waved his sleeve, and stood there like a lonely hero. I am pure and good, no matter how anybody tries to smear me, he said. Sighing, he finally left the arena floor. Behind him, countless North Bank disciples were shouting in fury and staring daggers. If looks could kill, Bai Xiaochun would be dead many, many times over already. He coughed dryly as he returned to the South Bank side. Strange expressions could be seen on the faces of the disciples there. By this point, they could sense the intense anger the North Bank felt toward him, and it was terrifying. As of this moment, the true enemy of the North Bank wasn't the South Bank, it was a single person. Bai Xiaochun. It was easy to imagine how, even if the North Bank won the competition, because of Beihan Lai, they would consider it a loss. The sect leader sat awkwardly up on the balcony, glaring down at Bai Xiaochun, his heart pounding with helplessness. He couldn't help but muse that whenever Bai Xiaochun showed up, it didn't matter how solemn the occasion was, the atmosphere would quickly devolve. As for the three peak lords from the South Bank, none of them were quite sure what expression was appropriate. They had never encountered a situation like this in their entire lives. Li Qingho's complexion flickered between green and red, and his eyes were blank. He had been completely shaken by what just occurred. Even the four prime elders on the peak of Mount Daosid felt their divine sense shaking, and they weren't sure exactly what to think or feel. Seeing that the anger of the North Bank disciples was almost beyond control, Ouyang Jie suddenly spoke out in a voice which swept out and physically pushed the North Bank disciples back. Let the seventh battle begin. Instantly, a burly man flew out from among the North Bank forces. His eyes were bright red as he landed on the arena floor, where he let out a roar of rage. Bai Xiaochun, I challenge you to fight. Let's wait and see if you can get into the top 10, Bai Xiaochun replied, sticking his chin out like a lonely hero. Then maybe you'll qualify to fight me. The burly man howled in fury, his eyes completely bloodshot. At the same time, the disciple standing next to Shangguan Tianyu braced himself and walked out onto the arena floor. Booms echoed out. The North Bank disciples had gone mad, and this burly man, the first to fight after Bai Xiaochun's performance, was clearly venting his anger by fighting. The South Bank disciple was pushed backward over and over again until he finally conceded. Next were the 8th and 9th battles. The North Bank disciples might as well have been slaughtering chickens. They fought with enraged madness, their hearts bursting with anger. All of them wanted to get into the top 10 to have a chance to fight Bai Xiaochun and cleanse the stain of humiliation. I have to win. Once I'm in the top 10, I'll take Bai Xiaochun down. Then we'll see how he likes to get pounced on by a wild beast. Fudge. Even if I have to break the damn sect rules, I'm going to cripple him. Even if I kill him, my master won't punish me too badly. Anybody that kills Bai Xiaochun will be a hero to the North Bank. The North Bank disciples used every means at their disposal in the fighting. Because the North Bank had 2 more people on their team than the South Bank, the 10th battle was fought between 2 North Bank disciples. However, they didn't go easy on each other. Soon, the final battle of the first round had arrived. Zhou Xinqi took a deep breath and walked out onto the arena floor, violet light flickering around her feet. Moments later, she began to fight the final North Bank disciple. The battle was not shocking or amazing. Zhou Xinqi was a chosen, and although the North Bank disciple she fought was extraordinary, he couldn't compare to her at all. After only 10 breaths of time passed, the North Bank disciple coughed up a mouthful of blood and begrudgingly conceded. As Zhou Xinqi walked back to the team, the South Bank disciples erupted into cheering. When Bai Xiaochun heard it, he felt a bit sour inwardly. The cheering for Zhou Xinqi was clearly much louder than the cheering had been for him. As of this moment, the first round of the chosen battles was over. 11 disciples remained, 8 from the North Bank, and 3 from the South Bank. Translator, Deathblade. Chinese language consultant, ASI aka Beerblade. Editor, GNE. Memes, Logan. This chapter comes in a bit shorter than usually, hitting only around 1,700 words instead of the usual 2,000. 1. As a quick reminder, one of the characters in Bai Xiaochun's name means pure. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 91, The Enraged North Bank. Chapter 91, The Enraged North Bank. Now that the first round was over, a rest period began that would last for 3 incense sticks worth of time. As everyone sat there, the North Bank disciples bristled, glaring angrily at Xiaochun. The contestants were all itching to begin the second round, in which they would do anything possible to take Xiaochun out. By now, none of them cared whether or not the North Bank won in the end, they merely wanted to shed his blood to wash away their humiliation. But Xiaochun, in the second round, I'm going to make you pay a horrifying price for humiliating the North Bank. He should be given to an entire pack of beasts to ease our hatred. This second round will be the most painful experience of his life. Take Xiaochun down. Take this shameless bastard down. The North Bank cared about nothing but taking out Xiaochun, and that responsibility was given to the 8 people who had made it through the first round. Although Ghost Fang simply sat there with his eyes closed, the other 7 glared angrily at Xiaochun with clenched fists. They represented all of the other disciples of the North Bank, and were now analyzing what they had learned about him from his previous performance. All of them were coming up with their own ways of dealing with him. All Xiaochun has are some medicinal pills. As long as he doesn't have a chance to use them, he can be dealt with easily. He only won because of those medicinal pills. Without them, exterminating him will be as easy as turning over your hand. He'll definitely be defeated in the second round. Defeated, and defeated ruthlessly. As far as Xiaochun was concerned, the North Bank disciples were acting like bullies. He'd won, hadn't he? As for the brutality of that victory, he wanted to say something in his defense, but was worried that if he said the wrong thing, it would only make things worse. Much worse. This is ridiculous, he thought. As the North Bank stewed in their anger, the South Bank disciples didn't say much either. They simply sat there bristling until Ouyang finally spoke. 3 incense sticks have burned. The second round of the chosen battles will now begin, and the top 6 will be selected. Of the 11 of you, 1 will sit out of the fighting and directly enter the top 6. The other 10 will draw lots and fight each other in twos to proceed. Accompanying Ouyang words, a beam of light shot out over the arena floor, which transformed into a glowing sphere, roughly 3 meters in diameter. In turn, the pearls in the hands of Xiaochun and the other remaining contestants were tugged toward it. Upon releasing the pearls, they flew directly toward the glowing sphere. Once inside, new numbers appeared on their surfaces, from 1 to 10, with one of the pearls being blank. The 11 pearls began to rotate inside the sphere, moving faster and faster until they were nothing more than a blur. A secret magic is at work here to ensure complete and utter fairness, explained Ouyang. Not even I can interfere with the pearls. Rest at ease as you take the marbles back to decide the order of fighting. Su Song glared at Xiaochun and then chuckled coldly. Xiaochun, you'd better pray that you don't fight me. I'll crush you like a twig. With that, he waved his hand, causing a pearl to fly out into his hand. One of the other North Bank chosen gritted his teeth and coldly said, "It doesn't matter who you face, you're definitely going to lose painfully in the second round." With that, he and everyone else, Xiaochun included, made grasping motions to secure their pearls. Instantly, 10 pearls flew out toward the group of contestants. I have number 3. I'm number 7. I got number 1. When the North Bank disciples got their pearls, they announced the numbers. Soon, the order of fighting was becoming clear. After they announced their numbers, they looked ferociously toward Xiaochun. Eventually, Ghost Fang got his pearl and coolly said, "Number 9. The North Bank disciples soon found that not a single one of their number had acquired the blank pearl. As of this moment, the only pearls left were numbers 4 and 10, as well as the blank pearl. The North Bank disciples began to look nervously over at the South Bank. I'm number 4. Shangguan Tianyu announced coolly. Number 10. Zhou Xinqi said, her face somewhat unsightly. As soon as the words left her mouth, she looked over at Ghost Fang. By now, everyone's fighting spot had been determined, with the exception of Xiaochun. Strange expressions appeared on the faces of the South Bank audience, especially the Fragrant Cloud Peak disciples, who had been there to watch Xiaochun fight in the smaller competition. Their eyes went as wide as saucers. No way, they thought incredulously. Even more incredulous than them were the North Bank disciples, who so badly wanted to teach him a lesson. Fists clenched, the entire group stared blankly at Xiaochun. Xiaochun couldn't keep from looking a bit proud. The pearl in his hand had no number on it whatsoever. At first, he'd thought that he might have seen incorrectly. However, after closer examination, he confirmed that it was indeed blank. Then he looked around and realized that everyone was staring at him, and suddenly, he realized how lonely life could be sometimes. Flicking his sleeve, he assumed the manner of a lonely hero, staring up into the clouds. "Voice cool," he said, "my apologies. I'll be sitting this round out. If you want to fight me, you'll have to work hard to get to the next round." His words were met with a moment of silence. A few breaths worth of time passed, and then the North Bank audience erupted into enraged shouting. "Impossible! Damn it, he's sitting the round out. Why did it have to be him, the shameless by Xiaochun? Why? How could he be so lucky? Out of 11 people, I can't believe that he gets to sit the round out. How could someone like him have luck like this? It's preposterous. I can't take this. What an absolute show-off. I have to take him down." The North Bank disciples had intended to wash their humiliation clean with violence, but now that Bai Xiaochun was sitting the round out, they very nearly coughed up mouthfuls of blood. It was almost like they had just tried to punch Bai Xiaochun in the face, but ended up striking nothing but air. Frustration fermenting inside of them, Su Song and the others stared at Bai Xiaochun as if they wished they could rip him to pieces right then and there. Even the South Bank disciples looked on with odd expressions, unsure of what to say. It was already obvious that the North Bank disciples wanted to fight Bai Xiaochun more than anything else, so it wasn't even necessary to ponder how they felt regarding this sudden development. "That's nothing," blurted out a random fragrant Cloud Peak disciple. Back in the minor competition, Sect Uncle Bai sat out for 2 rounds in a row. When the people sitting around him heard that, their eyes went wide with disbelief. This happened to him before? Sect Uncle Bai's luck is unbelievable. Bai Xiaochun cleared his throat, and yet again assumed the posture of a lonely hero. Looking over at the North Bank side, he slowly shook his head. That, of course, made the North Bank even angrier. However, getting angrier didn't change the situation at all. They had no option but to stifle their feelings as the second round of the chosen battles began. Unfortunately, without Bai Xiaochun fighting, the entire affair was a lot less interesting. Furthermore, the South Bank only had 2 disciples in the mix, which meant that 3 of the battles would involve disciples from the North Bank fighting each other. The first battle was just such a situation. Dong Sun Waner fought one of the other North Bank disciples, and defeated him effortlessly. The defeated disciple trudged off of the arena floor, looking over his shoulder at the South Bank side, mixed emotions playing across his face. The second battle saw Shangguan Tianyu take the field. Luckily for him, he didn't face one of the top chosen, but another random disciple, whom he defeated as easily as blowing some dust off of his shoulder. The South Bank audience breathed sighs of relief. At least, they had secured victory in one fight. Next, the North Bank again fought itself in the third and fourth battles. Although the fighting was intense, the fact that the South Bank wasn't involved at all ensured that the disciples that were from there simply looked on silently. In the final battle, Zhou Xinqi walked out with a serious expression on her face. Although the South Bank disciples cheered, they weren't too optimistic about the outcome of the battle. After all, Zhou Xinqi's opponent was the terrifying Ghost Fong, who had almost killed Lu Tianlei with the single wave of a finger. After stepping out onto the arena floor, Ghost Fong curiously asked, "Between you and that lightning guy, who's stronger?" Sensing that his intention was not to humiliate her, Zhou Xinqi answered honestly, "Elder brother Lu is a bit stronger." "How about this?" Ghost replied quietly. "I used 70% power last time. This time, I'll only use 40%. You probably won't get killed by that." Those who could hear him looked on with bitter smiles, convinced that Ghost Fong was being honest. Zhou Xinqi took a deep breath and then performed a double-handed incantation gesture. Instantly, countless blue sparks appeared around her, forming numerous blue flying silks. The flying silks then merged together into something that resembled a huge flower, that pulsed with a powerful gravitational force. Plant Transformation Incantation. When the crowd from the South Bank saw the Plant Transformation Incantation being used, their eyes glittered. Although it wasn't quite on the same level as Ghosts Haunt the Night or the Water Swamp Kingdom, it was one of the 10 secret magics of the sect. It was a unique magic that used plants against the enemy, with numerous variations that made it enigmatic and unpredictable. When Li Qingho used it, he could create a world of plants and vegetation 50 kilometers wide. The final upgraded version of the secret magic had another name: Magic Plant Soldiers. Using the magic was such a drain on Zhou Xinqi's energy that her face went pale. She knew that she wasn't a match for this opponent, but in her world, it wasn't an option to just concede without trying. The wave of her hand caused the blue flower to tremble, and then grow larger at a rapid rate, simultaneously shooting toward Ghost Fong. It almost looked like the flower was opening wide to consume him. It was a spectacular sight that instantly attracted the attention of Bai Xiaochun, who found the magical technique particularly interesting. However, it was at this point that Ghostfawn looked up calmly and then waved his finger. This time, he didn't wave his finger at the sky, but at Zhou Xinqi. The air next to him began to vibrate, and a huge black ghost claw appeared, which quickly clenched into a fist. The huge fist filled half of the arena floor, and was so big people couldn't see anything else. It smashed into the blue flower, which trembled and then collapsed into ashes. The ghost claw, however, didn't stop. It continued on as if nothing had happened, smashing directly into Zhou Xinqi. A massive boom echoed out, and blood sprayed out of Zhou Xinqi's mouth as she tumbled backward. She was knocked out of the arena floor, and when she finally ground to a halt, she coughed up 8 mouthfuls of blood. Face pale, she looked up with a stubborn gleam in her eyes to see Ghostfawn turning and walking away. Everything was silent except for the gasps that echoed out. Translator, Deathblade. Chinese language consultant, ASI aka Beerblade. Editor, GNE. Memes, Logan. The Deathblade clan and the Beerblade clan had dinner tonight, and afterward, Madame Deathblade and Madame Beerblade went to the supermarket while Beerblade and I watched Baby Deathblade. At a certain point, Baby Deathblade became the center of attention in the mall. Eventually, one of the people said, in Chinese, "He's so cute. His mother is probably Chinese, right?" At that point, everyone looked over at Beerblade, assuming that because he's Chinese, he would provide an answer. Do you want to guess how he responded? A. Of course she is. B. Mind your own business. C. I'm the other father. D. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 92, The Despair of Gongsun Waner. Chapter 92, The Despair of Gongsun Waner. After a protracted moment of silence, both the South and North Bank audiences broke out into hushed discussions. So strong. Ghostfawn could probably crush inner sect disciples with ease. He must be the strongest disciple under Foundation establishment. That's the ultimate battle prowess of the Qi condensation stage. He's definitely reached the realm of will. Only by possessing a mysterious and unfathomable will can someone produce such terrifying power. It was almost as if no one dared to speak in a loud voice. The North Bank chosen looked on with mixed emotions. After all, no one would be happy to have someone so powerful appear among their generation. On the South Bank side, Shangwan Tianyu stood there silently, his heart anything but calm. Watching Ghostfawn defeat the other chosen was just like watching a chosen defeat ordinary disciples. It was more than clear that Ghostfawn existed on a totally different plane than even the other chosen. Xiaochun was left trembling. He had only seen Ghostfawn make 2 attacks, and yet each one had been completely astonishing. By this point, the top 6 had been selected. The North Bank had 4, and the South Bank had 2. They were Shangwan Tianyu, Xiaochun, Ghostfawn, the Gongsun siblings, and Su Song. Those disciples who were familiar with the chosen battles knew that the next round, round 3, would be the final round. The matches to follow, and the resulting victories and defeats, would determine the final ranking of the top 6 disciples. Anyone who could secure 5 victories would naturally take first place. During the past 1,000 years, the North Bank had always swept the South Bank and taken the top spots. Furthermore, the South Bank disciples all knew that Ghostfawn was exactly the type of person who could defeat everyone else. He was simply too powerful. The South Bank audience sat there quietly. If Ghostfawn weren't in the picture, they might hold hope that Shangwan Tianyu could take first place. Second place isn't bad though. That was what many of the South Bank disciples were thinking as they sat there sighing. Some of them looked over at Xiaochun. Many had a hard time determining exactly what they thought of him, but regardless of the specifics, he hadn't given any of them the impression that he was a fighter. In fact, he hadn't fought anyone since joining the sect. The only thing they did know for certain was that he had come back alive after the Luochen clan tried to chase him down and kill him. Many of the South Bank disciples had already resigned themselves to the fact that the South Bank had lost, both in terms of the number of disciples who made it into the top 10, and also the first place spot. In contrast, the North Bank disciples were getting excited. Their eyes shone with anticipation and ferocity as they glared at Xiaochun. The rules for the top 6 probably haven't changed. This time, Xiaochun is definitely going to be hurting. That's right. According to the rules, everyone will fight once with all the other disciples. That means that 4 blazing suns from the North Bank will all have a chance to pummel him. Finally, the humiliation our North Bank has endured will be avenged. It wasn't just the ordinary North Bank disciples who were musing in such a way. Su Song and the Gongsun siblings were all chuckling coldly as they stared at Xiaochun, determined to come out victorious. Xiaochun shrunk back a bit. Looking over at the furious North Bank disciples, he shook his head a bit helplessly. Immortal cultivation is supposed to be about living forever. What's the point of all the fighting and killing? It was at this point that Ouyang Jie's voice finally rang out. The third round of the chosen battles will follow the same rules as before. Victory will be given to whoever takes the most wins. The first set of matches will be Shangwan Tianyu vs Su Song, Ghostfang vs Gongsun Yun, and Bai Xiaochun vs Gongsun Wan'er. These fights will be carried out simultaneously. With that, a beam of light descended from the balcony onto the arena floor, dividing it into 3 areas. Ceiling barriers immediately sprang up to separate them. Shangwan Tianyu's eyes flickered brightly as he dashed out into the first battle zone. At the same time, Su Song also flew out. The two of them locked eyes, both of their expressions grave. They wasted no time on words. Su Song waved his hand, and 3 fierce beasts materialized around him. Each one was unique, but they were all incredibly ferocious in appearance. Even as they began to charge Shangwan Tianyu, a huge crocodilian mouth appeared above him, which closed in to consume him. In addition to all that, the ground beneath his feet cracked as numerous tentacles burst out. Meanwhile, Ghostfang strode forward into the second battle zone. Off to the side, Gongsun Yun stood there quietly. Although the bugs which writhed in his eyes were powerful, he knew that he was no match for Ghostfang. Despite that, he wasn't willing to simply concede. Even if you were more powerful than you already are, I'd still want to fight you. Taking a deep breath, he joined Ghostfang in the second battle zone. Gongsun Wan'er snorted coldly as she stepped forward, glaring at Bai Xiaochun. Of all the disciples present, Bai Xiaochun feared her the least, so he tromped forward to the third battle zone, meeting her gaze with his own glare. As Bai Xiaochun walked out, the North Bank disciples heckled him furiously. Completely ignoring the other 2 battle zones, their attention and fury was directed solely upon Bai Xiaochun. Elder sister Gongsun, eradicate that damned Bai Xiaochun. Kill him. Gongsun Wan'er's eyes flickered with cold light. Instead of summoning her 7-colored phoenix, she performed an incantation gesture and then tapped down on her forehead. 7-colored light immediately sprang out from within her, accompanied by a frigid blast of cold air which covered the ground in frost. Why don't you concede? Bai Xiaochun said, blinking. When I attack, I frighten even myself. Almost immediately, an image popped up in Gongsun Wan'er's mind of Beihan Lai's tragic fate, and her face flushed. At the same time, a murderous aura rose up within her. Shut up, you perv. I'm gonna make you pay a heavy price for what you've done. With the wave of a hand, she summoned an ice blade which then shot toward Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun shrugged helplessly. He had merely been telling the truth, and wasn't sure why he'd been called a perv. Sighing, he slapped his bag of holding, causing countless talismans to appear, which he began to slap down all over his body. Rumbling sounds could then be heard as numerous shields sprang up. Soon, they were nearly 3 meters thick, glittering with multicolored light. It was a shocking sight, and yet, Bai Xiaochun wasn't finished yet. Next, he produced the divine crane shield, which glittered brightly as it produced yet another shield layer. Then there was the bracelet Li Qingho had given him. As soon as he activated it, it spread out to cover his entire body, turning him pitch black. Considering he was also wearing a big black walk on his back, Bai Xiaochun looked completely eye-catching. Furthermore, the speed and ease with which he activated all of his defenses made it obvious that he was very familiar with doing so. The North Bank disciples' eyes widened, and they watched blankly as the ice blades slammed into Bai Xiaochun's shields, breaking some of them, but eventually shattering. Bai Xiaochun remained inside, completely unharmed. If that were all there were to it, it might not be a big deal, but what was most infuriating was that Bai Xiaochun merely stood there, hands clasped behind his back, chin sticking out, looking up at the clouds like a hero. Too weak, he said, flicking his sleeve and then placing his hands behind his back again. But then again, I've never met anyone who could break through all of my shields. Gongsun Wan'er's eyes seemed to be on the verge of popping out of her skull. She had fought many people in her life, but had never met anyone so adept in using defensive shields. Bai Xiaochun was the first. She could see that he had dozens of ordinary shields protecting him, plus the divine crane shield, the black substance covering his skin, the huge walk on his back, and numerous leather jackets. She was left feeling annoyed, uneasy, and even a bit taken aback. The North Bank audience wasn't happy either. Completely shameless. I can't believe he has so many defensive talismans and magical items. Damn it. These are the chosen battles, not the resource battles. Elder sister Gongsun has to wipe him out. I'm about to explode. Just looking at him makes me want to walk over and beat the crap out of him. The North Bank audience was incensed, and the South Bank audience simply looked on in a daze. Of course, there were some disciples from Fragrant Cloud Peak who sighed inwardly. That was especially true of one burly man. When he saw what was happening, tears welled up in his eyes. He knew exactly how the North Bank disciples felt. Back in the minor competition years before, Xiaochun had tormented him in exactly the same way. Up on the balcony, the sect leader and the others almost couldn't believe their eyes, and quickly began to exchange wry grins. Gongsun Wan'er gritted her teeth and performed a double-handed incantation gesture. Immediately, a vast quantity of ice blades appeared, transforming into a vortex that shot toward Xiaochun. Booms echoed out over and over again as the razor-sharp blades sliced into Xiaochun's shields. Although many of the shields were destroyed, the flickering divine crane shield eventually made short work of the ice blades. Still too weak, Xiaochun said loftily. Inwardly, happiness blossomed in his heart like a flower as he realized what it felt like to be a powerful expert. The North Bank disciples were in a frenzy. If it weren't for the fact that they didn't dare to break sect rules, they would surely have charged over en masse to slaughter Xiaochun. Gongsun Wan'er's eyes were bloodshot. Gritting her teeth, she continued to unleash attacks, using even more ice blades than before. The sheer number involved was shocking, to the point where even Xiaochun's heart began to tremble in fear. After some time passed, his shields finally gave out completely, whereupon he drew upon the full power of the divine crane shield. In the blink of an eye, his defenses were shored up, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He stuck his chin out, and just when he was about to say something, the bedraggled Gongsun Wan'er let out a piercing scream. Rumbling sounds echoed out, and blood oozed out of the corners of her mouth. Astonishingly, a blood-colored ice flower appeared on her forehead, which caused the energy of heaven and earth to flow toward her in shocking fashion. As this happened, the North Bank disciples began to cheer at the top of their lungs. It's elder sister Gongsuan's Bloodfrost Orchid. The Bloodfrost Orchid is elder sister Gongsuan's trump card. Not even someone in the 9th level of Qi condensation could block it. Xiaochun's defenses are definitely going to be broken through this time, but... As the freezing flower flew out, radiating a terrifying aura, it caused the surrounding temperature to drop rapidly. It shot toward Xiaochun at top speed, cutting through his defenses like a hot knife through butter. His shields shattered, and just when he was about to use the divine crane shield, the Bloodfrost Orchid split into 2 parts. One part was successfully blocked, but the other twisted past to slam violently into Xiaochun's chest. A banging sound could be heard, and Xiaochun looked down in surprise. To him, it felt like getting hit with a fluffy snowball. Shivering slightly, he looked up at Gongsun Wan'er, whose hair was by now completely disheveled. "Take your time," he said. "I'm going to watch some of the other matches." With that, he turned in the direction of the first and second battle zones, which he began to casually watch, even occasionally cheering for one side or the other. No matter your perspective, he looked like he was asking for a beating. Translator, Deathblade. Chinese language consultant, ASI aka Beerblade. Editor, GNE. Memes, Logan. Hey everyone, I hate to the bearer of bad news, but in the poll from yesterday, option C was what Beerblade said, in his mind. Unfortunately he didn't say it out loud, although later he regretted not having done so. I would love to have seen the faces of the people present if he had. LOL. His true answer was the witty and clever option D. If you haven't already, make sure to check out his translation lore, which I help out with as an editor. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 93, What a Useful Pill. Chapter 93, What a Useful Pill. In the second battle zone, Ghostfang was just on the verge of waving his finger through the air a second time. He could defeat most people with the single wave of a finger, but not Gongsun Yun. As for Gongsun Yun, he dashed backward at top speed and barked that he conceded. He had been able to stand up to one of Ghostfang's finger attacks, but any more, and he would suffer serious injuries. Knowing that he had no chance of taking first place, he decided that contending for second place would be the best thing to do. Clasping his hands to Ghostfang, he left the arena floor. As he did, he glanced over in the direction of Gongsun Wan'er and frowned. Ghostfang's expression was placid as he left the arena floor and returned to where he had been standing all alone. When he looked over at Xiaochun and all of his defenses, a strange gleam appeared in his eyes. The audience members from the South Bank were all looking down, averting their gazes from the scene playing out on the arena floor. Embarrassed, they actually felt sorry for the North Bank. The North Bank disciples were going crazy. Gongsun Wan'er was frantic, screaming as she launched one attack after another at Xiaochun, using every technique she could think of. She unleashed countless divine abilities and magical techniques, and yet, nothing could break Xiaochun's defenses. After all, his final line of defense was the Black Bracelet, a life-saving magic that could protect him from a blow by a Foundation establishment cultivator. After the time it takes an incense stick to burn, Gongsun Wan'er coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed onto the ground, staring at Bai Xiaochun with listless despair. She was about to summon her phoenix when Bai Xiaochun looked over at her and suddenly produced a medicinal pill, which he began to toss up and down in his palm. Furious, Gongsun Wanner clenched her hands into fists. "I concede," she said begrudgingly, eyes flickering with defiance. Clasping hands and looking as superior as possible, he said, "You let me win. It seems you know what's best, and didn't force me to attack." In response to his words, tears leaked out of the eyes of the South Bank disciples. Gongsun Wanner was so mad she was shaking. Gritting her teeth, she stalked off of the arena floor. It was at this point that the battle between Shangguan Tianyu and Su Song reached its conclusion. Shangguan Tianyu's sword descended, and intense light shone out in all directions. Su Song's 5 beasts were all in bad shape, and he himself staggered backward several paces, looking at Shangguan Tianyu in admiration. "It turns out sword-spirit bodies really are pretty incredible," he said, blood oozing out of his mouth. Finally, he turned and walked off of the arena floor. Shangguan Tianyu didn't respond. Instead, he looked over at Ghostfang, his eyes glittering, completely convinced of who his only true opponent was. Presumably, he feels the same way I do, he thought, that fighting against these other people is simply boring. Shangguan Tianyu retrieved his flying sword and looked over at Bai Xiaochun. When he saw all of his defenses, a gleam of scorn appeared in his eyes. Finally, he walked off of the arena floor, accompanied by the cheers of the South Bank disciples. At the same time, Bai Xiaochun walked proudly back to his spot. The first set of matches of the third round was over. The victors were Ghostfang, Shangguan Tianyu, and Bai Xiaochun, with the losers being Su Song and the Gongsun siblings. Of course, not many people had paid much attention to the victories won by Shangguan Tianyu and Ghostfang. Most people had been focused on Bai Xiaochun's repeated shamelessness. Bai Xiaochun had succeeded in completely altering the atmosphere of the competition. In fact, it was hard to say exactly how much he had influenced the sect as a whole. The North Bank disciples' eyes were bright red, their hands clenched into fists as they glared at Bai Xiaochun. As tens of thousands of eyes stared at him, he scratched his nose, pretending not to notice. Gongsun Wanner was so angry she was shaking. Her brother, Gongsun Yun, murmured something to her, after which she clenched her teeth and sat down cross-legged to restore her energy. Everyone else soon followed suit. The rest period lasted for the time it takes 3 incense sticks to burn. After that, the second match of the third round formally began. In the first battle region, Ghostfang was up against Gongsun Wanner. As soon as she stepped into the battle region and faced the expressionless Ghostfang, she conceded. She couldn't afford to be injured, lest it affect her subsequent matches. With Gongsun Wanner having conceded, Ghostfang took another victory. Meanwhile, in the second battle region, booms echoed out as Shangguan Tianyu fought Gongsun Yun, who had managed to stand up to Ghostfang for one finger attack. Bugs poured out of Gongsun Yun's sleeves, blotting out the sky as they rushed toward Shangguan Tianyu. Shangguan Tianyu's expression turned slightly more somber as he waved his right hand, sending a flying sword buzzing out, bursting with sword chi. It should have been a battle that everyone watched closely. However, audiences from both the South Bank and the North Bank were all staring at the third battle zone. That was where Bai Xiaochun had loftily taken the stage to fight against Su Song. Su Song looked over at him with a cold smile. "You might be good with medicinal pills and defenses. But now that you've met me, you're doomed to meet a painful end." With that, Su Song waved his hand violently through the air, causing cracking sounds to ring out as 3 beasts appeared out of thin air. One of them was a 3-meter-tall gorilla, another was a huge tiger, and the last was a gigantic bat. As soon as they appeared, they radiated powerful energy that would crush even someone in the 9th level of chi condensation. "Alright, Bai Xiaochun, let's see if your defenses can stand up to a sustained volley by my 3 battle beasts." Smiling viciously, he prepared to attack. "Why don't you concede?" Bai Xiaochun said. Sighing, he produced an aphrodisiac pill and looked sympathetically over at Su Song. The North Bank disciples were thrown into fits of rage. He said it again. "Eradicate Bai Xiaochun." When Su Song saw the medicinal pill, he threw his head back and laughed uproariously. Face filled with derision and even complacency, he said, "I knew all along that you would try to use that shameless medicinal pill. Did you really think I would come unprepared? I set these 3 battle beasts aside just for you. They're all female." It was because of this that Su Song was so confident, convinced that he would be able to give the North Bank a chance to get revenge. When the North Bank disciples heard his words, they instantly got excited, and began to cheer for Su Song. Bai Xiaochun's heart thumped, and his eyes turned up in thought. After a moment, he looked back at Su Song, eyes filled with sympathy as he said, "This medicinal pill is effective on humans too, not just animals." With that, he looked meaningfully at Su Song's 3 female battle beasts. His words sent the North Bank disciples into complete silence. They stared in shock, subconsciously visualizing certain scenes in their mind, cruel scenes that caused them to gasp. Su Song's eyes went wide, and his mind filled with thunderous rumbling. His face drained of blood as he contemplated how both Beihan Lai and Gongsun Waner had both lost. He suddenly realized that if what Bai Xiaochun said was true, and the medicinal pill's aphrodisiac effects worked on people. He swallowed nervously. Without even thinking about it, he edged away from his 3 battle beasts, trembling. In turn, the 3 battle beasts, intelligent as they were, looked over at Su Song and also began to tremble. Without the slightest hesitation, Su Song quickly put them away, not daring to bet that Bai Xiaochun was bluffing. Even though he had the feeling that Bai Xiaochun was most likely lying, he didn't want to risk it. Even as the trembling Su Song put away his battle beasts, Bai Xiaochun strode forward. Light flickered as his defenses went up, and as he closed in on Su Song, he reached his right hand back and then waved it out in front of him. A blast of power surged out. Su Song's strength lay in his control of beasts, and at the moment, he didn't dare to use even a single one. That cut his effective power in half, and made it impossible for him to stand up to Bai Xiaochun. He was instantly sent flying, blood spraying out of his mouth. When he staggered to a stop, rage and humiliation filled his eyes as he shrieked that he conceded. Bai Xiaochun blinked and then cleared his throat. Clasping hands and bowing, he strutted off the arena floor amidst the countless enraged curses from the North Bank disciples. Bai Xiaochun, YYU. That damned medicinal pill ought to be destroyed. Heavens! I'll pay 10 spirit stones to anyone who can take down Bai Xiaochun. I'll put in 50 spirit stones. Take him out. The North Bank was going crazy, and countless people began to shout out that they would add spirit stones as well. Soon the total was over 10,000. The shocked South Bank disciples looked at Bai Xiaochun, their admiration for him growing by leaps and bounds. The huge bounty caused Bai Xiaochun's face to flicker, and he hurried to escape the arena floor. It felt like a cold wind was blowing up his back, especially when the total bounty passed 20,000 spirit stones. His heart began to thump. You people are so unreasonable, he said loudly, hoping to explain. Every single time I go out there, I always give them a chance to concede. His explanation only further enraged the North Bank disciples, and soon the spirit stone bounty reached 30,000. Up overhead, the phoenix reveled in Bai Xiaochun's misfortune, and let out continuous piercing cries. The elders on the balcony were getting more and more amused. I'm a prestige disciple, Bai Xiaochun cried threateningly. I'm the junior brother of the sect leader. If anybody tries to put a bounty on me, I'll have my master kick them out of the sect. Then, the North Bank disciples went even crazier. It was hard to say who lost control first, but a flying sword appeared and shot toward the arena floor. Countless North Bank disciples all produced various magical items, and their battle beasts roared as if they were preparing to fight a bloody war. Bai Xiaochun fled in terror. Thankfully, the sect elders on the balcony couldn't let matters go any further. With a single glance, they held back the North Bank disciples. It was around this time that the battle between Shangguan Tianyu and Gongsun Yun ended. Shangguan Tianyu had used 3 flying swords, and Gongsun Yun had gone all out with everything he possessed. In the end, Gongsun Yun conceded, ending the fight. Shangguan Tianyu was slightly out of breath. Gongsun Yun had been strong enough that he had been forced to really start fighting hard. When he left the arena floor and noticed how enraged the North Bank disciples were, he frowned and looked over at Bai Xiaochun. Although his eyes flickered with contempt, his heart twinged with jealousy. Relying only on medicinal pills and defenses? I can't believe we've reached the same stage. Humph. With that, Shangguan Tianyu sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to do breathing exercises. Translator, Deathblade. Chinese language consultant, ASI aka Beerblade. Editor, GNE. Memes, Logan. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 94, Sect Uncle Bai, we're on the same side. Chapter 94, Sect Uncle Bai, we're on the same side. The chosen battles this time around, AI. Up on the balcony, sect leader Zhang Yuandong shook his head helplessly. The peak lords sitting around him smiled wryly. The chosen battles were supposed to be a solemn occasion, but not this time around, and everyone knew it. Things had begun normally, but the simple addition of Bai Xiaochun into the mix turned everything sour. Bai Xiaochun, his name sounds good, but he isn't the least bit pure in any sense of the word. Elder Zhou chuckled wryly, looking down at Bai Xiaochun hiding in the crowd, and then over at the countless enraged North Bank disciples. It was at this point that the peak lord from Iris Petal Peak, the old woman, smiled darkly and said, "It's fine." Bai Xiaochun might be naughty and mischievous, but he's made himself the archenemy of the entire North Bank. We just need to find an opportunity to transfer him to the North Bank, that would calm him down quite a bit." The eyes of the others present flickered thoughtfully. The only one who reacted differently was Li Qinho, who looked over at the old woman sympathetically. Based on how well he knew Bai Xiaochun, he was fairly certain that if Bai Xiaochun was transferred to the North Bank, the unlucky party wouldn't be him. As the group continued to ponder the situation, the third match began. Ghostfang Fatsu Song and Shangwan Tianyu took on Gongsun Wan'er, but neither battle was even worth watching. Both Ghostfang and Shangwan Tianyu were so strong that they won easily. The disciples of both banks, as well as the sect leader and the others, were all watching the third battle zone. Gongsun Yun was the first to enter the area, pulsing with energy and icy coldness. Moments later, Bai Xiaochun strolled up, looking like a powerful hero. Instead of yelling in rage, the North Bank disciples glared murderously. To have so many eyes glaring at him like that left Bai Xiaochun more than a little jumpy. Taking a deep breath, he looked over at Gongsun Yun. "Aphrodisiac pill in hand," he said, "why don't you concede?" Gongsun Yun looked coldly back at him, eyes shining with hatred. Waving his sleeve, he sent countless black beetles flying out from within his clothes. There were also red centipedes that scurried across the ground at top speed. The sight of so many bugs was completely shocking. Voice cool, Gongsun Yun gave Bai Xiaochun no chance to say anything further. "My bugs might be classified as male and female, but they're not beasts. Your medicinal pill won't work on them." The bugs caused an ear-splitting droning sound to fill the air. They were like a sea, surging directly toward Bai Xiaochun. Every bug that made up the sea possessed a certain level of attack power. Although defensive shields could resist them, when their power was combined, they would be quite formidable. Bai Xiaochun was even fairly certain that in this situation, Gongsun Yun actually had a bit of an advantage. "Don't force my hand, Gongsun Yun," Bai Xiaochun shouted, backing up at top speed, his face paling. "Concede immediately. I really don't want to attack, you know. Once I do, you're done for." Gongsun Yun chuckled coldly. "Let's see which happens first, your flesh getting eaten off your bones, or me being done for." Looking even more scornful than before, he waved his hand, sending even more bugs surging forth. The crowd from the South Bank looked on in fear and astonishment. Everyone watching had already been convinced of how powerful Gongsun Yun was. Not only was he adept at using bugs, he also had powerful magical techniques. He was able to defend against one of Ghostfang's finger attacks, and even forced Shangwan Tianyu to attack 3 times with his sword, tiring him out significantly. The North Bank audience looked on, their excitement building. "Nice job, elder brother Gongsun. Take Bai Xiaochun down. Ha ha ha. Let's see how you fight back this time, Bai Xiaochun. You just wait. Those bugs are going to burrow into your flesh and eat you alive. Your comeuppance is at hand, Bai Xiaochun." The countless North Bank disciples were extremely excited. Furthermore, their battle beasts could sense their master's excitement, and began to howl in response. In the blink of an eye, the black beetles were right in front of Bai Xiaochun, slamming into his defensive shields, ripping and tearing at them with their mandibles. The shields quickly began to fade and grow dim. Then the red centipedes arrived, causing his defenses to weaken even more quickly. Some of them even managed to gnaw their way past the shields. Bai Xiaochun's scalp tingled with fright, and his eyes went bloodshot. "Gongsun Yun, you're forcing my hand." Bai Xiaochun was reaching the point of having no choice but to use his trump card, something he'd hoped to avoid. Taking a deep breath, heart pounding, he sent a surge of energy into the shields, blasting away a significant portion of the bugs. Even as they turned to charge back toward him, an aphrodisiac pill appeared in his hand, which he threw in the direction of the North Bank audience. The pill shot through the air with a whooshing sound, and before anyone could react, was in the air above the stands on the north side of the arena. The disciples gaped in shock, and at the same time, Bai Xiaochun shouted, "Detonate!" A boom rang out as the aphrodisiac pill exploded, transforming into ash which drifted down in all directions, covering nearly half of the North Bank disciples. Gongsun Yun's eyes went wide with shock. Bai Xiaochun actually wasn't sure whether or not the pill would have an effect on humans. He had never dared to personally test out any of the strange pills he'd concocted. However, he was certain that the pill was effective on animals, and would stimulate them to a shocking degree. In the blink of an eye, the ash that was the remains of the aphrodisiac pill had fallen down onto the battle beasts below, which began to throw their heads back and howl. Their bodies grew larger, their eyes turned red, and they began to pant heavily. In turn, their masters cried out in alarm and began to back up. It took only a moment for the North Bank disciples to devolve into a stampede, quickly clearing the entire area of people. The only thing that remained were the howling beasts, sitting there looking around for a target. The North Bank disciples all began to shriek at the tops of their lungs. By Xiaochun. At the same time, beads of sweat popped out on Gong Sun Yun's forehead, which was shocking considering that after beginning to cultivate the Tao of bugs, he had never sweat. Now, though, he was panting heavily as Bai Xiaochun slowly pulled out another medicinal pill. As soon as he did, the stimulated battle beasts began to tremble in excitement. Gong Sun Yun couldn't help but think about what had occurred when a pill just like that had been shattered and then spread onto Beihan Lai. An intense feeling of foreboding rose up in his heart, and he began to tremble. Images flashed through his mind, and he began to back up. Even his legs were shaking. He could well imagine what would happen if Bai Xiaochun crushed that pill on him, and then the battle beasts pounced. "You forced my hand," Bai Xiaochun said with a despairing scowl. "I didn't want to do this." With that, he pulled his hand back in preparation to throw the pill. "I concede!" shrieked Gong Sun Yun in the most high-pitched voice that had left his mouth in his entire life. His face was ashen as he raced off of the arena floor. Only when he was safe amongst the crowd did he look back in fright at Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun's jaw dropped at the sight of the terrified Gong Sun Yun hiding in the crowd. Then he looked at the trembling battle beasts, and suddenly had a very bad feeling. Many of them were howling at the tops of their lungs, eyes fixed directly on the medicinal pill he held in his hand. They were already started to edge toward him. Drops of sweat broke out on his forehead, and he suddenly turned to look at the crowd of North Bank disciples. That simple turn of his head caused the North Bank disciples' hearts to seize with fear. Bai Xiaochun turned to look in another direction, but quickly found that any place he looked at would quickly become devoid of people. Everyone would scramble away at top speed, screaming in desperation. Finally, his gaze came to rest on the South Bank disciples. Instantly, their scalps went numb, and they began to back up. In the blink of an eye, everyone had retreated by 30 meters. "We're on the same side, sect Uncle Bai." People began to cry out. The same side. Even Ghost Fang and Shangwan Tianyu were backing up, their faces flickering with shock. Roar! More of the stimulated battle beasts began to walk forward, their eyes crimson, salivating as they eyed Bai Xiaochun. "What do I do?" he thought. "What do I do? Didn't I warn you people to concede? Didn't I say that I fear my own attacks?" Feeling that he was completely innocent in the matter, he gritted his teeth and looked over at the North Bank audience. "Didn't you people just say something about putting a bounty on my head?" None of the trembling North Bank disciples dared to even look Bai Xiaochun in the eye. Bai Xiaochun's heart was also trembling. In his heart, he believed himself to be a good person, and wasn't willing to simply throw the pill out in a random direction. Anxiety building up within him, he looked at the increasingly stimulated battle beasts, and then finally happened to glance up into the sky above him and noticed the proud, arrogant phoenix of Elder Zhou's. Eyes shining, and having no time to consider the matter, he launched the medicinal pill at top speed toward the phoenix. It transformed into a beam of light shooting through the air. The phoenix was in the middle of gloating over Bai Xiaochun's misfortune, and didn't even notice the pill flying toward him at first. When he did, his feathers all stood on end, and he let out a miserable shriek. Just when he was about to dodge, the pill exploded, covering him with a fine powder. The phoenix stared in shock as the battle beasts below began to howl. Eyes burning as if with fire, they began to leap up into the air as if to chase down the phoenix. The sect leader and the others gasped, crowding around the edge of the balcony to look down at what was happening. At one point, one of the random elders asked, "Is attacking the audience against the rules?" However, nobody seemed to care about that at the moment. All of them were staring down into the north stands, at the area devoid of people but filled with battle beasts. The remaining 3 peak lords from the North Bank all had strange looks in their eyes as they stared at one particular beast among the crowd. It looked like a deer, and was currently howling up into the air under the effects of the aphrodisiac pill. Before, I assumed that pill's effectiveness was limited to beasts with third-order bloodlines. I never imagined that it would also be effective on second-order bloodlines. That pill would be incredibly useful to us on the North Bank. The 3 peak lords from the North Bank were trembling in excitement. The old woman among their number then waved her right finger through the air toward the phoenix. Instantly, the phoenix trembled as a powerful force wrapped around it and dragged it down toward the balcony. At the same time, the battle beasts roared and flew in the same direction. The old woman snorted coldly and looked down at the beasts, which then began to howl mournfully. Another powerful force swept them up, sending them spinning toward her. As they approached, they shrank down and disappeared into her sleeve. The old woman looked over at the miserable, shrieking phoenix, eyes shining as she turned to confer with the other peak lords. Off to the side, Elder Zhou's face had turned green. Bai Xiaochun seemed no worse for the wear. Heaving a sigh of relief, he was just about to walk off the arena floor when the North Bank's disciples recovered from the fear of the threat which had been levied against them, and began to roar in anger. I'm gonna kill you, by Xiaochun. By Xiaochun, the North Bank will never rest until you're dead. Exterminate by Xiaochun. The North Bank disciples had veins bulging out on their necks and faces as they howled in fury. In response, Bai Xiaochun turned back to look at them, and raised an ordinary medicinal pill up into the air as he stuck his jaw out. Instantly, the entire crowd trembled and went completely silent. Bai Xiaochun waved his sleeve and chuckled darkly. Popping the medicinal pill into his mouth, he left the arena floor. Behind him, the North Bank disciples erupted in rage yet again. Translator, Deathblade. Chinese language consultant, ASI aka Beerblade. Editor, GNE. Memes, Logan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 95, That's Not How You Use Swords. Chapter 95, That's Not How You Use Swords. The disciples of the South Bank looked at Bai Xiaochun in admiration, and even began to give voice to their feelings. Sect Uncle Bai is a god. Sect Uncle Bai has become the archenemy of the North Bank, a path that cannot be returned from. But how far will he go? Many of them were even rejoicing at the fact that Bai Xiaochun wasn't from the North Bank. If he were, it was impossible to imagine how much the South Bank would have suffered. Sect Uncle Bai is enough for our South Bank. He alone can drive the North Bank crazy. Su Baokai had already been struck speechless numerous times on this day, but it was only now that he realized that Bai Xiaochun's power seemed limitless. Regardless, the atmosphere of the chosen battles had been completely changed. And yet, the matches would continue. The South Bank side was filled with admiration, and the North Bank stewed in their madness as the fourth set of matches began. Shangguan Tianyu, Ghost Fong, and Bai Xiaochun all had 3 victories to their names, so their presence wasn't even needed to finish the final rankings for the 4th, 5th, and 6th place spots. The Gongsun siblings and Su Song took the floor to finish things. In the end, Gongsun Yun defeated Gongsun Waner, as well as Su Song. No more battles were necessary to determine the rankings. Su Song was not a match for Gongsun Yun, and even if he fought Gongsun Waner and lost, that one battle wouldn't change the final rankings. As such, Su Song took 5th place. With 5 defeats, Gongsun Waner lost a bit of glory and took 6th place. 4th place went to Gongsun Yun. Next to be determined were the final rankings for the top 3 disciples. Everyone was watching with keen anticipation to see how Bai Xiaochun, Shangguan Tianyu and Ghost Fong would end up in the final standings. Of course, the North Bank disciples glared angrily at Bai Xiaochun the entire time. They approved of Ghost Fong and Shangguan Tianyu, but their opinion of Bai Xiaochun was that he was completely shameless and despicable. The North Bank's hopes all rested on Ghost Fong. As far as they were concerned, it wouldn't matter what plots Bai Xiaochun hatched, he was no match for Ghost Fong in terms of power, and would be crushed like a twig. First battle. Bai Xiaochun vs Shangguan Tianyu. Apparently due to Bai Xiaochun's antics, Ouyang Jie's voice was no longer as cold and sinister as it had been, and in fact, it almost seemed like he was sighing. Shangguan Tianyu looked up, a powerful gleam in his eye as he thought about how he'd been outdone by Bai Xiaochun in the qualifying round. As he walked out onto the arena floor, the breeze lifted his hair, making him look even more handsome than usual, like a precious sword that would cause countless disciples' eyes to glitter. Of course, none of the South Bank disciples dared to cheer. After all, Bai Xiaochun was also from the South Bank, and had many tricks up his sleeve. They feared that if they cheered for his opponent, he would remember, and hold it against them. Therefore, they had no choice but to bite their tongues. The North Bank, on the other hand, actually did start to cheer for Shangguan Tianyu. In response, Shangguan Tianyu frowned, aware that they weren't really cheering for him, but against Bai Xiaochun. The North Bank would cheer for any opponent of Bai Xiaochun's, even if it were a pig. The thought left Shangguan Tianyu even more displeased than before. Bai Xiaochun cleared his throat and walked out onto the arena floor. Looking over at Shangguan Tianyu, he flicked his sleeve and smiled. Listen, there's no need for all this. We're both. Before he could finish speaking, however, Shangguan Tianyu's eyes blazed, and he waved his finger. Instantly, his flying sword pierced through the air as fast as a bolt of lightning. It moved so quickly that before Bai Xiaochun could even react, it was right there, a few inches in front of his face. Pupils constricting, mind bursting with a sensation of imminent crisis, he ducked down. A blast of wind from the sword buffeted him from above, and one of his hairs was severed, which then floated down in front of him. When cultivators fight, we seize every opportunity, Shangguan Tianyu said coolly. Even if you hadn't avoided that sword, it wouldn't have killed you. You are naughty and mischievous, and severely lacking in good family values. Since your father and mother didn't discipline you, I guess I'll step in to provide you with a bit of education. However, you'd better not use any vile or treacherous methods, and lose face for the South Bank. As he spoke, his flying sword circled back around and came to rest floating in front of him. The North Bank went quiet for a moment, then broke out into cheering. The South Bank maintained their silence. None of them seemed very happy with Shangguan Tianyu, and even some of the people who considered themselves his fans were frowning. After all, the South Bank disciples generally didn't hate Bai Xiaochun. Although he was somewhat naughty and mischievous, it wasn't excessive. He left them feeling a bit helpless sometimes, but they actually liked him. The North Bank hated him, but to the South Bank, he represented their hope for glory. Furthermore, it was obvious to everyone that Bai Xiaochun had been on the verge of conceding. Clearly, he'd hoped to keep from getting into a fierce fight with Shangguan Tianyu, thus sparing Shangguan Tianyu some spiritual power to use in his final battle with Ghostfang. Shangguan Tianyu had been aware of that too, and yet had attacked anyway, and in an underhanded way at that. Then he talked about educating Bai Xiaochun, and even dishonored his family. Behavior like that left many South Bank disciples quite uncomfortable. Bai Xiaochun knelt there, watching his hair float down in front of him. Slowly, his smile faded, and he looked up at Shangguan Tianyu, the word education ringing in his ears. You're a chosen, so if you want to look down on me, fine. I don't really care what other people think about me anyway. For some reason, something seemed different about Bai Xiaochun all of a sudden. You want to use underhanded attacks? That's your business. I practice cultivation so that I can live forever. I don't like fighting and killing. He waved his right hand off to the side, tossing the defensive amulets away. All of a sudden, it seemed as if his veins were filled with, not blood, but steel. In the South Bank audience, Ho Yunfei's eyes glittered, and he couldn't stop himself from shaking. All of a sudden, he was looking at the same Bai Xiaochun who had saved him from the Luochun clan. But what gives you the right to step in for my dad and mom and educate me? Bai Xiaochun's eyes were completely bloodshot. His parents had both passed away when he was young, an event which had influenced him in profound ways. It was one of the biggest reasons why he began to wish to live forever. He was a generally optimistic person, an attitude he had intentionally fostered since a young age. There had been no other option. He had personally watched his parents die of illness. He remembered sitting with their corpses for days, weeping, refusing to believe that they were gone, even calling their names. Eventually, the corpses began to stink, and relatives came to bury them. Bai Xiaochun had been left in a daze, and at one point even took to talking to himself. If a child grew up in such a manner, his entire life would be one of darkness. So Bai Xiaochun replaced the crying with laughter. He began to think about the idea of living forever. He would never forget how his parents had died, and although he missed them, it only made him want to keep living. He was stubborn and mischievous, but not to an excessive degree. Many of the things he did were even accidents. Deep down, he was a good person. He feared death, and seemed weak on the outside, but when his friends were in danger, he would fight to the death to protect them. If he needed to, he could bellow and rage and risk his life on the field of battle. He liked to joke, but was also deeply emotional. Big Fatty Zhang, Li Qingho, Ho Yunfei, Du Lingfei, Ho Xiaomei, the sect leader, and all the other people who treated him well, were people he would never, ever forget. What gives you the right? He suddenly burst into action, moving so quickly that he was instantly in front of Shangguan Tianyu. Shangguan Tianyu's eyes widened, and his hair stood on end, but before he could do a single thing in response, Bai Xiaochun's fist struck out, glittering with silver light. Rumbling sounds could be heard as Shangguan Tianyu's personal shield sprang up, but it was absolutely incapable of providing any defense. Bai Xiaochun's fist pierced through it like a hammer crushing ice. Just as it was about to land on Shangguan Tianyu, a tiny buckler appeared, which subsequently trembled and was sent flying off to the side. Bai Xiaochun's fist landed on Shangguan Tianyu's chest, causing blood to spray out of his mouth. Shangguan Tianyu felt as if a huge force had slammed into him, and he staggered backward 10 paces, coughing up more blood, an expression of utter incredulity on his face. Are you really chosen? Bai Xiaochun asked coolly. He didn't stick his jaw out. He didn't put on the air of a lonely hero. But everyone looking at him in that moment felt like they were looking at a blazing sun. Gasps could be heard among the South Bank disciples, and the North Bank audience was completely stunned. Ghostfang's eyes began to shine, and up on the balcony, the sect leader and the others had very serious expression on their faces. Bai Xiaochun. Shangguan Tianyu growled. Feeling completely humiliated, he roared and performed a double-handed incantation gesture. 5 flying swords appeared, all of which emanated terrifying sword chi. Taking control of them with his spirit sword body, Shangguan Tianyu sent them flying toward Bai Xiaochun. Rumbling could be heard as the swords blurred into motion, becoming 5 sword dragons, each one of them about 2 meters wide and 30 meters long. As they arced through the air, everything shook, and even the surface of the arena floor began to crumble. Based on the shocking level of energy they displayed, any one of the swords would be able to kill an ordinary disciple. 2 would definitely take out other elite disciples. As for chosen like Gong Sun Yun, 3 would be enough to force him to concede. But now 5 appeared, filling the entire arena floor with a shocking sword aura. I don't know anything about sword techniques, Bai Xiaochun said coolly. Nor do I have a sword spirit body. But from what I know, that's not how you use swords. With that, he waved his finger, and the golden crow sword appeared, a golden beam of light that slashed toward the first of Shangguan Tianyo's swords. I don't care if you use 3 swords or 5, I only need 1, but... That one sword caused the sky to shake, and became an explosive stream of sword chi. That one sword used heaviness in lightness and lightness in heaviness. That one sword was backed by the perfect amount of spiritual power, without the slightest bit of wastage. It was true that Bai Xiaochun didn't really know anything about sword techniques. But he knew the violet chi cauldron control art, heaviness in lightness, and lightness in heaviness. He knew that, although a leaf could not be used to lift a log, if you rolled it up, it could lift a small rock. Furthermore, if you tore the leaf into strips and wove them together, it could lift an even heavier rock. He knew the proper way to manipulate spiritual power. Sometimes, mastering one technique was superior to knowing tens of thousands of them. In the chi condensation stage, his skill combined with his undying silver skin made him invincible. Boom, dot. An ear-splitting explosion rocked the entire area, and countless chunks of rubble were thrown into the air. Bai Xiaochun's single sword strike became a tempest that slammed into Shangguan Tianyo's 5 sword dragons. The sword dragons twisted and distorted, and then exploded into countless fragments. Then the blast of wind continued on, slamming directly into Shangguan Tianyo's face. Bai Xiaochun stood there, his hair whipping in the wind, his expression placid. He didn't clasp his hands behind his back, and didn't flick his sleeve. He simply stood there, as calm as ice. It was a scene that would forever be etched into the minds of all disciples of the North and South Banks. Is that really Bai Xiaochun? Everyone felt as if their minds were about to explode. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 96, Fighting Ghostfang. Chapter 96, Fighting Ghostfang. The South Bank was shaken. All of the disciples who actually knew Bai Xiaochun felt like they suddenly didn't recognize the person standing there in front of them. He seemed like a stranger. The Bai Xiaochun they remembered loved to make people call him Sect Uncle Bai. He was a somewhat annoying person who made everyone feel like giving him a good beating. This person was completely different. Gasps could be heard coming from the North Bank audience. The disciples there stared blankly, and their minds spun. Although they hadn't known Bai Xiaochun for very long, he had already given them the impression that he was completely shameless. In sharp contrast, the person they were looking at now left them shaken to the core. Up on the balcony, Zhang Yuandong's eyes shone with an extraordinary gleam. The other peak lords had very serious expressions on their faces, and Li Qingho looked on with a slight smile. A warm feeling filled his heart, along with a sensation of pride. All the other elders were also looking on with serious looks in their eyes. Shangguan Tianyu flew through the air a bit above the arena floor, coughing up blood, a blank look in his eyes. He couldn't believe that he was losing, and of all people, to Bai Xiaochun, whom he held in complete contempt. He had been injured, but the humiliation he felt exceeded the pain of his wounds. Just as he was about to fly off of the arena floor, he let out a powerful shout. This battle isn't over yet, Bai Xiaochun. With that, he bit his tongue and spit out a mouthful of blood. His hair instantly withered, and at the same time, he performed a double-handed incantation gesture. A moment later, he trembled as a blood-colored light shot out from the top of his head. The light surged up high above him, where it transformed into a blood sword. Numerous disciples in the audience instantly recognized what they were looking at. One of the 10 secret magics. True Self Sword. Hellfiend Formation. Shangguan Tianyo's hands blurred as he performed another incantation gesture, then waved his finger toward Bai Xiaochun. Instantly, the blood sword transformed into countless strands of blood that swirled out to become a net of swords, which then shot toward Bai Xiaochun with an ear-piercing whistling sound. Bai Xiaochun simply extended his right hand and pointed out with his index finger. Up ahead of him, the air distorted as an enormous cauldron appeared. Although it was illusory, it seemed close to being corporeal. The complex designs which covered its surface were clearly visible, making it seem very realistic. Violet Chi Cauldron Summoning. Heavens! It's so realistic. That's not an ordinary Violet Chi Cauldron Summoning, that's the second level. Cries of astonishment could be heard coming from the South Bank audience, especially the disciples from Violet Cauldron Peak. Gasps could also be heard from the North Bank audience as the violet cauldron and the blood-colored sword formation slammed into each other, causing a deafening boom to fill the air. Shangwan Tianyu let out a miserable shriek as he was sent spinning backward, blood spraying out of his mouth. Bai Xiaochun's expression was the same as ever as he stood there on the arena floor, watching the enormous cauldron fade away. At the same time, Ghostfang's eyes suddenly began to gleam, and without another word, he flew over to stand across from Bai Xiaochun. Shangwan Tianyu is too weak to fight any longer, he said. Let's make things simple, and fight right now. Even as the words left his mouth, black mist began to pulse out around him, swirling into the form of numerous vicious ghosts who let out soundless shrieks. The ghosts were completely vicious in appearance. Some had disheveled hair, some had green skin, and some looked like rotting corpses. There were even some that carried their own heads in their arms. They were terrifying to the extreme. The entire arena floor began to fill with an aura of death, causing hearts to grow cold among the disciples of both banks. As that happened, numerous figures flew out of the crowd on both sides, people with very serious expressions on their faces. They weren't outer sect disciples, but rather, inner sect disciples from both the South and North Banks who were extremely interested in the final match of the chosen battles. Even the divine sense of the prime elders atop Mount Daoseed was completely focused on the arena floor. All eyes were glued on Bai Xiaochun and Ghostfang. Bai Xiaochun slowly turned to face Ghostfang, his expression serious. He had seen Ghostfang fight several times during the chosen battles, and each time had been astonishing. A single wave of his finger had almost killed Lu Tianlei, and that had been only 70% of his power. It was hard to imagine what it would be like if he unleashed all of his battle prowess. In the moment that Bai Xiaochun looked over at Ghostfang's eyes flickered with a mysterious light. Then he waved his finger at Bai Xiaochun, causing rumbling sounds to fill heaven and earth. A gigantic ghost claw appeared next to Ghostfang, filling half of the arena floor. Surging with astonishing levels of power, it rocketed toward Bai Xiaochun. In the blink of an eye, it was upon him. Bai Xiaochun clenched his right hand into a fist, and silver light flashed, making him look like a silver statue. Then he struck out toward the incoming ghost claw. From a distance, Bai Xiaochun's slight frame seemed completely insignificant compared to the shocking ghost claw. And yet, as soon as his fist made contact with it, an ear-splitting blast exploded out. Boom, dot. The thunderous explosion caused disciples on both sides of the arena to tumble backward, astonished expressions on their faces. Some of them even saw stars swimming in their eyes. As the shockwave spread out from the contact point, the ghost claw trembled. Cracking sounds rang out, and fissures spread out to fill its entire surface. One breath of time passed, and then the gigantic ghost claw shattered into countless pieces. Black mist exploded out in all directions, and the entire arena floor shook violently. Ghostfang's eyes shone brightly as he fell back a single pace before slamming his foot down to stop himself. Cracks spread out on the ground from the foot he stomped down. As for Bai Xiaochun, he also fell back a single pace, his face flushed, his hand glittering with silver light. If you looked closely at that hand, it was possible to see it trembling slightly. The surrounding disciples gasped, and both sides of the arena immediately burst forth with cries of shock and astonishment. I can't believe. Bai Xiaochun is so strong. He's actually at the same level as elder brother Ghostfang. Back when the Luochen clan turned traitor, I heard that he barely escaped with his life, but killed a bunch of them in the process. I thought those stories were exaggerations, but now. That's the first time I've ever seen anyone destroy Ghostfang's ghost claw. The inner sect disciples were equally astonished, and all of them felt their hearts pounding with bitter astonishment as they looked at Bai Xiaochun and Ghostfang. As far as they were concerned, these two weren't even outer sect disciples anymore. Oftentimes, years would pass without a single inhuman disciple rising up from within the ranks. And yet now, two had appeared at the same time. Up on the balcony, the sect leader's eyes shone with joy, and the other elder's eyebrows were raised in shock. Bai Xiaochun frowned at the tingling sensation he felt in his hand, but the feeling soon went away. Looking over at Ghostfang, he realized that he was facing a formidable opponent. Ghostfang's eyes shone with what appeared to be happiness. I only used 50% power, but you still destroyed my finger attack. That means you're a lot stronger than anyone else I've faced. Well, in that case, I can safely use 80% power. Right hand flashing with an incantation gesture, he waved his finger again at Bai Xiaochun. Instantly, black mist swirled into being above Bai Xiaochun. The air was ripped apart as, unexpectedly, another huge ghost claw appeared. This one was even more massive than the one which had nearly killed Lu Tianlei, and caused rumbling sounds to echo out in all directions as it descended toward Bai Xiaochun like a mountain. Bai Xiaochun looked up, clenched his right hand into a fist, and then launched into the air, turning into a bright beam of light that shot directly toward the ghost claw. Silver light spread out in all directions as the power of his fist caused heaven and earth to shake. Bai Xiaochun's undying skin erupted with power, causing the ghost claw to tremble, and then begin to break apart just like the previous one. Ghostfang's face flickered as he performed more incantation gestures, sending a third, a fourth, and a fifth finger attack out in quick succession. In the blink of an eye, Bai Xiaochun was facing 4 enormous ghost claws. Although all of this takes some time to describe, it happened in the briefest of instants. As the 4 ghost claws bore down on Bai Xiaochun, the outer sect disciples cried out in alarm, and even the inner sect disciples were left completely shaken. On the balcony, the sect leader and the others shot to their feet, and Li Qingho's eyes glittered. However, a moment later, they all realized that there was no need to intervene and rescue Bai Xiaochun. In the time it takes a spark to fly off of a piece of flint, a huge boom echoed out as the ghost claws all landed on Bai Xiaochun, and the arena floor was reduced to nothing more than dust. The resultant cloud of dust that filled the air obscured Bai Xiaochun. However, a moment later, a flicker like that of lightning could be seen in the dust as a figure shot out at top speed toward Ghostfang. Throat-crushing grasp. The only thing that could be seen was flickering, silver light. Then, 2 fingers appeared directly in front of Ghostfang, filling him with an intense sensation of deadly crisis, the likes of which he had never felt before. He let out a hoarse shout, causing mist to surge up around him in the form of a defensive shield. At the same time, he fell back in retreat. However, at that very moment, a powerful gravitational force erupted from Bai Xiaochun's 2 fingers. Not only was Ghostfang prevented from retreating, he was actually pulled toward the fingers. When his defensive shield made contact with the fingers, it was crushed in the briefest of moments. None of his subsequent defensive measures did anything, not even the 3 bucklers he summoned. The first was instantly shattered, the second cracked into 2 pieces, and the third, despite remaining whole, was sent spinning away. None of them could stop Bai Xiaochun. The 2 fingers crushed anything in their path as easily as a hammer destroying ice. Ghostfang let out a miserable shriek, and shockingly, more than 30% of his hair turned white as he paid a shocking price to suddenly become transparent and disappear. Bai Xiaochun's 2 fingers passed directly through him, clasping down onto nothing but air. A boom rang out as the air was crushed and shattered. A moment later, Ghostfang appeared some distance away from Bai Xiaochun, coughing up blood, his face wrinkled as if with age. Panting, he said, "You forced me to use one of my life-saving magics, Bai Xiaochun. I underestimated you." Instead of retreating, he actually seemed like he wanted to continue fighting. However, he was unsure of what divine ability had just been used against him, something that seemed to vastly exceed the battle prowess of the qi condensation stage. Blood oozed out of the corners of Bai Xiaochun's mouth as he stood there, walk cracked, skin covered with lacerations, even his aura was in chaos. He had managed to stand up to 5 of the ghost claws, but it had been very difficult. Without his undying skin being at the silver level, he would surely have been defeated. Sadly, his last powerful attack had been avoided. Translator, Deathblade. Chinese language consultant, ASI aka Beerblade. Editor, GNE. Memes, Logan. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 97, I am Big Fatty Zhang. Chapter 97, I am Big Fatty Zhang. As of this moment, all of the disciples in the audience were staring blankly at the arena floor, their minds spinning, tsunamis of shock battering their hearts. The South Bank audience were thunderstruck. It was only in this moment that they finally realized why it was that Bai Xiaochun had managed to survive his fight with the Luochen clan, and why he had been named a prestige disciple. He's actually so strong. That was what all of the shocked disciples were thinking. As for the North Bank audience, their minds were in shambles. Up on the balcony, the various elders all had bright gleams in their eyes as they mentally replayed the moment in which Bai Xiaochun struck that incredible blow, and the silver light which covered him. That's the undying live forever technique. He's reached the silver level. That final blow was the throat-crushing grasp. I can't believe that someone actually succeeded in cultivating the undying live forever technique. It's virtually impossible. It's an extraordinary technique, but sadly, its origins are a complete mystery, and furthermore, our version is incomplete. I very much look forward to seeing if one of these 2 end up in the legacy echelon years from now. The sect leader sighed. Such an event would only come after many years had passed. Reaching the legacy echelon was a very, very difficult matter. Even the mere thought of it caused him to look over at Li Qingho. Reach the gold core stage within 2 60-year cycles, and that puts you in the legacy echelon, he thought. Our only hope for this generation is Li Qingho. Back on the arena floor, Ghostfang waved his hand, causing a green light to flow out, which transformed into an enormous greenwood banner, which he stuck into the ground next to him. Then he sat down cross-legged, his eyes shining with the desire to fight. Bai Xiaochun, you are worthy. I will now open my seals. First level seal, open. With that, his right hand flashed with an incantation gesture, and he pushed his finger down onto his forehead. A droning sound could be heard, and he trembled visibly as numerous streams of black light exploded out from inside of him. As they swirled around, he grew slightly larger, and a powerful aura erupted out, an aura which reached well into the foundation establishment stage. 6th finger. 7th. 8th. 9th. 10th. Roaring, he waved his finger at Xiaochun 5 times in a row, each time unleashing greater power than before. Heaven and earth trembled as 5 gigantic ghost claws began to descend from above, radiating shocking levels of energy. Gasps could be heard from the audience. Is that still a chi condensation magical technique? It looks like something from Foundation Establishment. This is the first time I've seen a chi condensation disciple unleash magic as shocking as that. Only some type of secret magic could do such a thing. All secret magics in the Spirit Stream sect can be used to some extent in the chi condensation stage. Xiaochun's pupils constricted. The pressure he felt from Ghostfang now felt even greater than before, and even beyond what he had faced in his fight with the crown prince of the Luochen clan. Of course, this was not a battle to the death. Back in his fight with the Luochen clan, his life had been on the line. Although he wasn't fighting for his life right now, he still didn't want to lose. If there was no chance for him to take first place, then he wouldn't even try, but now that first place was in sight, he wanted it. Not for the supposed reputation it would earn him, but because of the approval he knew he would see in Li Qingho's eyes. That was enough of a reason for him. Eyes bloodshot, he waved his sleeve and performed an incantation gesture. Spiritual power surged within him, and a violet cauldron appeared. Then a second, a third, until 5 cauldrons hovered around him. In the blink of an eye, 5 violet cauldrons materialized and shot toward the 5 ghost claws. Simultaneously, the golden crow sword appeared in a streak of golden light, summoning the golden crow, which let out a piercing cry as it shot toward Ghostfang. At the same time, Xiaochun shot forward, ignoring the ghost claws as he closed in on Ghostfang himself. A boom rang out as the 5 violet cauldrons slammed into the 5 ghost claws. The cauldrons shattered. As for the ghost claws, they faded a bit, but continued to close in on Xiaochun at top speed. Then rumbling could be heard as the divine crane shield appeared, and an enormous crane materialized around Xiaochun. When the ghost claws slammed into it, cracking sounds could be heard as they faded even more. The crane let out a piercing shriek, vanishing and returning to the shield itself, incapable of providing any further defense. The 5 ghost claws proceeded unhindered to slam into Xiaochun. However, just before they touched him, black light spread out and covered him, the result of the life-saving magic given to him by Li Qingho. When the ghost claws hit the black light, they couldn't stand up to its power. Deafening booms rang out as they were destroyed. Xiaochun coughed up a mouthful of blood, and yet suffered no other injuries. The black light faded, and Xiaochun's eyes flickered as he closed in on Ghostfang with the golden crow sword. By this point, he was a mere 15 meters away, and the golden crow sword was only 3 meters from Ghostfang. Ghostfang's face flickered as he grabbed his greenwood banner and leaped backward. The golden crow sword sped past his shoulder, slicing a wound open as it passed. Blood sprayed out, but Ghostfang ignored the pain. Hair disheveled and eyes bloodshot, he waved the banner and said, "Second level seal, open. 10 ghosts. Haunt the night." Terrifying howling noises rose up from the greenwood banner as 2 scaled ghost arms ripped the banner open. Out stepped a vicious green ghost with a long horn sticking out of its head and a ferocious grin on its face. The sky suddenly darkened as sinister black clouds roiled into existence, almost as if night had fallen. More vicious ghosts emerged from within the banner, a total of 10. Each one was bursting with energy equivalent to the great circle of chi condensation. As they began to charge Xiaochun, his face flickered, and his heart began to pound. Even if he were stronger than his current level, there was no way he could fight 10 ghosts who had battle prowess equivalent to the great circle of chi condensation. Ghostfang breathed a sigh of relief. He couldn't keep his second seal open for too long, and knew that all of his hopes for victory rested with these 10 ghosts. He stood there behind them, eyeing Xiaochun coldly. The battle between these two had been like a fight between a dragon and a tiger, and provoked cries of alarm and surprise from the audience. Now everyone could see exactly how powerful Ghostfang was, and the North Bank audience was in high spirits. As for the South Bank disciples, they were starting to get very nervous. Xiaochun was in full retreat as the 10 ghosts spread out to surround him. Their cultivation bases were shocking, so powerful that not even the golden crow sword could defend against them. 10 ghosts haunt the night. Suddenly, he looked up into the sky at the black clouds that made everything seem like night. Eyes flickering thoughtfully, his right hand flashed with an incantation gesture, and the golden crow sword shot up toward the clouds. Apparently, Bai Xiaochun wanted to slash the clouds open so that the arena floor was no longer covered in night. Ghost Fang frowned slightly in response to Bai Xiaochun's quick reaction. The best time to use this divine ability of his was at night, when it was virtually invincible. During the daytime, it was definitely possible to break it, unless he unleashed the 100 Ghosts level. That cloud cover is beyond ordinary, Ghost Fang thought with a cold smile. Only spirit-enhanced treasures could possibly break it. Even if Bai Xiaochun finds a weakness, he's definitely not strong enough to pierce it open. It was at that point that the golden crow sword pierced into the clouds, and rumbling echoed out. The clouds seemed to weaken, but strangely, sucked in the golden crow sword, making it impossible to use again. Getting nervous, Bai Xiaochun fell back again and pulled out 2 spirit-enhanced flying swords. After sending them shooting up, they were also sucked into the clouds, although the clouds weakened further in the process. Ghost Fang's jaw dropped. Spirit-enhanced treasures. Next, before Ghost Fang could even react, Bai Xiaochun suddenly produced 8 more flying swords, all of which glittered with silver light as they shot up into the sky. Each and every one had a twofold spirit enhancement, and when they pierced into the cloud cover, it was weakened so much that rays of sunlight began to shine down, which caused the 10 ghosts to shriek and dodge to the side. Ghost Fang's eyes went wide, and despite his level of willpower, couldn't help but let out a cry of shock. So many. Damn it, he can't have more than that, can he have ? He wasn't the only person to react in such a way. The outer sect disciples from both the south and north banks all looked on with disbelieving eyes, and began to shout aloud. Heavens! How many spirit-enhanced items does Bai Xiaochun have? Most disciples have trouble getting their hands on a single one. But he has so many? Who enhanced them for him? As people shouted out in surprise, Big Fatty Zhang was there in the crowd. However, he was more toward the back, and although he had been cheering for Bai Xiaochun, nobody had really paid any attention to him. Now that he saw Bai Xiaochun using all of the flying swords, he lifted his chin loftily and said, "All of them were enhanced by me, Big Fatty Zhang." Even as Ghost Fang tried to convince himself that Bai Xiaochun couldn't possibly have any more spirit-enhanced items, Bai Xiaochun was delighted to discover that his swords were actually affecting the cloud cover. Immediately, he began to laugh out loud, and then produced 2 more flying swords. Silver light flashed as the spirit-enhanced swords shot toward the clouds. Impossible! Ghost Fang shouted in shock. Rumbling sounds emanated from the clouds, which could not stand up to so many attacks by spirit-enhanced swords. As sunlight spilled down, the 10 ghosts screamed shrilly as they retreated back into the banner. As that happened, Bai Xiaochun laughed heartily and began to close in on Ghost Fang, building up power to unleash the throat-crushing grasp again. An extremely unsightly expression appeared on Ghost Fang's face. Just as he was about to fight back, blood sprayed out of his mouth, and he trembled. The side effects of opening his second seal were now beginning to affect him. An unyielding expression on his face, he began to fall back as fast as possible. "I concede," he said through gritted teeth. He knew that in his current state, he wasn't a match for Bai Xiaochun. Even still, he refused to acknowledge that he had truly been defeated. If Bai Xiaochun hadn't possessed so many spirit-enhanced treasures, he would never have been able to defeat Ghosts Haunt the Night. Furthermore, if they had actually been fighting at night, he would have been defeated even more handily. In the moment that Ghost Fang conceded, the shocked disciples of the South Bank immediately broke out into excited cheering. "We won! The South Bank won! Ha ha ha! We took first place! We got 2 people into the top 3! We've gotten our revenge! Sect Uncle Bai is invincible!" The South Bank disciples were cheering up a storm, while the North Bank disciples looked on bitterly. They could all see that the problem wasn't Ghost Fang being weak, it was Bai Xiaochun having too many treasures. "How come you have so many spirit-enhanced treasures, Bai Xiaochun?" Ghost Fang asked, wanting to know why he had been defeated in such a way. "My elder brother Big Fatty Zhang is a spirit enhancement genius," Bai Xiaochun responded proudly. "The kind you only see once in 1,000, no, once in 10,000 years. All of those treasures I used were gifts from him. If you want to assign blame, blame the fact that my elder brother is a genius of spirit enhancement." The South Bank disciples cried out in shock, with the commotion being especially loud among the Violet Cauldron Peak disciples. "Big Fatty Zhang? Who is this godlike individual? Big Fatty Zhang. He's a Violet Cauldron Peak disciple. He's the apprentice of the Peak Lord. Heavens, he usually keeps such a low profile. Who could ever have guessed that he was so incredible?" Excited, Big Fatty Zhang threw his head back and roared at the top of his lungs, "I am Big Fatty Zhang. All of the flying swords used by Bai Xiaochun were enhanced by me." Big Fatty Zhang's excited words echoed out for everyone to hear. Even the sect leader and the others on the balcony turned to look at him curiously.
As pandemonium continued to grip the crowd, Xiaochun stood there blinking.
Finally, he lifted his chin and waved his sleeve, looking like the ultimate hero. Turning slowly, he walked off of the arena floor.
AI. Life is a lonely thing. With the snap of a finger, I reduced all the chosen to ashes.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 98, Dragon Mammoth Sea Forming Scripture. Chapter 98, Dragon Mammoth Sea Forming Scripture.
The chosen battles had caused many eyes to be focused on Big Fatty Zhang, even those of the sect leader.
The power of will,
he said, expression very serious. The other peak lords looked surprised, and their eyes began to shine. Su Meixiang had taken Lu Tianlei away to begin treating his injuries, but if she were present, she would have been incredulous. Sounding very happy, the sect leader said, Junior Sister Meixiang rarely takes this chubby kid out in public. But now his future prospects are clear.
His spirit enhancement has developed his will.
With a strong will and a strong spirit, this kid is the kind that must be trained well. The peak lord from Green Crest Peak smiled and said, now that you mention it, his friend, that girl who also came from the ovens, Jingru, is actually quite impressive. She might not measure up to Tianyu, but she has her own special destiny. She seems connected to Green Crest Peak's mountain defense sword. She's currently seeking enlightenment in Green Crest Cave, and if things go well, Green Crest Peak will soon have another spirit sword guardian, but... As the South Bank audience went wild, the North Bank disciples simply sat there silently while the sect leader formally announced the results.
Xiaochun had taken first place in the joint South and North Bank chosen battles. He would now join the inner sect.
As a reward, he could visit Heavenhorn Pavilion on Mount Daoxi to select a precious treasure of the Qi condensation level. Furthermore, he would be given the chance to enter the Spirit Stream Sect's arcane pocket realm, where he could gain enlightenment of a divine ability. Of course, to take advantage of such an opportunity in the Qi condensation stage would be a bit of a waste.
Any disciple who took first place in the chosen battles would almost certainly reach foundation establishment. That would be the time to use such a chance.
The final reward was a prize of 10,000 spirit stones. Next, Zheng Yuandong formally bestowed the top 10 disciples with the title of chosen, and promoted them into the inner sect.
Gradually, the crowds began to depart. The North Bank disciples weren't very happy, but the South Bank disciples were bursting with excitement. As for the chosen, they had mixed expressions on their faces. Ghostfang watched Xiaochun walk off, and sighed.
Deep in his heart, he still didn't believe himself to have truly lost. As for the other North Bank chosen such as the Gongsun siblings and Su Song, they left with clenched fists, all of them intent on returning to their respective mountain peaks and going into secluded meditation. Zhou Xinqi still had a hard time believing what she had seen, and looked a bit puzzled as she watched Xiaochun leaving.
Even more incredulous than her was Shangguan Tianyu. He stood there despondently, ignored by virtually everyone. His underhanded attack on Xiaochun was something that would forever be etched into the hearts of the South Bank disciples. Chuckling bitterly, he clenched his hands into fists. We're only in Qi condensation. Just wait until foundation establishment. I'll definitely be number one in that stage. I'll outdo Xiaochun and Ghostfang both.
Filled with determination, he held his head high with pride as he shot off in a beam of light.
Gradually, everyone left the arena.
The chosen battles were over. However, the true fight between all the chosen had only just begun. Everyone on both the South and North Bank knew Xiaochun's name, although on the North Bank, it became a taboo word. He was the archenemy of the North Bank, a shameless villain who had brought humiliation to all the disciples there.
That was especially true of Bei Han Lai. After being taken away by his master, he immediately went into secluded meditation, not daring to show his face in public.
As for his huge dog, he released it somewhere on the North Bank, relinquishing ownership of it for all time. Although the Nightstalker beast was extraordinary, nobody could control it, and soon it became like a wild dog. Occasionally, people would catch glimpses of it roaming around near the 4 mountain peaks of the North Bank.
Countless North Bank disciples went back and madly devoted themselves to cultivation.
All of them swore oaths that one day, they would take the stain of humiliation inflicted by Xiaochun and wash it clean with blood.
The disciples even formed an organization called the Slay Xiaochun Society, which was devoted to eradicating Xiaochun.
Because of what had occurred in the chosen battles, Big Fatty Zhan became incredibly famous. Everyone was completely shocked by the sheer number of spirit-enhanced treasures of his that Xiaochun had used in his final fight with Ghostfang. Big Fatty Zhang became a chosen on Violet Cauldron Peak, and soon, countless disciples began to visit him, hoping to become friends and thus have access to spirit-enhanced items.
Big Fatty Zhan was very pleased by this, but didn't let it show. He wouldn't perform spirit enhancements for just anyone. Of course, the more he acted like that, the more people fawned over him. Eventually Su Meixian called him over to make a detailed inquiry. She almost couldn't believe what she heard, and was even more shocked to sense the power of will within him. In the end, she forbade him from performing spirit enhancements for anyone else, at least not until he could perform a fivefold spirit enhancement for Bai Xiaochun. Big Fatty Zhang found that a bit odd, but nodded in agreement nonetheless. Spirit enhancement is the most mysterious of arts, she thought. Perhaps Bai Xiaochun and Big Fatty Zhang have some special connection. If they help each other, the results could be shocking. Su Meixian watched thoughtfully as Big Fatty Zhang left. She didn't look into the matter any further. In the Spirit Stream sect, everyone had their own destiny, and greedily attempting to take advantage of others could harm the foundation of the sect. Such actions were strictly forbidden. Besides, Bai Xiaochun had a unique status that made him especially difficult to deal with. The Spirit Stream sect had remained strong for 10,000 years, and one of the reasons was that hard and fast rule. A few days later, Bai Xiaochun got his inner sect uniform and command medallion. Furthermore, he received orders from Elder Su, who led the inner sect on Fragrant Cloud Peak, to pack his bags and leave the courtyard residence that had been his home for the past few years. Inner sect disciples all received Immortals' Caves filled with strong spiritual energy. The so-called Immortals' Caves were like heavenly abodes that were worlds unto their own. Having taken first place in the chosen battles, Bai Xiaochun had his pick of the available Immortals' Caves, and naturally, he picked the best one. It was on the rear side of Fragrant Cloud Peak, at the end of a narrow little path, a quiet place filled with strong spiritual energy. The cave itself had 5 rooms, with night pearls inlaid in the ceilings that filled the place with soft light. There was a large main hall with a little hot spring in the middle. Warm water bubbled up, forming a small pond, within which a few hot spring fish swam lazily about. The Immortals' Cave was simple but impressive. It had a medicine concocting workshop, secluded meditation facilities, a spirit plant nursery, and a place set aside for practicing magics. Also included were 2 puppets with cultivation bases equivalent to the 5th level of Qi condensation, who cared for day-to-day affairs for Bai Xiaochun. Every room in the Immortals' Cave had a spell formation, as did the main hall. Once activated, the stone walls and ceilings would vanish to reveal an image of the sky above. At night, it was even possible to see the moon and the stars. There was a larger spell formation that covered the entire Immortals' Cave, and once activated, not even an early Foundation establishment cultivator would be able to break in. This Immortals' Cave would even be suitable for a Foundation establishment cultivator, and in fact, it was one of the nicest in all of Fragrant Cloud Peak. Bai Xiaochun looked very pleased, and his heart nearly burst with joy. Now that he thought about it, his previous courtyard residence had been far too simple and crude. As he saw Elder Su off, Elder Su repeatedly reminded him to go to the Inner Sect Spirit Pavilion to find the technique Li Qingho had suggested for him. Finally, Elder Su left. After he was sure Elder Su was gone, Bai Xiaochun stripped naked and jumped into the pond, where he floated there, sighing contentedly. Occasionally a fish would float by and nibble a bit on his skin. It was a feeling the likes of which he had never experienced before in his life. It's too bad Du Lingfei isn't here in the sect. Having her here to bathe with would be great. Sighing, he thought of Ho Xiaomei, and then smiled radiantly. As of that moment, he vowed to find an opportunity to get her to come over and join him in the hot spring to look at the stars. After some deep thought, he came to the conclusion that his previous way of thinking had been far too limited. As a man of ambition, I should get Ho Xiaomei and Du Lingfei to come join me in the hot spring at the same time. The next morning, Bai Xiaochun woke early and left his Immortals' Cave. Strolling along the little mountain path, he noticed another Immortals' Cave not too far off. It was only a few meters away, located almost directly across from his own. It had its spell formation activated, and appeared to be occupied. Bai Xiaochun studied it curiously for a few minutes before looking away. As he strolled along, he realized that there weren't any outer sect disciples to be seen, only a few inner sect disciples. Most people weren't out and about, but rather, secluded in meditation. The only time they would come out would be to go on sect missions. Of course, whenever Bai Xiaochun did see someone, he would clear his throat and strike a pose. After looking shocked for a moment, the inner sect disciple would inevitably greet him as Sect Uncle Bai. Being addressed in such a manner as he went along lifted his spirits. He swaggered along through Fragrant Cloud Peak until he reached the Inner Sect's Spirit Pavilion. That was a location where the Inner Sect disciples practiced their various techniques and abilities. Whenever a disciple was promoted to the Inner Sect, they would be able to acquire one of the sect's techniques at no cost. As soon as Bai Xiaochun arrived, the disciple in charge clasped hands in greeting. Feeling more pleased than ever, Bai Xiaochun clapped his shoulder and then went to look at the options he had in terms of techniques. Sever Heaven and Earth? Water Flame Theorem. 9 Heavens Earth Destruction Incantation? After examining the options available, the techniques started to blur together, and he had no idea which one he should pick. They all seemed incredible. Eventually, he found the technique Li Qingho had suggested that he cultivate. Dragon Mammoth Sea-forming scripture? He picked up the jade slip and sent some spiritual power into it. After examining the introduction, his eyes went wide, and his scalp began to tingle. Everyone is bound by shackles. Whether in terms of cultivation base or the fleshly body, there are life essence shackles which cannot be broken. I have created this technique, suitable for cultivation in the qi condensation stage, not to break through the shackles, but to gain enlightenment of them. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath and thought back to the black-robed man who had saved his life, the one who called himself the Gravekeeper. The words in the introduction of this scripture reminded him of the words that man had spoken. The 5 volumes of the Undying Codex. Break through the 5 shackles of mortality. The 5 volumes of the Live Forever Codex. Break through the 5 seals of eternity. He suddenly had the feeling that this dragon mammoth sea-forming scripture was anything but ordinary. However, after further examination, he frowned. Based on the description, there didn't seem to be anything particularly astonishing about it. In fact, it didn't even seem to measure up to some of the other powerful magical techniques he'd just looked at. After a moment though, his expression brightened as he realized that it dovetailed perfectly with the Violet Qi Cauldron control art, and also increased the chances of reaching foundation establishment. Bai Xiaochun had been dreaming of reaching foundation establishment for years now, and merely thinking about it would leave his heart pounding. The Dragon Mammoth Sea-forming scripture only had 3 levels. The first led to the 9th level of Qi condensation, the second led to the Great Circle of the 10th level of Qi condensation. The final level led to foundation establishment. At the pinnacle, the fleshly body would have the strength of dragons and mammoths, and one's spiritual power would form a huge sea. Best of all was that after creating such a matchless foundation, once one reached foundation establishment, it would be much easier to learn just about any divine ability, without worrying about an incompatibility problem. It was something extraordinary within the ordinary. This is the one for me. Whether because of the fact that the introduction mentioned shackles, or that the scripture could help him reach foundation establishment, it left Bai Xiaochun's heart pounding. Dragon Mammoth Sea-forming scripture in hand, he left the inner sect spirit pavilion and headed back toward his Immortal's Cave. Just when he was almost there, the gate of the Immortal's Cave across from him opened, and a young woman walked out. As soon as she saw him, her jaw dropped, and she tried to duck back inside, but wasn't fast enough. Sect Niece Xinqi. He was immediately elated. Ever since the chosen battles, Zhou Xinqi had kept her distance from him. He'd wanted to get her to address him as sect uncle, but had never found the chance. Who would have thought that he was now living right across from her? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 99, Knock Knock. Chapter 99, Knock Knock. An unsightly expression appeared on Zhou Xinqi's face. Never had she imagined that she would pick the Immortal's Cave right across from Bai Xiaochun's. She was well aware that back in the outer sect, Bai Xiaochun had loved to go around making everyone call him sect uncle. Unable to stomach the thought, she'd always avoided him. But now here he was, standing right in her path. Taking a deep breath, she coolly said, Sect Uncle Bai. Then, without so much as looking at him, she leapt onto her blue flying silk and flew up into the air. Her beauty made her seem almost like a female immortal, and so she often flew around in this fashion to avoid the toadies and sycophants. It was because such behavior that she seemed relatively distant and unapproachable. Bai Xiaochun happily tucked his hands behind his back like a member of the senior generation as he watched Zhou Xinqi fly away. He didn't mind her attitude, all he wanted was to be called Sect Uncle Bai. After she left, he returned to his own Immortal's Cave, feeling very much like he had reached a milestone on this day. Back inside, he pulled out the Dragon Mammoth Sea-forming scripture and began to take a closer look. As he did, he thought back to how powerful Ghostfang had been in their fight, and suddenly his expression turned very serious. How does Ghostfang practice cultivation anyway? He's so incredible. Especially those ghosts of his. He controls them almost like battle beasts. It sure would be great if I could have a beast of my own. Thinking back to the fight, the lingering fear caused his heart to tremble. Suddenly, he remembered something, and slapped his bag of holding to produce a wooden box. The beast birth seed. If I ever have a chance to go to the North Bank, then maybe I could get a beast of my very own. Furthermore, such a beast would have been created by me and me alone. After thinking about the miraculous beast birth seed, his heart began to pound in excitement. A long moment passed, and then he shook his head. Suppressing his excitement, he put the box away. I hate fighting and killing more than anything else. I need to focus on getting to the great circle of chi condensation as soon as possible. That way I can step into foundation establishment. With those thoughts on his mind, Xiaochun set to work cultivating the dragon mammoth sea-forming scripture. Although the dragon mammoth sea-forming scripture could be used to perfect the violet chi cauldron control art, their cultivation techniques were completely different. Instead of depicting various postures to assume, the description in the scripture had 3 illustrations. The first depicted an enormous, primeval mammoth. It seemed preeminently powerful, strong enough to crush a mountain. The idea of such incredible fleshly body power left Xiaochun immediately shaken. All of his flesh and blood seemed to thrum just from the picture alone, as if it possessed a strange power of its own. The second illustration depicted an azure dragon, twisting and turning among the clouds, which partially obscured it. When Xiaochun looked at it, it seemed to brand itself into his mind. All of a sudden, he could picture the image mentally. And yet, as soon as that happened, the image faded away, and his mind filled with rumbling sounds. At the same time, the spiritual power in his body seemed to surge out of control, swirling through him painfully. He took back control, and a cold sweat broke out all over him. What kind of cultivation technique is this? Taking a deep breath, he declined to look at the third illustration. Instead, he went back to re-examine the dragon mammoth sea-forming scripture mnemonic. After a bit of time, he looked up, his eyes flickering with enlightenment. Cultivation via visualization. He murmured. It was a very mysterious form of cultivation. According to the level one had reached, one would observe various illustrations, and thus cultivate oneself. Presumably, the 3 illustrations contained some mysterious energy of heaven and earth that would affect the body upon observing them. To a disciple who had just joined the sect, such a method would not be very suitable for cultivation. Furthermore, attempting it would surely be harmful to the body. But after reaching the 8th level of chi condensation, and having built up a significant amount of spiritual power, it would then be possible to cultivate it. After pondering for a bit, Xiaochun decided not to set his aims too high. He started with the first illustration, looking at it until he began to tremble visibly, and his chi and blood were flowing at top speed. As he did, his skin began to shine with silver light because of his undying skin. Gradually, Xiaochun got the feeling that when combined with his undying skin, the dragon mammoth sea-forming scripture could make him significantly stronger. Time went by. During the half-month which passed, Xiaochun occasionally concocted some medicine while simultaneously cultivating the dragon mammoth sea-forming scripture. Slowly but surely, his cultivation grew. Furthermore, the silver color of his undying skin grew deeper. Clearly, he was making progress with both. Soon, he realized that because of the dragon mammoth sea-forming scripture, he didn't even need to cultivate his violet chi cauldron control art to improve his violet chi cauldron summoning. It was naturally advancing by leaps and bounds. Xiaochun was shocked by this, but after thinking about it for a while, came to a conclusion about what was happening. The dragon mammoth sea-forming scripture is a utility technique. With its help, all other divine abilities and magical techniques can become much more formidable. As for the shackles that the introduction mentioned, after some more thought, he waved his finger, causing an illusory violet cauldron to appear. It looked very realistic, was larger than the cauldrons from before, and exerted formidable pressure. Xiaochun even could sense that if he wished, he could disperse the cauldron and draw the resulting spiritual power back into his body. With a thought, he did just that, and the spiritual energy rushed back inside of him, replenishing most of what he had wasted to use the divine ability. Xiaochun was delighted. Being able to easily unleash and retract the cauldron was a hallmark of making significant progress with violet chi cauldron summoning. With the help of the dragon mammoth sea-forming scripture, I actually might be able to develop that human-controlling grand magic I thought of before. Even in his moment of joy, his expression suddenly flickered. Looking over at the main gate of his immortal's cave, he performed an incantation gesture and pointed out. The door faded away, becoming invisible from his perspective, allowing him to see outside. It was evening, and he could see over 100 people flying in his direction from off in the distance. There were a few dozen who were faster than the others that reached his immortal's cave first. Among the group was a young man with handsome features. Unfortunately, his face was somewhat pale, and his eyes were bloodshot, as if with madness. He seemed unstable, as if the slightest poke might cause him to rave dementedly. Xiaochun immediately recognized the young man. He was none other than Beihan Lai from the North Bank. The few dozen people next to him all had cultivation bases which exceeded that of the ordinary 9th level of chi condensation. There were even 10 or so who were in the great circle of chi condensation. Shockingly, the rest of the large group which was currently catching up all were in the 9th level of chi condensation. Next to Beihan Lai was a tall, muscular man who looked like a miniature mountain. His features were very similar to Beihan Lai's, and he had long, flowing hair. He stood there next to Beihan Lai, unmoving, bursting with an energy that shocked even Bai Xiaochun. His aura seemed like something past the qi condensation stage, and he was surrounded by an invisible vortex that constantly gathered the surrounding energy of heaven and earth. Over 100 inner sect disciples, all in the 9th and 10th levels of qi condensation. Bai Xiaochun's eyes went wide, and he felt his scalp tingling. Without a moment of hesitation, he performed an incantation gesture and pointed out, fully activating the cave spell formation. Every person in this group of over 100 were inner sect disciples. More precisely, they were from Sunset Peak, and had come here to get revenge for their junior brother Beihan Lai. The actions of this large group had attracted the attention of the inner sect disciples from Fragrant Cloud Peak. Zhou Xinqi was the first to emerge from her own immortal's cave, and soon, large numbers of inner sect disciples were flying over from different locations. As they surrounded the group of 100, people soon recognized the burly man standing next to Beihan Lai. Spiritual energy transformed into a vortex. That's an energy which exceeds qi condensation. That's close to foundation establishment. He's half a step into foundation establishment. That's the number 1 inner sect disciple from Sunset Peak, Beihan Feng, but... As everyone cried out in surprise and alarm, Bai Xiaochun sat there inside his immortal's cave, listening in with the aid of the spell formation. Soon, his eyes widened even further. Fellow disciples, Beihan Feng said, I can't blame the South Bank for winning the chosen battles. In fact, I offer my congratulations. My purpose in coming here today has nothing to do with matters between the South and North Banks. This is a private matter of the Beihan clan. The shameless and despicable Bai Xiaochun inflicted a wound upon my clan's junior brother that will never be healed. As his elder brother, how could I simply sit and do nothing? I have come here today to take compensation for my junior brother. Before any of the Fragrant Cloud Peak inner sect disciples could even respond, he looked over at Bai Xiaochun's immortal's cave. Bai Xiaochun, get the hell out here right now. Off to the side, tears appeared to be welling up in Beihan Lai's bloodshot eyes. Staring at Bai Xiaochun's immortal's cave, he screamed hysterically, Bai Xiaochun, get your ass out here. After the Beihan brothers' words faded away, Bai Xiaochun spoke, sounding very wronged. You people are so unreasonable. I gave you a chance to concede, didn't I? You can't blame me. When that big dog pounced on you, I even thought of trying to separate you two. Shut up, Bai Xiaochun. Beihan Lai shrieked. Get out here right now. My differences with you are irreconcilable. It was as if Bai Xiaochun had just opened up old wounds. Beihan Lai looked insane as he charged forward and slammed into the immortal's cave spell formation, seemingly intent on venting all of his pent-up anger right then and there. Bai Xiaochun's heart trembled in fear, but when he saw that the surface of the spell formation simply rippled a bit, and clearly wasn't even close to breaking, he calmed down a bit. Vowing not to go out, he looked at the maddened Beihan Lai inside. Beihan Lai, he called out. Listen, it's really not that big of a deal. Think about it. Now that you and that big dog have a much closer relationship, you could say that you've profited from disaster. Your beast-controlling magic will probably be much more incredible from here on out. Bai Xiaochun really did want to comfort Beihan Lai, and yet, before he could even finish speaking, Beihan Lai exploded in fury. Beihan Feng's face turned grim, and he took a step forward and smashed his palm into the spell formation. The formation trembled, and Bai Xiaochun's heart began to pound. By this point, the Fragrant Cloud Peak inner sect disciples couldn't stand idly by any longer. Although they weren't very familiar with Bai Xiaochun, if they just stood around while a bunch of Sunset Peak disciples came and did whatever they wanted, the reputation of the Fragrant Cloud Peak inner sect would reach rock bottom. Stay your hand. People began to shout. The Fragrant Cloud Peak inner sect disciples flew forward to interfere, but before they could reach the Immortal's cave, the Sunset Peak disciples blocked their paths. No deadly combat broke out. All the Sunset Peak disciples had to do was block the paths of the Fragrant Cloud Peak disciples long enough to give Beihan Feng some time. The situation had already reached the point where open conflict was breaking out between the disciples of two mountain peaks, which was a violation of sect rules. However, Beihan Feng didn't care. The Beihan clan was also a prestige clan, so as long as he didn't actually kill anyone, he wouldn't be punished very severely. Rumbling could be heard as the spell formation began to twist and distort, and the ripples became more intense. However, this was not an ordinary Immortal's cave. At first, Bai Xiaochun was worried, but soon he realized that nothing more was happening, and he relaxed. However, being a good person, he really felt bad, and therefore decided to offer more advice about how to resolve the situation. You really can't blame me. How about you make dog stew out of that dog? That way everyone will know that Beihan Lai is manly and tough, and that he'll eat anyone who pounces on him. By that point, he realized that maybe he'd gone a bit too far, and was about to rein things back in when Beihan coughed up a massive mouthful of blood. Hair completely disheveled, and almost completely out of his mind, he headbutted the spell formation. Bai Xiaochun's heart continued to pound in terror. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 100, Still Won't Apologize to Your Sect Uncle Bai? Chapter 100, Still Won't Apologize to Your Sect Uncle Bai? Bai Xiaochun felt more wrong than ever. Of course, he had long since come to the realization that whenever he needed to explain himself the most, he would go overboard and end up with egg on his face. That wasn't his intention nor his desire. Bai Xiaochun's explanation enraged Beihan Feng even further. He took a deep breath and waved his hand, causing pulses of black light to instantly form in his palm, which rapidly took the shape of a black crescent moon. It was like the moon on the darkest of nights, and pulsed with a terrifying power that caused the heart to pound. Beihan Feng immediately shoved the moon toward the cave spell formation. A boom echoed out, and the entire Immortal's cave trembled. The spell formation shield outside distorted madly, and even seemed to be on the verge of cracking open in several places. However, in the end, it didn't break. In the blink of an eye, it was back to normal. Even Beihan Feng gasped. The strength of this spell formation was giving him quite a headache. Gritting his teeth in fury, he was just about to continue attacking, when all of a sudden a cold snort could be heard from off in the distance. Beihan Feng, what are you doing? Stay your hand immediately. The voice echoed like thunder, causing everything to shake, especially around Beihan Feng. Trembling, even Beihan Lai ceased his ravings and fell back, heart pounding with fear. The other inner sect disciples from Sunset Peak all retreated, faces falling. Looking up, they saw 6 beams of light flying through the air toward them, coming from Mount Daoseed. The person who had just spoken was a middle-aged man, clad in a black robe. Fury filled his face, and he emanated a terrifyingly destructive aura. Beihan Lai and Beihan Feng both murmured, "Master." Trembling, they clasped hands in greeting, and as for all the other inner sect disciples from Sunset Peak, they trembled and bowed their heads. "Greetings, Peak Lord." The middle-aged man was none other than Beihan Lai's master, and the Peak Lord of Sunset Peak, who had glared angrily at Bai Xiaochun when he took Beihan Lai away from the chosen battles. "You ill-mannered curs!" he shouted. "Could you lose any more face than this? Get your asses off to the side, I'll deal with you later. Everyone else, when you back to the mountain, go into secluded meditation for 3 years as punishment." The Beihan siblings were trembling inwardly, unsure of exactly what was happening. They knew that their actions were a violation of sect rules, but they couldn't imagine what had riled up their normally kind and gentle master. After all, back when the original incident had occurred, their master had also been furious with Bai Xiaochun. The Beihan siblings both assumed that something else must have happened that they weren't aware of, and it left their hearts simmering with fear. Stepping back anxiously, they looked up at their master floating there in midair, and their scalps began to tingle. Next to the Peak Lord of Sunset Peak were the 3 Peak Lords from the North Bank. The Peak Lord from Iris Petal Peak, the old woman, looked especially displeased as she stared down coldly at the Sunset Peak disciples. In addition to the 4 Peak Lords from the North Bank, sect leader Zhang Yuandong was also present, as was another individual. That final individual wore a cool expression on his face, as if he didn't care at all about the dispute playing out down below. He was Peak Lord of Fragrant Cloud Peak, Li Qingho. Sinking feelings rose up in the hearts of the Sunset Peak disciples, and as for the inner sect disciples of Fragrant Cloud Peak, they were completely taken aback. Everyone suddenly felt as if something completely odd were taking place. The truth was that the North Bank usually acted in domineering fashion. When situations similar to this had arisen in the past, and they had, the North Bank would usually put the South Bank in place quickly, even with big issues. For them to be as enraged as they were today was a rare thing. Sitting there in his Immortal's cave, Bai Xiaochun was also shocked as he stared at the crowd outside. Up in midair, the 4 North Bank Peak Lords looked around at the scene down below. Then the old woman from Iris Petal Peak cleared her throat and looked over at Li Qingho. "Peak Lordly, about what we were discussing earlier, do you think?" Li Qingho shook his head slightly and said, "Were it not for this little mishap, I would have agreed. But this complicates matters. You're on your own now." With that he looked down at Bai Xiaochun's Immortal's cave, a faint smile on his face. "Heir?" The old woman glanced over at the Peak Lord from Sunset Peak, looking a bit frustrated. The Peak Lord from Sunset Peak sighed, well aware that the trouble had been caused by disciples from his own mountain peak. That meant that he had to resolve the situation. Plastering a smile onto his face, he looked down at Bai Xiaochun's Immortal's cave. "Junior brother Xiaochun." The words almost stuck in his mouth on the way out, but he managed to utter them. There was really no other choice. After some discussion, the North Bank leadership had come to the conclusion that Xiaochun's aphrodisiac pill was of critical importance to them. After some further study of the battle beasts which had been affected, they realized that the pill could even affect first-order bloodlines. That virtually drove them crazy. To the North Bank, Xiaochun's medicinal pill was almost like a holy relic. For various reasons, it was often difficult for some of the most powerful battle beasts to breed. There were even some first-order bloodline beasts that would only go into heat once every few dozen years, or even once in 100 years. That had been one of the most frustrating problems for the North Bank for years on end. A perfect example was the blue-eyed Nethermoon ape, one of Sunset Peak's 2 holy beasts. It was reaching the end of its lifespan, and still had not produced any offspring. It was a very critical situation. But then Xiaochun came along with his heaven-defying medicinal pill, which the 4 peak lords of the North Bank were determined to acquire. Unfortunately for them, no amount of research led them to any description of the pill, and eventually they had no choice but to acknowledge that the pill had been invented by Xiaochun. Afterward, they went to the sect leader and Li Qingho to ask for it. If it were any other disciple, even an inner sect disciple, all they would have to do was express their desire, and it would be fulfilled. There were many ways to force such a disciple to obediently hand over the pill formula. But Xiaochun was different. He was a prestige disciple, and with that status, they had no choice but to offer him compensation of some sort. Furthermore, without Xiaochun's consent, they would never be able to get the pill. Forcing him to hand it over wasn't an option. The peak lords had all discussed the matter, and even agreed to some demands put forth by Li Qingho, but before they could formalize the agreement, they got news that the Sunset Peak disciples had gone to cause trouble for Xiaochun. The 4 peak lords from the North Bank were instantly enraged. Their biggest fear was that the Sunset Peak disciples wouldn't control themselves, and end up offending Xiaochun, thus making it even harder for them to acquire his medicinal pill. And that was what had led to the current scene. "Junior brother Xiaochun, would you mind coming out to discuss something?" The Peak Lord from Sunset Peak did his best to seem as friendly as possible, keeping his voice calm and mild. The surrounding Sunset Peak disciples were shaking, and the Beihan siblings stood there wide-eyed, as mute as wooden chickens. Inside his immortal's cave, Xiaochun looked up for a moment in thought. What was happening outside seemed odd, to say the least, especially considering the look in Li Qingho's eyes. After a bit of thought, he couldn't pinpoint exactly what was happening, but he had some speculations. Finally, he spoke out in a bemoaning voice. "Those disciples of yours are too fierce. I just about lost my poor little life right now. I really don't dare to go out." The heart-rending way he spoke caused a cold wind to creep up the backs of the Beihan siblings. As for the other Sunset Peak disciples, their faces flickered with various emotions. They could all see how seriously the 4 peak lords seemed to take Xiaochun, and how ingratiating they were being. After hearing Xiaochun's response, they could only imagine what fate was in store for them later. The faces of Li Qingho and Zhang Yuandong twitched slightly, and the peak lord from Sunset Peak turned to glare angrily at his disciples before shouting, "Apologize to your sect uncle by immediately." Looking like they were about to cry, the Sunset Peak disciples immediately clasped hands in the direction of Xiaochun's immortal's cave and apologized. In his grief and indignation, Beihan Lai was about to argue, but when he saw the fierce gleam in his master's eyes, he bowed his head and clasped his hands toward the immortal's cave. "Sect Uncle Bai. I apologize." Beihan Feng looked up sullenly at his master, only to find the look in the man's eyes growing sharper by the second. Heart trembling, veins bulging out on his forehead, he had no choice but to clasp hands and apologize. Everyone was left shaking and staring in anger at the immortal's cave. Trying very much to seem pleasant, the peak lord from Sunset Peak said, "Junior brother Xiaochun, how was that?" After a moment passed, an opening appeared in the spell formation, and Xiaochun poked his head out. After looking around, he coughed dryly, then swaggered out, chin stuck up, looking as arrogant as ever. "Let bygones be bygones. As a member of the senior generation, I won't lower myself to bickering with these sect nephews." With that, he swished his sleeve. Beihan Lai stood there, eyes bloodshot, trembling violently. It looked as if he almost couldn't restrain himself from leaping forward and punching Xiaochun in the face. However, he didn't dare to do such a thing. His elder brother Beihan Feng felt as if the world were spinning around him, as if he were about to go mad. The looks in their eyes angered Xiaochun, who glared over at them fiercely. "Now who's afraid?" he thought. "Not me. I'm not afraid of anybody." The peak lord from Sunset Peak took a deep breath. Voice calm, he said, "Xiaochun, that aphrodisiac pill of yours. Did you create it yourself?" As the words left his mouth, the other peak lords from the North Bank all looked down with anticipation gleaming in their eyes. The Beihan siblings' minds reeled as they suddenly realized what was happening. In their bitterness, their hatred for Bai Xiaochun grew even stronger. Bai Xiaochun blinked a few times as he also came to realize what was happening. Sticking his chest out, he nodded grandly. That's right. That mighty medicinal pill was created using a secret formula that I myself created. No one except for me can concoct it. The four Peak Lords' hearts swelled with joy, but they did their best to keep it from showing it on their faces. The Peak Lord from Sunset Peak smiled and nodded. Junior brother Xiaochun, he said in the most charming fashion possible, the fact that you were able to create a pill formula like that at such a young age shows that you truly deserve to be called chosen. That pill formula is of vital importance to the Spirit Stream sect. How about I offer you 100,000 merit points for it? What do you say? Junior brother Xiaochun, if you give that pill formula to the sect, it would be a great service. As a prestige disciple, our sect is your home, you know. Very well. Bai Xiaochun replied, looking as though he'd just gone through hell and high water for the sect. With that, he began to explain the pill formula to the four delighted Peak Lords. The ingredients are Brightburst Seed, Paradise Wood Flower, Spirit Winter Bamboo, and What else? How come I can't think of it? Could it be that I was so frightened just now that I forgot it? Bai Xiaochun stood there frowning in thought. Li Qinghao's mouth twisted into a smile, and Zhang Yuandong shrugged helplessly. The four Peak Lords immediately realized what was happening, and smiled bitterly. The Peak Lord from Sunset Peak gritted his teeth and glared angrily over at his disciples. As his gaze passed over them, the Sunset Peak disciples, including the Beihan siblings, all shivered. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.